Our hero, Na Kan Lim, was a typical loser. He was a complete zero in his studies. His teachers scolded him for his poor performance, and school was a living hell. The only thing that hooked him were webtoons. He could spend days on end in them, and the main character of one of them became more than just a picture for him. He often caught himself thinking that he could become a protagonist, one who wasn't as stupid as the original one. At school, he told a classmate about the webtoon, but his friends simply laughed and said he'd never heard of it. Kan Lim was stunned, unable to understand how such a thing was possible. Then suddenly she walked into the classroom, the very same main character from the webtoon, and then Kan Lim was thrown out of reality. Their gazes suddenly met. She approached him and tried to speak, but he, like a complete weakling, couldn't even utter a word. They were suddenly interrupted by the school bully. He simply led her away, while Kan Lim sat silently and watched, and he had no choice but to endure it. That evening, he was walking down the street, thinking about how worthless he was, when suddenly something fell from the roof onto the car, and her body appeared before him, sprawled across the hood. And suddenly he remembered the plot, how the protagonist saves her from death. But in this world there is no protagonist, there is only him, a helpless weakling. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was standing in the school classroom again. And at that moment the door opened, and she walked in. Kan Lim sees Dae-hee enter alive once more and reacts with stunned disbelief. Dae-hee repeats the same self-introduction about her English father and Korean schooling. As the class reacts just like before, Kan Lim realizes this moment is repeating exactly. He concludes he has gone back to that morning. After class, the teacher ends the lesson and hopes for a problem-free day. She then singles Kan Lim out as a troublemaker and orders him to come with her, despite his protests. Walking with her, he thinks there ought to be a limit to how weird things get and marvels that time travel is now involved. He glances toward Dae-hee and, despite the craziness, feels relieved. Seeing her alive chatting with another girl, he reasons that if he really went back, the fatal accident has not yet happened and might be preventable. He wonders if the bloody scene was undone, and if he has a chance to stop it from ever occurring. In the faculty office, the teacher lectures him about following school rules while he listens distractedly. Kan Lim focuses instead on the idea that, above school discipline, his real mission is to prevent heroine Yu Dae-hee from dying, which he thinks should be the main character's role. Remembering his previous comment about wanting to be the male lead, he wonders if his words somehow caused this situation. He decides that whatever the reason, this is his reality now, and he refuses to let his favorite heroine die. Resolute, he vows to save her with his own hands since he already knows parts of what will happen. Back in class, the weight of that responsibility overwhelms him, and he slumps over his desk in gloom. He writes down everything he remembers from the webtoon to piece the story together, though many details are missing. Yong-soo notices his unusual seriousness and asks what is wrong, remarking that Kan Lim is awake in class instead of gaming. When Yong-soo sees the notes, he excitedly assumes they are a forbidden self-written story, but Kan Lim denies that. Kan Lim points out that Yong-soo also writes daily about reincarnation fantasies and says Yong-soo should be the embarrassed one. Kan Lim admits he has forgotten parts of the story and that his recollection is full of holes, which worries him. He realizes the biggest problem is that he is nothing like the original handsome, charismatic, strong male lead. He despairs that the original protagonist attracted heroines largely with his looks, while Kan Lim feels far inferior. He also recalls that the original lead was a taekwondo master who easily resolved the first stalker incident. By contrast, Kan Lim fears he would only get beaten up if he tried to intervene the same way. So he turns to Yong-soo for meta advice, presenting the situation as a hypothetical story where the male lead knows the future and asking how he should stop the upcoming incident. Yong-soo first answers that the male lead should simply charge him with his fists, but Kan Lim insists on a non-violent solution for an ordinary high schooler. Yong-soo smugly lectures that modern protagonists usually get magic powers even if they start as normal students, causing Kan Lim to give up on getting sensible help from him. The glasses boy suggests that if the protagonist knows when and where the heroine will be hurt, he should just stop her from going to that rooftop. The protagonist realizes something and reacts with a brief exclamation. Excited, the protagonist grabs his friend, praising him as a Dragon King descendant, while the friend feels this is over the top. Their noisy commotion in the middle of class draws the teacher's angry attention toward Kan Lim again. Nearby girls watch Kan Lim's outbursts, confused and unsettled by his behavior. After another trip to the office, Kan Lim walks the hall deciding he only needs to warn the heroine that the rooftop is dangerous. He resolves that even lying is acceptable if it lets him save someone's life. As he enters the classroom intending to act, he starts to call out to Yu Dae-hee. Yu Dae-hee is surrounded by classmates fawning over her popularity and model-like appearance, standing apart by the normie wall. Kan Lim watches the cheerful crowd around her in silence. Intimidated, he retreats to his seat and decides to wait instead. Nervously reassuring himself there are many breaks, he plans to find another chance to talk to her. Following Dae-hee down the hallway, he thinks there must be at least one moment during the day or between classes when he can speak with her. He watches her rejoin another group and tells himself he only needs to reach her once. Heading toward the stairs, he repeats that he just needs a single conversation with her. Seeing her far down the hall again, he is shocked that he still has not gotten close. Time skips ahead to 12:30, the start of lunch break. By lunchtime he despairs, realizing he could not approach Dahi at all. Frustrated by the constant crowd around her, he wonders if that is what a normie's life is like and decides he does not want it. Trying to stay calm, he reminds himself he still has one remaining chance. He recalls that in the original timeline Dahi had approached him during lunch, so he believes she will still come to him. Confident, he waits at his desk, convinced she will come over if he stays put. He continues waiting smugly while classmates mill about. Hearing someone mention Dahi in a store, he looks over, confused. Seeing Dahi leaving with 2 boys instead of coming to him, he panics in disbelief. He remembers that she definitely spoke to him before the time skip and fears the future has changed. He replays earlier scenes in his head, wondering if the 2 bad impressions he made on her were enough to alter the future. Rejecting that idea, he insists her simply walking away cannot be what caused the loop. Time abruptly rewinds again, shown by an inverted image of the classroom and Kang Lim. Back in class as the teacher introduces a transfer student, Kang Lim stands up, stunned by the reset. The teacher, irritated, asks Kang Lim why he has suddenly stood up before announcements, and whether there is a problem. Shocked by the repetition, Kang Lim internally screams in confusion. Water rushing from the sink signals the start of another loop. In the bathroom, Kang Lim realizes he has returned to the morning yet again, and is now certain about what is happening. He concludes that this is a looping story. If a certain trigger occurs, he returns to the save point, which is this morning. He determines that the key is figuring out what the loop trigger is, lamenting how his life ended up like this. He recalls that in the first run the trigger was Dahi's death, which made sense since death commonly causes loops in stories. But he notes that the second return happened before leaving school, so something else must have triggered it. Comparing both runs, he realizes the only difference was that he left a bad impression on Dahi. Irritated that he cannot pinpoint why that would matter, he shuts off the sink. He resolves that this time he simply must not leave a bad impression on her. Planning to act normal until lunch, he is suddenly greeted in the hall by Park Young-ah. Park Young-ah, a second-year student he knows, teases him about his lifeless eyes as she approaches with her books. Kang Lim jokes about her comment, and she says she came at a good time because she wants to show him the first chapter of her new work. He recalls her competition project and agrees to review it, as she values his advice. She says it is a fantasy she is still editing, but she is excited to share it. Blushing, Young-ah admits she intended to show it later in the clubroom but decided to ask now since they bumped into each other. Surprised to realize this is a new interaction that did not happen before, Kang Lim worries about the consequences. He panics that this unexpected meeting might create a butterfly effect since he never saw Young-ah here in the original timeline. To minimize changes, he hurriedly tells her he will look at it after school and runs off, saying he will see her in 7th period. Young-ah is left standing alone, confused but agreeing. Time jumps forward again to 12:40, lunchtime. Fired up, Kang Lim prepares for the crucial lunch break, confident his efforts to stand out will make Dahi approach him. He steels himself for a calm, meaningful conversation, claiming he has simulated thousands of scenarios in his head. Sitting in class, he insists he is ready for anything as Dahi walks up behind him. Dahi comes over and unexpectedly asks if they have met before, startling him. Overwhelmed, his mind blanks and he stammers a denial. She laughs at his formality, explaining she thought they might have met because he acted familiar with her. She admits she is bad with faces and is relieved she did not actually mistake him for someone else, while Kang Lim panics internally. He tries to speak but only stutters as she prompts him to continue. Kang Lim agonizes over whether to confess the truth or directly warn her about the rooftop accident, fearing how strange it would sound. He imagines her demanding how he could know such details while she calmly asks if he has something to tell her. Unable to think of a follow-up, he realizes he has nothing to keep the conversation going. Before he can recover, Kang Ho-chun taps Dahi and invites her to go to the store with him. Ho-chun introduces himself and his friend Ji-hun, suggesting Dahi visit the store together with them. Alone at his desk afterward, Kang Lim despairs that he might have run out of time while Dahi decides to skip lunch. As Dahi happily agrees to visit a themed cafe in Korea with the boys, Kang Lim worries the situation is repeating. He envisions once more the gruesome image of Dahi dead after the rooftop fall, thinking it is all over. The memory jolts him, his eye widening in determination. Refusing to accept that outcome, he suddenly stands up to act. Kang Lim shouts Seo Eun-young's name and claims he heard about Dahi from her, stopping Dahi and startling everyone. Confused, Dahi asks the boys what he is talking about and who Seo Eun-young is. Hearing that name, Dahi turns back to Kang Lim and asks if he is friends with Eun-young. Flustered, Kang Lim lies that he is close to Eun-young and that she often talks about Dahi. Moving closer, he thinks he has only seen Eun-young through a monitor but plans to steer the conversation toward the stalker incident. Dahi tests his claim by asking how close he is to Eun-young and whether he knows Eun-young's secret real name. Assuming it is a simple friendship check, Kang Lim answers with Eun-young's old-fashioned given name. Satisfied he really knows her, Dahi assumes he therefore already knows about Dahi as well. As he smugly begins to speak, she suddenly grabs him and ominously calls for his attention. With a cold expression, she orders him to shut up and follow her, threatening to kill him if he tries anything. Dragging him down the corridor by the hand, she demands to know why he suddenly brought up Eun-young. Kang Lim, recalling her threat, wonders if he actually heard right since she seemed like an entirely different person. He begs to know where they are going, and she says she wants somewhere secluded with no people around. She suggests they head to the back of the school, increasing his confusion. His imagination runs wild, equating a secluded back of school location in a romantic comedy with a confession spot. He briefly fantasizes that she might be about to confess her love to him. His daydream leaps to a future wedding where his friends tearfully send him off. A vision of Daehee in a wedding dress calls him darling. In his fantasy, she asks what he is thinking about, and he replies that he remembered the day they first met. Dreaming further, he imagines himself joking about confessing at the back of the school as they laugh together, as a married couple. The fantasy culminates in them kissing at their wedding ceremony. Snapped back to reality, Conlin mutters that he is going to kill her for giving him such delusions. Walking behind Daehee, he curses himself for imagining a future together. She stops and, with a chilling aura, asks what he just said, forcing him to repeat that he said he would kill her. Staring him down, she warns that if he tells anyone about her true nature, she will kill him. She clarifies she means ruining him socially rather than physically, promising to destroy his social life if he talks. Conlin is left utterly baffled by this threat, feeling he would rather die. With a piercing glare, she reiterates that she is warning him. He interrupts, accusing her of not being the real Daehee because the Daehee he knows would never talk like that. Insisting she is an imposter, he says the real Daehee would never use such vulgar language. Annoyed, she says he is playing dumb and asks if, as Eun-young's friend, he has not heard the truth. She bluntly explains that she has been putting on an innocent, nice girl act as a kind of cosplay. Conlin pauses, then begins mentally reviewing what he knows of Daehee from the original Webtoon. He recalls that the Webtoon portrayed her as a perfect all-rounder with top grades, athletic prowess, and artistic talent. He remembers that fans nicknamed her creator's mistake, mainly because she was extraordinarily kind. The story emphasized that despite her genius she was always kind and humble, almost to an unreal, too perfect degree. Because of that image she placed first in character popularity polls, and even Conlin admired her. Confronted with the contrast, he grumbles in disbelief at how different the real Daehee is. Meanwhile, Daehee curses Eun-young for leaking her secrets, and complains that Eun-young is ruining her ideal high school life. Conlin's illusion of the gentle heroine shatters as he realizes her sweet persona was just an act. He loudly rejects this revelation, insisting there is no way and again claiming she cannot be Daehee. Daehee flatly says the innocent book and flowers image was created by her agency, admitting she actually likes pro wrestling. She further dismantles his assumptions, saying she prefers explosive Hollywood movies, world domination over peace, and death metal over classical music. Overwhelmed, Conlin mentally flatlines as if his HP has hit zero. When she asks if he really heard any of this from Eun-young, he collapses to his knees and confesses he did not. Daehee silently buffers, processing that he lied. She then abruptly switches back to a fake sparkling persona, cheerily suggesting they return to class, which Conlin rejects as absurdly late. Dropping the act again, she curses that his reaction now just makes her look stupid. She slaps him hard, blaming him for everything and telling him not to say such things with that attitude. Writhing on the ground in pain, Conlin marvels that the supposedly kind heroine has turned violent, and complains about being blamed. Looming over him heroically, Daehee says he confused her first, and orders him to watch what he says from now on so he does not ruin her list. Rubbing his cheek, Conlin weakly asks what she means by list. As they head upstairs, she says this, and prepares to show him. She proudly reveals a notebook, explaining it is a list of 101 things she wants to do in high school. She says her dream is to experience every item on the list at least once, and cross them all out. Conlin, underwhelmed, starts to say it seems trivial compared to what he expected. She punches a hole in the wall beside him, making him hastily praise bucket lists as very sophisticated. He points out that she could accomplish everything alone and questions why he has to join, but she says she needs him around so he does not spread rumors. She adds that she cannot trust Eun-young or Conlin's other friend, so she wants a witness she can keep an eye on. Walking through the crowded hallway, she notes that many list items involve clubs and asks how to join one. At the club notice board, Conlin notes that 7th period is for club activities and tells her to look for clubs there. Excited by the variety of clubs, she says the club offerings were her main reason for choosing this school. Conlin, surprised, asks if she really chose the school mainly for its clubs and pretty uniforms. He advises her to drop her unrealistic high school fantasies, saying clubs are mostly resume padding rather than life-changing. He drones on about how club activities exist mainly for screening students in education policy, boring and irritating her. She cuts him off by asking if he has any friends, implying his attitude explains his isolation. She says she is just quoting something she saw online about insiders and outsiders, while he defensively claims to be an outsider by choice. She casually apologizes, which only annoys him more. As she hums and scans the board, Conlin fumes that she provokes people easily and feels tricked into admiring her. Yet watching her bathed in light, he admits to himself that she still looks exactly like the Daehee he adored. She wonders aloud how many clubs there are and seems intent on visiting all of them, which horrifies him. Later, during PE, Kang Lim recalls that in the webtoon she was good at sports but is unprepared for the reality. On the soccer field, he displays superhuman skill, sprinting past boys and leaving Kang Lim stunned. She launches a powerful shot with a shout. The ball rockets into the net with overwhelming force, scoring an undeniable goal. As she celebrates loudly, Kang Lim asks if she is aiming to become a professional athlete. She bashfully laughs off the idea while he insists she could debut immediately. A montage shows her dominating in basketball and other sports while Kang Lim watches, amazed. She also excels in baseball and track, repeatedly outclassing everyone around her. After the intense athletic display, she casually gulps water from a bottle to rehydrate. After exhausting visits to all the sports clubs, Dae complains that this went far beyond just trying them out while Kang Lim pants behind her. Dae considers what to do next and notices a particular classroom door. She discovers a poster for the All-Purpose Culture Club and notes she never saw it on the bulletin board before. Kang Lim admits that the club is his, saying the All-Purpose Culture Club, or APC, does not usually recruit. Curious, Dae asks what APC actually does. Kang Lim explains that APC supposedly explores cultural activities and broadens members' horizons. He then reveals that in practice APC is just a room where his friends gather to play video games. One gamer in the club, speaking grandly, asks Kang Lim why his servant arrived so late. The two gamers are shocked to see Dae and ask who this unfamiliar girl is. Dae introduces herself as Yu Dae, the new transfer in Kang Lim's class, while he notes how her tone suddenly became sweet. Young-na, one of the gamers, shyly tells Dae to speak casually since they are both second years and asks why she came with Kang Lim. Kang Lim explains that Dae wanted to try many clubs so they were touring and stopped by when she asked about APC. Dae eagerly asks which game they play and if she can try it, so Young-na seats her and offers to teach. While Young-na tutors Dae at the computer, the gamer friend whispers accusingly to Kang Lim, asking if he has fallen for a real-life girl. Kang Lim insists he was tricked because he thought Dae was like a 2D character, while his friend laments such behavior in their sacred otaku space. Kang Lim objects to his friend's words and says it is rude to talk like that in front of Young-na. The friend calls Young-na an exception, chosen by fate, and teases Kang Lim that he just wants to be carried in game, noting Young-na is actually a grandmaster. After grasping the basics, Dae asks if 1v1 matches exist since she wants to try a simple duel, and Young-na says it is possible. Dae glances at the boys as if to pick an easy opponent, prompting one of them to complain that she seems to be searching for a weakling. Dae wonders aloud if she looks that weak in games too, and Kang Lim jokes that she was already weak in the sports clubs. He continues that she might also be bad at games, which visibly cracks Dae's composure. Kang Lim trembles, thinking she is mocking and cursing him for being bad at sports, and says that is fine but something else is not. He explodes, declaring he refuses to be called bad at games and challenges her to a match, while the others dryly note that this reaction was predictable. Time passes to sunset over the school building. Dae reflects that they ended up gaming until sunset. Walking home together, she complains she could not try many other wishlist items and demands Kang Lim take responsibility, while he retorts she kept demanding rematches after losing. He suggests they continue touring clubs during tomorrow's break, and wonders why she assumes he must tag along. Ignoring him, Dae concludes that despite everything her first day at this new school was fun, though she had been anxious because of bad middle school memories. Hearing her mention middle school, Kang Lim remembers that something happened to her back then. He asks if her past is why she is putting on a nice girl act, and says she does not really need to. Dae answers that people would not like her otherwise and everyone expects her to behave like a sweet, proper girl. Kang Lim is taken aback by her candid confession. She points out that he once said the same thing, insisting he would never act roughly or vulgarly. Kang Lim recalls how, in a previous loop, he had angrily denied her rougher behavior by claiming the real he would never say such things. He tries to backpedal, saying he did not mean it that way, but Dae says it is fine because everyone reacts like that. She adds that she is used to being misunderstood and has already decided how to live. In narration she resolves that rather than living as who she wants to be, she will keep acting as the version of Dae others desire. She steels herself as she finishes this inner declaration. Turning back to him, she asks if he is disappointed to see how pretentious she really is, saying she will not change just because of his opinion. Kang Lim simply replies that it is a shame because he feels more at ease when she is being honest. His words shock Dae. He adds, half joking, that while the real her is violent and unsophisticated compared to her webtoon image, he still prefers that straightforward side. Smiling, he explains that he actually enjoyed talking to her honest self, otherwise he would have been flustered around her like during their previous lunches. His comment leaves Dae speechless. She suddenly starts shaking with emotion, confusing Kang Lim as he asks what is wrong. Dae beams in the evening light, clearly moved by what he said. Kang Lim's face reddens as he stares at her. Flustered, he cries out in confusion as she keeps smiling. She then chases him and beats on him for calling her violent and crude, while he protests that those descriptions were technically true. Later that night, Kang Lim walks home rubbing his sore face, grumbling that she hits too easily but also that he never got to tell her about the stalker. He thinks about the webtoon plot where a stalker from Daehee's online fan forum is supposed to attack her that very day, Since the rooftop attack scene has not occurred yet and there is still time, he hopes he can still save her. Reluctantly, he decides to call the police, dialing emergency services despite not wanting to resort to that. He reports to the police that some suspicious people are throwing things on a rooftop nearby. At home in pajamas, Dae-hee talks on the phone with her friend Seo Eun-young, asking what she means. She is surprised that Eun-young supposedly does not know who Na Kan-lim is. Morning arrives with a ringing phone alarm. The alarm vibrates on Kan-lim's nightstand while he lies in bed. Half asleep, he reaches for the phone, praying for help. The magical girl wallpaper on his phone yells at him as he sees the date and time. Realizing it is Thursday, he remembers that in the original story Dae-hee escaped the roof incident. Downstairs, his mom and sister hear him wake. His mom tells the sister to call him to breakfast while the sister curses that she does not want to go into his room. Kan-lim later gloats alone, bragging to shelves of manga that unlike typical protagonists, he resolved the crisis quickly. He crows that what took 3 Webtoon chapters finished in one go here, unlike the dragged-out arcs in anime. He admits he had a minor run-in at the police station over what they thought was a prank call, but consoles himself that it was worth it to save a life. His sister, hearing this, is shocked he really went to the police station and assumes he caused serious trouble. She loudly tells their mother that he messed up badly, shouting about the police. Kan-lim insists it is a misunderstanding as his mom approaches, but she slaps him before he can explain. Later at school, he happily runs up the stairs, humming. He then realizes he is late because of the morning slap and blames the stalker situation. He reflects that while the first stalker incident is handled, a much more serious second stalker arc still lies ahead. He worries that he does not remember that second stalker's identity or appearance clearly, since the character had little background in the webtoon. He notes the stalker only appeared briefly after the first episode, making it impossible to recall detailed features. Since that storyline is still far off, he decides there is time to investigate slowly instead of rushing. He reasons that as long as he keeps major events close to the original plot, his prior knowledge will remain useful. When Young-ah appears and reminds him the bell has already rung. Out of breath, Young-ah scolds him that it would be a shame to ruin his perfect attendance record, which he has had since first grade. Kan-lim jokes about her usual dead eyes and tells her to focus on breathing rather than macro play, then asks if she is also late. She says she is habitually tardy and long ago gave up on perfect attendance, which he insists is not fine. Walking together, he asks if she stayed up drawing webtoons again. She confirms and says she revised her work based on his advice. Young-ah says she is planning to give her webtoon protagonist a time loop or resurrection ability that resets the day upon death. As she muses about calling the power the gift of the universe, Kan-lim abruptly grabs her shoulder. He fiercely tells her not to saddle her main character with such a loop ability. He explains that while loops are fun for readers who skip repetition, living them would be torture, so she nervously agrees to drop the idea. Still fuming, he stomps away, leaving Young-ah confused. She mutters that it is strange since Kan-lim used to love time loop stories. Another girl, Na-yoon, greets Young-ah, asking why she is loitering there despite being the class vice president. Kan-lim passes by and recognizes Na-yoon, asking if she is actually the class president, and remarking that both officers are late. Na-yoon shrugs that they are humanities track students anyway, which makes Kan-lim chastise her for insulting the humanities. He walks off muttering, "My God!" while the two girls watch him. Na-yoon eagerly asks Young-ah how things went after she gave Kan-lim that, referring to the item Young-ah still has not delivered. Young-ah admits she failed to give it to him again, saying she had planned to do it during yesterday's club time. Na-yoon scolds that it has already been 3 months and warns that this hesitation is why all the boys she likes get taken first. Young-ah insists it is fine because Kan-lim is only into 2D girls, which Na-yoon says is also a serious issue. Na-yoon replies that Kan-lim does not actually seem that fixated on 2D to her. She then shows Young-ah a phone, saying something on a Facebook page proves her point. The post they read showcases Dae-hee's impressive performances in various school clubs and sports, already making her a school celebrity. In class, a big male student confronts Kan-lim with that post and demands to know why he keeps following Dae-hee around. Kan-lim narrates that he was terrified when the guy suddenly called him out, but the confrontation turned out less intense than expected. He explains to the boy that he is not chasing Dae-hee, rather, she keeps asking him to accompany her. The boy scoffs, saying if Kan-lim is going to lie he should at least make it believable, joking that he might as well claim she drags him around. Kan-lim replies that if the boy will not believe him, he should ask Dae-hee directly instead of interrogating him. The boy says that he would probably just pity a guy like Kan-lim, leading Kan-lim to realize this guy, too, has been fooled by her nice girl image. The boy gushes that Dae-hee is talented at everything and seems almost divinely gifted. Kan-lim mutters that God's mistake is in another area and leaves, saying ignorance is bliss. The boy calls after him, revealing he also attended Tae-won Middle School, which shocks Kan-lim. He warns that even if Kan-lim does not recognize him, he knows Kan-lim and demands he stay away from Dae-hee. Kan-lim thinks to himself that Dae-hee will likely push him away regardless, since in the original webtoon she adapted well with the help of a different main character. He recalls that in the story the original protagonist helped Dae-hee integrate into class life, but that protagonist does not exist here. Observing how this boy currently treats her, Kang Lim reasons she seems fine without that support. Concluding that the next stalker incident is still far off, he decides he will probably not encounter her much and mentally ends his brief romantic comedy with her. Immediately afterward, he is surprised to find Dae-hee waiting in his clubroom. He demands to know why she is in another club's room eating snacks that belong to his club. She casually tells him not to be stingy, explaining she already got Young-ah's permission to eat them. Kang Lim indignantly asserts his authority as club president and lectures her about respecting hierarchy. Dae-hee counters that he promised yesterday to keep showing her the remaining clubs, though he denies saying that. Trying to reassure her, Kang Lim notes that even if she is worried about her secret, he has no friends to spread it to. She teases him for lacking friends but adds that secrets are not only told to friends, implying she trusts him for other reasons. He tells her many people already like her, and she should go hang out with them instead of invading his personal territory. Dae-hee angrily declares she is not trying to date anyone. She only wants to live out her ideal school life and regrets putting her phone number on a club application. She rants that constant romantic confessions via text, visible on her phone as a flood of messages, are the worst, insisting confessions should feel like the climax of a story. She explains her belief that a confession should come after mutual flirting and build-up, not suddenly from near strangers. Kang Lim blames Webtoons and similar media for giving boys unrealistic ideas about romance. Dae-hee smugly concludes that if so many guys confess, it must be because she looks too pretty to them, joking that it is all her fault. Kang Lim retorts that before lecturing about flirting she should learn humility. She quotes a famous boxer about how hard it is to be humble when you are great, and says that if Kang Lim ever becomes as popular as she is, he will understand. She smiles confidently at him. After a beat she awkwardly apologizes for going too far, but Kang Lim thinks this is the most half-hearted apology yet. She then states she is done replying to any of the suitors' messages. Standing up, she says they can finally resume working through her list of school experiences, assuming he has been waiting for that. The two of them set off down the hallway together. As they walk, Dae-hee silently watches his back, clearly thinking. She recalls Kang Lim's earlier claim that he and Seo Eun-young are friends and that Eun-young talks about Dae-hee a lot. Dae-hee remembers phoning Eun-young, who claimed not to know anyone named Kang Lim. Realizing one of them is lying, she considers the matter and focuses her suspicion on Kang Lim. She wonders if perhaps Kang Lim is actually Eun-young's secret boyfriend. Remembering how Eun-young once bragged about having a tall, handsome college boyfriend high in his class, Dae-hee thinks Kang Lim might fit that hidden role better than the boast. She reasons that if Eun-young lied about the boyfriend's details to hide that he is really this dead-eyed boy, everything would fit, while Kang Lim has little motive to lie. She notes that he even knows Eun-young's real name, which strengthens her theory. Pleased with herself, Dae-hee mischievously wonders how best to use this new information. As they walk, time passes to another bright school day. After school ends earlier than the day before, Kang Lim asks Dae-hee if her bucket list is almost complete. She replies that she still has many items left but has to leave for modeling jobs, and says someone from her agency will pick her up soon. With a playful look, she brags she is busy unlike him. He waves her off, telling her to do her best and go already. As they walk outside the gate, Dae-hee answers a phone call from an older acquaintance and confirms she is at the school entrance. The caller says something shocking, and Dae-hee yells that they should have informed her sooner. Kang Lim looks back as she panics, hearing her remark that it apparently does not matter who accompanies her. He turns and asks what is wrong. Dae-hee then asks if he has anything else to do today, implying he is free. When he reluctantly admits he does not, she smugly says, "Exactly," effectively roping him into going with her. Dae-hee casually asks Kang Lim to act as her manager for the day. Kang Lim, confused, asks what exactly she wants him to do. Dae-hee insists it is only for today while an unseen observer ominously vows not to forgive Kang Lim. The unseen observer fixates on Dae-hee and believes Kang Lim is corrupting her. The masked stalker creepily promises to save Dae-hee from Kang Lim soon. A car speeds along the road toward their next destination. The driver realizes she has not properly introduced herself yet. She introduces herself as Lee Hyun-ju, telling Kang Lim to call her Hyun-ju Nuna. Kang Lim nervously introduces himself as Kang Lim. Looking at Hyun-ju's business card, he hears her thank him for volunteering as Dae-hee's temporary manager. Hyun-ju explains they are short-staffed due to a scheduling mistake, and she must head to another set after dropping Dae-hee off. Dae-hee teases Hyun-ju for always calling her an amateur, then Hyun-ju apologizes, saying they are still new in Korea. Hyun-ju promises Kang Lim he will be fairly compensated, which he gratefully accepts. Dae-hee thinks excitedly about buying a new keyboard and begins gossiping to Kang Lim about Hyun-ju. She quietly warns him that Hyun-ju is sensitive about her age and marriage, explaining why she demands to be called Nuna, and Hyun-ju complains she can hear them. Kang Lim remarks that Dae-hee is dropping her usual nice girl persona. Dae-hee admits she does not pretend around Hyun-ju because they know too many of each other's secrets, including one important secret. Hyun-ju finds it surprising Dae-hee is so open with a boy other than Eun-young. She teasingly asks if Dae-hee and Kang Lim are romantically involved. Both Dae-hee and Kang Lim vehemently deny being on a date, or in that kind of relationship. Hyun-ju laughs that they seem close and predicts it is only a matter of time, while they shout they are not even friendly. Kang Lim reads that today's job is at GGD magazine and repeats the name curiously. He learns they will work there that day and that it is a well-known up-and-coming fashion magazine. He explains GGD's strong YouTube presence, related film and ad companies, and how impressing them could bring many opportunities. She tells Kang Lim to behave well, though he admits he is unsure what exactly a manager should do. He advises him to just endure everything, quietly nodding no matter what happens. Hyun-ju returns with drinks and urges them inside so they do not get scolded for being late. The three of them head down the hallway into the studio area. Inside, Director Choi is furiously shouting that the current model's performance is ridiculous. He rants that he feels no emotion from the shoot and accuses the model of looking down on their small studio, while she apologizes nervously. Hyun-ju cheerfully greets Director Choi and introduces Dae-hee for today's shoot. Kang Lim suddenly senses something and wonders what is going on. Hyun-ju starts to say that head manager Lee did not come, hinting at why Kang Lim is here. She points out Kang Lim across the room, causing the director to react in shock at learning a student will manage Dae-hee. Director Choi explodes that their manager is busy because the set is understaffed and complains he even adjusted the schedule for a student model. He accuses the agency of looking down on them as a minor magazine, while Hyun-ju tries to placate him. Watching this, Kang Lim realizes why Dae-hee earlier told him to be patient. Dae-hee warns Kang Lim to keep a low profile, saying the director will only assign him small errands anyway. The director curses but finally orders them to prepare Dae-hee's outfits, and staff obediently respond. Hyun-ju apologizes to Kang Lim for leaving him at such a difficult shoot, and says she must go to her other schedule. She tells him the job will be tough but that she is counting on him, and he agrees a bit apprehensively. In the prep room, Kang Lim changes into more comfortable clothes while getting ready to work. A frustrated staffer storms in cursing the director, saying he cannot handle him anymore. Other staffers complain that the director treats managers like servants, and is notorious among them. Another explains that Director Choi once had status but bad connections ruined him, making him bitter about working at a minor magazine. They say the new kid manager will suffer most of the abuse, which they consider a relief for themselves. Hearing this, Kang Lim silently decides he will not just be a passive punching bag. He recalls recognizing GGD magazine because Director Choi appears in the ESW Webtoons episodes about Dae-hee's modeling career. He remembers the director as a hated ESW character infamous for berating young people. He recalls how the director constantly tormented Dae-hee in the story with useless talk, harsh criticism, and arrogance. Kang Lim remembers that viewers and Dae-hee herself despised the director every time he appeared. He notes that despite the director's nastiness, in the story he was only a mid-level obstacle, not a lethal threat. Kang Lim reflects that unlike the dangerous stalker, Director Choi only caused Dae-hee to struggle emotionally. He reasons that ignoring today's events should be safe, yet still feels uneasy leaving Dae-hee to suffer what he knows is coming. He thinks of how useless the original male lead was in these situations and grows determined to act differently. Kang Lim tells the director he changed out of his school uniform precisely because he expected to work. He admits he cannot rival the original lead's looks but plans to compensate with competence. Dae-hee appears in her first outfit, looking confident as the shoot begins. The crew stare, impressed by her transformed appearance. Director Choi shouts for the next outfit, and the flustered staff rushes to fetch it. When a staffer grabs the wrong clothes, Kang Lim steps in with the correct combination, surprising the director. As Kang Lim hustles with props, the director keeps yelling for tasks, which Kang Lim has already anticipated and completed. The director barks for better lighting, and Kang Lim has already repositioned the lights in response. The director complains about the stand's height, and Kang Lim races off to storage to fix it without argument. Other staff are amazed that Kang Lim is the first newcomer not to be yelled at on his first day and praise his quick sense of work. A stylist asks Dae-hee if Kang Lim is her regular manager, and she explains he is only helping out today. Dae-hee, surprised by his performance, quietly wonders if he is always this capable. The earlier gossiping staff hastily quiet each other, worried the director will hear them. They panic about meal preparations, knowing the director insists on Sunday rice from one particular restaurant. One staffer discovers the director's favorite Sunday shop is closed for the day due to the owner's sick cat, sending him into despair. Fearing the director's wrath, they worry the next shoot will be ruined if mealtime is mishandled. When Kang Lim approaches them, Kang Lim suggests ordering from another Sunday place he has tried and liked. A staffer doubts him, warning that the director is extremely picky about food. Another decides they should order from Kang Lim's suggestion anyway. Their plan is to blame the new kid if the director does not like it, while Kang Lim calmly thinks that is a bit much but possible. The ordered food arrives in a plastic bag from the new restaurant. Director Choi examines the unfamiliar dish, wondering what place it came from. Staff explains the usual restaurant was closed, and the director grumbles about other places having bad broth. After tasting it, the director is stunned by how good the soup is. When staff tries to blame Kang Lim, the director instead declares the food delicious. Delighted, the director praises the new restaurant as far better than their old choice. He raves about the broth, demands to know who ordered it, and laughs in satisfaction. Other workers whisper that it is the first time they have ever seen the director that happy and wonder who Dae-hee's companion is. The director jovially praises Kang Lim's taste and asks which agency he belongs to. Before Kang Lim can answer, Dae-hee jumps in and introduces herself as Yu Dae-hee from Green Window, newly back from overseas work. Hearing this, the director cheerfully talks about a music video he was shooting next and seems open to casting her again. After the shoot wraps, the director congratulates everyone on their hard work. A vending machine dispenses a can of soda with a clatter. Kang Lim buys the drink and walks away from the machine, taking a breather. Dae-hee rushes up, asking if he has prior experience in broadcasting or management after seeing his impressive work. She is especially baffled by how accurately he handled the director's personality and demands. Kang Lim asks why she is so shocked and whether it is really surprising that he did his job well. Dae-hee insists that of course it is surprising because she thought of him as the loner, not Kang Lim. Kang Lim says he merely copied behaviors he had seen in other entertainment industry webtoons, including ESW. He concludes that all his solitary webtoon reading finally proved useful. Dae-hee retorts that it is rich hearing that from a loner like him, which he pretends not to understand. She bluntly explains loner means social outcast, saying she had tried to soften the term, and he sarcastically thanks her. Later, as staff bids them goodbye, Dae-hee and Kang Lim prepare to leave the building. Kang Lim remarks that the day was manageable for him as a one-time manager and asks if juggling school, work, and more is exhausting for her. He recalls she also cares for younger siblings and admits he would break down mentally under such pressure. Dae-hee acknowledges that it is tough but says she has no choice. She explains that everyone expects a flawless version of her, so she feels obligated to always meet that expectation. Kang Lim silently walks beside her, considering her words. Dae-hee preempts any comforting speech, saying she does not want cliches about not needing to be perfect, or that only effort matters. Kang Lim instead says such naive talk is actually admirable. Dae-hee is taken aback, asking what he means. He tells her he could not work so hard just because others expect it, and that he finds her attitude impressive, agreeing that results matter more than process. He then suggests she should not shoulder everything alone. Showing Hyunju's worried text messages, he asks why Dae-hee cannot rely more on people who want to help her. Kang Lim points out there are definitely people around her, like Hyunju, who care and want to support her. Dae-hee is quietly moved as his words sink in. Kang Lim downplays his advice as nothing special but tells her to call him again if she ever needs help. A staff member calls out to the student manager, asking him to help move equipment to storage. Kang Lim agrees and hurries off, while Dae-hee, flustered, wonders why he is being so confidently cool. Blushing, she reflects on how a loner like him managed to affect her so much. Kang Lim follows the staff member down the hallway toward the storage room. He muses that with ESW characters appearing everywhere, this world clearly contains more than just Yu Dae-hee from the webtoon. He suspects their worlds have merged and anticipates many unpredictable events ahead. Entering the dark storage, he thinks he needs to be prepared and asks what items he should move. The door shuts behind him and an ominous voice accuses him that everything is his fault. The staffer suddenly attacks and violently stabs Kang Lim in the side with a glowing weapon. Hyunju notices something is wrong and reacts in shock. Bleeding on the floor, Kang Lim struggles to comprehend what is happening. The attacker reveals himself as the obsessed stalker, accusing Kang Lim of corrupting his beloved Dae-hee. Kang Lim collapses, wondering why the stalker is appearing this soon and why he is already dying. The narrative flashes back to the stalker's miserable time studying abroad. He recalls being bullied daily in that foreign school. During that period of abuse, another Korean student approaches him kindly. He remembers first meeting Dae-hee, who cheerfully suggests they get along. He later learns she is a model and becomes amazed while she modestly calls herself an amateur. He explains that Dae-hee became his only mental refuge and that he considered himself her sole fan. Time passes and Dae-hee gains recognition as a rising fashion model in magazines. He watches as Dae-hee's popularity at school skyrockets and she is surrounded by classmates. Another boy excitedly calls out to Dae-hee about seeing her article, further fueling the stalker's jealousy. The stalker wonders why Dae-hee ignores him while happily joking with other boys. He feels betrayed, believing he was supposed to be the special one who knew her before she became famous. Convinced he has no choice, he hints at having done something terrible to separate her from others. That cruel act led rumors to isolate Dae-hee, causing her to return to sitting beside him, for which he feels perversely grateful. Despite his efforts, he now sees Kang Lim with Dae-hee and demands to know who this new person is. He insists that the real Dae-hee would never speak rudely as she does with Kang Lim and blames Kang Lim for corrupting her. Back in the present, the stalker screams that everything is Kang Lim's fault while repeatedly stabbing him. He glares maniacally, accusing Kang Lim of sullying his pure image of Dae-hee. Kang Lim is overwhelmed and horrified by the attack. Time suddenly rewinds to the vending machine scene as Dae-hee repeats her casual response, signaling a loop. Kang Lim clutches his uninjured stomach in shock, realizing he has returned alive to just before the attack. Dae-hee, alarmed by his pale face, asks what is wrong and if he feels sick. Kang Lim panics internally, recalling being stabbed and realizing he truly died moments ago. He realizes that what he is experiencing must be a time loop. Dae-hee calls for help from nearby staff, saying Kang Lim suddenly turned very pale. Elsewhere, the thwarted stalker clicks his tongue in frustration and hides again, while others rush to check if Kang Lim is hurt. Kang Lim panics about the sudden appearance of the stalker from ESW, and wonders what change in the world caused it. He realizes that if he stays where he is, something worse will happen. He grabs his bag, preparing to act quickly. Kan Lim drags Dae-hee out of the building, warning her that staying there is dangerous while she protests in confusion. Dae-hee, being pulled along, yells that he is acting strangely and demands to know why. While running, Kan Lim calls Hyunju to ask where she is and hears it would take her about 10 minutes to arrive. Outside GGD magazine, Kan Lim decides 10 minutes is too long and insists they cannot wait. Spotting a bus stop, he suggests they board any bus first to get away. Dae-hee pulls her hand back and demands he stop and explain what he is trying to do. She pauses, surprised and uneasy as she looks at him. Kan Lim looks back with a tense, determined expression. Now on a bus, Dae-hee listens skeptically as Kan Lim starts explaining what happened. She summarizes his story that he was stabbed by her stalker, then time looped back, and that is why he dragged her away. Kan Lim affirms her summary and asks if she has a death wish when she doubts him. Dae-hee complains that she wanted today to go smoothly and scoffs at his time travel claim, telling him to stop reading webtoons. Kan Lim, expecting her disbelief, reminds her she asked for the complete truth. She concedes the loop story sounds like nonsense but admits she has recently felt as if a stalker were nearby. She describes sensing gazes and a presence around her for some time, which surprises Kan Lim. Kan Lim asks if she reported this to the police, and she explains she did not because they said they could not help without an incident. Dae-hee adds that the authorities and even her agency said little could be done unless something actually happened. She recalls the agency being understaffed and says they treat it as not a big issue for now. Kan Lim privately thinks it is a huge issue since he was literally stabbed moments ago. Dae-hee casually checks her phone and mentions receiving a text from Hyunju. Kan Lim reflects that he still does not fully understand the loop's rules and that dying again might not guarantee revival, so he decides to trust the loop for now. He asks Dae-hee if she ever actually saw her stalker and if his appearance was what made her dread the situation. Kan Lim answers that the man looked ordinary, not scary, at least in appearance. Remembering the encounter, he notes the man's inner knit shirt matched their school uniform and concludes the stalker likely attends their school. Dae-hee is shocked at the possibility that her stalker is a fellow student while Kan Lim recalls that, in ESW, the stalker pursued her from when she was in Britain. He reasons that by checking students who recently transferred like Dae-hee, he might identify the stalker when he investigates school records tomorrow. Kan Lim tells Dae-hee to be especially careful at school and to maintain her kind girl persona so no one finds fault with her. Dae-hee claims she already acts perfectly kind to everyone and mutters that only a certain person ruins that, while Kan Lim protests. Time passes as the bus drives through the city at night. Inside, Dae-hee silently watches Kan Lim, still thinking. She looks out the window, lost in thought. A flashback shows a younger Dae-hee being comforted as someone pats her head and tells her not to worry. The same woman assures young Dae-hee that someone will soon appear who accepts her as she is, becoming the first person to truly reach out to her. Back in the present, Dae-hee admits that sometimes she feels she started off wrong. She reflects that if she had shown her real self from the beginning, people would not expect so much of her or feel disappointed, and wonders if her current troubles are karma. She asks if Kan Lim is listening, pulling him out of his thoughts. Kan Lim again broods about what is distorting the future compared to ESW, and how events are changing. He wonders if the major events are still inevitable even though he is not the original main character, and need not follow the story exactly. Dae-hee watches him quietly, sensing his distraction. He notes that the overall storyline still seems to be flowing the same, only with timing differences, and thinks he can manage if that is the case. Dae-hee suddenly asks his opinion on whether things would be better if she had been honest about herself from the start. Kan Lim is caught off guard and asks what she means by such a sudden question. She clarifies, asking whether her modeling career and school life would still have gone well if she showed her true self like she is now. Kan Lim can only stare blankly, unsure how to answer. He finally says that expecting that much change might be unrealistic. Kan Lim adds that he fell for the current Dae-hee and dislikes people who are selfish or violent. He starts to confess that he personally wants her to treat him as warmly as she treats others. Realizing she will hit him if he continues, he panics mid-sentence. He freezes as he senses Dae-hee's reaction. Dae-hee turns away sadly, the mood heavy. Kan Lim awkwardly tries to speak as the tension lingers between them. The bus announces upcoming stops as they near Dae-hee's neighborhood. Dae-hee stands and says she will get off since they have reached her area. Kan Lim watches her leave, rendered speechless. Later, he returns home quietly, still troubled. His guardian scolds him for coming home late on a day he had no academy classes, and he gives a vague excuse. Another family member guesses he probably spent the time at an internet cafe and tells him dinner is over. They call after him as he retreats to his room, ignoring further nagging. Kan Lim collapses face first onto his bed, exhausted. Lying there, he thinks about Dae-hee breaking down in tears on the bus and how he never saw her like that even in ESW. He berates himself for answering her sincere questions so half-heartedly and understands why people call him a loner. His phone vibrates in his pocket, interrupting his self-reproach. He answers to hear Hyunju calling his name. Hyunju teases him about leaving with Dae-hee earlier and jokingly asks if they are in that kind of relationship, while he denies it. She then sincerely thanks him, saying she heard he handled a difficult situation well today. Kan Lim responds modestly as she playfully says she is doubly grateful. She switches from speaking as agency director to addressing him as Dahee's guardian, signaling a serious topic. As Dahee's guardian, she thanks him for being such a close friend to Dahee. She explains that because Dahee can be honest with him, she feels comfortable telling Kan Lim more about the girl. Hyunju steps out of her car as she begins recounting Dahee's past. Kan Lim listens from his bed while she starts describing the origin of Dahee's kind girl persona. He learns that Dahee originally only wore the nice girl mask at work but gradually extended it to coworkers so they would like her. However, when coworkers realized her true personality, they were put off and criticized her, which deeply hurt Dahee. Hyunju says that afterward Dahee maintained the kind girl act every day, especially after an incident in middle school. Kan Lim thinks they should not talk too much about Dahee behind her back, even as he listens. He reflects on how many ESW chapters have already become reality in this world. He notes that ESW briefly mentioned Dahee's troubled middle school years, so this backstory is familiar but hits harder now. Hyunju explains that Dahee often seemed insecure and she worried that he was bearing everything alone, but talking with Kan Lim now eases that worry. She again thanks him for becoming close to Dahee, which makes Kan Lim's chest tighten painfully. Feeling unexpectedly sad, Kan Lim clutches his chest and struggles to respond. He ends the call, overwhelmed. Frustrated, he screams that he wants to loop back in time and even briefly contemplates jumping to force a reset. He instantly scolds himself, realizing he might truly die if the loop does not trigger. Calming down, he decides he will just apologize properly to Dahee at school tomorrow. The next day dawns at Minhyuk High School. Students fill the hallway as Dahee walks ahead in her usual cheerful student image. Kan Lim arrives, nervous about facing her after yesterday. He hurries to call out to Dahee and bring up what happened. She turns with an overly bright greeting and thanks him again for yesterday, acting like nothing is wrong. She jokes about asking him to be her manager again if a similar incident ever happens, though she insists it likely will not. Dahee then cheerfully claims they are late for homeroom and urges him to hurry inside. She repeats the excuse about being late, maintaining her smile and avoiding serious talk. Kan Lim grabs her hand, asking why she is suddenly acting like this. She brushes it off, saying she simply feels indebted to him for helping yesterday. Spotting another classmate, Dahee enthusiastically greets Ho Cheon, leaving Kan Lim standing behind. Watching her, Kan Lim concludes she is definitely angry with him underneath the act. He decides that keeping some distance might actually be safer, since her getting closer to him and dropping the act could provoke the stalker. Kan Lim resolves to prioritize finding the stalker and plans to search class attendance books during breaks. He reasons that any recent transfer student should be clearly marked in those records. Later, he checks another class's room while students chat around him. Flipping through an attendance book, he is confused when he cannot find the information he expected. After checking all the sophomore classes with no luck, he wonders if the stalker might belong to another grade. Classmate Ah Young catches him looking at their attendance book and asks what he is doing there. Startled, Kan Lim hurriedly says it is nothing, and she casually asks if he will be coming to the APC meeting later. Other girls speculate he came to see Ah Young, but she dismisses it, saying he is not there for that. She tells them Kan Lim is just always like that, implying his odd behavior is normal. Days pass with Kan Lim and Dahee barely acknowledging one another. Their relationship reverts to how it originally was, with Dahee chatting happily with friends while Kan Lim walks alone. Kan Lim's bigger concern is that he still has no leads on the stalker, and there are no other transfer students besides Dahee. He realizes the stalker might not attend their school at all and could simply be wearing their uniform to blend in. His friend asks if something is wrong, noting his frequent sighs, and Kan Lim says that trouble is probably coming soon. Kan Lim agonizes over how to uncover the stalker's identity, unwilling to ignore the danger he knows from ESW. He reviews ESW's second stalker arc, a second incident occurring a year after the first, tied to Dahee's debut anniversary. In that story, the stalker's harassment escalated, and Dahee arranged a private meeting to handle it herself. She successfully recorded his confession, but the enraged stalker then lunged at her with a knife. The male lead intervened with a dramatic kick to save her just in time. The stalker was arrested thanks to the recording and was jailed, ending that storyline with justice served. Kan Lim fondly recalls how Dahee thanked the male lead afterward in one of his favorite scenes. He snaps out of fanboying, noting that he cannot rely on such a neat resolution this time. Determined to change things, he sketches a plan to identify the stalker before Dahee ever arranges a one-on-one meeting. He concludes that he now needs Dahee's cooperation, since the stalker will inevitably try to get close to her. Messaging her about discussing the stalker, he is ignored and realizes she is leaving him on read. Resolute, he decides on another way to confront her directly. Kan Lim approaches Dahee in class and bluntly asks her to spare some time because he has something important to say. With classmates staring, he thinks this public approach will force her to stop avoiding him. Dahee agrees to talk and suggests they move somewhere else, though her tone stays light. Outside under darkening clouds, they meet again, and she asks him to be quick because she needs to go to volleyball practice. Kan Lim questions why she is still putting on the kind girl act when no one is around. She answers that she is only following his earlier advice to be more careful. Though unconvinced, Kan Lim tells her to do whatever she wants. Dahee abruptly says the stalker issue is already under control. She explains she asked Ho Cheon, a skilled martial artist from the school clubs, to protect her. She believes that with Ho Cheon guarding her, she will be safe in the scenario Kang Lim fears. Kang Lim admits that could work in theory, provided Ho Cheon actually helps properly. He mentally compares Ho Cheon to ESW's superhuman male lead, noting that in the story Dae-hee still confronted the stalker alone. Dae-hee insists everything related to the stalker is now fine and thanks Kang Lim for worrying about her. Kang Lim stops her, asking her to drop the nice girl act so they can have a real conversation. He tells her the discussion is going nowhere while she keeps performing and begs her to be genuine. Dae-hee turns serious and demands he explain exactly what kind of person he thinks she is. She reminds him that he told her not to live as a fake nice girl and that things would fail if she did. She then reveals that her parents died in an accident, leaving her responsible for raising 3 younger siblings. Dae-hee says modeling and being the kind you Dae-hee is not about dreams but survival, and that realistically her fake persona is the only workable choice. Resigned, she declares she will continue living that way. Kang Lim panics and begs her to slow down and explains so he can understand. Instead, she turns the question on him, asking why he is so obsessed with the stalker case. She rejects his time travel explanation, asking why he cares so much about a future incident that has not happened and does not directly involve him. Kang Lim struggles for words, thinking he should at least be able to answer that challenge. Dae-hee bluntly suggests the boy must be a stalker. Kang Lim is shocked and confused, demanding to know what she means. She recounts that Seo Eun-young denied knowing anyone named Na Kang Lim. Kang Lim angrily asks who she really is and how she knows about him and Seo Eun-young. Embarrassed, he half-jokes that she thinks he is her stalker and struggles to explain. He insists the situation is complicated but swears he has no reason to stalk her. Dae-hee says she cannot trust him because students spread many bad rumors about him. Kang Lim protests that she has been the one hovering around him and asks if he looks like a stalker. Dae-hee calmly replies that he does seem like the type who would. Kang Lim is stunned by being so casually labeled a potential stalker. Dae-hee says she has always thought he looked like someone who might stalk and only stayed near him to keep her secrets safe. Kang Lim internally wonders how things reached this point, feeling her attitude is too much. She coldly admits she never liked him and would have kept her distance if he had not discovered her secret, while he clenches his fist thinking he is just trying to save her. Listing his supposed stalking and personality, she asks if he thinks she treats him this way by choice. Thunder rumbles ominously overhead. Kang Lim remembers countless loops where Dae-hee died horribly, and thinks he has been trying desperately to save her each time. He recalls even getting himself stabbed during previous attempts to protect her. He steels himself, thinking he is the one suffering through these loops and taking all the risks. Dae-hee calls him excessively nosy. Kang Lim snaps, deciding aloud to give up on everything. They silently stare at each other after his outburst. Rain begins to fall as he walks away. The downpour intensifies over the school. They stand apart in the rain, separated both physically and emotionally. Dae-hee watches him quietly, saying nothing. Kang Lim apologizes for meddling, says he will stay away from her, and suggests abandoning the matter. She hesitates, then agrees and turns to leave. Later, Young-ah greets the dejected Kang Lim in the rain, and asks why he is standing there. Seeing both of them soaked and apart, she anxiously calls out to Kang Lim. She reminds him she warned him not to get close to Dae-hee, while he stays silent. Elsewhere, Dae-hee dries her soaked hair in the bathroom. Classmates excitedly praise her for her volleyball performance, impressing Dae-hee. Various club members fight over recruiting her, citing her many talents. Overwhelmed yet flattered, Dae-hee thinks she cannot betray their expectations. She smiles brightly, declaring she will help everyone and seeing this as the right path. A game screen flashes a defeat message, showing their team has lost. In the APC clubroom, Young-ah and Kang Lim complain about bad teammates after another loss. Young-ah asks if it is okay for Kang Lim to attend club now, hinting he has been busy with something else. He awkwardly confirms he has been preoccupied and she notes he has visited less and his eyes seem deader than usual. She comically compares his normally lifeless eyes to how drained he looks now, while he protests there is no visible difference. Young-ah says she heard he skipped a big in-game event, so she wondered if something serious was going on. Kang Lim touches his neck, preparing to answer honestly. He admits there was something he felt only he could do, but now regrets getting involved. He laughs it off, saying he should not interfere in others' affairs, and Young-ah remarks that sounds just like him. Young-ah leans forward and says that if he is serious about this, it cannot be mere nosiness. A flashback shows Kang Lim in middle school being messaged, tying this to Young-ah's understanding of his character. Another flashback hints at Young-ah confessing or growing close to him in the past. Back in the present, Young-ah says that even if it ends up a waste of time, she supports what he wants to do. She internally confesses that Kang Lim's earnest, meddlesome side is exactly why she likes him. Kang Lim, flustered by her faith, thanks her. Blushing, Young-ah stammers that if he is busy, it is okay for him to skip the APC club for a while. Kang Lim thinks the situation is already bad. To prevent the incident he must find the stalker, and to find the stalker he needs Dae-hee's help. Young-ah asks what is going on and offers her help, so he explains it like a game where he must fight an enemy whose identity he does not know. Their dramatic friend Young-soo bursts in, laughing and declaring Kang Lim should have consulted his self-proclaimed king earlier. Kang Lim questions how Yong-soo appeared at the perfect timing and suspects he was eavesdropping. Yong-soo boasts about having a mystical third eye, while Young-ah wonders if he can really see a way to defeat the unseen enemy, and Kang Lim tells her not to encourage him. Yong-soo finally becomes serious and says victory does not always come from moving first, hinting there is another strategy, while Kang Lim demands he stop rambling. Yong-soo plainly advises Kang Lim to set a trap so he can gain the advantage regardless of who the enemy is. Kang Lim and Young-ah both react in surprise, considering the idea. Young-ah asks if Yong-soo has been obsessed with some new war webtoon, while he proudly segues into talking about his recent favorite series. Kang Lim quietly muses that Yong-soo's method might work. He then whispers his plan to Young-ah, saying he needs her help to pull it off. Young-ah is shocked and flustered by what he asks her to do. Meanwhile, a wall of secret photos shows that he has been stalked and watched from many angles. The stalker types at a laptop beside Daehee's personal information sheet. On the stalker's computer, searches about tying people up, rope, duct tape and knife fighting appear next to messages obsessively targeting Daehee. His chat window is filled with repeated declarations of love to Daehee. Posing as Daehee, Kang Lim replies in the chat, asking the stalker to meet and talk. The stalker sees the response and reacts in tense excitement. Grinning manically in the monitor's glow, he celebrates that she finally replied. The next day, students leave school as Yong-soo discreetly heads somewhere alone. He walks toward the annex's backyard, following Kang Lim's instructions. There he spots Daehee's figure and calls out to her excitedly. Approaching her, he says he has long wanted to meet and that it has been a while since they talked like this. Daehee, actually Kang Lim in disguise, stands silently with her back turned. Yong-soo anxiously asks why she is so quiet and if she is happy to see him. Kang Lim types from his phone that she is not happy at all. Yong-soo receives the cold text and wonders why she is responding that way instead of speaking. Kang Lim sends another blunt message saying she does not want to talk to him, which leaves Yong-soo frustrated and convinced she is just being dishonest. Yong-soo rants that he knows everything about her and believes they are in a loving relationship, claiming he only acted extremely because she kept avoiding him. He declares that he has always loved her, including during middle school, which makes Kang Lim recall those old rumors. Yong-soo admits he is talking about the vicious rumors that spread about Daehee back then. A flashback shows Daehee in middle school walking past classmates who gossip that she curries favor with adults for sponsorships. Younger Yong-soo smugly reveals he was the one who spread those jealous rumors. He brags that it was easy to manipulate jealous classmates while Daehee innocently apologized for being busy with work. Other girls complained that Daehee ignored them and blamed her popularity with boys. Yong-soo approached them, pretending to commiserate while feeding them more damaging gossip. In the present, he says his heart hurt doing it but blames Daehee for never noticing him, claiming he had no choice. Dropping his bag, which reveals rope and weapons, he says he will forgive her past now and urges her to leave with him. He holds out his hand, fantasizing about taking her far away so they can be happy together. Kang Lim, still texting as Daehee, replies aloud that he is utterly disgusting. Confused by the change in tone, Yong-soo remarks that her real voice sounds different. Alarmed, he demands to know who this person actually is. Kang Lim turns away and asks rhetorically who he is. He spins around, rips off the wig, and declares himself to be not Kang Lim. Yong-soo is dumbfounded by the revelation and that this stranger was pretending to be Daehee. Kang Lim says he has long wanted to meet Yong-soo too, recalling a dream of being stabbed by someone like him. Yong-soo realizes this is the boy he kept seeing around Daehee and furiously asks why he is there dressed in her clothes. Kang Lim calmly answers that he was the one who told Yong-soo to meet there and accuses him of texting her obsessively. Seeing the chat log, Yong-soo panics as he realizes those messages came from Kang Lim, not Daehee. He angrily insists that is impossible because he personally got her number from club forums, then suddenly suspects Kang Lim tampered with them. The implication hits him and he stares in shock, half voicing the realization. Kang Lim notes inwardly that Yong-soo's trap worked and that his own counter-trap has successfully lured the stalker out. He explains in narration that since he knew the stalker wanted a one-on-one meeting with Daehee, he planned to substitute himself if he could not stop the meeting. He laid out a flow: investigate alone, lure the stalker into a private meeting, then provoke and record a confession. Using Daehee's club applications, he secretly replaced her phone number with his own so that any stalker retrieving it would contact him. He realized the stalker wore Minhyuk's uniform despite not attending the school solely to linger near Daehee. Kang Lim timed things earlier than in the original story, betting the stalker would go to the application forms now since he still did not know her number. As predicted, a message notification came to Kang Lim instead. From there, he simply played along in chat as Daehee, guiding the stalker to meet behind the annex. He says that after luring him, his only job was to act as Daehee until he got a usable confession, which could at least prompt an investigation. Kang Lim admits that if the stalker had not contacted him quickly, his ruse with all the club contacts would have collapsed within days. Still, he says he was confident in the timing. He knew the future incident in the original story occurred on Daehee's debut anniversary 1 year later, so he reasoned that even a year earlier, the stalker's mindset would make him act on the same symbolic date. Confronting Yong-soo, Kang Lim calls him a psycho stalker who assigns deep meaning to such anniversaries, Enraged, Yong-soo screams that Kang Lim cannot possibly understand his love for Dae-hee. He mutters that Kang Lim has always been a nuisance to his plans and that facing him now is actually convenient. Kang Lim notices him reaching for something and tenses up. Yong-soo pulls a knife, saying that since Kang Lim has defiled Dae-hee, this is his chance to remove him. He charges forward screaming and trying to stab Kang Lim. Kang Lim narrates that he has no physical strength, unlike the original story's protagonist, and saw no way to win a fight. He even tried training via online fighting videos but gave up almost immediately. Now he watches helplessly as Yong-soo rushes at him, blade raised. Kang Lim reveals that instead of fighting himself, he planned to rely on someone else. Disguised as Dae-hee, he screams loudly to attract help as the attacker closes in. The narration says he needed someone strong, just as another boy suddenly sprints in. Dae-hee's powerful friend Yong-soo from school, the fighter, launches a flying kick toward the attacker. The kick sends the stalker crashing hard to the ground, disarming him. The fighter curses at the attacker and demands to know what he was doing to Dae-hee. He turns to check on her, then is stunned to realize it is actually Kang Lim cross-dressed. Recognizing Kang Lim under the disguise, he yells in confusion about his outfit. Kang Lim hurriedly says he will explain later and confirms he baited the attacker by pretending to be Dae-hee. He asks the fighter to focus on catching the stalker, explaining that this guy is the one who has been harassing Dae-hee. The fighter looks at the dazed stalker and, still confused about Kang Lim, prepares to finish restraining him. The stalker, bruised and unhinged, mutters that the fighter is also someone getting in the way of his happiness with Dae-hee. He draws a smaller curved knife, ready to attack again. Screaming not to interfere with their happiness, he charges once more. The fighter squares up with glowing eyes, fully intent on stopping him. He delivers a devastating kick that intercepts the charging stalker. The blow smashes into Yong-soo's face. The fighter grabs his collar to control him. He slams the stalker forcefully into the ground. The impact creates a crater in the tiles, leaving the attacker incapacitated. The fighter exhales in relief after neutralizing the threat. Watching, Dae-hee is shaken by how brutally skilled he is and wonders if he is really just a high school student. She asks what exactly happened, and Kang Lim says it is a long story, while the fighter demands an explanation. Kang Lim narrates that he has prepared a simple excuse, claiming he just coincidentally discovered the stalker. He plans to tell authorities he stepped in due to a naive sense of justice from reading too many webtoons, which should be enough of an explanation. As the defeated stalker trembles on the ground, he vainly laments that this has ruined the happy future he imagined with Dae-hee. The injured man on the ground suddenly reacts and looks alarmed. Another student, surprised, begins to question what the injured man just said. Realizing something, the injured man suddenly bolts while the other students shout for him to stop. As he flees through the annex, the girl calmly explains that the exits are locked except this one, so he cannot escape. Smiling on the phone, she says she chose this spot on purpose and suggests calling the police. She then notices something in the distance that shocks her. In a flashback, Dae-hee is on the roof by a danger sign, looking out over the sky. She wipes sweat, wondering if she has finished half her drink. Surrounded by her art supplies, she thinks painting is harder than she expected. Through text messages, she reassures a sick theater club mate that she will finish all the work today. Seeing her chat list, she recalls a long recent call with CO Eun-young. In that call, Eun-young suggests that he was angry because she had expectations for a boy named Kang Lim, which Dae-hee denies. Eun-young clarifies that Dae-hee is used to playing the role of a kind kid instead of being her true self. Eun-young, smirking, asks why Dae-hee got so furious at the boy if she is so used to acting kind. Dae-hee protests that it was because he stalked her, but Eun-young insists he does not fit a real stalker's behavior. Eun-young adds that since he knows about their relationship, he must be hiding something, which makes Dae-hee fall silent. Back on the roof, Dae-hee angrily spray paints, grumbling that Eun-young has made her confused about what expectations she had for him. The injured man bursts out onto the roof, yelling Dae-hee's name and startling her. Wild-eyed, he begs her to run away with him somewhere they can be alone, claiming he needs nothing else. Recognizing him as Do Woon-hyun, she is shocked and asks why he is in Korea. Brandishing a knife, he insistently declares he came because they are in a loving relationship. Putting the pieces together, Dae-hee realizes he is the stalker who has been targeting her. He denies being a stalker, claims he only loves her, and charges toward her with the knife, saying she ignored him. Dae-hee curses at his craziness while he yells that the real Dae-hee would not talk like that. With a twisted smile, he says he can cleanse her if she has become dirty because he accepts her as she is. Cornered at the rooftop railing, Dae-hee thinks she could beat him without the knife and considers that the safest response to a weapon is to flee. She tells him to stay back and tries to stall for time instead of letting him approach. As she braces on the rusted railing, it suddenly snaps beneath her. She realizes in horror that she is losing her balance. She sees the danger sign about falling as the broken railing gives way under her hand. The railing collapses and Dae-hee begins to fall backward off the building. The stalker looks on in shock as she disappears from view. Falling, Dae-hee dimly hears him calling her name and tries to grasp what is happening. As she plummets, she thinks she is really going to die because of this guy. Her life rushes before her eyes in fragmented memories. She remembers comforting words from someone in her childhood telling her not to worry. She recalls another warm memory of being told that someone will eventually appear to help her. The narration describes such a person reaching out a hand as Kang Lim sprints forward. Kang Lim shouts for her to grab onto him as he rushes to the edge. Mid-air, Dae-hee sees his outstretched hand and reaches back in desperate silence. Kang Lim leans over the ledge and calls her full name, straining to reach her. Dae-hee falls toward the ground, arms stretched up to meet his. Their hands finally clasp firmly. The broken railing crashes to the courtyard where she would have landed. From the side of the building, Kang Lim hangs over the edge, barely holding Dae-hee suspended in mid-air. Groaning with effort, Kang Lim struggles to pull her up. The stalker, enraged, demands to know who Kang Lim is to hold Dae-hee's hand. Ho Cheon appears and delivers a punch that slams the stalker's face. Ho Cheon then kicks him away, fully knocking him down. Clenching his fist, Ho Cheon angrily wonders if the stalker has a death wish. Bruised and silent, the stalker slumps against the rooftop wall. Ho Cheon rushes over, asking Dae-hee and Kang Lim if they are okay, and they realize with relief they are alive. Ho Cheon tells Kang Lim to watch the unconscious stalker while he goes to get a teacher, and Kang Lim agrees weakly. Later, Dae-hee, still shaken, asks how Ho Cheon and Kang Lim knew to come to the roof. Noticing Kang Lim still in Dae-hee's borrowed uniform and wig, she blurts out a shocked question about his outfit, and he awkwardly remembers he is cross-dressed. Mortified, she assumes he has a peculiar hobby, while he tries to explain that he dressed this way because of her. Embarrassed, Dae-hee backs away, insisting she will respect his preferences but not come closer, while he complains that he nearly died helping her. As she starts to argue it is not her fault, Kang Lim suddenly feels pain and clutches his chest again. He admits he does not know why his chest hurts after running, alarming Dae-hee. Siren lights appear as someone panics, and tells him to breathe and not die. Kang Lim says he will not die after working this hard, while Dae-hee anxiously calls out to him as the ambulance arrives. The scene shifts to the faculty room sign, indicating the adults have taken over. A concerned teacher reassures Dae-hee that everything will be handled by the staff. The teacher explains that Dae-hee's guardian has been contacted and is rushing over, stressing that Dae-hee's safety comes first. Dae-hee is asked if she is injured, but she insists she is fine. She comments that she was saved thanks to Ho Cheon and that other boy arriving in time, prompting Ho Cheon's hesitant agreement. Other teachers praise Ho Cheon as amazing for taking on a knife-wielding attacker, noting he is the Taekwondo club's ace. Embarrassed, Ho Cheon tries to downplay it while his coach proudly scolds him for being shy. Internally, Ho Cheon notes that although he was the one who sent the attacker flying, he was not the true savior. He remembers realizing from the courtyard that Dae-hee was in danger on the rooftop, and that someone else reached her first. Furious that the attacker targeted Dae-hee, Ho Cheon had sprinted toward him. Focused, he spotted Kang Lim racing ahead in Dae-hee's uniform. Ho Cheon reflects that although he dislikes Kang Lim, in that moment Kang Lim reacted faster than he did. That thought cements his grudging respect for Kang Lim's quick action. Elsewhere, Park Young-ah runs to the nurse's office after hearing what happened. She bursts in, calling Kang Lim's name in panic. Kang Lim, sitting up in the infirmary bed with his phone, is surprised to see Young-ah. She frantically says she heard he was stabbed while protecting Dae-hee, leaving him stunned. She fusses over him, demanding to know where and how bad the wound is, while he tells her to calm down because he is fine. He explains that if he had actually been stabbed he would be in the ER, and that a rumor has exaggerated things. Young-ah recounts the wild rumor that he fell off a cliff during a 1 vs 13 battle, which he finds absurd. He clarifies that the nurse diagnosed his problem as only a cramp and he just needs rest. Relieved, Young-ah says she is glad about both his health and the resolution of his other problem. Kang Lim thanks her sincerely, saying her help let him solve that situation. He adds that he will wash and return her uniform soon. He also asks her to thank Kim Na-yoon for lending the wig and wonders what excuse Young-ah used to borrow it. Young-ah casually says she told the theater club he had taken up an interesting new hobby, which horrifies him. She defends herself by saying his circumstances were supposed to stay secret, just as another classmate quietly eavesdrops outside the door. The eavesdropper, smiling, thinks to himself that Kang Lim truly is the king's servant. Later, on his way to school, Kang Lim narrates that this is essentially the epilogue of the stalker case. A week has passed, and news reports say the stalker was arrested and charged. Kang Lim explains that testimonies from Dae-hee and Ho Cheon, his own recording, and incriminating items and photos in the stalker's room ensured the boy will likely be sent to juvenile detention. He muses that if he had known earlier the stalker was the same culprit from Dae-hee's middle school incident, the case could have been solved more easily. Back at school, classmates chatter excitedly about lunch, showing that daily life has returned to normal. Kang Lim observes that despite everything, Dae-hee is still busy and surrounded by people, leaving little chance for them to reconcile. Her friends continue inviting her to help with club activities, such as the basketball team. Kang Lim notes that rumors say she is active in many clubs, and everyone keeps trying to recruit her. Since she accepts every request and also models, he concludes it is natural she is constantly busy. He decides it is not his place to interfere in her choices, and just feels relieved the stalker case ended well. In the cafeteria, he politely asks the lunch server for a large portion, and she comments he must have gone through a lot. Sitting with the bespectacled classmate, Kang Lim thinks he can finally relax for a bit after all the chaos. As he starts eating, his phone beeps with a new message. The message is from Yu Dae-hee asking him to stay in the classroom after school because she has something to tell him. After classes, someone opens the classroom door, signaling his arrival. Kang Lim steps in alone to the now empty classroom. He sees Dae-hee working at a desk and casually asks what she is doing there so late. She says the broadcasting club asked her to write a script as another favor. After a pause, she awkwardly asks if his chest is all right now. She clarifies that she is worried because he collapsed clutching his chest that day, and he reminds her he already told her it was only stomach cramps. She scolds him lightly for being weak enough to cramp from a bit of running and suggests he start exercising. Kang Lim thinks he wants to tell her to mind her own business but instead wonders aloud if he should learn martial arts or boxing. She laughs at the idea of him boxing and he snaps, asking if that is really why she summoned him. Setting down her pen, she gathers her resolve to say what she really called him for. She explains she wanted to properly thank him for saving her life, even if it happened through coincidences and his meddling. Kang Lim quickly interrupts, asking to speak first. He bows his head and apologizes. Dae-hee is taken aback and asks what he means. He refers to their earlier bus conversation and admits he said something thoughtless as a joke. He tells her he did not realize those words would hurt her and apologizes again. Dae-hee downplays it, saying his criticism was basically true and apologizes in return for the harsh things she said. Kang Lim then asks to re-answer her original question from before. He reminds her she once asked whether her life would still be good if she stopped pretending to be the kind Yu Dae-hee and just acted like her true self. This time he confidently says he believes things would still go well for her. Dae-hee protests that such optimism is impossible and insists she does not need empty comfort. Kang Lim counters that he is not trying to comfort her, and that their relationship is not one where he would do that insincerely. He suggests that even if she dropped the nice girl act and leaned into a teasing queen-like persona, she would still be popular. He adds that such a version of her would also succeed, because there is no other way given who she is. He explains that both the kind front she shows and her hot-tempered real self together make up Yu Dae-hee. Smiling warmly, he says that whole mix is who she truly is. A breeze blows the curtains as Dae-hee quietly absorbs his words. He concludes that she does not need to put on an act in front of him, and can just be herself. Dae-hee bursts into loud, genuine laughter, catching him off guard. She teasingly calls him a loner again, and mocks his clumsy attempt at an encouraging speech. He apologizes for the awkwardness but notes, she keeps using the word loner about him. She says she will not make him confirm it, which annoys him even more. Then she shyly confirms that since he says things will go well, she will trust that. With a small smile, she agrees to his view with a quiet okay. Pointing at him confidently, she proclaims that from now on he is the real Yu Dae-hee's #1 fan. Kang Lim, bewildered, struggles to process this sudden declaration. She lectures him about being responsible for what he said and jokes about the proper way to appoint a fan. She explains she values his help with management tasks and with filling out her diary, treating that as his unofficial job. He reluctantly accepts, muttering in resignation. Dae-hee, half turned toward the sunset, softly agrees, signaling a new understanding between them. She then vows, in line with his words, to stop acting in front of him and to work him hard as her helper. Wind blows past her hair as the mood lightens again. Smiling brightly, she tells him to look forward to their new arrangement. Flustered and blushing, Kang Lim realizes how striking she looks at that moment. He internally marvels that she seems like she just stepped out of a webtoon and feels his heart race. With a gentle, embarrassed smile, Dae-hee begins to speak again. She hands him a huge stack of work from the broadcasting club and cheerfully asks him to help with everything, leaving him shocked at the workload. Dae-hee complains that all the work is being dumped on her. Kang Lim casually admits it was annoying and jokingly calls her his hardworking fan, which she protests. The next day, Dae-hee sits outside school looking at her phone. She messages Kang Lim asking how he already knew about her and Soo Eun-young. Kang Lim hesitates to explain but, urged by her curiosity, tells her not to laugh when he does. Dae-hee waits tensely for his answer. Kang Lim texts that before she transferred he learned about her online and joined a fan community. He adds that he did so because he was a big fan of hers. Embarrassed and flustered by the revelation, Dae-hee squeals while sitting on the bench. 2 baseball club members approach and ask Dae-hee if she has time. They request her help with baseball practice since she has been assisting many clubs and alumni plan to watch. Dae-hee apologizes, saying she has been busy with clubs and planned to go home early due to tiredness. The boys plead, saying they already told seniors she would come and assumed she would. One reminds her she helped the basketball and volleyball clubs and asks why she cannot spare time for baseball. Internally furious, Dae-hee curses them for ignoring her refusal and imagines threatening them. The players are stunned into silence by her sudden change in tone. Dae-hee snaps her legs together, preparing to respond firmly. She bluntly tells them she does not want to help because she is tired. Later in class she energetically tells classmates she binged the whole drama they recommended. Her friends excitedly ask her opinion and gush about how cool Captain Yu was. As she discusses the drama's chemistry with the others, narration notes that after the stalker incident her school life changed. Kang Lim narrates that Yu Dae-hee has become much closer to their classmates instead of being a distant object of attention. He reflects that she is now someone people can easily chat with, while she animatedly rants about a hateful villain director in the drama. He realizes she has begun revealing the personality she used to hide, shrinking the distance between her and others. Concluding that he is no longer the issue, Kan Lim decides the remaining problem lies with himself. He explains that he has been analyzing the loop's conditions and suspects it resets when a game over type failure occurs. He lists the 3 times the loop has triggered so far, including her death, his death, and when their relationship never started. He reasons that in game terms each of those situations would count as a game over state. From this, he infers the loop allows bad or tragic endings, not only perfect ones. He recalls the previous timeline where his relationship with Dahi collapsed, and he briefly considered abandoning her, which could have led to disaster. He imagines that without his help she likely would have been harmed again by the stalker. He also considers a scenario where she survives but ends up badly injured or in a coma, a non-fatal bad ending. He worries that if such a bad ending happens the loop might not activate, leaving them stuck in that ruined future. Though he hopes his fears are baseless, he resolves to prepare for the worst since this is reality, not a webtoon. Determined, he decides to prepare early and checks ESW for the next event involving the heroine. On his phone he reads an esports article about Drake One's losing streak and whether the player Rosenti will be benched again, pondering it silently. Across from him, Young-ah anxiously asks for feedback on something she showed a friend. The friend says she usually likes Young-ah's webtoons but is unsure about this latest one. She then softens, saying it might actually be better than before. A male classmate snatches the phone, teasing Young-ah about wanting to become a webtoon artist and demanding to see. Young-ah's friend quickly clarifies that Young-ah is the artist, then asks the boys if they read webtoons and what they think. The boys remember Young-ah does art, and, after looking at the work, awkwardly say it looks okay. Young-ah forces a smile and quietly accepts their lukewarm reaction. Another girl calls Young-ah, saying the teacher wants her for career counseling. In the hallway Young-ah spots Kan Lim walking ahead and calls out to him. She approaches cheerfully to comment on his usual tired look, then falters when she sees something is off. Kan Lim greets her, and she asks if something happened, noting he looks grim even though his dark circle seems slightly better. Worried, she asks if he experienced something dangerous like Dahi's stalker incident, and warns him that it could have ended badly. He realizes she has heard about it and downplays the danger, admitting it was only somewhat risky. He thinks that if he had told her more she might have helped, but he does not want to drag her into harm. Flustered by her concern, he insists it is nothing serious while she doubts him. He feels guilty for making her worry but knows he cannot reveal the truth about ESW. To change the subject he suggests they should start studying for upcoming midterms together. Young-ah is so shocked by his sudden enthusiasm for studying that she pretends to call emergency services, thinking he must be ill. She then earnestly reassures him that modern medicine can cure his strange behavior, while he protests being treated like a terminal patient. Walking together, Kan Lim hopes Young-ah would believe any explanation but still decides not to involve her in the looping danger. He worries that a misstep could ruin the future, so he wants to keep Young-ah away from his risky plans. Elsewhere, Young-ah quietly resolves to help. She tells Kan Lim that if something is wrong she wants to help him. She passionately declares that she wants to repay him because he helped her when she was struggling. In flashback she recalls that his support was what kept her from quitting webtoon drawing. Back in the present she urges him not to bottle up his worries and to share them with her. She leans close, repeating that she wants to help him with whatever is troubling him. Kan Lim is startled by how close she has gotten. Blushing, he stammers that she is too close, making both of them flustered. Young-ah apologizes for getting carried away, while Kan Lim shyly thanks her for caring about him. He says she already helped plenty before, but her heartfelt words convince him to open up a bit more. He admits there is something bothering him and asks if she will listen, and she eagerly agrees. He hesitates, saying the topic is hard to bring up with her. He finally explains that the faculty said their APC club is going to be disbanded. The scene shifts to a notice titled APC Disbandment Crisis Meeting. Kan Lim reads the official letter stating that if they do not recruit a new member within 7 days the club will be disbanded under school rules. He repeats this to the APC members, adding that their advisor cannot help. Yong-soo angrily blames the school administration he jokingly calls the Dark Church for using such underhanded tactics. Young-ah notes that no freshmen joined this year and a club with only 3 members is weak. Dahi complains that losing this room would be inconvenient since it has become her favorite resting spot despite school life calming down. Kan Lim realizes in confusion that Dahi, who keeps using the clubroom, is not actually an official member. He accuses her of shamelessly interfering despite not belonging to APC, while she is surprised he is not a member. Frustrated, he suggests she should just join the club since she comes anyway and could save it from disbandment. Dahi refuses, saying she still wants to experience many different clubs. Embarrassed but grateful for his past help, she admits it is hard to ignore his request. She adds that for Young-ah's sake she is willing to at least lend her name on paper. Kan Lim wonders aloud if he should start aggressively recruiting, though Young-ah points out most freshmen have chosen clubs already. Seeing everyone stare at her, he asks if Dahi has an idea, but she hurriedly denies it. Yong-soo calls Kan Lim over and shows him part of the regulations, saying that low numbers alone do not automatically disband a club. He explains that if they submit a sincere yearly activities report and get administrative approval, the club can continue. Kan Lim remembers the yearly activities sheet and goes to look for their copy. He finds the old report form clipped together. He comes over curious about what is written and asks to see it. The form lists APC's goals and activities in a comically casual gaming-focused way. He scolds him that this kind of honesty is exactly why the club is in trouble, while he insists he just filled it in truthfully. She explains he needs a more respectable justification, reminding him that the sales pitch he once gave her about APC sounded decent. Kan Lim admits that pitch came from the previous president, so Dae sighs and offers to rewrite the document herself. Young-ah thanks her enthusiastically, and Dae asks them to describe what they actually do so she can phrase it nicely. Kan Lim describes APC as a diverse club that plays many types of games. Young-ah and Young-soo add that they play mobile titles like Witch Goddess and various console games he brings. Hearing that it is basically all gaming, Dae sarcastically suggests maybe the club should just disband. Kan Lim protests that they also read lots of webtoons, which only reinforces her view of them as otaku. He further mentions that Young-ah even draws webtoons herself. Dae is surprised and impressed to learn Young-ah is a webtoon creator. Young-ah bashfully insists she is only an aspiring artist. Dae still finds that amazing and asks to see some of Young-ah's work. Young-ah agrees, though embarrassed. Later, Young-ah's comic is displayed on the club's monitor as Dae reads it. Moved to tears, Dae praises the touching story about a goblin sacrificing himself for his friend. She excitedly asks Young-ah if she plans to publish it and offers to support it with paid points, while Young-ah says she only intended to submit it to a summer contest. From the side, Kan Lim and Young-soo remark that Dae gets overly absorbed in emotional stories and that Young-ah's work is indeed impressive. Young-soo says the comic is nearly perfect except it needs a wild twist like the hero secretly being a time-traveling dragon descendant, an idea Kan Lim quietly ignores. Dae says as long as the club shows constructive results like this webtoon, writing a proper yearly report will be easy. When Kan Lim asks how she will phrase it, she says she will emphasize the experiential aspect in APC's name. Young-ah watches in silence, apparently moved by Dae's efforts. Time passes towards sunset as the school windows glow orange. Dae walks the hallway at dusk, holding a paper in her hand. The paper is revealed to be a club admission form. In the faculty office, Dae learns from the teacher that despite the good report, APC still cannot be approved with only 3 members. The teacher explains that larger clubs need rooms too, so APC must recruit 2 or 3 more members to keep theirs. Dae acknowledges this information somewhat dejectedly. The teacher then questions why Dae is handling APC matters when she is not even a member. A close-up of the form shows Dae filled out an application to join the All-Purpose Culture Club herself. Walking out, Dae tells herself she is not helping Kan Lim out of affection, just settling the debt from the stalker incident she hates sewing. She meets Young-ah on the stairs and calls out to her. They chat about why Young-ah is still at school and mention the career counseling session she just had. Young-ah starts to ask about how the report submission went when she notices Dae holding the APC admission form. Realizing what the form is, she asks in surprise if Dae is going to join APC. Embarrassed, Dae admits she was thinking of joining, saying it is simply a place she often hangs out. She adds under her breath that the loner Kan Lim helped her a lot. When Young-ah asks what she means by helped, Dae awkwardly tries to describe how grateful she is for what he did during the stalker incident. Young-ah comments that whenever Dae talks about Kan Lim, her entire mood changes. Flustered, Dae stammers in disbelief. Young-ah, back-turned, asks carefully if she can pose a question. She directly asks Dae whether she likes Kan Lim. Dae freezes, stunned by the question. Young-ah looks nervous but serious as she waits for the answer. Elsewhere at school, another girl runs urgently looking for Young-ah. Panting, Na-yoon asks classmates if they have seen where Young-ah went. At that moment, Young-ah receives a chat notification from Na-yoon asking where she is. On Young-ah's screen, the Webtoon contest site displays her result, showing that she failed the first round. Sitting alone outside in pea clothes, Young-ah calls herself pathetic for talking big but failing. Her tablet and phone by her side show the competition result and her own comic, emphasizing her disappointment. She thinks she should stop drawing this time and give up. Later, she stands facing Dae in the corridor, still carrying that heavy mood. Dae, still stunned, repeats Young-ah's question about whether she likes Kan Lim, calling him a loner. Young-ah blushes but confirms that is exactly what she is asking. Dae tries to dodge by blaming her Korean skills, saying she thought Young-ah was asking whether she liked him romantically. Young-ah calmly clarifies that is indeed what she meant. The two stand facing each other in silence as Dae processes this. Dae suddenly bursts into exaggerated laughter at the idea of liking Kan Lim, insisting it is ridiculous, while Young-ah remarks that she is laughing too hard. Dae continues to howl that it is too funny to imagine her liking that guy, pointing mockingly at an image of him. Young-ah, confused, says she thought they looked close and often went to clubs together. Dae brushes it off, claiming they are not like that and suggesting they merely know each other through mutual friends. She concludes that she simply received some help with school life from him, and that joining APC is her way of paying him back. Young-ah accepts this explanation with a neutral response, leaving Dae's true feelings ambiguous. Dae insists she has zero romantic feelings for Kan Lim, joking that such a thing is impossible. Walking later, she blushes and admits Kang Lim has improved a bit as a person since their first meeting. Young-ah apologizes for assuming Dae-hee liked him, and Dae-hee laughs it off as an amusing misunderstanding. As they head downstairs, Dae-hee asks why Young-ah suddenly brought up the topic and teasingly wonders if Young-ah likes that loner instead. Young-ah timidly answers yes, while Dae-hee laughs, thinking it is just a joke and saying something would be wrong with Young-ah if it were true. The two descend the stairs in silence until Dae-hee suddenly freezes mid-step. Shocked, Dae-hee spins around, unable to process what Young-ah just implied. Young-ah nervously confesses she thinks she likes Kang Lim. Dae-hee freaks out, demanding to know what Young-ah sees in him and even speculating he must secretly be some rich aristocrat, while Young-ah notes how low her opinion of him is. Young-ah shyly says it is not like that and struggles to find the right way to explain her feelings. Dae-hee listens, stunned into silence as she realizes Young-ah is serious. Recovering, Dae-hee enthusiastically promises Young-ah her full support and urges her to leave everything to her. The next day Kang Lim and his friend arrive at the clubroom and find a strange notice on the door. The sign says a strategy meeting is in progress and specifically bans Kang Lim and his friend from entering, alarming them. Kang Lim's friend misinterprets and thinks enemies have invaded his game base after he finally reached a high level. Still baffled, the boys head toward the blocked door while Kang Lim guesses which girl would pull something like this. A hand slams the door from inside, barring their way. Inside, Dae-hee excitedly unveils her Cupid plan, declaring she will play matchmaker between Young-ah and the loner. Young-ah agrees but points out that Dae-hee seems even more excited about this than she is. Dae-hee admits she has always wanted to give romance advice to a friend and sees this as fulfilling a kind of girl talk wish. She emphasizes to Young-ah that despite joking around she is taking this mission seriously. Young-ah reveals she has no real dating experience either and says she invited an outside expert to help. Dae-hee calls the guest in, dramatically introducing her as everyone's sweetheart. Their young teacher Kim Na-yoon appears, saying Dae-hee contacted her and she rushed over. In the staff room, the girls greet Na-yoon, who recalls meeting them through the theater club and is happy to help with Young-ah's situation. Na-yoon says she is glad another person can now share concern over Young-ah's frustrating love life, which she had been worrying about alone. Taking charge, Na-yoon announces that from today that lonely struggle ends and begins lecturing that love hinges on small details. Young-ah and Dae-hee repeat the lesson about details, prompting Na-yoon to suspect they might only be there for fun. Dae-hee, fired up, compares love to war and talks about winning by knowing yourself and your opponent. Na-yoon agrees and asks Young-ah specifically which traits of Kang Lim made her fall for him. Young-ah shyly says there are many reasons but cites his kindness first. She continues, praising how thoughtful he is and his subtle sense of humor, leaving the other two baffled. Dae-hee abruptly stops her, insisting there must be a misunderstanding about which Kang Lim she means. Dae-hee asks if there is another student with that name, saying she assumed Young-ah meant the fish-eyed Na Kang Lim. Young-ah confirms it is indeed that Kang Lim, describing his unique name and droopy, handsome eyes. Dae-hee and Na-yoon stare in disbelief, thinking those oddly fish-like eyes would swallow them if they kept staring. Young-ah, blushing, wonders aloud if it is shallow that she also fell for his looks. Watching her dreamy expression, Dae-hee and Na-yoon internally conclude that being in love is terrifying. Na-yoon decides to move on and casually closes her folder, accepting Young-ah's feelings for now. She declares herself practically a walking dating manual and even advertises that her advice books are for sale, to Young-ah's confusion. Na-yoon then says most of her stock advice does not really apply to Young-ah's case. She explains that Young-ah and Kang Lim are already so close as friends that only a small trigger is needed. From above, she tells Young-ah it is like needing just a tiny push, making Young-ah nervously agree. Dae-hee suggests that if a trigger is needed, Young-ah could invite him somewhere or give him a special present. Hearing this, both Na-yoon and Young-ah suddenly recall something important and tense up. Dae-hee is confused by their reaction and asks why they look so shocked. Na-yoon explains a gift alone will be useless because Young-ah has not even managed to hand it over. She tells Young-ah to take out the item she always carries in her bag, prompting Young-ah to comply. Young-ah opens her backpack and reaches inside. She pulls out a bag of homemade chocolates, nervously confirming that this is what Na-yoon meant. Dae-hee peers at it, and Young-ah admits she made the chocolates for Kang Lim back on Valentine's Day. Dae-hee realizes Valentine's was February 14th and points out that it is now early April. Horrified, she yells that Young-ah still has not given them, and Young-ah sheepishly confirms it. Na-yoon and Dae-hee huddle, deciding that gentle methods will not work and they may need drastic measures to push the pair together. Whispering conspiratorially, they discuss forcing Young-ah and Kang Lim into more intimate steps, making Young-ah protest that they are going too far. They retort that waiting this long is what is extreme, warning that the chocolate will rot if she delays any longer. Motivated, Young-ah declares she has decided and vows that today she will finally give Kang Lim the chocolates. Dae-hee praises the decision and readies herself to assist while Young-ah clutches the chocolate bag. Na-yoon, watching them leave, wonders if Young-ah is truly ready since she still seems unaware of her own feelings. She resolves that even if Young-ah wavers, she personally will be on Young-ah's side. Soon after, Young-ah meets Kang Lim on the rooftop, chocolates hidden behind her back. Overwhelmed, she blurts that this is too hard, while Kang Lim asks what she wanted to talk about. Internally panicking, Young-ah finds her mouth frozen when she imagines actually handing him the gift. She abandons the confession and instead asks a safe question about the club's APC status and whether it will be disbanded. Kang Lim explains they have a grace period thanks to Yoo-dae joining, but they must recruit one more member within a month. Young-ah is relieved the club will survive for now, and Kang Lim comments that Dae has been excited all morning because of it. He notes that he worked hardest on the fabricated activity list, even though she herself is not particularly invested in the club's future. Hearing this, Young-ah worries that Kang Lim might develop feelings for Dae, who is pretty incapable at everything. Kang Lim then wonders how Young-ah even accessed the locked rooftop, mentioning that all such doors were supposed to be secured after a previous incident. Young-ah cheerfully reveals the old rusted doorknob trick and says she has been coming here alone since her first year. She begins to say she just realized that the day she first met Kang Lim was also on this rooftop. Before she can continue, Kang Lim hears the rooftop door opening and questions why it is not shut. Downstairs, their homeroom and head teacher climbs the stairs, calling up to see if anyone is on the restricted rooftop. Young-ah recognizes her teacher's voice in alarm and realizes Kang Lim left the door ajar. Panicking, they whisper about getting into big trouble, especially since Young-ah is already under scrutiny because of career counseling. They frantically decide they must hide somewhere on the rooftop. The teacher, furious, shouts that the rooftop is off limits and demands to know which students are cutting class to smoke up there. She pushes open the rooftop door but sees no one on the open roof. Confused, she steps out, insisting she clearly heard voices moments ago. Hidden behind the open door, Kang Lim and Young-ah press themselves flat to avoid detection. The teacher stands on one side unaware, while Kang Lim braces against the door and Young-ah clings to his chest in a tight embrace. Pressed together, both of them blush intensely as their hearts race. The teacher, chalking it up to hearing things, retreats back inside. As the door creaks shut, Young-ah and Kang Lim remain huddled close, still flustered. Kang Lim finally looks down at Young-ah in his arms, both of them blushing furiously. He apologizes for grabbing her like that in a rush, while Young-ah can only stand there speechless and red-faced. Young-ah realizes that more than delivering chocolate, what she truly wants is to share this pounding feeling in her chest with him. Summoning courage, she calls out Kang Lim's name and steps toward him, determined to express those feelings. Narration reflects on the thumping emotion that has been building up slowly and secretly inside her. Young-ah admits she has something she has wanted to say since their first year of high school. She calls Kang Lim again, trying to start her confession. Startled, Kang Lim turns back to her with a nervous exclamation. Young-ah stammers that she has something to tell him. She finally begins the confession with, "Actually, Kang Lim, Right before she can say the words, the rooftop door bursts open and the furious teacher reappears. Radiating anger, the teacher announces she has caught them and charges toward the pair, shocking both. She identifies Young-ah and Kang Lim, reminds them they are not first years, and scolds them for trespassing on the restricted rooftop. She continues berating them, citing a recent accident as the reason the rooftop was locked, while the two apologize and Young-ah's unfinished confession hangs in the air. Kang Lim, flustered, wonders what Young-ah had been about to say and suspects it might have been a confession. He shakes his head, telling himself not to misunderstand and that there is no reason Young-ah would confess to him. The teacher demands confirmation that they understand the rules. They bow and promise not to do it again, while she warns them not to be caught a second time. The teacher then orders Young-ah to follow her so they can resume the previous day's career counseling session. Elsewhere in the hall, Dae and Na-yoon stroll with drinks, unaware of what just happened. Dae wonders aloud how Young-ah's confession is going, imagining her giving chocolate and happily declaring her feelings. Na-yoon doubts Young-ah is that bold, though she admits Young-ah sometimes gets carried away. As they approach the staff room, they hear the teacher yelling and rush to see what is going on. Inside, the teacher is scolding Young-ah, asking when she will stop clinging to comic books and urging her to prepare seriously for university exams. She reminds Young-ah how contest participation hurt her grades before and insists she must prioritize school performance. Watching through the doorway, Dae and Na-yoon are bewildered why Young-ah is being chewed out so harshly. Na-yoon explains that this woman is their homeroom teacher and former debate club advisor, but notes she is rather strict and old-fashioned. The teacher questions how realistic it is to live off drawing webtoons and urges Young-ah to have a backup plan if that fails. She pushes the idea of going to college first and drawing webtoons later, pointing out that Young-ah's parents also want her to attend university. Young-ah listens in silence as the teacher says she already discussed this with the art teacher, implying Young-ah should know better. Outside, Na-yoon whispers that she knew Young-ah was stressed about counseling but never expected the teacher to make such a huge issue of it. Dae grows angry, resenting how adults impose their expectations on Young-ah without regard for her dreams. The teacher ends the session by handing Young-ah a new course survey form and telling her to reconsider and resubmit it. Young-ah leaves the office quietly while her friends wait anxiously in the hall. Dae and Na-yoon rush over, asking if she is okay, and Young-ah is surprised to see them there. They admit they overheard the conversation and complain that the teacher's tone was far too harsh. Young-ah laughs it off, saying the teacher often sounds that way but that she knows it is meant for her benefit. Blushing again, she attempts to shift the topic back to the chocolate and what she should do about it. Daehee and Na-yoon fall silent, bracing themselves for bad news. Young-ah, puzzled by their expressions, asks why they are staring at her like that. They confess they expected her to be devastated but are relieved she looks better than anticipated. Young-ah reassures them she zoned out during much of the lecture and is not as shaken as they feared. She then declares that regardless of others' opinions she now has someone who truly sees her. She reflects that there is already one person who looks at her properly, giving her strength. The narrative flashes back to her childhood, explaining she was a late-born only child without cousins her age. During family gatherings at her uncle's house she often ended up alone, separate from the adults. One day her father, pitying her boredom, lent her a smartphone full of apps. Through that phone she discovered webtoons for the first time. She quickly became captivated by them. Copying the drawings for fun, she received praise that encouraged her. Motivated by those compliments, she practiced harder and harder. Eventually she formed the dream of becoming a professional webtoon artist. However, when she told her parents, they only chuckled and treated it as a childish whim instead of a serious ambition. Her peers reacted similarly, doubting whether she would really pursue it. Teachers echoed those doubts, urging her to focus on grades, which only made things more difficult. She felt that everyone's compliments were superficial and that no one truly took her goals seriously. Determined to prove her commitment, she entered a major webtoon contest hoping acceptance would show how serious she was. She submitted her work and proudly completed the application, believing it would finally make them see. Afterward she sat alone on the balcony, feeling foolish for having made such a fuss over the contest. Her tablet and phone lay nearby, displaying webtoons and contest information. When the results came, she saw that her entry had been eliminated in the first qualifying round. Crushed, she began to think she should give up on her dream altogether. The discouraging voices in her head told her to leave it as a mere hobby since she likely could not make a living from it. Deciding she would only become sad if she kept looking at the work, she pulled out the USB containing her files. Standing on the rooftop, she resolved to end everything by throwing the USB away. She moves to hurl it off the roof, bracing herself to let go of her dream. Young-ah hesitates on the school rooftop, wondering if throwing her tablet away is going too far. She imagines dramatically tossing papers and declaring a fresh start, but admits that is excessive. A strong wind sweeps across the school rooftop. The gust hits Young-ah as she clutches her tablet. The wind slips the tablet from her hand and she panics. Young-ah lunges in horror as her tablet falls off the rooftop. The tablet lands safely in bushes just as Kang walks by. Kang, surprised by the fallen tablet, jokes to himself about it being like a Death Note scenario. Seeing it unlocked and open to a webtoon, he realizes it is a comic. Kang stands outside, engrossed in reading the webtoon on the tablet. Young-ah rushes down to him, anxiously asking if he is hurt. He reassures her he is fine and asks if the tablet belongs to her. Recognizing him as a first-year like herself, Young-ah admits she dropped it from the roof and feels relieved he is okay. Kang asks if she drew the webtoon since he has never seen it despite reading many, and she realizes he has looked inside. Embarrassed, Young-ah apologizes for him seeing it, but he says that is not the issue. Nervously, she asks what he thought of her webtoon. Kang says it seemed alright but hesitates, scratching his head. Young-ah reacts tensely when he says that, bracing for criticism. Kang honestly critiques the webtoon, praising the design and setting but saying the main character feels shallow and lacks backstory. He adds that the narration in Chapter 1 is heavy and that he would prefer it end with character dialogue instead. Young-ah is stunned by the detailed feedback as he continues commenting on Chapter 2's structure. He suggests rearranging chapters to improve impact, even if it shortens the panel count below the usual length. Overwhelmed, Young-ah starts crying from the blunt critique. Realizing he upset her, Kang frantically apologizes, calling himself a meddlesome outsider. He admits he is actually angry, confusing Young-ah. Young-ah bursts out that she is angry at failing the contest with that webtoon. Kang is bewildered as she sniffles and struggles to contain her emotions. Through tears she declares that despite failing, she does not want to give up creating webtoons. Her outburst continues while Kang stammers, trying to calm her down. Narration reflects Young-ah's memory that Kang was the first person to truly see her and her work, enabling her to keep drawing. She recalls that because of meeting him that day, she continued her webtoon journey from then on. Later, Young-ah arrives at the clubroom, surprised to see Kang present when she thought he had schedule conflicts. She questions why he is here, since he was supposedly busy with his academy. Kang explains he received her revised webtoon and suspects she was summoned by the teacher because of his feedback. Worried, he asks if anything bad happened in the staff room. Young-ah fondly recalls a friend asking what she likes about Kang and realizes it is his considerate concern like this. She lies that nothing happened and then changes the subject to address him. As they sit together, she surprises him by revealing she baked the sweets he assumed were store-bought. He praises her for making chocolates by hand even though it is not a special holiday. Kang suddenly realizes handmade chocolate usually implies romantic feelings. Visualizing the cliché of girls giving handmade chocolates to boys, he connects it to his situation. Flashbacks of Young-ah running to him, crying, and interacting with him flood his mind. His heart races as he wonders if she might actually like him. He quickly dismisses the thought, recalling another girl and insisting one piece of chocolate does not mean love, while Young-ah calls his name. Flustered, he insists it is nothing and says he was just thinking about not wasting the chocolates. In his nervousness, he trips over a chair leg. The bag of chocolates flies through the air. He and Young-ah topple together under a fallen chair. They end up on the floor with him over her, both stunned. Young-ah, pinned beneath him, shyly asks if the chocolates tasted good. Conlim blushes furiously at their compromising position. Scrambling away, he blurts that the chocolates were very tasty. He overcompensates by describing the flavor in exaggerated, scientific detail like a Maillard reaction in his mouth. Young-ah giggles at his flustered praise and asks him to summarize it. When she calls his name, Conlim answers nervously, still red-faced. Narration shows Young-ah thinking she cannot confess yet for fear of ruining their relationship, but that she will someday share her feelings. In her mind, she asks him to keep looking at her sincerely from now on. Conlim, confused by her sudden seriousness, stammers in response. Young-ah brushes it off with awkward laughter and changes the subject. She asks again about his opinion on the webtoon after incorporating all his feedback, and he begins new comments. Later, on a computer screen, a game announces advancement to Platinum rank. Yu Dae-hee celebrates loudly in the clubroom that she has reached Platinum. Conlim and Young-soo watch in awe, noting she climbed in fewer than 20 matches and that her talent rivals even top players. Dae-hee excitedly tells Young-ah to wait for her to catch up so they can duo together. Young-ah happily agrees. Meanwhile, Conlim grumbles that bad teammates keep stopping him from ranking up to gold. Dae-hee retorts that with an MMR system, his teammates reflect his own skill level, teasing him for blaming luck. She then invites Young-soo, who is her tier, to duo with her instead, frustrating Conlim further. Young-soo theatrically accepts, calling himself her comrade in arms. Young-ah praises Dae-hee's skill despite her busy working life, and Dae-hee says she learns by watching gaming videos. Narration from Conlim questions Dae-hee's claim that she only copied videos, skeptical that alone explains her rapid improvement. Young-soo continues investigating, asking specifically which videos she watched. Dae-hee shows a list of Rosentia montage videos, saying she studied that player's gameplay. Conlim reacts when he recognizes the name. Young-ah and Young-soo both acknowledge Rosentia's videos and say that explains her skill. Dae-hee asks if Rosentia is famous, and they explain she is not just famous but among the best pro players. They recount that Rosentia, real name Cha Surin, is their age and already a champion who dominated the scene from her debut. They add that she is the top player nicknamed the Empress and, as a rare female pro gamer, has enormous worldwide popularity. Young-ah continues listing Cha Surin's achievements, including commercials and fan meetings like a celebrity. Young-soo recalls her huge birthday fan meeting and the controversy when haters accused her of cheating with macros and illegal tickets. Dae-hee is impressed that someone their age is that successful and vows to watch her next match. Young-ah notes that recently Cha Surin has mysteriously stopped appearing in tournaments, worrying fans. Young-soo explains her team is not letting her participate for unknown reasons and suggests even the Empress might be in a slump. Hearing this, Conlim recalls leaked rank scores and listens silently from the doorway. He thinks to himself that he already knew this from the original webtoon and sees how reality is matching ESW's world. He is struck that his friends now discuss ESW characters like real people, confirming the story's events are manifesting. The girls notice Conlim quietly brooding and ask why he is unusually silent during a game conversation. He says he is just wondering if it is time, hinting at plans he must act on. He abruptly announces he is going home early to think about recruiting another club member. Walking alone, he resolves that he must prevent the future accident involving the second heroine, Cha Surin, or she will be falsely accused of match fixing. He compares it to how he stopped Yu Dae-hee's stalker and recalls that Cha Surin's first crisis is the score manipulation incident. He reflects that although Cha Surin is carefree in daily life, she is serious and honest about games and would never cheat. Narration recounts ESW's plot where she suspects a junior of being tied to score fixing and chases a shady broker through the streets. In that story, she collides with the male lead, and together they investigate the culprit while clearing their names. Through solving the case in ESW, Cha Surin and the male lead grow closer, marking the start of their relationship. Conlim arrives at the same street in front of Surin's usual PC room, identifying it as the incident's location. He confirms he has the correct PC room and that today matches the competition date from the story. His plan is to lurk nearby and appear at the crucial moment to replicate the original first meeting in Surin's place. However, he worries whether following ESW's plot precisely is truly right, given he is not the original protagonist. Remembering how his interference during the earlier stalker case proved his limits, he doubts he can copy the male lead perfectly. He recalls that the last stalker incident taught him painfully he is not the story's main character. Still, he thinks if his knowledge of ESW can resolve crises faster and end scenarios quickly, he wants to exploit it. He ultimately decides that for this event he must follow the plot as written, since catching the broker here would not fully solve the conspiracy. Resolving himself, he hides behind a pole to wait patiently until Cha Surin appears. Time passes and night falls over the city. After hours of waiting, he laments that she still has not shown up and wonders if reality diverges from the webtoon. Concluding that just waiting will not work, he decides to go inside the PC room and at least play League. As he approaches the entrance, he thinks he can still sit by the window to stay near the scene, unaware that a hooded girl with pink hair emerges behind him. Serin, disguised in mask and swirly glasses, bumps into his back and apologizes. Kang Lim tells her to be careful, and she walks past without recognizing him. He then realizes the pink hair matches Cha Serin's and calls out to her. Seeing her over-the-top disguise, he internally questions why she is dressed like that just to meet a broker. He remembers that Serin is actually clumsy and concludes this odd get-up fits her character. He retreats to his hiding place again, deciding to be ready because her appearance means the broker will soon arrive. Serin waits at the nearby bus stop where a man in a white hat is sitting. Recalling the broker's message, she approaches the bus stop and identifies the location and white hat clue aloud. Mistaking an elderly woman in a white hat for the broker, she bluntly asks if the grandma is the person she is supposed to meet. Serin sternly tells the confused grandmother there is no point pretending ignorance, and demands she confess her involvement. Narration points out that the bewildered grandma clearly knows nothing. Annoyed, the real broker scolds the grandma and mutters that reporters and kids keep bothering her. He tells the old woman she has wasted her time, warning her not to impose morality on him because he is just doing business. Serin, still confused, asks him if he is actually the broker. The broker complains about the money and time he has lost, muttering that time is money. With a threatening tone, he says she is lucky the city is safe, or he would have collected his fee with her body. Serin snaps photos of him, while angrily shouting for him to wait. Seeing the chase begin, Kang Lim recognizes the moment from ESW and prepares to act as his cue approaches. He sprints out, cursing, and barrels into Serin mid-pursuit. The impact causes a loud crash in the night. Her disguised glasses fly off and clatter on the pavement. Now visible, Serin sits on the ground rubbing her head and demands to know why he suddenly appeared and interrupted her. Kang Lim, blushing, is momentarily speechless as he stares at her. He apologizes and rushes to help her up, while she recognizes him as the guy she bumped into earlier and warns him not to do this on purpose. Brushing herself off, Serin says she is fine and too busy to waste time, but he stops her again. Kang Lim steels himself, telling himself not to stutter and preparing to copy the male lead's lines. He reassures himself the scene happened in ESW, and that repeating the original dialogue should cause no problems. Serin impatiently asks what he wants. Narration recalls that in the webtoon the hero said he could not let her go alone. Channeling that, Kang Lim declares he wants to help because she looked anguished and that he wants to save her. Serin stops and turns in surprise at his dramatic pledge. Kang Lim burns with embarrassment but believes that, as in ESW, his words should move her and ease the tension. Instead, Serin stares coldly and demands to know what on earth he is babbling about. Off-screen narration shows Kang Lim mentally panicking at her unexpected response. In reality, she flatly asks what nonsense he is suddenly spouting. Kang Lim, rattled, wonders why her reaction differs so much from the webtoon. She advances on him, saying his comment about her looking distressed is unpleasant, and asking what he knows about her. She accuses him of overstepping at a first meeting and sarcastically asks if this is some new form of pickup attempt, saying his meddling is out of line. Kang Lim is shocked that, unlike ESW where she was touched, here she is only offended. As she walks away, Serin remarks that the situation may mirror fiction but people do not talk like movie heroes in real life. Kang Lim realizes her attitude is different because he, a side character, is delivering the lines instead of the male lead. Serin tells him he is being delusional, has no intention of getting along with him, and bluntly advises him to look for someone else. She runs off to continue chasing the broker, leaving Kang Lim standing alone. Kang Lim forces an awkward laugh and reflects that today's lesson is how badly scripted heroics can fail when you are not the protagonist. Kang Lim has a sudden realization while walking in the city. Remembering a hurtful comment about knowing his place, he looks uneasy. Two classmates notice Kang Lim laughing to himself and ask what happened. Embarrassed, Kang Lim mutters that the world judges people by looks. Later, he walks deep in thought through a crowd. He confirms his earlier reasoning and decides he needs a new strategy for dealing with the sixth wife target. Admitting that changing tactics is hard, he notices something at a street stall. He spots a deal on hats and considers them for his plan. Kang Lim resolves to follow this new plan and start building things up steadily. That evening he arrives at the promised meeting place at 7 o'clock, waiting for the broker. Recalling a previous incident with Cha Serin, he deduces the broker must already be nearby. He nervously scans the area, convinced the man is around. Kang Lim then spots a man on a bench and reacts. Recognizing the man's white beanie, he concludes the broker is sitting there using a tablet. Peeking over a wall, he confirms the appearance matches the broker he remembers. He decides he must drive the broker away and starts sneaking around the wall. To distract him, Kang Lim loudly pretends to be on the phone with his older sister. Acting casual on the call, he mentions being at a nearby park and brings up the ongoing score manipulation news. Within earshot of the broker, he promises to secretly film whoever is behind the manipulation if his sister pays him later. The broker, annoyed to hear this again, mutters in frustration. The broker gets up and leaves while Kang Lim watches in surprise. Pleased with the result, Kang Lim tells his supposed caller that the broker problem is solved. Elsewhere, a taxi driver arrives for an elderly woman who says she did not call. Kang Lim rushes up claiming he called the taxi. He takes the woman's heavy bundle, explains she reminded him of his grandmother, and offers to pay her fare so she can ride comfortably. The grateful grandmother thanks Kang Lim warmly. After sending her off, Kang Lim walks back toward the meeting place as evening traffic flows. Checking his phone, he notes there are 2 minutes left until 7 and feels relieved he made it. At the bus stop, he rummages in his bag. He pulls out and puts on the plain white cap he just bought. Adjusting the hat, he tells himself his preparations to impersonate the broker are complete. A pink-haired girl approaches from across the street and spots him waiting at the bus stop. As she hurries over, she recalls the instructions to meet at 7 in front of the PC room and talk to the person in a white hat. Stopping before Kang Lim, she assumes he is the broker and asks him to confirm it. Kang Lim silently glances at his phone, hiding his face under the cap. The girl insists there is no point denying it, since their emails prove his link to score manipulation, and orders him to confess his connections. Startled, Kang Lim asks if she is really speaking to him. Confused, she reacts as if realizing something is off. Kang Lim recognizes her as pro-gamer Surin, marvels at her disguise, and gushes as a fan. Surin, shocked he is not the broker, hesitantly asks if she made a mistake. Kang Lim enthusiastically shows his phone full of Rosentia highlight videos and declares himself her fan. Embarrassed, Surin apologizes, saying she must have been mistaken about him. Kang Lim points out that she had mentioned a broker and score manipulation, trying to ask what she meant. Panicking, Surin denies being involved and he exclaims in mock horror at the idea of her participating in match fixing. As he types on his phone about the potential scandal, he notes how serious it would be if even her championship win were affected. Surin slaps a hand over his mouth to stop him. Flustered and blushing, she insists again that it is not what he thinks. Kang Lim, still muffled, tries to question her, clearly affected by the sudden close contact. After a sigh, Surin decides the misunderstanding has become complicated but that she must explain everything properly. She tells him to follow her somewhere they can talk and promises to explain the situation. They go into a PC room filled with gamers. Sitting down at adjacent computers, Kang Lim wonders why she chose a noisy PC room instead of a quiet place. Surin says it is the only place she knows to talk privately, and confirms he is a second-year high schooler like her. Learning they are the same age, she invites him to speak casually while she herself keeps her usual formal speech. Kang Lim shows he knows her media training habits from their teacher, and says this proves he is truly her fan. Surin offers to give him an autograph and asks for paper. While signing, she asks his name and comments that Kang Lim is unusual. A worker brings the black soybean ramen and cola she ordered, which she has placed at her station. Surin explains she rushed out mid-game earlier and had no time to eat. She finally begins eating the noodles hungrily. Kang Lim watches her eat with nervous fascination. Noticing his stare, Surin asks what is wrong and he says he just thinks she eats well. She casually offers him a bite, praising the ramen's quality and how precisely they cook it. Kang Lim declines and redirects the conversation back to her earlier mention of match fixing. Surin states firmly that she has never taken part in manipulating scores and instead intends to expose the scandal. She then asks if he has ever heard of the rookie squad. She repeats the question, verifying his familiarity with the rookies. Kang Lim defines them as trainee players being developed before debut, like a youth team in sports. Surin explains their organization promotes close communication between the main squad and rookies, who often hang out together. She recalls how rookies scrim against the main team, coach players, and share a dorm next to them, so interactions are frequent. She narrates how, during a visit to the rookies' dorm last month, she accidentally discovered something. On a shared computer she saw an email detailing paid match-fixing arrangements. Although the account owner was masked, the contents clearly showed match-fixing with money-exchanging hands. The email specifically discussed losing on purpose in next month's rookies tournament, and negotiated the payoff. Reading it filled her with rage. She was furious that someone would betray the industry and fans she had helped build. Anger drove her to question the rookies immediately to find out who was responsible. She barged in, but before she could confront anyone, some rookies, grateful for her coaching, happily greeted her and boasted about their recent performance. Seeing their innocent excitement, Surin hesitated. She admits to Kang Lim that in the end she was too scared to ask them anything. Kang Lim silently absorbs her confession. He remarks that knowing her personality, she still would not have simply let the issue slide. Surin confirms she reported it that night to their captain, but by then the email evidence had been deleted. The captain brushed her off, insisting no one on their team could do such a thing and effectively tried to silence her. Kang Lim imagines him as a stereotypical villainous boss that he already dislikes. Surin says she could not ignore it and that the anger kept her from focusing on her games. Determined to investigate privately, she decided to pretend to be a broker and contact the fixer herself. She reasons that since no one showed at the bus stop earlier, the culprits must have sensed her trap. Kang Lim nervously reassures her, saying they still have time before the tournament and can at least try to prevent or expose the fixing. Flustered, he adds they must stop it beforehand, while Surin quietly asks if he truly believes her story. His eyes widen in surprise at the question. Surin says she is used to people doubting her, since everyone she told before dismissed the idea. They mocked her for suspecting rookies of fixing matches and suggested she was just being oversensitive or dreaming. Sirin is touched but surprised that a stranger she just met believes her. Kan Lim says he trusts her because the story comes from Cha Sirin herself. She reacts in confusion and he repeats that he is a big fan of her alter ego Rosentia. He explains he can sense her genuine devotion to the game, so he naturally trusts her information. Sirin, moved, quietly accepts his faith in her. Kan Lim calms himself, decides not to get carried away, and changes the subject. He asks her for a favor, revealing that he has devised a plan to catch the match fixer and the rookies. Sirin listens seriously as he asks her to accompany him somewhere this coming Sunday. Outside the PC room, the sign glows while they leave together. Kan Lim runs after Sirin, asking what she meant about going somewhere with him. She explains a rookie teammate's birthday is coming up and she needs a partner to help choose a present. Kan Lim reacts with surprise as she adds that after buying the teammate's favorite gift, she wants to use that friendly atmosphere to bring up the topic of match fixing, so she needs him to go shopping with her. Kan Lim agrees that if it is only that, it seems fine, but wonders if skipping team practice is okay. Sirin says their director gave them Sunday off to rest, and she only played other games at the PC cafe to keep her reflexes sharp. Kan Lim awkwardly confesses he is bad at choosing presents and thought she would be better than him. She admits her last gift was a bus fare card and a famous tech CEO's autobiography, which went over poorly. Kan Lim tries to justify her logic, but concludes the present still came across as weird. Sirin asks if he is unwilling to go, and says she will not force him. He hurriedly insists he does want to go, and confirms their Sunday outing. She then suggests they exchange phone numbers. After swapping contacts, they part ways for the night, promising to call each other. Walking home, Kan Lim is lost in thought. He reminds himself he chose a different path from the goddess who guides him, and accepts this new twist in his future. Still mulling over gifts, he wonders which shopping mall they should visit. Mid-thought, he suddenly pauses as something occurs to him. Realization strikes and he questions what this outing really means. He panics as it dawns on him that Sunday might actually be a date. Thinking back, he concludes that going out with a girl on a day off is indeed a date. Ecstatic and flustered, he imagines finally experiencing a rosy springtime romance. He decides he must prepare carefully for the date, starting with choosing the right clothes. Then he remembers he has no casual outfits, and freaks out over what to wear, considering defaulting to his school uniform. Overhearing two girls mock a guy who once showed up to a weekend date in uniform, he rethinks that plan. They complain that the guy ruined the impression by wearing his school outfit, reinforcing Kan Lim's worry. Hearing this, he trudges along in despair, realizing he cannot repeat that mistake. He stops in place, silently steeling himself. With only 2 days until Sunday, he vows not to waste time and to fix his wardrobe problem. Bursting into his apartment, he announces his return and gears up for clothing prep. He dashes inside yelling to his sister Na Minyoung that he needs to borrow her full-length mirror. Ignoring her angry protests, he rushes past, saying there is no time to explain. Later, he yells to his mom asking where the box of his old clothes is, while his sister curses about him stirring up dust late at night. The next morning's bright sky leads into the weekend. Kan Lim calls Minyoung, asking her, as a model, to choose clothes for him. Surrounded by old outfits, he begs her to help him assemble a decent look for a boy their age. She admits she does not know much about boys' fashion but agrees it will still be better than overdressing. Suspicious, she asks why he suddenly cares about his clothes, and he admits he has plans with a friend and wants to look good. She ponders his request. She agrees to help if he sends her photos of the outfits he has already picked out. In a rambling text, she critiques how hard it is to dress teenage boys well and warns him not to overdo any style. She then texts that she has sent him 3 candidate sets and tells him to choose among them. Opening the photos, she is horrified by what he actually selected. The images show Kan Lim modeling 3 loudly mismatched outfits, prompting her to reject them all. Outraged, she orders him to throw those clothes away, saying they look terrible. Kan Lim, confused, thought he had researched well by merely avoiding check shirts, but she scolds him for stepping on different fashion landmines. She yells that his supposed casual looks are too eccentric and tells him to stick to a simple plain shirt instead. When he suggests using his school uniform shirt as that plain option, she immediately forbids it, insisting that layered use is different and that wearing it alone would look strange. Kan Lim complains that the friend helping him choose clothes for a favor is being overly fussy and acting like he is the weird one. He begs him not to do anything strange and just pick normal outing clothes with slacks, which confuses him. Hearing his idea of wearing slippers, he face bombs, realizing he truly knows nothing about men's fashion and thinking she has been hopeless from the start. As he grumbles at Kan Lim over the phone, a staff member comes to fetch her for the shoot. The staff cautiously explains that people are afraid to enter because of Dahee's mood, so Dahee apologizes and says she will get ready quickly. Sitting back down, Dahee calls out to her senior to ask something. She confirms the male model who shot with her still has not returned his sponsored clothes. Dahee phones Kan Lim, ordering him to measure himself and send his sizes immediately. The scene shifts to a busy shopping mall with people walking around. The interior of the mall is shown more closely, establishing the location. Kan Lim, dressed in casual clothes, walks through the mall feeling awkward and nervous. He justifies his nerves because this is his first ever date, and it is with Cha Si-rin. Calming himself with deep breaths, he remembers how attractive she looked even in her uniform and imagines how she will look dressed up. Si-rin finally arrives in casual clothes, apologizing for being late. She explains she got lost coming here and asks if he waited long. Kan-lim turns to her, surprised by her plainly dressed appearance. Si-rin, also in casual wear, is surprised that he has chosen to wear his school uniform style again, and he says he just likes loose clothes and bought extras. Realizing she dressed as she usually does while he overthought it, Kan-lim feels like he was the only one nervous and excited. Si-rin calls to him, sensing something is off. He brushes it off with a strained smile. Kan-lim suggests they start walking and tells her to speak up if she gets tired in the big mall. As they stroll, he mentions gift ideas like a famous scientist's autograph, while she questions his obsession with autographs. She cites online trends about Tesla autographs being popular gifts, while Kan-lim groans that she relies too much on YouTube. They continue walking together through the mall. They pause by a shop as Si-rin unscrews a drink bottle and looks back at Kan-lim. Kan-lim thinks hard, still unsure what present to choose while Si-rin watches. Elsewhere, a lounge full of people is briefly shown, indicating a different ongoing event. Kan-lim returns to Si-rin with bubble tea drinks and hands her one. She thanks him and says she will pay for lunch later. After one sip, she blushes in surprise, clearly pleased. Kan-lim confirms her exact overly sweet custom order, showing he remembered her preferences. She asks how he knew her order, and he starts to explain. Flustered, Kan-lim dodges by saying he just thought she would like it. He changes the topic, noting how huge and crowded the mall has become at lunchtime. Si-rin says she is glad she asked for his help because alone she would have gotten lost and gone home. Kan-lim suggests they choose between 3 shortlisted gifts like a tumbler, diffuser, or earbuds. He admits all 3 gifts seem good and that he is inexperienced at buying presents, especially for someone he does not know. He advises Si-rin to think simply about what she herself would be happy to receive. She lowers her head, silently mulling over his advice. Kan-lim watches, puzzled by her sudden quietness. Si-rin, feeling abnormal and unsure if her likes count as normal taste, doubts whether her opinion is useful. Kan-lim is taken aback by her self-doubting remark. To move on, he awkwardly suggests they grab something to eat. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud wail nearby. A small boy cries in the mall, shouting for his missing mother. The boy stands alone surrounded by indifferent adults, still crying. Kan-lim and Si-rin look at each other, realizing they should do something. Kan-lim approaches and gently asks if the boy got separated from his mom while Si-rin follows. Through tears, the boy says his mother was just in front of him and then vanished. Si-rin notes that if he is lost they should take him to customer service, though Kan-lim hesitates. Kan-lim suggests they calm the boy down before leading him to the help desk. To distract him, Kan-lim offers his sweet bubble tea full of chocolate balls. The boy refuses, saying his mom warned him not to take food from strangers, which Kan-lim concedes is sensible. The boy then says he is willing to drink from Si-rin's cup instead, shocking Kan-lim. While the boy enjoys Si-rin's drink, she asks if he has a smartphone to contact his mother. He says its battery died. Si-rin hands him her phone and asks if he remembers his mother's number so they can call her. The boy holds the phone, trying to recall the number. Overwhelmed, he starts sobbing again, unable to remember. Si-rin concludes he is too young and shaken to recall it, so they must calm him more and then take him to the service center. Kan-lim suddenly gets an idea. He asks the boy if he likes arcade games. The scene cuts to the interior of the arcade area. Kan-lim and Si-rin bring the boy inside, where he marvels at the machines. The boy excitedly asks if he can play everything, and Kan-lim says yes since he already exchanged many coins. The boy runs eagerly toward the arcade cabinets. He jumps on a fighting game called Stone Fist, boasting that he already knows how to play and is the best in his class. Kan-lim, grinning, asks if the boy wants to battle Si-rin, praising her gaming skills. Si-rin worries aloud whether they should have brought him straight to customer service instead of playing. Kan-lim decides he will fetch an employee while she stays and keeps the boy busy with games. The boy urges Si-rin to join his game, and she sits down to play with him. She tells herself to go easy so he will not lose interest if she wins too hard. 10 minutes later, the screen shows her character continuously knocking his out, ending another round in a KO. The boy pouts that the game is boring. He bluntly says playing with her is not fun because she is so bad she makes it boring. Si-rin is momentarily blank with disbelief. Shocked, she demands to know what he just said. She leans closer, asking him to repeat the insult. The boy repeats that playing with her is boring since she cannot win even once when he is taking it easy. Si-rin, anger flaring, says she would rather play the computer than be insulted like this. Laughing darkly, she reminds him he claimed she could not play games. She asks his name, and he introduces himself as Choi Young-do. Smiling, Si-rin recalls the gaming devices sold upstairs and proposes a deal. If he can beat her even once now, there is a reward. She promises to buy him a new Playbox 5 console with all the games if he manages one win, which stuns him. When he asks if she is serious and begs her not to back out, she confidently agrees. Si-rin, in full tryhard mode now, says he can have it as long as he defeats her in the game. The next match begins with her character scoring a perfect victory. Young-do continues playing but Si-rin, focused, methodically outplays him. From behind, he protests that she should not cheat as she keeps dominating their matches. Panels show intense in-game sword clashes and her rapid button inputs as she overwhelms him. Young-do panics that it is impossible he cannot win even one round. Si-rin sighs that his play was impressive, but that is all. She tells him this demonstrates the difference in their skill levels. Young-do trembles with frustration and humiliation. Seeing his reaction, Si-rin realizes she may have gone too far. She reflects that she did not need to crush him so completely. Feeling she has once again failed at acting normal, she broods over her mistake. Two muscular men approach, saying they have been watching her games and are impressed. Startled, Si-rin turns and asks who they are. The men dramatically introduce themselves and build suspense about their identity. They proclaim themselves leaders of Korea's largest fighting game club and champions of the Stone Fist Amateur Tournament. They further boast of playing on a single coin all day and being feared by arcade owners nationwide. Under the title Black Devil Twins, they declare their fearsome nickname. Si-rin is shocked to realize these legendary arcade players are standing before her. The twins tease that she looks scared and claim everyone in the arcade scene knows them. Si-rin quietly asks Young-do if he has ever heard of them, and he casually says no, baffling the twins. Offended, they decide to prove themselves by accepting what they assume is her challenge, and insist on seeing her true skills. Si-rin, confused, says she is not challenging them and notes she has no coins left. The twins refuse that excuse and insist she cannot back out now. One twin triumphantly dumps his own stack of coins into her hands, saying he was prepared for this. They announce a 2-on-2 team match of 5 games where first to 3 wins, banning hidden characters. Si-rin wonders if they should simply leave, but Young-do excitedly suggests they play since the twins are footing the bill. A crowd gathers around the arcade, curious about the commotion. Onlookers realize the famous Black Devil twins are here and begin watching the upcoming match. Spectators marvel that the twins' opponents look young yet have impressive skills. Si-rin studies the twins' play and realizes they truly are strong and not just posing. She analyzes their in-game strategy, noting their solid combos, spacing, and advantage. The twins unleash a powerful joint super move, convinced the match is decided. Their massive energy blast rushes towards Si-rin's character. Si-rin coolly mutters in response, readying her counter. Her character dives through the explosion with a dramatic crossing slash, astonishing everyone. She emerges nearly dead but still alive, stating the match is not over yet. The twins reassure each other that Si-rin and the CPU teammate are both in critical health, and think any small hit will finish them. They spam projectiles, confident that constant fireballs will secure the win. Si-rin uses advanced movement to slip between the attacks, telling them they are too slow. The twins are stunned she can dodge the game's fastest move with such difficult command dashes. Her character soars into the sky for a twin sword dive. She lands behind both of their characters, slicing them in a surprise finishing attack. The twins cry that it is impossible as the screen fills with defeat effects. The game declares a KO, confirming Si-rin's team has beaten the Black Devil twins. Amid the crowd's excited murmurs, Si-rin stands up and exhales. Spectators shout in amazement that she and the boy actually defeated the Black Devil twins and rave about her final technique. The twins themselves freak out, lamenting that this was supposed to be a light warm-up before their real competition. Si-rin and Young-do exchange a look after their unexpected victory. They cheerfully high-five each other. In the crowd, some people notice Si-rin and remark that she strongly resembles the famous gamer Cha-serin, also known as Risen T. Others agree, saying they have only seen that pro gamer on screens but think this must be her, especially with what looks like her uniform beside her. Fans rush forward, begging for autographs and photos, confirming her identity aloud. Overwhelmed, Si-rin says it is not a good time as the crowd presses in, while Young-do is startled. She realizes she must disguise herself quickly, worrying more about protecting the kid than herself. In her haste she fumbles and drops her glasses. Kang Lim suddenly appears, grabs her, and loudly calls her by another name as if she were someone else he has been searching for. He quickly puts glasses on her, pretending he just found his friend and implying she is only a fan who bought Risen T's uniform. Kang Lim cheerfully tells the crowd that anyone could mistake her for the pro because of her similar hairstyle, helping divert suspicion. The onlookers accept this, deciding she only looks like Risen T and begin to leave. The crowd files out of the arcade, dispersing. Kang Lim apologizes to Si-rin and the boy for taking so long because the employee had been in the bathroom. He returns with the staff member, ready to help reunite the child with his mother. Young-do excitedly tells Kang Lim he at first thought Si-rin was terrible at games, then hints at how strong she really is. Hearing her name mentioned with criticism, Si-rin appears silently behind them and demands to know who is supposed to be horrible. She stares at Kang Lim in stern silence, clearly displeased with what she just overheard. An announcement in a busy mall reports a lost child at the information center and asks any parent who is missing a child to come. A staff woman offers to let the lost boy wait inside, but he insists he is fine where he is. Kang Lim and Si-rin notice the boy and staff from a distance in the mall. Later, Kang Lim hears what happened while he was gone and Si-rin wonders who the rescuers were. Si-rin recalls 2 muscleheads dramatically vowing to come back stronger for revenge before disappearing. Kang Lim thanks Si-rin for looking after the boy and says the child seemed to enjoy playing with her. Si-rin disagrees, making Kang Lim confused. She explains she almost caused trouble because she got carried away while 1v1 ing the kid in a fighting game and ended up crushing him. Conlim is surprised but shrugs that fighting games often go that way. Serin guiltily remembers using an overpowered Phoenix Smasher, Fireball, low speed kick combo on the boy, which Conlim calls cruel. Clenching her skirt, Serin says she has always been like this. She reflects that although playing with kids is normal, she has never been normal. She recalls being 6 years old, opening a door toward her first unusual experience. Her father's professor friend visited, and during his chess games with her father he taught young Serin how to play. After a week of learning, she quickly masters the game. The narration reveals the visiting professor is actually a chess grandmaster. Serin, still a child, defeats the grandmaster in a real game. At first the professor praises her intelligence as they continue playing, and she keeps winning. Though he says he is fine with losing, his expression shows frustration and discomfort. A few days later he simply stops visiting their house, leaving Serin alone at the chess table. From this, Serin realizes she is different from other people. She further understands that when it involves games and puzzles she is far better than others. Specializing only in games is fun for her, but it has naturally made her lacking in other areas. At school she cannot even recognize popular songs that classmates expect everyone to know. She listens silently as classmates cry about boyfriends, unable to relate or comfort them properly. Other students tease her for studying too hard and call her a bookworm. Gamers at school exclude her from their group because her skill would unbalance their ranking matches. Serin realizes that her extraordinary gaming talent comes at the cost of ordinary social life. She feels that while others easily find their place, she has nowhere she truly belongs. Back in the present at the mall, she says becoming a pro after meeting Master Song made her see her talent as a gift that entertains fans. Even so, she often wonders what life would be like if she were just a normal person. She imagines that maybe she could have gotten along with classmates more smoothly. She wonders if she could have handled the boy in the arcade more gently. She also questions whether she could have empathized better with her junior teammates and guided them away from mistakes. Conlim is left speechless listening to her doubts. Serin apologizes, realizing she has been unloading her regrets on him. Conlim flicks her forehead and jokingly tells her to stop lying. Startled, Serin protests that she is telling the truth. Conlim quickly clarifies he is joking and admits he cannot fully understand her feelings but knows she is sincerely troubled. He adds that his basic reaction to her worries is simply, "So what?" Serin is taken aback by his blunt attitude. Conlim asks what is wrong with being different, insisting it is not wrong or weird but simply special. Before he can finish encouraging her, the boy they helped earlier suddenly runs by calling for his mom. Nearby, the boy's furious mother scolds him for wandering off instead of staying behind her. Hearing the mother scold the boy for being distracted by games, Conlim remarks in relief that his mom has finally found him. We see the mother and the staff member talking formally while the reunited boy stands beside them. The staff points toward Conlim and Serin, directing the mother and boy over to them. The mother bows deeply to Conlim and Serin, thanking them for taking care of her son. Conlim awkwardly insists it was nothing and prompts the boy to thank Serin as well. The shy boy stammers nervously as he tries to speak. Suddenly he points at Serin and defiantly declares he will win next time instead of losing a few games in a row. Serin hesitates, trying to clarify what she is really trying to say. Blushing, the boy offers to accept an online friend request from her if she has an account. Serin is surprised and touched by his offer. The mother roughly rubs her son's head while forcing him to shout a proper thank you to Serin. Watching the chaotic gratitude, Conlim tells Serin that despite her worries, the boy clearly enjoyed playing with her. Conlim concludes that even if Serin is far from normal and struggles to empathize, what matters is that she genuinely cares. He points out that her sincere concern for others is enough. Therefore, even if she is clumsy, he thinks it is perfectly fine. Later, at a clothing store, a clerk thanks them for shopping and wishes them a good day. Walking through the mall with shopping bags, Conlim notes Serin ended up buying all 3 items she tried on, and she says they all seemed fine. She nonchalantly says the price was not expensive for her, prompting Conlim to mutter that he is jealous of her financial freedom. Serin decides she will give the rookies a gift and from now on face them properly by immediately addressing the match-fixing issue. When Conlim asks if she will really act so soon, she answers yes and says his words helped her decide. She rummages in her bags and mentions there is something else as well. Serin hands Conlim a small wrapped box as a thank you gift for accompanying her that day. She explains in flashback that she bought it while he was returning an autobiography he had chosen earlier. Conlim opens the box, puzzled about what the gift could be. Inside he finds 3 penguin-shaped paper talismans for academic success, and he thanks her. Serin replies that she is actually the one who should thank him for everything that day. Blushing and stumbling over her words, she asks if he would go out with her again another time. She adds that her director said a change of mood and life outside games could help her escape her slump. Conlim happily agrees to hang out with her again if she wants. He says he enjoyed the outing too, despite the little incident with the lost child, since he rarely goes out due to being an introvert. Serin laughs in relief that he also had fun. Conlim internally marvels that she actually smiled. As they prepare to part, she says goodbye. A close-up shows her softly smiling. Serin, cheeks flushed, tells Kang Lim she will see him again soon. Kang Lim agrees, thinking to himself that they will definitely meet again soon. The scene shifts to school, where a teacher announces that another transfer student will be joining the class. The teacher clarifies that the new girl will stay only temporarily and asks her to introduce herself. Serin stands at the front, introduces herself as an active pro gamer, and explains she just transferred and has only now come to school. She reacts with surprise to something she notices while looking at the class. Kang Lim, now in uniform among classmates, smiles and says he will look forward to her being there. Serin thinks she is looking forward to spending time at school with everyone. She begins to say her name, and excited classmates shout that she is Cha Serin. The room erupts as students realize that the famous pro gamer Rizinti is actually their classmate. Dahi remembers having seen Serin's matches online and recognizes how popular she is. The teacher yells at the class to quiet down. She admits she does not know much about gaming but realizes Serin is very popular, even among teachers who want her autograph. Worried that leaving things alone might cause trouble, the teacher decides to assign a student helper. She asks Dahi to stay by Serin's side and help her adjust to school, and Dahi agrees. Since Dahi is also relatively new, the teacher decides to have Ho Cheon help too. Serin asks if she can instead pick someone she already knows to show her around, surprising the teacher. In front of the class, Serin confidently answers yes and points at someone. Everyone freaks out when they realize she is pointing at Kang Lim. Later, the two sit together on a bench in the schoolyard at lunchtime. Kang Lim comments that time flew and it is already lunch, handing Serin popular bread and juice from the school store. Serin thanks him, deciding to avoid the cafeteria because it would turn chaotic if she appeared there. Sitting outside, Serin says she did not expect so many students to greet her, while Kang Lim is surprised she does not realize her own popularity. She explains that fan meetings are for fans and she assumed people at school would not recognize her. Kang Lim jokes that such obliviousness might apply only to some older teachers and says to male students she is more popular than an idol. Embarrassed, Serin asks if that is really true. She muses that if she were an idol, Kang Lim would naturally end up as her manager, but he rejects the idea, fearing jealous backlash. Serin says her condition has improved, explaining that her director sent her to school for a break from competition to help overcome her slump. She admits at first she did not want to bother, but changed her mind when she learned it was Kang Lim's school and realized she had something to report to him. Kang Lim guesses she has already spoken with the rookies about the suspicious match fixing. Serin confirms she talked with all 5 rookies and listened to each of their stories. She recalls that rather than simply conversing, she proposed settling issues by 1v1 battles where the loser must grant a wish. She had framed the topic as a friend's consultation, but realizes everyone could tell it was really about her. However, in the end all 5 rookies acted as if they did not know what she meant about match fixing. Serin now wonders which of them is lying or if she is just stressed and overreacting as her director suggested. Kang Lim grows confused as he considers the new situation. He realizes that because he intervened earlier in events, Serin never met the match-fixing broker directly in this timeline. He starts to suspect that the email he saw about match-fixing might have been a misunderstanding and that the story is now on a different route. He says it would be nice if there were no fraud at all, but if there is a culprit among the rookies, they might make a move now that Serin is suspicious. He suggests they simply watch the rookies carefully for a while, and Serin agrees that is what she should do. Elsewhere on campus, students excitedly shout about Rizinti attending their school. 2 boys gush that she is in their grade and rush off to try to get her autograph. Meanwhile Serin happily eats her burger, oblivious to the brewing commotion, while Kang Lim looks at her in amazement. Serin decides she should return to the classroom, feeling guilty for hiding from her fans. Kang Lim asks if she will be okay facing them all and warns that signing so many autographs will tire her arm, but she insists on doing her best. She even vows to sign until the value of her autograph drops, joking that she does not like people reselling signatures. Kang Lim asks that if she is offering fan service, she prioritize signing for his friends. They head to the all-purpose culture room where fans are waiting. Inside, Dahi and another girl question whether Serin and Kang Lim really just happened to meet at a PC cafe. In flashback, Kang Lim and Serin agree on that cover story to hide their special circumstances, and Serin repeats it now. The girls accept the explanation easily, saying it makes sense because Kang Lim rarely goes out. Kang Lim notes that this is exactly the reaction he hoped for, though they seem to accept the lie too readily. Ho Cheon dramatically greets Serin using overblown fantasy terms, claiming destiny brought them together in enemy territory. He continues spouting role-playing nonsense about invisible barriers and Carla's attraction drawing them together, leaving Serin confused. Kang Lim interprets for her, saying Ho Cheon just wants to meet her and has been pestering for an introduction and autograph. Serin starts filling out an autograph and asks for Ho Cheon's name. He insists on being called the Blue Drake God, and Kang Lim advises Serin to just write that to avoid further hassle. Overjoyed, Ho Cheon holds up the autograph like a sacred relic, calling it a millennium item engraved with the Empress's stigma. Another classmate shyly approaches, nervously confessing that she is also a huge fan who watches all of Serin's matches even while working. Serin thanks her warmly and tells her to speak casually if she is comfortable, while Kang Lim smiles in the background. Dahi eyes Kang Lim skeptically, repeating that Serin is supposedly just someone he knows. In a comedic beat, she kicks his leg hard as they walk. Conlim yelps in pain and demands to know why she kicked him. Dae coolly says her foot slipped while watching him smile at Serin, though he accuses her of doing it on purpose. Serin overhears the commotion, turning as Dae and Conlim argue. Dae and Serin formally acknowledge each other, and Serin confirms she knows Dae's name. Serin bluntly states that Conlim described Dae on the way over as cranky, violent, stubborn, and selfish. An enraged Dae yells at Conlim for such a malicious description, insisting she is actually nice and just wants everyone to get along. Serin further criticizes that Dae's manager contract with Conlim is unfair and effectively treats him like a slave. Flustered, Dae laughs nervously and claims Serin is misunderstanding, trying to downplay how controlling she is. Serin narrows her eyes and thinks to herself that even Dae's laugh is fake. Pointing straight at Dae, Serin declares that she sees through Dae's two-faced behavior and believes Dae is actually a wicked person beneath her smile. Dae reacts in shock and complains that Serin is being rude to her on their first meeting. Serin coldly says it does not matter because they will never get along, comparing it to being stuck on the losing side of a game. Dae, pleased that Serin is dropping the act, says she no longer needs to be nice but remembers she has a teacher's request. Dae asserts that the room belongs to her all-purpose culture club and scolds Serin for acting arrogant when she is not even a member. Dae explains she only came with Conlim, while Serin is annoyed that Dae acts close to him despite having just met. The two girls silently glare at each other as tension spikes. A flustered classmate rushes between them, begging them not to fight. The orange-haired boy warns the vice-regent not to interfere, sensing a powerful, chilling aura like a progenitor vampire. Conlim panics internally, recognizing that the two goddesses' clashing personalities make their conflict a serious problem. He laments that his attempt to introduce their good points backfired because of Dae's attitude toward Serin. Serin insists that she and Conlim really are close, not faking it. Conlim nervously tugs Dae's sleeve. Serin grabs Conlim's arm and cites going shopping with him last weekend to prove their closeness. Their friends are startled as Dae fixates on the mention of choosing a gift last weekend. Conlim tries to explain, but Serin bluntly states her goal is to free him from Dae. Serin, blushing yet determined, formally challenges Dae to a battle. Dae is stunned into silence by the sudden challenge. Regaining composure, Dae questions what Serin means by a battle. Serin explains that in her dorm, arguments are settled by games and asks that if she wins, Dae cancel her agreement with Conlim. She adds the additional demand that Dae must stay away from Conlim from now on, shocking Dae. Conlim tries to calm Serin, insisting she is misunderstanding, but Serin reminds him of what he said before. Serin repeats her belief that Dae exploits him as a slave and forces him through hardships as her inexperienced manager. Conlim, sweating, admits that Serin's harsh description is actually true. Serin further accuses Dae of impulsively joining the club and overusing it, while Conlim reluctantly agrees. Dae violently kicks Conlim in retaliation for his honest admission. Dae accepts Serin's challenge, saying she is not afraid of fights, even if she does not care about the agreement itself. Their classmates panic and comment that the two girls are too similar to coexist peacefully. The scene is grandly likened to a clash between two heroic goddesses, a perfectly matched battle. The orange-haired boy warns that staying neutral is dangerous, and that choosing a side is necessary in this conflict. Dae asks how Serin wants to battle, suggesting a game, but Serin refuses because it would be unfairly in her favor. As the bell rings, Serin says she will think up a fair method later. She tells the dizzy Conlim to leave with her, and he weakly agrees. Serin dramatically vows that next time they meet, Dae's tyranny will end, prompting Conlim to protest being cast as a villain. The orange-haired boy casually sides with Serin, infuriating Dae who yells at him for betraying her. The three argue loudly about leadership and being carried in games while another girl begs everyone to calm down. Later, classmates complain sleepily about having pee in 5th period and wonder if they will play badminton again. As the girls move toward the locker room, Dae walks silently, dreading the changing room. Remembering Conlim asking for outfit advice for an important meeting, Dae wonders if it was for Serin. She broods over where Conlim and Serin hung out, and what kind of relationship they could have developed so quickly. She notes that Serin is a famous pro gamer and Conlim a game nerd, yet they seem unusually close even given that. Dae tells herself she does not care about their closeness, only that she is curious because it involves Conlim. Her friends notice her spacing out and ask if she is okay, snapping her back to reality. Nervous, Dae hesitates, then says she has a question to ask them. Her classmates explain that if a boy and girl go out together on a weekend, it counts as a date and implies romance. They add that even helping to choose a gift can hide romantic motives, concluding that the pair must be close. Realizing Dae is talking about herself, they excitedly tease her about having someone she likes. They press further, saying her serious expression shows she actually cares about the boy. Dae loudly denies it but then flusteredly admits it looks that way, awkwardly blaming cultural differences from living abroad. The girls jokingly hope they will not be paired against Dae and P, ignoring her protests. Dae, exasperated that everyone including Young-ah sees it as romantic, questions if it makes any sense. She insists to herself that liking Conlim would be crazy and that she is only invested because she supports Young-ah. She shakily denies being concerned at all, trying to convince both herself and others. Annoyed and blaming everything on the weird gamer girl, Daehee resolves to win the upcoming battle no matter what it is. The scene shifts to the school gym where PE takes place. The PE teacher instructs students to pair up and practice for next week's performance evaluation. Students begin playing badminton across multiple courts. Seeing the opportunity, Serin proposes that she and Daehee decide their battle through badminton. Serin claims sports also rely on mental control and worries that even this format might favor her. Daehee, intrigued by Serin's confidence, agrees to the match. Rumors spread among the boys that Daehee and Serin are about to battle, leaving Kan Lim fretting about how to handle them. The two girls face each other across the badminton net, ready to play. Spectators wonder if the famous gamer Serin is also talented at sports, noting her reflexes might carry over. Others point out that her opponent Daehee is the transfer student who dominated all clubs in one day, making the match exciting no matter who wins. Serin serves first, announcing the start of the game. She unleashes a powerful, flashy smash. The shuttlecock lands far from Daehee, revealing Serin's poor aim. Daehee watches silently, unimpressed, while the class stands stunned behind her. Serin continues attacking, but Daehee calmly returns the shots with solid defense. The scoreboard shows a lopsided score of 21-0 in Daehee's favor. Daehee scolds Serin for her earlier confidence as Serin collapses, blaming her mistake and claiming intellect matters more than physical ability. Serin concedes that Daehee is very good, though she points out that Serin herself is actually terrible at badminton. Classmates laugh kindly, calling Serin clumsy and noting she feels more normal and relatable than the distant pro gamer they knew from screens. Serin is surprised but moved that they see her as just another student except for her gaming. The boys enthusiastically offer to teach her badminton basics, teasing each other about being bad at it too. Kan Lim tells Daehee she could have gone easy instead of crushing Serin, which makes Daehee glare and ask whose side he is on. He explains he only means Serin is very similar to Daehee. Kan Lim elaborates that while their experiences differ, both girls have painful school memories and are alike in many ways. He adds that Serin, despite appearing confident, was likely very nervous and proud, just like Daehee. Kan Lim blames himself for hyping his words, which made Serin take the idea of battling too literally, and urges Daehee to simply get along with her. Daehee turns away with a huff, still stubborn but clearly affected. Elsewhere on the court, Serin practices with a boy who praises how quickly she is learning the basics. Serin looks surprised and a bit flustered by his compliment. The boy asks about her acquaintance with Kan Lim, and Serin says they met at a PC cafe. He hesitantly asks how Kan Lim is doing. Then he directly asks what Serin thinks of Kan Lim. Realizing the question's implication, he apologizes for being so blunt. He admits he does not really know Kan Lim personally, despite his curiosity. Later he compliments Serin's posture again as Daehee approaches them. Daehee, blushing, awkwardly admits she might have won too easily and offers to void the battle's result. Serin refuses, insisting she clearly lost and accusing Daehee of trying to sound superior, which frustrates Daehee. Serin argues that proper battles are best 2 out of 3, meaning their contest is not over yet. Daehee snaps back that if Serin keeps losing will she demand 3 out of 5, while onlookers note the rivalry is intensifying. Serin suggests they need a fairer form of competition and proposes a new topic. Kan Lim watches from afar with a resigned smile as the crowd buzzes around Serin. After school, an exhausted Daehee complains that the day was tiring because Serin kept challenging her. As she walks, she overhears some boys greeting Serin in the hallway. The boys accuse Serin of avoiding them and again ask her to appear on their channel. One of them proudly shows their now popular YouTube channel and says having Rizanti appear would be perfect. Daehee internally repeats how tiring the day was, thinking of Serin's constant challenges. She recalls Serin repeatedly proposing various mini-games like coin flips and Mafia, grumbling that she would have won if not for those side games. She remembers how their in-class battles drew the whole class's attention and turned into a spectacle that never even concluded. Back in the present, Daehee peeks around a corner in surprise at what she hears. Serin is on the phone confirming that classes are over and wondering why someone has not yet gone to the APC clubroom. Daehee realizes Serin likely does not have the clubroom key, which is with Kan Lim and another student on cleaning duty. Serin reassures Master Song over the phone that her classmates are nice, and there is nothing to worry about. Daehee, eavesdropping, recalls that Master Song is the mentor who helped Serin become a professional gamer. Serin admits her first day at school went better than expected and that she had fun. Hearing this, Daehee softens, recalling her own uncertainty about transferring but feeling glad she came too. Serin then mentions there is one person she could not get along with whose personality is really messed up, obviously referring to Daehee, which irritates the hidden listener. Yet Serin adds that arguing with that person all day was still fun. Daehee, startled, thinks that for the first time she might actually have a friend rather than just a colleague. Serin smiles brightly and tells Master Song that she loved her day at school. Daehee quietly resolves to properly serve her fans and tells Master Song not to worry. She then remembers Kan Lim's words about her and Serin being similar, reflecting on how true that seems. She recalls his observation that Serin only acted confident, while being deeply nervous inside, just like Daehee herself. With a small satisfied huff, Daehee crosses her arms, more accepting of the comparison. Serin ends the call, saying goodbye. Daehee, embarrassed at hiding, steps out and starts to offer Serin the clubroom key. Before she can, the boys arrive calling out to Serin, saying they have been looking everywhere for her. They question whether Serin tried to avoid them and again beg her to appear on their channel. Daehee, watching, realizes something unpleasant is about to happen. The ringleader boasts that YouTube's algorithm has boosted their channel and says having Rizanti appear now would be ideal. Serin apologetically repeats that she cannot due to contract conflicts. The leader brushes that aside, insisting that as schoolmates contracts should not matter. He suggests she might be worried about revenue sharing and assures her they are not scumbags. Serin grows uncomfortable and tries to excuse herself, saying she has to go. He blocks her path and ominously calls her name. He complains that even a star like Rizanti should not treat them so harshly after all their begging. He accuses her of mistreating her fans now that she is famous. His friends pile on, saying she has forgotten herself and is using them like ATMs instead of treating them as friends or fans. Flustered, Serin insists that is not what is happening. The ringleader's expression turns scheming as he gets an idea. He threatens that if she refuses, they will just make another expose video titled something like revealing Rizanti's true identity. He looms over her, offering to drop it if she promises on the spot to appear in a supposedly harmless Q&A video. His friends say they only want to ask nosy personal questions like whether she has a boyfriend or when her first kiss was. Daehee, walking past with her backpack, overhears this and silently reacts to their intrusive questions. As the boys excitedly talk about filming, Serin struggles to respond. Suddenly a bucket of filthy water swings down toward the ringleader's head. The bucket slams into him, drenching his face and upper body. He collapses in the dirty puddle as everyone stares in shock and Serin gasps. Daehee steps forward, feigning innocence and apologizing to her classmate, claiming her hand slipped. Soaked and humiliated, the boy starts to curse at her. His friends recoil from the stench, realizing the bucket contained foul wastewater. Furious, the drenched boy accuses Daehee of deliberately throwing it and demands she stop joking, while another friend nervously laughs it off. Daehee cheerfully pretends to have just noticed Serin there and says she had been looking for her. She grabs Serin's hand and pulls her away, claiming a teacher needs to talk to her about something important. The furious boy calls after them, ordering Daehee to stop. He asks if she still holds a grudge over his earlier ambush interview about her as the stormy transfer student. Daehee smiles vaguely, pretending not to remember what he is talking about. The remaining boys suddenly realize Daehee and Serin are classmates, and suspiciously ask if Serin messaged Daehee for help to escape from them. The bully is shocked that someone would go to such lengths to cut ties with a fan and warns it will be hard for them to back down. He darkly muses about the cruel world they live in and contemplates exposing that Rizanti secretly mocks her fans. Daehee angrily demands to know what nonsense he is spouting. The boy is taken aback, not understanding her reaction. Daehee strides up, demanding what he is so confident about and what exactly he plans to expose regarding the idol's treatment of fans. Daehee scoffs that no one would believe rumors from people like them, wonders who really mistreats fans, and warns they will be attacked by her fanbase instead. As he falters, she threatens to reveal his true identity if he keeps pushing. She adds that she could also expose how they spend their days harassing others online, suggesting Serin could publicly say she hates them. Smirking, Daehee imagines the furious comments that would flood their page if she gives viewers another reason to swarm them. Cornered, the bully pretends to be magnanimous, and orders them to leave while he is still being nice. Daehee glares and calls them pathetic internet bottom feeders. Enraged, the boy lunges at her with a raised hand. Daehee calmly faces him in profile, unfazed. He hesitates mid-attack, sweating as his resolve crumbles. Silently glaring, Daehee's dominance makes him back off. He finally retreats with his friends while Daehee and Serin watch, Daehee scoffing that such weaklings tried to act tough. Serin approaches Daehee, and Daehee defensively assumes she will be scolded for meddling, saying she did not just step in for Serin's sake. Instead, Serin bows deeply and sincerely thanks Daehee. Serin explains that the bullying situation was extremely hard for her, and thanks Daehee again for stepping in even though she did not have to. Flustered, Daehee shyly says Serin is welcome, while Lim notes how honest she becomes in moments like this. Daehee says she intervened because those bullies treated her the same way, and Serin replies that she is grateful regardless of Daehee's motives. Serin tells Daehee that just now she reminded her of Lim, leaving Daehee unsure if that is a compliment. Serin admits she might have misunderstood Daehee. She recalls that Lim's serious expression made Daehee sound evil when he talked about her, and realizes that gave her the wrong impression. Serin asks if they can postpone their planned battle so she can talk and get to know Daehee better. Daehee, pleased, agrees to put the match on hold. Daehee invites Serin into the clubroom, hands her a key like the rest of APC, and suggests she write her name as a member since they are short on people. Walking to the room, Lim worries that if he does nothing, the two goddesses might grow closer in a direction different from the original story. He reflects that classmates pushing him into matches somehow brought Serin and Daehee closer, which feels off compared to how events went in the Webtoon ESW. Entering the clubroom, he nervously tries to joke about how they are bonding. Inside he finds Serin and Daehee casually chatting about him and their previous outing. They warmly greet Lim as he arrives. He notes they seem closer, but the girls downplay it, saying their personalities are still very different. Serin guesses he is referring to their recent duo game, and hints she has a complaint. The two girls start bickering over how to explain playing together while Kang stands confused in the middle. Elsewhere, an unseen figure taps a desk and wonders if Serin has strong intuition, deciding minor doubts are acceptable. The hidden antagonist reassures himself that Serin can never discover his real identity since she is no psychic. Smirking in the dark, he is confident nobody will uncover who he is. Later, Kang and Serin meet alone in the hallway. Serin tells Kang she plans to reveal the match-fixing case publicly. She explains she felt she would have to keep lying if she hid it, and wants to stop that. Serin says she hates lying more than anything and never liked hiding the truth in the first place. She confides that APC members, like Kang are her first real friends outside work. Serin says friends should share worries and work through problems together. Kang moved, admits he has been considering telling the truth as well. He notes Serin's choice clearly diverges from ESW's original plot, but he cannot ignore the differences anymore. Remembering he has already decided to deviate from the original story if it lets him end this arc quickly, he reaffirms that resolve. He now sees Serin and Dahi as real people rather than just Webtoon characters. He decides that if they can make their own choices, he will not fight them even if it changes ESW's narrative. Kang agrees to support Serin, suggesting they reveal everything to the club together when the others arrive. Relieved, Serin happily thanks him. She later explains the whole match-fixing situation to the APC club. Serin apologizes for previously lying about why she met Kang and other details. Young-ah quickly says Serin does not need to apologize, admitting she herself would have struggled to tell anyone. Their bandaged male friend comments that fighting such a serious battle alone must have been lonely and difficult. Dahi says that after hearing the story she finally understands, and now sees how Serin and Kang grew close so quickly. Young-ah teases that she can imagine how Kang behaved after hearing Serin's past, while he flusters in embarrassment. The bandaged boy, though supportive, worries it is dangerous for only Serin and Kang to investigate the case. He asks if they are under Balor's protection and suggests exposing the truth online instead. Serin says she considered that but feels it is too early, since doing so would only warn the mastermind and likely be ignored. She argues they need solid evidence to address the root of the problem, not just surface accusations. The boy agrees and stresses they still must act quickly before it becomes too late. Kang supports this plan and recalls a prior match-fixing scandal where culprits fled overseas, saying they should prevent a repeat. Young-ah accepts the reasoning but wonders how they will find the insider. Dahi confirms Serin saw a suspicious email that vanished while she was briefly away from her station. Serin says she even checked on the rookies, and asks why Dahi brings that up. Dahi concludes the match-fixing accomplice must be a team insider and suggests calling the culprit X. She figures X is now wary of Serin and will likely take greater precautions even if they are not sure it is her yet. Dahi proposes that X might now arrange offline meetings with the broker to avoid digital traces. Serin points out they are almost always together in the practice room, making such meetings difficult. Suddenly Serin remembers a suspicious time period and reacts. She recalls their regular season ended last week, giving them a few free days over the weekend. Serin reasons that if anyone met the broker secretly, it probably happened over that break. Kang awkwardly agrees with her deduction, trying to hide how impressed he is. Young-ah suggests that by checking what each rookie did during the break, they might identify who contacted a broker. The bandaged boy notes that dorm-living rookies usually go home on vacation, so any different behavior is suspicious. He encourages Serin to investigate whether their vacation stories actually match their movements. Serin apologetically asks if the 3 APC members would help her with this investigation as well. Young-ah is surprised by the request. Then all 3 quickly insist that of course they will help. Serin is stunned by their immediate support. Dahi declares they cannot ignore the problem now that they know and vows to help, while the bandaged boy boasts about his dragon god powers. Dahi and Young-ah privately remark that his Chunibyo fantasies are intense, though Kang still finds him endearing. Kang jokes that his friend's syndrome is even worse, leaving Serin speechless. Time skips to after school with the city and sunset. The group parts ways at the gate, saying they will see each other tomorrow. Serin and Kang wave them off, wishing them safe trips home. As Serin and Kang walk together, she says telling the truth was the right move and she is grateful they did not hate her but chose to help. Kang replies that everyone in APC is fundamentally good, pointing out they even spend time with someone like him. Serin, puzzled by his self-deprecation, questions him. She admits she keeps receiving help from him and the others and wonders how she could ever properly thank them. Kang reminds her she is a professional gamer, and that fans hear such worries from celebrities often. He tells her she can repay him by simply playing a good game, promising to support her as a fan. Serin blushes furiously at his declaration. Overwhelmed, her face turns beet red. Embarrassed, she abruptly dashes off to practice, thanking him and mentioning the upcoming international convention. Kang confirms it is time for that tournament again where her team will face the strong foreign squad that beat them last year. Serin thinks that, to repay Kang support as well, she must give her all in that event. Smiling with renewed determination, she vows to try her best to win. Later, Serin's director orders her to rest during the holiday, and not overtrain before the convention. Serin protests because the international event is near, but the director insists he will monitor her logins. He explains he is genuinely worried, warning that many top players burn out after a peak year and quit. He reminds Sirin she once said she wanted a long career and urges her to consider taking a season off for her health. Narration explains that from then on the APC club joined Sirin in investigating which of the 5 rookies might be involved. Their investigation is simple checking of whether each rookie truly went home or secretly met the broker. Because the vacation period is long and each rookie has different plans, they must investigate slowly, making this feel like a lull in the story. Kang Lim decides he personally must act now, planning to resolve this episode quickly instead of letting it drag like an ESW. In a separate, serious conversation, Dae-hee frankly tells Young-ah she has also fallen for Kang Lim, and will not back off just because Young-ah liked him first. Sirin asserts that who liked him first is irrelevant, and that using that as leverage would be selfish. Young-ah panics at their blunt confrontation, trying to explain herself. She imagines Dae-hee and Sirin walking away arm in arm with Kang Lim, telling her to move on and improve herself. In the nightmare, Young-ah collapses and begs them not to go. She wakes up in bed, shouting and reaching out in terror. We see her room as she realizes she is home and not in that awful scene. Embarrassed, Young-ah groans about the bizarre dream she just had. The next day at school she walks distractedly down the hallway. She admits she could not focus in class because the dream keeps bothering her. Entering the clubroom, she scolds herself for overthinking since it was only a dream. Inside, Sirin greets Young-ah, who asks if Sirin is alone. Young-ah whispers if the others went out to investigate while Sirin explains that he is working and the boys are at makeup classes. Sirin says the investigation will take time. Young-ah promises they will help until the end and Sirin accepts that patiently. Sirin then says she wants to repay APC and asks if she can donate more computers to the club. Young-ah is amazed since even cheap PCs cost a lot, but Sirin admits she has barely touched her savings. Sirin shows her account balance, revealing huge accumulated prize money, which shocks Young-ah. Sirin says she originally planned to repay APC via YouTube exposure, but Kang Lim advised against it, and she knows Sirin would never exploit them like that. Young-ah replays Sirin's earlier words about selfishness in her mind and decides she should give Kang Lim a proper return gift too, wondering what he might want. Cut to Kang Lim thinking that what he wants most right now are peaceful, uneventful days. Young-ah, staring at his tired face in class, blurts out that his dark circles look worse than usual. He nervously laughs it off but she insists anyone could see how exhausted he is. Scratching his head, he blames poor sleep and says he does not particularly want anything. Young-ah presses about the recent career survey, asking what dream job he wrote down, and he replies he simply put, undecided. She accepts this and thinks that since he reads her webtoons, she should similarly help him think about his future. She decides she wants to help him figure out his career path, though he looks confused. After school she walks through the city, still worrying about how little she can actually do for him. Young-ah reflects that once again she feels unable to help Kang Lim much. Determined, she clenches her bag strap and resolves to try anyway. She imagines possible gifts like cologne or fandom goods and starts brainstorming something meaningful. She also considers helping by styling his hair for him. A vision shows Kang Lim looking unexpectedly handsome with his hair neatly done. She contrasts it with his usual messy look, realizing how big the difference is. At home she tries baking but the oven alarm rings while she is distracted. She pulls out a burnt cake, horrified at another failure. Back at school she despairs loudly at her desk that nothing she attempts is working. Even in class she broods about wanting to do something for Kang Lim, barely hearing the teacher call her name. When the teacher finally shouts, Young-ah leaps up in shock, stammering a reply. The teacher sternly asks why she is dozing off and offers to let her wash her face if she is sleepy. Young-ah apologizes nervously while nearby classmates glance over, puzzled. Outside, rain begins to fall against the classroom window. A storm rolls over the school as the rain intensifies. Students below dash for cover in the downpour, signaling the approaching next development. In class during a sudden heavy rain, a girl wonders about the abrupt downpour. Looking at the rain, she realizes she is feeling unusually impatient. The teacher tells students to close the windows as heavy rain blows in, while the narrator notes Kang Lim is attracting people's attention. Young-ah thinks about Dae-hee and Sirin and worries they might like Kang Lim too. She admits to herself that she lacks the confidence to compete with those girls. After school, Kang Lim meets Young-ah in the hallway and asks if she is heading home. They talk about her going to after-school classes because she missed some and must attend makeup sessions. Kang Lim remembers the rain outside and checks if Young-ah has an umbrella. She says she brought a small umbrella after seeing the weather, while he borrowed one from the APC. The two walk down the stairs together in silence. Kang Lim asks Young-ah if something is bothering her lately. Startled, Young-ah asks why he thinks something is wrong. He points out that she has seemed tired and preoccupied, even during APC activities, making her flustered. Embarrassed, Young-ah freezes up. Kang Lim waits quietly, watching her. She confesses that she has suddenly become impatient, has been unconsciously comparing herself to others, and has lost confidence. He realizes she is talking about the Webtoon contest whose winners just started serializing. Young-ah reflects that the only thing she is ahead in is one matter she gained purely by luck. She wonders if it is selfish to show off and admits she is afraid of competing fairly. She clenches her hands in indecision. Kang Lim tells her bluntly to be selfish and fight for what she wants. Young-ah is taken aback by his words. He explains there is no need for a perfectly fair fight and that cooperation, like in games, is also valued. He adds that even in competition she does not have to be overly nice, though Young-ah hesitantly questions this. He continues that if it is truly what she wants, she should assert herself without compromise. He encourages her directly, saying he believes she can do it. Then, realizing he might have overstepped, he apologizes and says the decision must ultimately be hers. Young-ah decides he is right and thinks Tae and Serin should not matter. She resolves that regardless of other girls, her feelings for Kang Lim will not change. Outside under the downpour, Kang Lim remarks on the intense rain. Young-ah calls out to him and apologizes internally for what she is about to do. She looks at the small umbrella inside her bag. She lies that she forgot her umbrella, blushing as she clutches her backpack. Surprised, Kang Lim reacts and offers his umbrella. She quickly suggests that they share the umbrella, pressing close and making him flustered. Both embarrassed, they agree to walk home together under the shared umbrella. As they walk in the rain, Young-ah realizes her worries were needless because she likes him so much. She decides firmly that whatever happens she will stand her ground. Walking beside him, she repeats to herself that she will not lose. Kang Lim, puzzled by her sudden fiery determination, agrees to cheer for her, and wonders what Webtoon made her so driven. While walking, Young-ah urges him to move closer so his shoulder does not get wet, and he nervously invents an excuse about needing to buy something on the way. Time shifts to class another day with students studying while the teacher lectures. Kang Lim, yawning, thinks the match-fixing case is still unresolved and that a new twist usually appears when things seem quiet. He recalls how ESW often has short crises between episodes and remembers everything involving Yu Dae. He notes that around this point in the story Yu Dae's so-called cold case occurs. He clarifies to himself that it is not a real mystery, just Dae catching a cold and missing school for a few days. Reflecting on the webtoon, he thinks the Dae plus protagonist combo is overpowered and suspects her getting sick was a device to sideline her during the match-fixing arc. He does not want Dae to suffer in real life and imagines her sick in bed, deciding he would rather not see that. Troubled, he wonders how he can prevent her from catching a cold at all. He turns to his classmate Shin Young to ask something. Shin Young pompously boasts about his velour body being immune to weak diseases while Kang Lim silently reacts. When asked what is wrong, Kang Lim brushes it off, while Shin Young senses he has just been mentally insulted. Kang Lim thinks that with Dae's robust physique it would be odd for her to catch a cold unless there is a specific cause. Later, while cleaning a clubroom with Dae, he suggests she reduce club requests. He points out she spends all her non-modeling days running around with school clubs. She explains she cannot stay out late because she must pick up her siblings from cram school, so she is already limiting activities. Proudly holding her diary, she says she is almost done with the list of things she wants to do. Kang Lim says he just thinks she is too busy and worries she might catch a cold as the season changes, surprising her. Dae brags that she has never had a cold and claims colds only happen to people with weak mentality and poor self-care. She smugly insists she is a pro at looking after her health, teasing him as a weakling. Remembering the Webtoon 6 scene, Kang Lim inwardly curses her overconfidence and debates letting her catch the cold. After wringing out a wet cloth, Dae says the room is ready for the computer delivery. She leaves the remaining work to Kang Lim, saying she has to go and that he need not worry. Smiling from the doorway, she adds that she has been refusing activities she does not want to do. Alone, Kang Lim frets that this time his concern is not about overwork and wonders what methods he should try to prevent her cold. The next day after class, Dae is thanked by classmates for helping them, and she agrees to see them again tomorrow. In the corridor, Kang Lim hurries up to her. He hands her a health drink made from balloon flower root, saying it is good for her body. She accepts it in confusion as he casually tells her to take care and walks away. The following day she chats with friends in class, seemingly healthy. Kang Lim appears again, this time giving her a jar of concentrated honey for her immune system. She is startled by the repeated concern as he presses it into her hands. Later she finds another canned health drink on her desk with a note telling her to drink it. Feeling watched, she obediently drinks it. He then offers her yet another vegetable health juice, prompting her to yell and demand why he keeps feeding her such things. She complains that others are asking if he is selling MLM products, while he insists he only recommended a good product. He indignantly denies being in a pyramid scheme, calling it network marketing, which she points out is the same thing. Joking exaggeratedly, he spins a fake story about a foreign professor creating a miraculous ocean water elixir, and she doubts his words. He drops the joke and internally explains this talk started from his question to Serin about preventing colds, but that story is for another time. He admits he bought the healthy drinks for himself and picked up extra for her, and she agrees to drink them if he gives them. As he leaves, he tells her to take care. She says she cannot just accept gifts and declares she will give him special permission for something. Determined, she calls out that she cannot receive his kindness for free and will grant him special permission. Kang Lim turns back, puzzled by her declaration. Reading what she wrote, he realizes she is asking him to help with student council work. She confirms this without shame, calling him her #1 slave, while he laments her lack of conscience. While inspecting facilities, she notes a broken light and points out where the switch is. Moving the ladder into place, she explains she volunteered for this safe inspection because she did not want another dangerous rooftop situation. She climbs the ladder to change the light bulb while he stands below, offering to do it since she treats him like a slave. Still working overhead, she tells him it is fine, asks him to mark the checklist, and mentions leaving her cardigan in class because of all the dust yesterday. She adds that changing this bulb is the final item on the list in her diary, surprising him. Holding the bulb, she explains that her diary contains a list of school activities she wanted to do, and student council work is the last one. From the hallway view, she finishes replacing the bulb with a triumphant flourish. A flashback shows young Daehee receiving the diary as a cherished birthday gift. While tightening the fixture, she reveals that the diary was her mother's last birthday present. She says she originally intended to fill it with happy memories of time spent together. Then her parents died in an accident, leaving her alone. She recalls that even Kan Lim knew about the middle school incident that followed. She tells him she struggled to attend school but coped thanks to her siblings and strong mentality. Still, she admits there are times she becomes depressed and feels sad at night. During those sad times, she writes in her diary and plans to complete the list of activities to show her mother she is doing fine. She says she wants to reassure her mother that she is okay now. Realizing she is oversharing, she laughs it off, tells him to flip the switch, and says she finished changing the bulb. Flustered, Kan Lim turns on the lights as she adds she especially wanted to tell him this story. She says she was able to complete her list. Smiling warmly from the ladder, she thanks him and says it is all because of him. Embarrassed by the gratitude, Kan Lim struggles to respond. He remembers her usual arrogant lines and internally complains that she still talks more than necessary even when being sincere. Just then his phone rings, catching his attention. He answers and hears that something is happening right away, agreeing to come at once while Daehee watches. The call informs him the APC Club's package of computers has arrived but Serin has gone home, so they need him to pick it up. Remembering Daehee will be in the cold annex building receiving the shipment, he quickly shrugs off his cardigan. He presses the jacket into her hands, telling her to wear it because the annex will be chilly with windows open for ventilation. Before she can refuse, he dashes off down the hallway. Puzzled, she mutters that she does not catch colds easily anyway. She moves the ladder again, continuing her work. Alone in the corridor, she keeps tightening the ceiling fixture. A strong wind suddenly gusts through the open windows. She sneezes violently from the draft. Shivering, she sits on the ladder hugging herself against the cold. After a pause, she grows self-conscious. She wonders aloud where Kan Lim disappeared to. She pulls his cardigan around her shoulders. Wrapped in his jacket, she feels its warmth and blushes. In a better mood, she cheerfully resumes changing bulbs while humming. The next day in P, she energetically plays badminton, causing Kan Lim to think he may have worried for nothing. Later in the APC room, the group gathers and Daehee announces they finished investigating the 5 rookie team members. Serin reports that after compiling the findings, only one player seems suspicious, the one Kan Lim investigated. Shocked, another member says they may have to treat that player as X. Young-ah nervously confirms that they saw him meet someone instead of going home by train. Discussing the unknown contact, Daehee and Kan Lim agree the person looked like a cautious broker, and that both parties acted suspiciously. Serin, unable to accept it, insists she must personally confirm whether that player is involved in match fixing. When she says she will talk to him alone, Kan Lim interjects that he disagrees. Kan Lim explains he has dug deeper and believes the broker X may be tied to dangerous criminals. He elaborates that match fixing is linked to illegal gambling rings run by gangsters with international connections. Though such gangsters do not exist openly in modern Korea, they are common in Webtoons and apparently in ESW's world as well. Serin argues she still cannot back down, but Kan Lim says with their current evidence they should not handle it alone. He suggests they now seek help from responsible adults, which surprises her. They go to the director's office to consult him. Inside, Serin and Kan Lim sit tensely with hot drinks, waiting. After hearing the story, the director despairs that such things occurred in his organization without his knowledge. Serin apologizes for not speaking sooner, but he thanks them for bringing the information. Regaining composure, the director declares that match fixing is intolerable, vows to investigate, and promises not to let the culprits escape. He also thanks Kan Lim for helping Serin despite being an outsider, and confirms his name. As they leave, he says he will first contact the association, while Kan Lim and Serin prepare to go. The 2 students exit, leaving the director alone in the office. Sighing in private, he wonders how things came to this. He sits in silence, still covering his face with his hands. Then he reaches into his pocket for his phone. Calling someone, he says that just as they warned, an annoying fly is buzzing around. He reports that officials plan to crack down on match fixing at the upcoming competition, revealing his secret collusion with the gamblers. Director Ma reports over the phone that their targets are unaware and reassures this is not their first time doing such a thing. The broker is relieved they have not been found out, and asks what Director Ma intends to do next. Director Ma decides they must quietly cover up the incident as though nothing occurred. He worries that Rizanti will not drop the matter, then coldly proposes using Cha Serin as a scapegoat if necessary. The broker agrees, says he has a plan if given time, and asks to borrow some of their people. They agree to meet again at the same store as before to proceed with the plan. Hanging up, Director Ma anxiously vows not to get caught and questions why he ever started this. Looking at a championship photo of his team, he thinks their success is still not enough and focuses bitterly on Cha Surin. He recalls someone asking if at least he had made a lot of money from all this. With a sinister smile, Director Ma resolves that the investigator must drop the case because he will not allow him to leave. Just then Kang Lim barges into the office, startling Director Ma. Ma nervously asks why Kang Lim has returned, masking his unease as Kang Lim asks if something is wrong. Kang Lim casually claims he just came back for his forgotten phone. He retrieves the phone from between the sofa cushions. Seeing it is still recording, Kang Lim remarks that he needs a better recorder. Turning back, he cheerfully tells Ma to continue his earlier discussion about blaming someone, pretending ignorance. Ma awkwardly laughs and insists Kang Lim is misunderstanding the situation. Kang Lim cuts him off, telling him to stop with useless excuses and mocking his weakness. Kang Lim then bluntly declares he knows Ma is the insider called X, the mastermind behind Do's match fixing. He says the puzzle is already solved and begins listing 3 pieces of evidence, starting with Ma blocking Risen T from participating. In narration, Kang Lim credits the Webtoon for letting him deduce early on that Director Ma must be X. He recalls how ESW used optimal methods in the original story, so he only needed extra evidence while keeping Surin close. He explains they dragged the investigation out to gather information, but the hardest part was keeping Cha Surin with them. He notes that if they rush like ESW, Surin alone would suffer under accusations she insists are false. He admits the rookie team interrogation was mainly a stalling tactic. Even the supposed photo of X with a suspicious man was a fake shot Kang Lim staged to mislead everyone. He orchestrated these deceptions to set up this final confrontation scene with Director Ma. As a bonus, he also created an opportunity to catch the broker, though it caused Cha Surin pain. Watching Ma's face twist, Kang Lim internally gloats while Ma stammers that those clues are not enough to prove his involvement. Kang Lim sighs that Ma is delusional and says even if his reasoning was shaky, he has already obtained far more evidence. He dramatically scatters photos showing Ma's suspicious meetings and activities. One photo clearly shows Ma meeting the broker at a cafe. Kang Lim mentions additional proof, including private gambling sites profiting from Ma's fixed matches. He also cites incriminating email exchanges, pointing out Ma's conveniently broken laptop. Kang Lim says a proper forensic check of that laptop will reveal even more evidence. Shocked, Ma wonders how Kang Lim knows all this and starts to drift into regretful thoughts. He recalls the car accident in which he destroyed his wrist, wondering if his life would be different had that not happened. He remembers how an acquaintance helped him become a coach, knowing that ex-pro gamers have few options. As a coach he finally tasted success, leading a last-place team to a championship. During contract season, media called him a savior, and prestigious teams worldwide offered him multi-year deals. He now regrets not going overseas when calls came in from abroad. Instead, he stayed because his agency's team leader begged him for one more year, appealing to loyalty. Convinced, Ma remained in the country, expecting incentives promised in his contract. The team leader then used the company's financial hardship as an excuse to delay or deny Ma's bonuses, demanding more devotion. Eventually the sponsor went bankrupt and Ma could not even collect minimum wage. Meanwhile, a colleague who went abroad became wildly successful, earning millions, a house, and immigration benefits. Ma's own career crumbled under lawsuits that blocked his path overseas, driving him into bitter laughter. He shifted from hating his country to hating himself, and concluded the world only rewards those who protect their own interests. Ma decided hard work would never be enough, and that he had to look out for himself above all else. Returning to the present, he insists that once he began fixing matches he did it systematically and never dropped his guard. He explains he only used email for arrangements and minimized direct contact through brokers. Every involved player was heavily vetted, and he recruited outsiders to further conceal his role. He laundered profits with borrowed accounts and cryptocurrency while carefully managing Do to maintain a flawless double life. He believes it should have been impossible for anyone to catch him. Yet he panics, unable to understand how Kang Lim learned every move he made. Desperate, Ma demands to know who or what Kang Lim really is. Kang Lim introduces himself simply as Na Kang Lim, claiming he is just an ordinary high school student, not a detective. Ma inwardly curses the situation, but admits Kang Lim truly seems to know everything. He decides he must silence the boy before Kang Lim reports them, since that would complicate things. Ma resolves to eliminate Kang Lim immediately, and rely on the broker's men to clean up afterward, thinking the opponent is only a kid. Kang Lim sighs and says Ma's plans will not work out as he expects. He asks if Ma really thinks he came unprepared and hints that a loop reset would not be triggered just because Ma beat him up. Kang Lim reveals he has backed up all evidence, and set an email to automatically send details of Ma's crimes to a trusted friend if he disappears. This revelation stuns Ma into fearful silence. Kang Lim adds that he knows Ma's past in detail, and while he pities it, that does not excuse Ma's actions. He says Ma had a chance, as Do's director, to rebuild his career legitimately, and eventually go abroad without crime. But Ma chose not to stop and instead used his past as self-justification while shifting blame to others whenever anything went wrong. Kang Lim concludes that this proves Ma is simply a heartless piece of scum. Ma, shaken and speechless, covers part of his face as the weight of Kang Lim's words sinks in. Kang Lim points out that Ma has become exactly the sort of person who ruins hardworking others, the very type Ma once despised. Images juxtapose Ma's hopeful past, triumphant coaching moment, and the manipulative team leader who betrayed him. Ma looks up hollowly and mutters that everything has become completely messed up. Outside, police rush toward Do's doors as someone scoffs at the idea of Kang Lim being an ordinary student. Later, Kang Lim walks with classmates and reflects that although the match-fixing case is wrapped, the broader fallout is only beginning. He notes the broker sensed danger and skipped his meeting with Ma, so authorities still have not caught him, just like in the original webtoon. Rumors say the broker fled abroad, which frustrates Kang Lim, but he decides it is not the main problem. He is more worried about Cha Surin, recalling how shocked she was when he told her everything after the case ended. Kang Lim admits to himself that, even for justice, he lied to her and needs to apologize at school. A view of the school building signals the new day as this resolve forms. In class, the teacher notes Surin's absence, assuming she is busy with her obligations. Kang Lim reacts with mild confusion on hearing Surin is not there. He approaches and asks him whether Surin is coming to school or if something has happened. Kang Lim says Surin promised to see him today and wonders if she was summoned as a witness, which might explain her ignoring his message. He mentions talk of another, possibly international, competition that Surin is supposed to attend later that night. She quietly asks Kang Lim whether Surin should still compete after such a scandal, while he reasons that the innocent players should keep calm for the investigation. Kang Lim predicts Do's disbandment, and the case's outcome will likely be announced only after this competition. He is surprised but accepts that Surin might be absent because she is busy practicing for what will be her last showing with Do. Kang Lim still feels uneasy, thinking the case should be over but deciding to take precautions anyway. After school he rings a doorbell repeatedly, trying to reach Surin. Standing at Do's dorm entrance, he senses something is wrong and remembers the building should be off-limits for investigation. Joined by Young-ah, he speculates Surin has nowhere to stay besides her small apartment, and calls other friends to check. Young-ah learns Surin is not at their usual PC cafe and wonders if she went home to her parents. Kang Lim remembers that Surin's parents and teacher are currently abroad, grows more alarmed, and decides to keep calling. Back at the apartment corridor, he dials Surin's number from outside her door. They hear a ringing phone on the hallway floor and rush toward it in shock. Kang Lim picks up the red phone and realizes it belongs to Cha Surin. Seeing the camera app open and damaged, he checks the latest photo for clues. The most recent image shows Surin being forcibly grabbed and silenced by the broker and an accomplice. Surin is now bound and gagged in the back of a moving vehicle. The broker's men drive, one nervously asking if kidnapping the girl is really okay. The driver says it is necessary because their emergency escape route was discovered much sooner than expected. He warns that if they do nothing they will be caught before leaving the country, so they must slow the police by silencing people. He counts on Director Ma to keep quiet, and says the only remaining threat is the girl who might have blown the whistle. A flashback to Ma's earlier call shows he and the broker targeting Risen T and planning to pin everything on Cha Surin. The broker adds that Surin must atone for stirring up trouble and that she needs to pay for it. A taxi speeds through the city as Kang Lim races after them. In the back seat he has a frantic meltdown over Surin's kidnapping, startling the driver. He fumes that the original webtoon never mentioned such a cruel twist, and wonders what he should do now that the story has changed. Calming slightly, Kang Lim decides that analyzing why the case ended early is pointless. What matters is how he responds now. He reassures himself that since time has not looped yet, Surin should still be alive, and he tries to understand why the criminals chose kidnapping over murder. Remembering the broker's words, he realizes they intend to sell Surin through human trafficking and recognizes this as the worst possible outcome. He fears such a bad ending might trigger a permanent game over instead of another loop and vows that he must prevent it. Rolling around in frustration, he curses the author for introducing human trafficking into a romantic comedy story. His phone rings and he hurriedly answers. It is Dahi. Kang Lim asks what is happening with the police investigation. Dahi reports that she called the police and their friends are explaining the situation, but officers are skeptical so it may take time. Looking at the photo Kang Lim sent, she says it clearly shows kidnapping and finds it unbelievable that international traffickers are operating in modern Seoul. Kang Lim confirms he is sure and says he is already heading to the port, though even he finds the scenario hard to believe. In narration he admits his detailed knowledge of the port, and the criminals come solely from reading the ESW webtoon. Dahi observes that Kang Lim sometimes acts strangely, suddenly raging or muttering odd phrases to himself. Kang Lim concludes he cannot expect others to handle this and prepares to act alone. Dahi unexpectedly says she chooses to believe him. Stunned, Kang Lim listens as she explains that since the earlier stalker case he has always turned out to be telling the truth. She confesses she once doubted him but promises that from now on she will trust his words even when they sound unreasonable. Her unconditional support leaves Kang Lim briefly speechless. He thanks Dahi sincerely, prompting her embarrassed protest on the other end of the line. Flustered, Dahi yells not to misunderstand her intentions, insisting it is not what he thinks. Regaining composure, she sits at a computer and offers to find the correct port terminal immediately. She chides him for planning to search the entire port manually, pointing out that it would take all night. He explains that realistically the traffickers will load Surin onto a cargo ship rather than a small boat, so she can narrow targets using departure records. Typing quickly, she notes that a broken crane has reduced today's number of cargo ships. She further filters out major companies and regular liners to isolate suspicious vessels. She decides they should look for a minor cargo ship whose permit was filed on short notice. He soon identifies one cargo ship scheduled for departure that day. She sends Kang the terminal's location and tells him to search that specific area. At the container yard, the broker spots Kang and his allies arriving among the stacks of shipping containers. Meanwhile, Surin, tied and gagged in a storage area, trembles as she realizes she has indeed been kidnapped. She studies the broker, wondering who he is and what he wants from her. Removing her gag, he remarks that children can be sold for high prices and warns she will not be hurt if she behaves. Surin, hearing distant ship horns, grows even more anxious. She recalls Kang once explaining to Dahi that illegal gambling and match-fixing are run by dangerous overseas syndicates. Putting this together, Surin concludes the man is a match-fixing broker and sarcastically thanks him for confirming her suspicions. She calls the mastermind behind the scheme a demon in human form, a hopeless parasite. The broker is unsettled by how calm she remains, musing that she must still be a naive kid to talk like that. He grabs her by the head, saying he did it for money and that there is nothing more to explain since she ruined his profits. He orders her to say goodbye to her homeland, warning there are less than 15 minutes before she is taken aboard. After leaving the room, he walks down a corridor while Surin watches tensely from behind. Surin forces herself to stay calm, thinking that doing nothing rash might be safest. Just then Kang peeks through the door, asking if the captor has gone, and Surin gasps his name in relief. As Kang unties her, Surin asks how he found her. He says it is a long story and credits that he used critical help in tracking the location. Kang explains he came to the port, spotted a broker, followed him into this building, and Surin scolds him for recklessly entering when these people are more than simple brokers. He recalls approaching the building, thinking of going inside because it looked empty. He remembers being forced to enter when the broker's subordinates appeared behind him, then immediately heading to the third floor to find Surin. Back in the present, he helps Surin up, saying he is relieved she is safe and that he worried about everyone. He adds that Yoongae cried and made a scene, making it hard to properly explain everything to the police, and Surin apologizes. He says the incident is over, proposes sending their location and simply waiting for police since it is no longer an emergency, grumbling that going back out is getting complicated. Surin insists they must leave immediately, telling him a man just informed her of something urgent. She relays that they will be boarding in 15 minutes, shocking Kang who starts to protest. Surin confirms this and says they somehow need to escape this place together, just the two of them. Kang agrees but notes there were many enemy underlings on the way so escaping will be difficult. Both fall silent, weighed down by what this means. Kang forces a smile, says they should move for now because nothing will change if he stands still. He starts to step outside to scout but immediately runs into one of the enemy men. The man suspiciously asks who Kang is and why he is here. Kang and Surin stammer for an excuse while the man eyes Surin and starts to question why she is here. The man dismissively says whoever Kang is does not matter because he can simply be disposed of, then suddenly seizes Kang by the throat. Surin screams Kang name as he is lifted and choked. Kang, panicking, yells Surin's full name as he struggles in the man's grip. Desperate, he shouts at an unseen presence, begging it to respond. The thug violently smashes him into the ground, his vision going white as he dies again. Kang's face goes slack and bloody in the man's choking hand, showing he has been killed. As he hangs dying, he prays for his looping ability to trigger again and save him. His body starts to glow and tremble as the loop begins to activate. Time rewinds, his figure turning into an inverted silhouette as the loop fully triggers. Revived, Kang celebrates that the loop worked and says it is actually good because he now knows Surin is safe and exactly where she is, so this time he will avoid entering the building. The scene resets to Surin again saying they must escape together somehow, just the two of them. Kang, freshly looped, stares blankly and Surin asks if he is alright. He is confused that despite using the loop he is back at the same spot instead of his intended save point. Once more he encounters the same suspicious man in the hallway asking who he is and what he is doing here. Kang and Surin react in alarm, realizing events are repeating in spite of the loop. Kang finds himself being grabbed by the throat again and realizes he has returned to the exact moment of his previous death. While being choked he realizes his save point has shifted to this death scene and worries that the point itself might be broken. He compares his plight to a game character stuck at a terrible checkpoint, and laments how awful this situation is. Determined but shaken, he steels himself after understanding how the loop has changed. Once again Surin says they must escape together, unaware of what he has just experienced. Kang hurriedly orders Surin to tie him up with the rope again, shouting for her to move quickly. Surin, bewildered, demands to know why he suddenly wants to be bound. He hides behind some crates while Surin, now tied, nervously wonders what is going on. The thug walks in and gruffly asks why she is making noise alone, warning he will gag her again if she keeps it up. Serin sits bound to the beam, shaking anxiously after his threat. Outside, the door slams as Kang Lim thinks he is going insane because the loop keeps dumping him at the worst moment. He analyzes that his save point changed timing for unknown reasons and wonders if the loop mechanic itself has been twisted. He concludes they are stuck deep in enemy territory with no outside help and the save point sabotaged, so drastic action is their only option. Serin, still tied, asks how he knew the man would come. Kang Lim decides the only path forward is to use his looping power aggressively as a resource. He questions if he can really accept ending the goddess episode scenario like this, and reminds himself he always expected something like this might happen. He gives a crooked smile, embracing the madness of what he must do. Resolving himself, he tells Serin that from now on she must listen to his instructions. In another iteration he repeats that she must follow his lead from this point on. He asks her to trust him and follow even if his actions seem strange. Serin notes he suddenly looks exhausted and asks if he is okay, but he says it is fitting because surviving in a crazy world requires being crazy too. Preparing an ambush, he peers through a cracked door and quietly starts a countdown. He watches a different subordinate walk down the hall on the phone, counting his steps. At the right moment Serin grabs his hand and they sprint out together as Kang Lim yells to move now. They stealthily tail the man down the corridor while Kang Lim records his phone conversation. The subordinate mentions warehouse cargo and says he will head there, telling his superior to rest. Kang Lim finishes recording and murmurs that everything is ready. The subordinate hears something and turns in suspicion. He looks back down the hall but sees only the opened emergency door. Hidden in a nearby room, Kang Lim and Serin avoid detection as he walks past. After he leaves, Serin drags Kang Lim along, saying their escape route is close by, though Kang Lim wonders why she is commenting on his clothes. They race through another section of hallway toward an exit. Serin points out where an emergency exit should be and suggests they head that way. Kang Lim, already loop experienced, says that door is locked in violation of safety laws and that he has already wasted over 10 tries there. He explains he even tried jumping from windows but found every window blocked as he opens another door. Reaching the lobby area, he complains that escape routes are all obstructed and this makes things difficult. He quickly hangs the stolen coat on a rack while Serin, hearing approaching footsteps from the door, panics about someone coming. He grabs her hand and positions them behind the hanging coat as concealment. Two men enter the lobby while the pair remain hidden behind the coat rack. The men stand right in front of the rack chatting, inches from where Kang Lim and Serin are concealed. After the men leave, the coat rack is shown alone again, hiding the pair successfully. Kang Lim peeks out and says they are in the clear and can return to their plan, while Serin is still confused by the bizarre hiding method. He steps away from cover, his slippered feet indicating they are moving on. Elsewhere in another loop, he hides around a corner as a well-dressed boss complains on the phone about being stuck watching kids. Serin urges Kang Lim that they must hide somewhere fast before this new man spots them. Kang Lim plays back the earlier recording so the distant boss hears his own subordinate's voice about going to the warehouse and resting. Satisfied, Kang Lim stops the recording and muses that the trick worked. Serin realizes he cleverly used the recorded call as a diversion. Impressed, she says Kang Lim is amazing and wonders how he manages all this. He warns her not to praise him yet because they still have a boss battle remaining. They barricade a stairwell door with cabinets and bins to slow pursuers. Serin wipes sweat, saying the barricade should buy them time and asks what their next move is. Kang Lim reviews the situation like a game map, noting they cleared the second and third floors but are blocked on the first where the boss waits. He admits that no matter how many loops he has run he has never been able to get past this boss. The narration explains that in the original story Cha Shurin and another protagonist uncovered the broker's criminal organization and fought their way through them. The original male lead then became the broker's target and engaged in over-the-top action sequences. Those scenes worked because that protagonist was essentially a superhuman one-man army. Kang Lim reflects that while the story's hero could overpower anything, he himself is not that strong. He spots the real boss broker and realizes this is the formidable man blocking all his escape attempts. He recalls that every tactic he has tried against this man has failed. The boss senses something and begins to turn around, on guard. In one attempt Kang Lim charges screaming with an improvised weapon over his head. The boss easily blocks and counters the attack, showing Kang Lim's assault is futile. Another loop shows Kang Lim and Serin sprinting away only to be immediately noticed. The boss catches up and violently punches Kang Lim from behind. In yet another attempt Kang Lim approaches with hands up as if surrendering. The boss simply kicks him in the face, dropping him instantly. Kang Lim tries a direct rush. The boss again intercepts him with overwhelming strength. Kang Lim collapses, trembling and defeated on the floor. The boss smashes him into the wall with a devastating blow. Kang Lim reels, his face bruised and smoking from the impact. A kick from the boss sends him flying across the hallway. His body slams and skids along the wall, blood spraying. The boss looks down coldly, unbothered by having killed him again. A hand grabs Kang Lim's hair to lift his head. The boss repeatedly slams his skull into the floor, killing him brutally. Another corpse of Kang Lim lies in a pool of blood, another failed loop. Serin screams helplessly at the sight. Kang Lim remembers that helplessness and clenches his fist, full of fear. He also recalls being punched again when he tried to counterattack. The boss always charges with relentless killing intent no matter what Kang Lim does. Kang Lim's memories show him ending each loop beaten and dying. Back in the present, Serin repeats that the barricade buys them a little time and asks what they should do now. Kang Lim, exhausted, suggests they rest briefly before continuing, worrying her. He admits he feels unwell and starts to collapse. He falls to the floor as Serin cries his name, while narration notes, he is enduring better than expected after so many deaths. He reflects that he stopped counting his deaths after they went into triple digits, but luckily his heart has stayed intact. He insists he does not want to give up, yet with the save point twisted he wonders whether escape is even possible. He concludes he alone must act, because if he does nothing no one else can change this. Forcing himself upright, he says it is no big deal and that the next loop is already close. Serin watches in concern as he braces himself to stand again. Kang Lim, eyes wild, vows to get back up and succeed no matter what. His hands tremble on the floor as he steels his resolve. In dark internal monologue he questions if surpassing this boss is even possible, and decides all he can do is keep trying his best. He reasons that if the loop has a limited number of uses and ends unexpectedly, he and Serin will die for real and future incidents will unfold unchecked. Serin grabs his shoulders, begging him to look at her and insisting they need to move. He snaps himself out of spiraling thoughts, telling himself to stop overthinking because it leads nowhere. Surrounded by images of his many brutal deaths, he curses his fate and wishes someone more heroic had been chosen instead of him. He laments that things might be better if this burden had not fallen to someone as ordinary as himself. Serin gently pulls his head against her chest, cradling him. She strokes his hair, reassuring him that everything is okay. She tells him not to be so hard on himself and asks if he feels a bit better. He thanks her but starts to protest that they do not have time for this. Instead, she suddenly hugs him tightly from the front, startling him. Blushing, she brings up the earlier request that he use polite speech with her, hinting at her feelings. She explains she has been practicing fan service and media awareness, and that her request for honorifics began from a different, more personal intention. Still embracing him, she says she is there for him, that everyone faces defeats and hard moments, and she has pushed herself through many of them. She admits she used to ignore her surroundings and treat people carelessly from her sunny high place, but now advises him to think carefully, and says even in reality people need support. She continues that realizing her own mistakes taught her that feeling small before a wall is natural and change cannot happen instantly. Kang Lim mutters that reality is harsher than fiction and determination alone cannot magically fix things. Serin responds that willpower has limits and growth takes a long time, including getting help from others. He stays silent, leaning into her hug as her words sink in. She says even so he must keep standing back up, and offers to help him regardless of what happens. She promises not just in games but in real life she will be there as his support, because even great people need someone at their side. She asks if, as Kang Lim's helper, he would trust and rely on her. Flustered, he starts to say she is misunderstanding, but cannot fully deny it. Serin, cheeks burning, says she is actually happy just thinking about being by his side in all this. Smiling warmly, she declares she is glad to be with him, and asks that they work together from now on. Kang Lim turns his back, stunned by her earnest declaration. He reflects that he had been arrogantly relying on his loop as if it made him special, only now realizing how wrong that attitude was. The narrator reflects that he wrongly thought he was the story's protagonist while resolving to save the people and things he must protect. In the present crisis, he rushes up to the pink-haired girl, who is startled by his sudden approach. He energetically asks her to talk somewhere else, saying he has an idea for escaping. He explains that the only tactic that has worked so far is luring the broker toward the stairs while Cha Shirin distracts him. He describes the plan's climax where, on the stairs, they smash a flower pot into the back of the broker's head. He analyzes that even with elaborate luring and ambush, the broker still sensed the attack in time and dodged. Shirin agrees they need an additional element and suggests enhancing the distraction. She proposes using her ability to provoke emotions, planning to emotionally unsettle the broker so he cannot react to Kang Lim's surprise blow. When Kang Lim asks what exactly she will do, she decides she must shake the broker emotionally and suddenly remembers something important. She recalls that, when briefly captured, she saw the broker storing something carefully inside a safe. She tells Kang Lim about the item in the safe but admits she does not know what it is, nor how to use it. Kang Lim notes they do not know the password to the safe yet realizes that, beyond trusting the loop, there is another crucial factor. He reasons that although incident details from the goddess's information may change with the altered plot, the broker's character data should remain reliable. Concluding he now knows what to do, Kang Lim tells Cha Shirin he has found a solution. Elsewhere, the broker checks his phone, sees it is almost time to leave, and prepares to depart. Cha Shirin loudly calls out the broker as a criminal, demanding he come out, which immediately grabs his attention. Alarmed, the broker runs toward where her voice came from. He stops at the stairwell and looks around, confused. Cha Shirin appears there, announcing her presence to lure him in. Surprised she escaped the ropes and guards, the broker questions how she got away. The narrator explains that the true strategy is simple, luring the broker to the stairs so Kang Lim can strike him from behind with a flower pot, while they trigger an emotional reaction. Hiding above, Kang Lim thinks of the game EDSW and waits as the broker, unaware, dismisses the situation but decides to at least cause some trouble. Expecting to maintain his leverage, the broker says he can do as he pleases as long as Shirin's life is in his hands. Shirin firmly claims he cannot hurt her, preparing to reveal a shocking identity. She boldly declares herself his long-lost younger sister. The broker just stares in baffled silence while she grins nervously. He demands clarification, stunned by her claim. Narration recounts the broker's tragic backstory from EDSW, where he was born in a slum and became a criminal. Despite his crimes, he deeply loved his only younger sister. Civil war separated them during their escape, and he has since wandered the country hoping to see her again. In the game, this memory cutscene appears right before the hero defeats the broker. The narrator thought it pointless then, but now finds it useful. Using that knowledge, Shirin calls out tenderly as his sister, asking if he remembers her name and can recognize her. The broker is shaken and furiously questions how she dares use that name when she knows nothing about him or his real sister. Angered, he accuses her of mocking his sister and impersonating her despite looking nothing like the real one. Watching from above, Kang Lim notes that the accusation alone does not fully sway him. Anticipating this, Kang Lim reveals he prepared decisive proof. Shirin presents a cherished photo of the broker with his sister, insisting it proves she is that sister. The panel shows the original photo of a young broker with his smiling sister, asking if he recognizes it. Seeing it, the broker's composure cracks as he reacts in shock. Narration explains the photo is a special picture both siblings possess one copy of, symbolizing their unique bond. Now that exact photo is trembling in Shirin's hands as she holds it out. The broker still hesitates, instinctively doubting whether the photo is really of his sister. He wonders if it could be the one locked in his safe and suspects, then questions whether Shirin somehow stole it to lie about being his sister. He quickly rejects that idea. Remembering he hid the photo in a secure safe because his work made him wary of any photos leaking, he knows it should have been well protected by a password. Since nobody should open the safe without that password, it seems impossible for Shirin to obtain the original photo by normal means. Therefore, he can only conclude that the photo truly belongs to his younger sister. Overwhelmed, he asks Shirin if she is really his long-lost sister. At that perfect emotional moment, Kang Lim charges down the stairs with the flower pot, shouting as he attacks. The broker, still dazed, begins to turn, sweat forming as danger approaches. He senses something and suddenly looks back in alarm. Kang Lim, midair with the flower pot raised, shouts that the broker is a fool as he brings it down. The flower pot smashes violently into the broker's head. The broker reels from the impact, tiles and shards flying. He collapses onto the landing, sliding across the floor. Kang Lim shouts that it is now Shirin's turn, and she rushes in with rope. The injured broker ends up bound hand and foot on the floor, groaning in pain. Kang Lim stands over him, musing about the absurd sibling story and assuming Shirin's claim was obviously a lie. The broker, still bewildered, asks how they knew about his sister and, more importantly, how they opened the safe. Smiling, Kang Lim says the password was supposed to be known only to the broker and asks what he means by that question. A montage shows that through countless failed loops and deaths, Kang Lim repeatedly confronted the broker and safe, trying all possibilities. He admits he simply tried every combination. Kang Lim advises the broker to use a 5-digit password next time because 4 digits were too easy to brute force. He casually adds that it only took 10,000 attempts to crack it. A loud crash effect signifies the end of the confrontation on the stairwell. The scene shows the defeated, bound broker on the landing with the shattered pot beside him, while Kang Lim and Shirin stand over him. Kang Lim sighs in relief, wondering if everything is finally over. Immediately, frantic banging and shouts from outside announce that the kidnapped girl is missing and the door is jammed, alarming them again. Kang Lim urges Shirin to escape quickly, warning that getting caught again would be disastrous. They burst out of the building together, finally making it outside. Catching his breath, Kang Lim tries to remember where something is, feeling it has been a long time since he came here. He spots his red bicycle, relieved that it is still where he left it. That night, he pedals furiously with Shirin riding on the back as they flee along the coastal road. Hearing police sirens, Shirin says the authorities must have arrived and tells Kang Lim he can stop pushing himself. He refuses, insisting their work is not finished yet. While riding, he reminds her that if they hurry, she can still make her flight. He explains she has an international match to attend and missing the flight would cause serious problems. She hesitates, saying it feels strange to leave now, especially with such an important final match for her role as pro player due. He answers that she promised to show him how to win, reinforcing why she must go. Blushing behind him, she is moved by his determination. She opens her mouth, about to say something heartfelt. She thanks Kang Lim, saying she has experienced many new things because of him, even though she is far from ordinary. She recognizes the unfamiliar but unmistakable emotion in her chest, knowing at least its name. The panel shows Shirin happily blushing as her feelings for Kang Lim bloom. Under the starry night sky, they ride together down the long, moonlit road. Time passes peacefully. Later, Kang Lim and his friends watch proudly as Cha Shirin is announced the winner of the international competition. At the same time, the kidnapping scandal is exposed, and police investigations bring the criminals, including the broker, to justice. Back in his room, Kang Lim reflects that the outcome now resembles the good ending of EDSW, despite the grueling process. Watching Shirin's press conference on his phone, he notes that he still has lingering nightmares from the loops but continues on. A reporter asks Shirin what she plans to do during the break her team recently must take under transfer rules. Shirin replies that nothing is decided yet, and she would like to rest and try something new. Thinking of Kang Lim and their time together, she feels it will be awkward but believes everything will be fine. She adds that if she must choose one thing, there is something specific she wants to try. Smiling bashfully at the press, Shirin announces that she wants to experience dating. Watching this, Kang Lim is satisfied that he has managed to protect her smile. A bright school day scene establishes that some time has passed and life has returned to normal. In class, the teacher begins homeroom announcements. Kang Lim confirms that the loops have stopped and relaxes, ready to enjoy a peaceful routine. He looks back on the recent events as an exhausting but safely completed episode, believing EDSW will not cause major trouble for a while. Certain he has not overlooked anything, he resolves to focus on gaming again and recover his mental stability. The teacher then reminds the class that midterm exams are approaching. Hearing about midterms, Kang Lim is stunned and questions how important the first sophomore exams really are. He suddenly realizes in horror that he has completely neglected studying for these tests. Panicking, he recalls how focused he has been on loops and academy trips, leaving schoolwork unattended. He flips through his book and sees he has barely written any notes, reassuring himself only by remembering his mother's earlier nagging. A flashback shows his mother warning that if his grades drop again she will confiscate his computer, and he reluctantly agreeing to handle it. She continues scolding that she will move his computer if he slacks off, while he nervously insists she need not worry. Kang Lim notes he has made such promises before and that his mother is the type to get worked up, so she is surely expecting better grades this time. He decides he must do something immediately and start cramming for the exams. Seeking help, he asks the purple-haired classmate Jong Ah for study guidance, though she modestly doubts her own ability. She admits her last grades were not great, and she already plans to attend another classmate's study group, implying she cannot tutor him herself. However, she offers to lend him her notes if he wants. Later, another classmate enthusiastically tutors Kang Lim, explaining a tricky fingerprint trigger trap problem as if it were a dramatic duel. The friend theatrically concludes with the correct answer, declaring it key for a brilliant test performance. Afterward, he smugly asks if Kang Lim understands, while Kang Lim inwardly wonders how such an eccentric person earns top grades. Kang Lim then approaches Shirin about school studies, and she says she has not seriously studied since elementary school but is confident in English thanks to interacting with foreign players. She apologizes that she cannot help this time because she has plans to go shopping for clothes with classmates. Wondering what to do with her current uniform, she considers buying a regular school uniform instead. Running out of options, Kang Lim next turns to the blonde top student Yoo Dae-hee, who notes that he has indeed finally come to her. Desperate, he bows deeply and begs her to save him, while she agrees and mentions giving him a special discount as if tutoring were a business. Startled that she wants payment, Kang Lim asks if she is really charging him, and she responds that her time is valuable. He counters by suggesting a mutual benefit. Since she is slightly weak in Korean, he can help her there while she tutors him in other subjects. Narration explains that because of EDSW, the protagonist has now started earnestly studying, with Yoo Dae-hee holding up perfect score Korean tests as proof of her mastery. She reveals she long ago overcame that weakness and that her earlier portrayal in EDSW was just an excuse to study more, surprising Kang Lim. She admits there is little she would refuse if he asked, but today she must prioritize tutoring her younger siblings. Since her siblings also have exams soon, she says she cannot abandon them, so Kang Lim reluctantly accepts this. As he turns to leave, she shyly suggests that he could instead come to her house and study together with them. Blushing, she repeats more clearly that he is welcome to study at her place too. Soon Kang Lim accompanies her to apartment 301, waiting as she unlocks the door. She warns him not to have strange expectations, explaining it is just an agency-provided residence. Entering, she calls out that she has arrived with a guest, while Kang Lim politely announces himself. Two younger blonde siblings peek around the corner, surprised by the visitor. They happily run up to greet their big sister, asking about her day at school. Then the little girl notices Kang Lim and bluntly asks who he is. Kang Lim introduces himself as Na Kang Rim. Yoo Dae-hee explains she brought him to study, prompting the kids to bow and introduce themselves as Demia and Jae-hee. Dae-hee reassures them that although Kang Lim looks suspicious, he actually is suspicious, which makes him protest the misunderstanding. She tells Kang Lim they will use the low table to study and goes to fetch drinks while he sits down. Left alone with the kids, Kang Lim awkwardly starts studying alongside them. Feeling the room's tension, he tries to ease the mood by asking about their upcoming exams. The siblings silently keep writing, focused entirely on their work. Kang Lim, unsure what to do, decides to at least help the younger sister with her math. He sympathizes with her struggles in learning multiplication and mentions he once had trouble with it too, gaining her interest. She asks if he also cannot memorize the times table, and he replies that adding rhythm makes it easy. He plays a children's multiplication song on his phone and demonstrates how to memorize by singing along. The screen shows the animated penguin math song teaching 5 by 5, reinforcing his method. The little girl is delighted by the video while Conlim watches her reaction. Conlim tells Jae-hee he seems to know everything already, but the boy modestly insists he does not. Observing his fast progress in the workbook, Conlim remarks that Jae-hee is clearly ahead. Jae-hee quietly explains that if he wants to be like his brilliant sister, that high level of effort and achievement is only natural. The blue-haired boy reacts in surprise. While tutoring, Conlim praises the blonde boy, who is shocked to hear even Jae-hee complimented him. The boy recalls answering firmly that he must do his best, downplaying his own ability. The little girl proudly announces she has memorized the multiplication table, and Conlim praises her speed. Jae-hee arrives late with drinks, explaining she was called by Hyunju. As Jae-hee asks a study question, the girl happily reports all her answers are correct. Watching the children progress so fast, Jae-hee wonders if her own mentality is childish and thinks simple praise is not enough. The younger girl asks about the slang word asi. Jae-hee jokingly defines it as meaning na Conlim, and he protests at her teaching strange words. Jae-hee says it is time for her and Conlim to start studying too and asks what they should begin with. Someone points out that a drink glass is clearly the first answer in a problem. Jae-hee enthusiastically suggests connecting ideas to solve a question, while Conlim asks why that logic works. Frustrated that Conlim does not understand her intuitive explanation, she compares his confused reaction to a genius player who guesses outcomes. Conlim complains that even he would struggle to teach a monkey, and Jae-hee accuses him of calling her that. Jae-hee is startled that she misunderstood something and is told not to act so surprised. Conlim decides to skip addition and begin with multiplication, while Jae-hee yells at him to just show the solution steps. The twins silently look at each other, sensing tension between the older pair. Conlim teases that Jae-hee and he get along well, making her flustered, while he calls this one-sided harassment. The young girl says her teacher told her something about people being deliberately mean. Jae-hee and Conlim look confused, so the girl explains. The girl cheerfully concludes that teasing happens because you like the person. Embarrassed, Conlim tries to respond as Jae-hee turns away. Jae-hee angrily denies liking Conlim and claims she is only embarrassed. The little girl calls out to her big sister after seeing her reaction. The child points out Jae-hee's face is bright red, further flustering her. Jae-hee insists her blush is from the heat, while the kids laugh and Conlim stays awkwardly silent. The melting ice in the glass shows time passing during their study session. The twins fall asleep over the table from exhaustion. Stretching, Jae-hee says she has gotten the hang of the material and wants to finish the page, believing steady study will yield decent results. Conlim admits cramming is tough, asks if she has a target university, and she hopes her new effort will pay off. He says he has no clear dream or school in mind and even left the career survey blank, unsure of his future. He sets his pen down, pondering seriously. Conlim reflects that seeing Jae-hee, Young-ah, and Siren chase their dreams has made him think about goals of his own. Watching their hard work makes him feel restless and want to move forward too. Jae-hee quietly considers what to say in response. Conlim anxiously asks if she will accuse him of being evasive about his dream again, insisting it is nothing grand. Jae-hee asks if his indecision is really okay. She explains that they can play freely but also be serious when needed, and that earning a living through dreams is still part of reality. Jae-hee reassures him that he has time to think about his path and offers to give advice if he ever needs it. She decides to tidy up the table while he finishes the problem she pointed out. As she checks his notebook, Jae-hee notices he miscalculated one step. Conlim questions where the mistake is, and she points to a different part of the problem. He finally remembers the steps she means and starts to correct it. Leaning close, he explains how the solution should proceed. Jae-hee bends over right beside him to carry the glasses away, saying his revised approach is correct. Conlim blushes hard at their sudden closeness. Flustered, he hurriedly focuses on solving the question while Jae-hee remains silent. She averts her eyes in embarrassment as he nervously writes. Conlim, face red, pretends he got multiple questions wrong while Jae-hee walks away with the empty glasses, quietly agreeing. In the kitchen, Jae-hee begins washing up, still thinking about what just happened. She sets the glasses down, trying to regain composure. Alone, Jae-hee's heart races and she blushes as she admits to herself that the teasing about liking Conlim might not be entirely wrong. She weakly repeats that things are not like that, though she is clearly shaken by her feelings. Night falls, signifying the end of the study day. The next morning, Jae-hee slips on her socks at the door, ready to head out. Her sister comes home, sees the used glasses, and asks who visited earlier. The sister curtly answers that she does not know. A new day dawns over their apartment building. After finishing exams, Conlim lies on his bed exhausted, recalling how he passed out as soon as he got home yesterday. He reflects that although he always complains, he clearly worked hard for this exam and now just has to wait for the results. Sore and drained from both studying and looping incidents, he wonders why his whole body feels worn out, and if anyone else is awake yet. He realizes the muscle aches are from relying on time loops rather than real training during the match-fixing fiasco, leaving lingering strain. Feeling stressed from both exercise and study, he absent-mindedly watches a video on his phone. An intense advertisement for Protein K urges viewers to prepare for summer and stop procrastinating about fitness. The ad tells him to start getting in shape, but Kang scoffs that he has no one to show a fit body to and wonders what the point is. Suddenly he remembers that physical strength is crucial for solving the kind of dangerous situations he faces. He thinks back to failing in a past attempt while a muscular bird trainer lectured him on TV, realizing his weakness played a role. Staring at the ad again, he silently considers making a change. Elsewhere, Young-ah brushes her teeth, starting her morning. She calls out that she will be home late to hang out with friends since exams are over and asks her sister to inform their mom. Her sister agrees but probes where she is going and whether she will be with a boy. Young-ah laughs it off, saying she is just meeting a new club member at a dessert cafe. Her sister warns her not to overeat sweets, but Young-ah insists she does not eat that much. That warning triggers Young-ah's shock as she suddenly worries about her weight. She recalls all the snacks she eats while drawing and wonders when she last checked her weight. She looks nervously at the bathroom scale. Her scream about the number echoes from the apartment building. The next day at school, Dae-hee happily thinks about playing with classmates after exams and plans to take Young-ah and the others out today. She bursts into the clubroom announcing they should all go out together. Instead of relaxing, she finds Kang and Young-ah in the club gym, already training hard, with Kang coaching another set. Kang grimaces through wall sits as Young-ah pedals on the bike, both panting heavily. Dae-hee stares in disbelief as Young-ah struggles but continues cycling determinedly. Dae-hee asks why the room is full of sweaty exercise and wonders if she walked into the wrong place. Another girl greets Dae-hee and asks why everyone is suddenly training. Kang orders Cha-serin to complete 5 more sets, insisting even pro gamers exercise or they lose muscle. Dae-hee tells Serin to ignore his zeal and instead grab an air freshener to deal with the smell, also suggesting she remove her coat if she is hot. Dae-hee then asks Kang what triggered this workout craze and remarks that exercise does not suit him. Kang claims he is exercising for his health and because it needs consistent maintenance, accusing Dae-hee of being the type who crams last minute for exams. Dae-hee retorts that he must have been influenced by some weird video. Internally, Kang admits he has another motive, linked to his struggles during the match-fixing incident. He recalls realizing how huge the strength gap is between him and the story's protagonist, just like the difference in their looks. Concluding that diving straight into fighting was a mistake, he decides the right approach is to build muscle first. Buoyed by the small success of cramming and getting up early, he works out with fresh determination. He excitedly tells Dae-hee he already feels pumped and asks if his muscles show, while she labels him a typical gym newbie who will quit after a few days. Dae-hee then asks why Young-ah is also training and whether she caught the fitness bug. Young-ah insists she just wants to care for her health since she spends her days drawing webtoons and gaming. Secretly though, Young-ah is also motivated by exams ending and has a deeper reason to start early. It is revealed that last year she promised Kang they would go to the pool together during the next summer break. Because Kim Na-yoon got excited, she even bought a swimsuit in advance for that promised outing. The problem is Young-ah has since gained several kilograms, as shown when she reacts in horror to the scale. Discovering this gain that morning, Young-ah resolved to undertake an extreme diet. Dae-hee mistakenly thinks Young-ah's training is just seasonal dieting for summer, and says she is relieved it is nothing more. She warns that sudden dieting is unhealthy and reminds Young-ah she has always been thin, unknowingly rubbing in Young-ah's insecurity. Serin notes that health management is a common but short-lived New Year's resolution that people abandon after 3 days. Dae-hee counters that even if their enthusiasm lasts only 3 days, starting at all is still meaningful. She smiles, saying everything, including lifestyle changes, begins today. However, she warns that they do not need to immediately spend money on personal training or supplements. Kang has already bought several tubs of supplements, prompting her to exclaim that he overdid it. He argues he only purchased essential items like fat burners, muscle builders, BCAAs, and protein powder, while Dae-hee marvels at how deep he is into it. Serin scolds Kang for blindly following YouTube recommendations and says he of all people should not talk. Dae-hee opens another box and asks what all the extra gadgets are, saying it looks excessive. She criticizes the trendy slimming devices inside as overhyped, cheap imports with little real effect. Kang says he always wondered who would buy such gimmicks, and Dae-hee warns him he is being too harsh. Young-ah, crushed that those items are hers, silently collapses in mortification as Kang realizes his comment hurt her. She admits she bought them back when she first declared she would diet, and Dae-hee frantically apologizes, saying she only worried about her health. Serin then asks Dae-hee if she has some special secret for staying in shape despite being so busy. Dae-hee replies that she does nothing particular, and simply eats what she wants. When pressed about regular exercise, she says she just joins various club activities and has never seriously worked out. Hearing this, Young-ah and Kang, who gain weight easily, feel intense resentment and fall into sullen silence. Dae-hee adds that she does at least pay attention to her diet. She cheerfully declares her philosophy is to eat deliciously and that food enjoyed with happiness has 0 calories. Young-ah and Kang bristle with anger at her effortless metabolism. They bitterly mutter that Dae-hee gains nothing from eating while they put on weight, accusing her of flaunting unfair natural talent. The two lament that truly gifted people like Dae-hee still work hard, while all they did was snack a little while drawing webtoons. Sensing their dark mood, Dae-hee nervously tries to slip away. Off-panel, They shout that she is a cheat character blessed with a perfect body, and someone curses themselves for eating with her without noticing. Time passes to evening over the school and city skyline. After showering at school, Kan Lim and Young-ah walk home, appreciating having gym facilities and proud of nearly meeting their training goals. Kan Lim lists his regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and plans to finish with sit-ups, while Young-ah laughs nervously at his seriousness. The two continue side by side down the road as the sun sets. Young-ah quietly remembers their promise to visit the pool and wonders if he still recalls it or if he thinks it was just casual talk. She glances at him, debating whether to bring it up. Gathering courage, she asks what he plans to do over summer break. She presses further, asking about any trips and noting most people book vacations in advance. Kan Lim vaguely says he might go somewhere with his family, but nothing is decided. Young-ah acknowledges this and tells herself she should stop circling around the topic and directly suggests going together. She begins to bring up the summer break again. Before she can finish, Kan Lim casually reminds her of their old promise and proposes going to the swimming pool whenever it suits her schedule. Both are surprised, and Young-ah realizes he remembered all along. Kan Lim explains they talked about it last year, but he was too busy with competition back then, wondering if this year will be similar. Young-ah frantically insists she is not busy at all and is thrilled that they can make the plan work. As they walk on, she reflects that it feels strange to feel so happy over something so simple. She wonders if it is okay to feel this much joy just from confirming the promise, smiling warmly. In narration, Young-ah resolves to push herself with both drawing and dieting, while Kan Lim concludes that her fuss really was about dieting. Later, walking with another friend, they remark that he has been leaving early a lot and seems increasingly busy. Kan Lim explains it is modeling season, that he is gaining a reputation among student models, and that online communities and YouTube are talking about her. He is impressed and relieved she is succeeding, though he regrets they now have less time to hang out. He notes that with less to worry about, they also have fewer shared activities, when suddenly someone sprints toward them. He comes running at full speed calling out to them. Skidding to a stop, she begs them to hide her immediately. The group stares in confusion as Kan Lim asks what she is suddenly talking about, and what trouble she has gotten into this time. A blonde girl frantically looks for a place to hide, while her friend wonders why she is in such a rush. She ducks behind a pillar, and begs her friend to tell anyone searching that she is not there. Their classmates are confused, not understanding what is happening. A group of men in black suits run through the street, cursing that they lost the girl they are chasing. The men stop the purple-haired girl and urgently ask if a blonde girl passed by. The bandaged boy casually points the men in the wrong direction, saying the blonde went that way. The suited men decide to follow the false lead and to alert their other teams, running off. Dae-hee comes out from hiding, thanks Young-soo, and her friends anxiously ask who those pursuers were. She says it is a long story and reveals that a pervert has been targeting her. The scene shifts to a Starbucks coffee, where the story continues. In the cafe, Dae-hee explains she mainly works as a magazine model, usually shooting in the studio with various brands' clothes. She says that after gaining popularity, specific brands request solo shoots and sometimes exclusive contracts. She recalls that she normally accepts decent jobs, but once got a strange offer from a suspicious man. She clarifies he was supposedly a CEO of a famous English brand for which she had previously done a shoot. During that job, the CEO oddly came to the studio himself and directed her like a photographer but never took any photos. Young-soo and Young-ha question what that means, reasoning that inviting a model without taking pictures is bizarre. Dae-hee answers that he only stared at her blankly the whole time. She remembers how he kept changing her outfits just to stare at her silently for the entire session. Her friends scream in horror while she says she first thought she might have been doing something wrong. She adds that he refused to explain his behavior and did this for several days of shooting. Though uncomfortable, she kept working because it was a job and nothing else seemed wrong, until the last day. On that final day, he proposed a swimsuit concept for the next shoot, which her friends denounce as perverted. Dae-hee says she naturally refused the swimsuit job and thought things were over when she returned to Korea, until he appeared again with another offer. Her friends are shocked that the man followed her from England and compare him to her previous stalker. The blue-haired boy sits silently, inwardly reacting to how crazy the situation sounds. Dae-hee explains that unlike in England, her Korean agency is still weak, so they felt they could not reject such a famous brand outright. Her manager Hyun-ju tried to decline by lying that Dae-hee was on a distant shoot. Unfortunately, Dae-hee walked in at that exact moment, ruining the excuse. She concludes that this is why she was running away. The men in black are the strange CEO's subordinates. Young-ha suggests reporting them to the police, worried something like the past incident might repeat, while Dae-hee hesitates. Dae-hee says that if she can just get through today she will be fine, watching as more men in suits enter the cafe. One of the men spots her and reacts. The men shout that they have found her, startling Dae-hee and her friends. Young-ha panics over how the men found them so fast and urges Dae-hee to run. The blue-haired boy grabs Dae-hee's arm and calmly says they should escape in another direction. Young-soo dramatically vows to hold the pursuers off and tells the others to flee. He theatrically declares that he will break his seal and use his hidden ultimate move, acting like a Chuyuni hero. Before he can do anything, the men simply shove him aside and keep running. After a long sprint, the three teens stop in an alleyway, hoping they are finally safe. Young-ha wants to go even farther or take a taxi, but Dae-hee says her packed schedule and another nearby shoot make that difficult. Dae-hee tries to reassure them, saying the pursuers are especially desperate only because they return to their country tomorrow, so she just has to endure today. She apologizes for dragging the others into this, and tells them they can leave while she handles things herself. The blue-haired boy thinks over what to do as Dae-hee continues insisting they should not worry. He reflects that this is another episode involving a goddess, like Dae-hee, though something about it feels different. He finally tells Dae-hee that since he is already involved, he will help her until the situation is resolved. He advises that hiding poorly will only get her caught, and suggests hiding in plain sight instead of trying to run far. They head toward a crowded shopping district. In the bustling crowd, one of the suited men scans the area while speaking into his earpiece. Another man searches nearby streets without success. The blue-haired boy explains to Young-ha that because the men do not know the neighborhood, staying hidden among crowds will buy them time. As they walk, someone calls out to them, and Yong-soo asks his boss why he has been acting strangely. Two college boys stop Dae-hee for a survey related to a university assignment, and ask if she can answer some questions. Dae-hee laughs nervously, apologizing that she is busy and trying to decline while they insist it will only take a moment. Her beauty gathers a crowd of gawking boys who marvel at how pretty the blonde girl is. The black suits spot her again from afar and shout that they have found her, prompting the blue-haired boy to yell for everyone to run. After escaping once more, the exhausted trio wonders if they are finally safe and why the men keep appearing everywhere. Before they can rest, two delinquent-looking guys try to flirt with Dae-hee, calling her cute and asking her name. Their loud commotion draws the attention of the suits again, who rush in shouting that she is there. Later, a cosmetics saleswoman grabs Dae-hee's hand, complimenting her skin and trying to drag her to look at products. The men in black immediately spot her again and complain about the hassle of this chase. A cafe worker shyly offers Dae-hee a free drink, further slowing her down. Dae-hee, Young-ha, and the blue-haired boy are shown sprinting through the city with the suits hot on their heels. Some students on the street recognize Dae-hee as a model they saw online. She and the blue-haired boy continue running hand in hand through the downtown streets. The suits relentlessly pursue them from behind. Eventually the pair stop, bent over and panting from exhaustion. The blue-haired boy, also out of breath, exasperatedly asks why strangers keep approaching Dae-hee even when she is just walking quietly. Dae-hee feigns innocence with a smug, proud expression, which annoys him even more. She claims there is nothing to be proud of, saying constant attention is simply her normal life, and she cannot help how she was born. She then smugly asks if he now understands who he has been hanging out with, suggesting he should be grateful, while he complains that she is acting too proud. He internally marvels that this must be what life is like for an attractive woman, noting that no one ever approaches him like that. Young-ha collapses from fatigue and tells them to go on without her, saying she has reached her limit. The blue-haired boy, alone with Dae-hee now, considers that he did not expect things to go this far and decides he must handle the episode properly. He suggests they stop somewhere for a bit, prompting Dae-hee's confused reaction. Elsewhere, Young-ha rests on a bench, worrying about whether her friends are safe. She looks up and notices more black-suited men guarding a car nearby. Inside the car, a subordinate apologizes to the CEO, saying they are still searching for Dae-hee. The CEO tersely orders him to hurry because they are running out of time. Looking at a locket showing a blonde woman, he mutters that they really do need Dae-hee's help. The blue-haired boy leads Dae-hee to a small clothing shop, proposing a disguise. Inside, Dae-hee agrees that disguising herself is a good idea and notes that Cha-serin uses that tactic often. While browsing, he realizes he forgot his wallet, but Dae-hee says she has money to pay. He carefully selects clothes for her despite the rush, saying that if she must wear them they should be good ones. Dae-hee comments that he was calm like this earlier too and is surprisingly composed in tense situations. As she compares hats, she suddenly spots the black suits passing outside the shop window. She whispers urgently to the blue-haired boy that the pursuers are outside. He calmly pulls her close, telling her it is okay. Walking arm in arm, he instructs her to act naturally since she has done nothing wrong and is not a criminal. Flustered, she insists she knows that but is still embarrassed by the closeness. While he nonchalantly browses clothes, she internally wonders why he is so calm and different from usual. He calls to the clerk to check out his chosen outfit, thinking the whole drawn-out situation is annoying. The clerk cheerfully asks if they are a couple and says they look great together, which both loudly deny as the suits watch from outside. The two teens dash off again, their feet pounding the floor. The suits resume their chase through the mall corridors. Dae-hee and the blue-haired boy run through the mall with the black suits close behind. She reaches another entrance only to find it blocked by more men. He sees enemies closing in from another direction, realizing that escape routes are running out. The men spread through the mall searching, convinced she must be nearby. Dae-hee and the blue-haired boy hide behind a counter, worrying that they will eventually be found and regretting entering the building. She shushes him urgently, saying the men are passing right by their hiding spot. Deciding hiding will not work, Dae-hee tells him to stay put and at least call for help if something happens to her. He calls out for her to stop as she runs out from cover. Dae-hee boldly steps into the open, shouting to the men that she is right there. Facing them, She angrily demands to know why they have been chasing her so wildly and says she dislikes their behavior. The leader worries aloud that they are causing a scene in front of onlookers and CCTV cameras. Watching from hiding, the blue-haired boy facepalms in disbelief. Dae nervously challenges them to come at her if they are going to, trying to look brave. The CEO himself finally appears with his entourage, saying he has found her and should have handled things personally from the start. Dae recoils as he approaches, mentally exclaiming that the perverted CEO has shown up. She begins scolding him for making such indecent requests of a young girl, but he suddenly bows and desperately begs for her help just this once. He explains that to create clothes for his wife he needs a model who looks exactly like her. Dae is left speechless and confused, realizing the misunderstanding behind his earlier behavior. The blue-haired boy concludes that while this is a goddess-focused episode, it was never truly dangerous. The CEO's luxury car speeds through the city, taking them to talk. Inside the car he shows them the locket again and says the woman inside is his wife. Dae and the blue-haired boy are surprised at how much the wife resembles Dae. The CEO recounts that he wanted to design clothes for his wife but had no ideas, until he met Dae who looked like her. Dae realizes his strange studio behavior was him seeking inspiration, not being a voyeur. She points out that he could have asked his wife to model instead, since the shoots were for inspiration. He reveals sadly that his wife died 10 years ago. He confirms again that she passed away a decade earlier. Shocked and apologetic, Dae says she had no idea about his loss. He tells her it is all right because it happened long ago. He explains that he was once a normal fashion designer who, though not wealthy, lived happily with his wife. Over time his business succeeded and he became a fashion brand CEO. Success brought heavy management duties, and he gradually neglected his wife. He discovered her illness far too late. Since her death he has thrown himself into work. Last year marked 10 years since her passing, prompting him to finally sort through her belongings. In doing so he found a box of letters they had exchanged when young. One letter recalled his promise that when their situation improved he would make clothes just for her. He admits that while designing for many others as a CEO, he completely forgot that promise. For the coming anniversary he now wants to finally present a dress to his late wife. He bows again, apologizing for all the trouble his desperation and secrecy caused. Dae flusters, saying she also thought badly of him and mentally cursed him. He says her misunderstanding is understandable given how his secretary handled things. The secretary, sweating bullets, apologizes while the CEO ominously says they will talk later. The blue-haired boy narrates that since the matter is not truly serious, he had considered just running away and skipping the episode. However, since things escalated and could not simply be ignored, he felt obligated to see the incident through to a proper resolution. He compares this to how in the ESW story, misunderstandings build until the protagonist's frantic efforts finally trigger the resolution phase. He explains that this is why he took time earlier to carefully select clothes for Dae. The car arrives at her agency's studio, and the CEO says he will drop them off, feeling too ashamed to ask for more help. Dae says she actually wants to help now that she understands, but he replies that causing more trouble just to make clothes is not what his wife would have wanted. He adds that with the anniversary so close and no ideas until now, his failure stems from his past indifference to his wife. The blue-haired boy suddenly asks what kind of clothes the CEO wants to make for her. The CEO says he wants an outfit that recalls their proposal day in the flower garden. He describes a design that is modern yet classic, strong yet soft, simple yet detailed, capturing his wife's unique beauty. The blue-haired boy then offers the shopping bag with the disguised clothes he bought, suggesting they might fit that feeling. The CEO reacts with shocked excitement at what he sees. Later, the secretary explains the situation to Dae's manager, who agrees to cooperate for a little more time now that the misunderstanding is cleared up. A woman in heels approaches, her footsteps echoing. The blonde woman shows off her floral dress and asks for an opinion. The designer is inspired by her look, frantically sketching but wishing for more time. She accepts the compliment, and calls someone hiding nearby to step out. The blue-haired boy reluctantly approaches, wondering why he is doing this. She reminds him he promised to help, assigns him the role of CEO while she plays the wife so they can recreate a proposal scene. He notes this scenario was not in the original story, but considers it a comparatively pleasant change. The director orders the set cleared and lighting strengthened so the pair can move naturally. Excited, she agrees to act while he nervously asks what he is supposed to do. She takes his hand confidently, telling him to trust her as he reacts in surprise. Holding hands, she tells him not to think strange thoughts since they are only acting as lovers, leaving him flustered. Blushing, she quietly adds that this is also payback for how he teased her earlier. Watching them, the designer is stunned into silence. As petals seem to fall in his memory, he feels the emotions of that day returning. She tells the boy to imagine they are playing happily in a flower bed, then jokes about his otaku past. He snaps at her embarrassment, saying he acts this way precisely because of what they are doing now. As they hold hands, he asks how she chose perfectly fitting clothes and she answers vaguely. She proudly claims the outfit looks good mostly because she herself wears it well, and he says her self-praise is habitual. She concludes that regardless, she recognized his capabilities today as her boss. A bed of flowers appears, symbolizing the ideal romantic setting. In that imagined scene, she leads him through the flowers, telling him he did well. The designer silently begins to cry, overwhelmed. His sketchbook shows the proposal scene taking shape despite tears smudging the page. In his mind, he and his late wife dance together in the recreated memory. Crying openly, he repeatedly thanks them for letting him relive this moment. Meanwhile, the two actors continue their clumsy dance in front of him. Time shifts to a normal school day where students mill about a classroom. A ponytailed girl frets that her current situation is disastrous and will ruin her. Talking with a friend, she explains her side business as a school fortune teller. She laments that her client base has shrunk drastically, threatening her vacation fund, while her friend realizes she was serious. The friend admits nobody seems to ask that girl for counseling anymore, unlike before. The fortune teller thinks she is losing customers to a newcomer. She says rumors claim a new first-year transfer student is responsible. We see that transfer student surrounded by classmates, busily giving readings. The newcomer is revealed to be doing tarot readings for the crowd. She cheerfully tells a girl that the result looks good and encourages her to confess to her crush. Later in the game club, the blonde girl rages over something on her monitor and calls everyone to look. She shows that her daily horoscope is terrible and regrets not checking it before playing ranked matches. At the computers, a blue-haired boy reminds her she once said not to blame teammates, and muses about ranking and promotion. Another boy proposes everyone play a casual game, while he broods about losing as his favorite champion. The purple-haired girl decides to stop for the day because Na-yoon asked to meet after school. The blonde remembers she was invited too and says Na-yoon seemed very serious about some concern. The two girls say goodbye to the club and leave together. The self-styled emperor also prepares to leave and asks his pink-haired subordinate about her family worries. The blue-haired boy says he will stay alone a bit longer, and the emperor notes he has been doing that often. The emperor points out that even with a new computer his friend is first to arrive and last to leave, who in turn blames his grades and parental nagging. Internally, the blue-haired boy says his real reason for staying is different. He admits he is waiting on purpose for the third heroine goddess of the story to appear. As the emperor asks the pink-haired girl what she will do, she remains distracted. Startled by the boy's call, she reacts nervously and he asks what is wrong. She confesses that, after hearing the blonde talk about horoscopes, she checked her own and it has been bothering her. Her love horoscope declares the day will be turbulent with many rivals. When the boy asks what it said, she panics and insists it is nothing, blocking his view. As she tries to stop him from looking, the door opens and someone enters, saying there is no need to worry so much. The mysterious newcomer explains that horoscopes are just general guidelines and depend on interpretation. She adds that obsessing over them only causes psychological problems, leaving the others puzzled. Stepping into view, the girl continues that athletes' pre-game rituals are like scientific routines rather than superstition, prompting them to ask who she is. She introduces herself as a first-year student. She gives her name, Juarami, and asks a sudden favor. Sitting opposite the club members, she surprises them by saying she is already in the student council despite being a new transfer. Laughing, she admits she pushed her way in because she really wanted to join. She explains she came to ask about Tahi but finds the senior absent, while the boy worries she might want to join their club. She clarifies she is not here about the club but for a small personal favor. The emperor takes interest when he hears it is a personal request. Juarami reminds them there is a festival planning committee connected to the student council. The emperor explains that committee organizes school festivals, and the pink-haired girl realizes they are talking about the school festival. Juarami describes the grand school festival held every 2 years in November. She elaborates that it is a huge event, even larger than many university festivals, actively promoted by the principal. The boy notes that, since last year was the off year, this will be his grade's first time experiencing it. She says the planning committee decides the festival's concept and events, and that elections for its leader are coming soon. She notes most students do not even know this election exists because only class leaders and teachers vote internally. Because of that, many model students compete fiercely for the position to boost their records. She reveals she badly wants to become planning committee leader and needs their help to win. She pleads specifically with the blue-haired senior Conlim to assist her campaign. He is stunned she chose him instead of Dahi. She admits she only knew Dahi by reputation and has never met Conlim before, calling him her henchman. The pink-haired girl wonders aloud why Juarami is so intent on him. Juarami answers that her destiny, as shown by her tarot cards, pointed specifically to him. She offers the pink-haired girl a tarot reading, sensing she has worries of her own. As they sit for the reading, Juarami guesses it concerns the girl's love life, which embarrasses her. Juarami begins the session excitedly while the two boys watch from the doorway. The emperor finds the tarot reader interesting and looks forward to learning about his past life, while Conlim remains skeptical. Conlim reflects that in the original webtoon Juarami's fortune-telling bordered on superpowers, so he wonders if that will hold true in this merged reality. He recalls how the author used her tarot like a cheat code to foresee future events, though he doubts such an ability can truly exist. Still, he is relieved that despite the protagonist's role shifting to him, she has sought him out as in the story. During the tarot spread, 3 significant cards appear on the table. Whatever Juarami reveals from the spread shocks the pink-haired girl, who reacts in flustered embarrassment. Overwhelmed by what she heard, The pink-haired girl abruptly excuses herself and leaves. She rushes past the boys, face red, yelling a hurried goodbye. The Emperor dramatically designates Ju Amy as his prophet and entrusts future divinations to her amusement. A bit later he continues proclaiming her divine mission and revels in meeting such a seer. Fired up, he runs off to act on the prophecy, leaving Ju Amy behind. Conlim tells Ju Amy she handled the eccentric Emperor well and guesses she researched them beforehand. She laughs that she is not actually calm around such types but just naturally awkward in those situations. Acknowledging her request is bold for a first meeting, she admits it might feel awkward and apologizes. She then hints she has no intention of asking for help without offering something valuable in return. Curious, Conlin watches as she steps closer. She presses a finger into his chest and says that if she becomes planning committee leader, she will owe him a favor. She promises to grant him any one wish he wants if he helps her win, leaving him stunned. Whispering that she truly means anything, she makes him blush furiously. Flustered, he hurriedly agrees to help, insisting he had intended to anyway. She laughs, calling him a tsundere and finding his reactions more entertaining than expected. As he protests, she calmly says she already knew he would help because the tarot predicted it. Conlim points out that she earlier downplayed fortunes as interpretive, questioning her contradiction. She replies that fortune and destiny are different concepts. She explains that inherent destiny is an unchangeable force one cannot resist. Her serious words leave Conlim speechless. She concludes that this is why she came specifically to him, because tarot declared it her destiny. Conlim silently wrestles with her declaration. Smiling, she says that since they have an agreement he should give her his phone number. Night falls, stars scattered across the sky. At home, Conlim thinks that the student council election arc is not a major one in the original story. He recalls it mainly served as a prelude to later big events and as a way for Ju Amy to get closer to the protagonist, though roles have shifted. Deciding there is no need for anything dramatic, he resolves to get through this arc quietly. The next day he and Ju Amy walk the school hallway together. She explains that only class presidents, their deputies, and teachers can vote, so they must campaign directly to those people. She identifies their main rival as some bookish first-year named Kim from class 1 to 4. Walking, she complains about that boy's arrogant attitude and says she cannot stand him. Nearby girls debate whether to stop that same boy, implying tension. Before they start visiting people, Conlim says there is something she should know. She shrugs that she does not care what others think of her anyway. She prompts him to get to the point, though he hesitates. Chuckling, she admits she is not exactly in a position to criticize others either. When she approaches one stern class leader for support, the girl bluntly refuses and mocks the idea of voting for Ju Amy. Outside the classroom, Conlim watches the rejection unfold. Ju Amy, unsurprised, says she expected this, and Conlim wonders about their relationship. She explains many students come to her daily for tarot about confessing their love. Problems arise when the cards show bad outcomes. If she is honest, they get angry with her, and if she softens the truth with white lies, they later blame her when they are rejected. Therefore, she sometimes abruptly ends readings when something feels off, which may have upset certain students. She adds that her blunt honesty is probably another reason people resent her, which Conlim privately agrees with. Conlim notes the current situation diverges from the original webtoon but suspects the cause is obvious. He concludes that the disruption is again due to his handsome friend, now surrounded by admirers and even Ju Amy in the background. Ju Amy says that if class leaders are hard to win over, they might instead court the favor of teachers. Conlim notices a bulletin about the principal's 3 missing cats and realizes it could be useful. He calls Ju Amy over to show her the notice. Seeing it, he thinks this might be the opportunity they need. Suddenly Ju Amy screams in terror. She falls back, frantically trying to shoo away one of the principal's cats that has approached her. Sneezing and panicking, she begs Conlim to handle the cat as she clearly cannot. He chases the cat away with improvised chopsticks while she cowers, still sneezing. She explains between sneezes that she has cat allergies, making it hard to leave a good impression. Conlim apologizes for forgetting about her allergy and checks if she is okay as she sits to recover. He muses they need a different plan just as others shout down the hall while hurting the cat. The rival Kim and his friends spot the principal's cat and move to catch it. They scheme that capturing the cat before the faculty meeting will earn the principal's favor and thus the teacher's votes. Conlim watches them go, realizing this Kim is indeed their competitor. Kim gleefully says that now the tarot girl who once dismissed him will suffer defeat. Chaos erupts as the cat bolts through the hallway and the boys chase after it. Ju Amy, observing from afar, dryly comments that as usual the bespectacled guy ends up the unfortunate one for trying to oust her through politics. Amy insists that since things have come to this, she and her senior must personally catch the missing cats, though he hesitates about their chances. She confidently says she has a method to find them, while he guesses she will use tarot and uses that many techniques could work. The two walk through the stairwell as Amy looks around nervously. Amy sneezes violently, showing her cat allergy. Despite her allergy, she leads the way, sniffing around, while her senior incredulously questions this search method. He admits he expected some flashy tarot trick and she retorts that tarot readers are not psychics, while he recalls webtoons portraying them that way. She explains tarot requires another person to draw the cards and that even then the moving cat would be hard to pinpoint. Complaining that cats are ungrateful and preferring dogs as pets, she starts a dog versus cat rant while he notes how sudden this debate is. Worried about her allergy, he offers to look alone, but she says medicine will keep her fine for a while. Reasoning that the cats vanished this morning and must still be nearby, she decides they will search the school after classes. After school, they begin checking around the campus buildings. Amy shows a passerby the missing cat flyer to ask for information. The senior catches one of the cats while Amy struggles with her allergy in the background. Another staff member proudly displays a recovered cat in a cage. The updated flyer now marks 2 of the principal's 3 cats as found, leaving only 1 missing. Amy and her senior continue scanning the school grounds for the last cat. Time passes into night as their search continues. The next day dawns over the school building. In class, the homeroom teacher ends the day and tells students to go straight home. As he tries to leave for the club, a clubmate calls to him, but he slips away out the back door. That clubmate wonders why he has been rushing off right after meetings and who he keeps calling. Another member hints she may not yet know something important about him, though she fears it is more Chinibu talk. Rain begins pouring from dark clouds. In the rain, Amy and her senior search different spots with umbrellas while updating each other. She reports finding nothing despite a witness saying the cat was nearby not long ago. Thunder and lightning crash over the city as the storm worsens. The senior silently watches Amy, who is flushed from allergies but keeps searching. He urges her to stop for the day, warning that the weather and her condition will cause real trouble if she keeps pushing. Amy refuses because the election is tomorrow and she desperately wants to become head of the festival planning committee. He thinks he understands her desperation and the reason behind it. After a pause, she tells him they should go. She explains she cannot stop, imagining how cold the lost house cat must be outside in this weather. Calling the situation sad, she reveals she is worried for the cat despite disliking them. Her senior is struck by this unexpected kindness. He smiles slightly, moved by her attitude. He tells her she is really kind. Curious, she listens as he says he finally understands something about why she does tarot readings for love fortunes. He points out that she could have refused those readings from the start instead of quitting halfway when they troubled her. He says refusing would have avoided complications and even helped her election, and that he finally realizes why she still accepts them. He concludes that her fortune-telling is motivated by genuine kindness, not by the presence of a destined protagonist like in ESW. Amy, flustered, starts to say his name as if responding emotionally. Then she abruptly calls his words unbearably cringe-worthy, though she appreciates the sentiment. He panics, insisting he meant it, while she teases that his speech sounded like an outdated cheesy pickup line. Half joking, she asks if he has a crush on her and clarifies she sought his help with no romantic intent, while he stammers that it is not like that. Overwhelmed, she apologizes and says she cannot handle such a triple attack on her heart, while he protests that she is misunderstanding and wonders if this counts as a failed confession. Laughing, she admits his words still gave her some energy. She sneezes again mid-conversation, surprising him. At that moment, the last missing cat pops its head out of a bush and meows. They both shout that the cat is right there. The scene shifts to the principal's office sign. All 3 of the principal's cats now rest safely in carriers. The delighted principal thanks them profusely for returning his beloved cats. Amy and her senior silently note how outrageous the principal's afro and personality are for someone not from ESW. The principal confirms Amy is running for festival planning head and promises to support her as part of Minhyuk High. Overjoyed, Amy hears that if she is elected he will fully back the festival. She thanks him and says that as planning committee leader there is an event she has always wanted to host, prompting him to ask what it is. She excitedly declares she wants a fireworks display at the festival. The principal says fireworks are the festival's highlight but have been banned for safety, and Amy asks about the reason. He instead asks why she specifically wants fireworks, and she begins explaining, saying her hobby is tarot reading. Amy narrates that through counseling people via tarot she has heard many stories, and one particular client's story deeply resonated with her. She begins that tale, about a special child born into a unique family. The child was gifted but paid a heavy price, losing many things in return. Noticing the child's abilities, the parents forced them to travel the world and work non-stop using those powers. To keep emotions from interfering, the child was forbidden friends and outside relationships, living chained by strict rules. As a result, the child frequently ran away, living like a wanderer. During one such escape, the child met a first friend, who remarked that the child did not know how to have fun with others. That friend invited the child to a festival with fireworks, making a promise to go together. However, the child was caught and locked back behind chains, breaking the promise. Amy says the child failed to keep that promise because the parents dragged them home. She admits she has never forgotten that story about the child. She concludes that during the festival she wants to see fireworks, clearly linking it to that promise. The sky glows warmly as someone quietly thinks they are glad. Walking outside, the senior notes that the principal seems positive about the idea, and Amy excitedly says she is already looking forward to November. Amy then thanks her senior for accepting her abrupt request for help. She offers to grant him one request in return, saying he can ask for anything. He confirms that anything at all is allowed. She playfully wonders what favor he will ask of his junior, when he instead requests that she answer one question. He asks if the story she told the principal was actually about herself. Startled, Arami asks why he thinks that. He explains that as a homebody who binges YouTube, he discovered a tarot counseling channel. Showing his phone, he says he stumbled on this channel some time ago. He describes the popular anonymous tarot YouTuber who mostly has foreign subscribers and only uses a hand cam and chat. He recalls that the channel once held a Q&A event. One story there was from someone who wished to see fireworks, had run away due to family issues, and was streaming tarot to survive. After hearing Arami's tale, he realized that client and her story might be Arami herself and asks if she is that tarot YouTuber. He suggests that if the story was hers, everything he has observed would make sense, and he feels he cannot ignore it. He reflects that he only knows this because of ASW, and therefore must confront it instead of overlooking it. He faces Arami silently, waiting for her response. She says she is curious how he learned all this, but even more curious why he wants to know. She asks whether anything would actually change if she admitted to being the child in the story. Reiterating that destiny cannot be changed, she says she only wants to enjoy the little time she has left. She refuses to answer directly, not wanting to drag him into her messy family affairs. A stern male voice comments that calling one's family trash is harsh. A white-haired man in a suit appears, cheerfully greeting Arami and calling her his beloved Arami. Arami is shocked that he has come to the school, while the senior notes he expected this man to show up. The man calmly threatens that if she does not come quietly he will beat her, warning she would not want bruises spoiling a wedding dress. Arami angrily calls him insane for still talking about that, but he says this time it is different. He explains that her marriage has now been formally decided by the family elders, so she knows what defying them would mean. He reminds her of the consequences if she disobeys the elders, terrifying her. Arami trembles in front of her senior, overwhelmed by fear. The white-haired man is relieved he will not need to cause trouble again since she seems ready to obey. He reaches to pat her head, praising her for understanding. The senior grabs his hand mid-motion and tells him not to ignore someone standing right there. He complains about being treated like a background NPC. The man, surprised, asks who he is, saying he had not noticed him while checking the surroundings. The senior retorts that he should look closely and promises to become unforgettable, while the man guesses he might be Arami's boyfriend or a new friend. The man's tone darkens as he says outsiders should not meddle in another family's business without knowing the situation, declaring such interference unacceptable. A swift motion signals the start of a physical clash. The white-haired man and the senior trade blows around Arami, with her caught between them. Horrified, Arami begs them to stop hurting each other, and says she will go quietly if they leave others alone. The man agrees and grants her a week to settle her affairs. He reminds her to remember the destiny she was born with, and the duty that accompanies it, and she replies weakly. He walks away from the school gate, while Arami and her senior watch him leave. The senior clenches his fist, thinking he had prepared himself but still cannot stand this situation. He resolves that even if it costs his life and another loop, he will not let things stand. As he is about to act, Arami grabs his sleeve. She pleads with him not to interfere further, insisting she will be fine and begging him to stop. Arami walks away shakily, while two clubmates watch from a distance in alarm. Those clubmates approach, asking their boss what happened and who the first year beside her is. The senior answers that something big has indeed happened and says he needs their help, shocking Arami. A flashback shows young Arami throwing a tantrum, crying that she hates tarot and wants to go out and play instead of working. Her stern grandfather complains she is making a scene because she has grown, while she yells she is sick of reading tarot every day. Deciding there is no choice, the grandfather prepares to punish her. Servant maids stand outside a locked room as something noisy happens inside. Arami's hands are shown later, covered in small wounds, revealing the harsh discipline she received. Her grandfather instructs an associate, President Kim, to proceed, with Arami forced to stand obediently at his side. He politely confirms he will carry out the instructions at once, and the grandfather remarks that this will stabilize both business and home affairs. Later that day, the grandfather notes that Arami worked hard and performed excellently. He pats her head while saying there are still more important clients, instructing her to continue with people like CEO Choi and Minister Park, and she answers dully. He tells her that however difficult it is, such work is their family's destiny. Dark silhouettes loom as he insists her special ability must be used for the benefit of everyone. The scene returns to the present with a bright sky. Arami, now in the clubroom, explains that growing up like this and hitting her physical and mental limits often drove her to run away from home. She says her family primarily works overseas, and she returned to her hometown and even changed schools to hide, but they eventually found her anyway. She had hoped they would release her once she became an adult and resolved to endure one last year here, only for those hopes to be dashed. Her friends listen in heavy silence. One asks who the man who came to collect her is, wondering if he is a relative or even her fiancé. Arami explains that the older generation values bloodlines and believes the fortune-telling ability is hereditary. She says they try to preserve this power within the family and maintain the lineage, shocking her friends as absurd. She agrees it is beyond archaic, adding that this is why the family preselects marriage partners and that the white-haired man is her assigned fiancé. She says he perfectly matches the ideal successor her grandfather wants. The story shifts to a large hotel in Seoul where new events will unfold. Outside the hotel, a car arrives and stops. The white-haired man steps out with subordinates as someone calls urgently for the chief. A group of executives rush to him, begging him to save them. They explain their affiliated companies are on the brink of bankruptcy and plead for guidance, fearing even being disowned by in-laws. The chief casually says that is fine. Smiling, he reminds them he had warned their fate was unusual and that if they had accepted his help earlier they would not be in this mess. Panicking, they admit they were wrong and regret thinking his fees too expensive at the time. He refuses their offer to pay the old price in cash, stating that his services will now cost far more. The white-haired man reminds 3 executives that after their merger they secretly invested in a small company. He reveals that this supposedly minor company is actually central, tied to many family and foreign accounts, is preparing to go public, and is closely linked to their main firm. One of the men, shocked that he knows this, stammers in disbelief. Smiling, the white-haired man demands half of their shares in that company as payment for predicting their future. The executives angrily protest that giving up 50% is outrageous and insist this is no joke. The man says they still do not understand, shows a tarot card, and states that their single-card future is represented by death. Surrounded by ominous energy, he declares that only he knows how to prevent that deadly future. He orders them to choose, telling them to transfer the shares to him if they want to live. He warns that if they continue as they are, they will be ruined. Scene shifts to a school clubroom door with a multi-purpose cultural experience club poster. Rami explains that her brother views people as tools to secure total control of their family's power and calls him a monster. Lim admits it is hard to believe both her brother's malice and its vast scale. 2 girls suggest reporting the abuse as a crime so the family will be forced to act if it becomes public. Rami says she has considered that, but their clientele includes big corporations, politicians, and mafia worldwide, making things complicated. She adds that exposing him recklessly would only risk her life and that his special ability makes it nearly impossible. He asks about this ability, and Rami says it sounds unbelievable, but she explains that her brother can use tarot to foresee his own future and avoid any disaster. The other girls react in astonishment to this revelation. He doubts such an ability is possible, while Lim thinks to himself that this impossibility is exactly the problem. Lim reflects that even in the original game ESW this tarot power felt like a superpower, and that he failed to beat this overpowered villain despite using every trick. He recalls feeling utterly hopeless when this villain appeared in reality. Rami says she never truly sought their help and only wanted them to understand how dangerous the situation is. She tells Lim to pretend he knows nothing, but he insists he cannot unknow what he has heard. Rami clarifies she did not run away because she rejected the family situation, since she accepts her fixed destiny, and only wanted a brief respite. She says she left home to see the world and directly observe people she might help with her own abilities. The group silently listens to her story in the clubroom. Rami smiles and asks if everything is clear now, though she regrets missing the school festival. She then asks Lim for one more favor. Blushing playfully, she suddenly asks him to be her boyfriend. Everyone freezes in stunned silence. The girls erupt in shock, shouting in disbelief at her request. Later in the hallway, Rami asks Lim if he has thought about her proposal. He summarizes that she wants him to be her one-day boyfriend to watch the upcoming fireworks with her. She explains she learned an amusement park nearby will host a nighttime fireworks event, and going alone would feel awkward. Lim notes that she explained everything because you cannot ask such a favor of someone ignorant of the situation and muses that this scene happens similarly in ESW even though he replaced the original protagonist. Rami teases him, asking if he is flustered at the idea of being such a cute junior's boyfriend, while he awkwardly half admits he is. She tells him to see it as repayment, offering this first and last date as thanks. He protests at her calling it their last date, insisting she should not end his love story before it starts, while she jokes back. Lim privately decides there is no real reason to refuse her request. She cheerfully declares it settled, counting on him, and starts stating the amusement park meeting time while he fumbles for words. On a later day outside, Ho-cheon asks Dae-hee to show him her script once it is finished, and she agrees. Sitting alone on the bleachers, Dae-hee sighs that her account of the events sounds like a far-fetched movie script, but she hid the truth to avoid complications just as Rami feared. She thinks about Rami, whom she barely knows, yet feels some kinship with. Dae-hee recalls Rami's fear of shadowy adults contrasted with an image of herself walking confidently through a supportive crowd, highlighting their different upbringings. She blushes as Rami's boyfriend request to Lim echoes in her mind, leaving her conflicted. She shakes it off, insisting to herself that what happens between them does not concern her. Still, she resolves to find a way within the remaining week to address the larger problem. At school, classmates crowd around Rami's desk, surprised to hear she is transferring suddenly. Rami smiles from her seat while Lim's friends secretly watch from the doorway, worried. Ho-cheon and Dae-hee discuss the situation, feeling that changing Rami's fate seems nearly impossible. Ho-cheon says even Dae-hee's previous kidnapping case was dangerous, but this new situation is more serious and beyond what students can handle. Dae-hee offers to use her family position if necessary, while another girl quietly says she feels sad. Rami, still smiling, responds to them, and the girl begins explaining what seemed off about Rami's tone. The girl says Rami already looked resigned to her fate, which she finds heartbreaking. Time passes and the city skyline is shown under clear skies, transitioning to the amusement park day. Rami appears in stylish casual clothes and scolds Kang Lim for arriving late to their date. When he arrives out of breath, she berates him jokingly for being late to their first and last date, declaring him a disqualified boyfriend. Seeing how hard he ran, she decides to forgive him, and he thanks her while explaining he had to make a quick side trip. Suspicious, she asks where this quick stop was. He evasively says he simply had something to take care of. They enter the busy amusement park, marveling at the crowds. Rami excitedly says it is her first time in such a crowded place, while Kang Lim internally notes how many people have gathered. Inside, she firmly tells him that because of her family circumstances there must be no sentimental feelings today. He has to properly play the role of her boyfriend. Kang Lim, unsure what that entails, agrees, and she happily urges him to hurry inside. The park grounds and lines are shown from above, emphasizing the scale of the venue. Waiting in a long queue, Kang Lim internally complains that the so-called free pass is really just a ticket to stand in line for 30 minutes or more. Rami eagerly studies the park map, planning to visit various attractions one after another. Kang Lim smiles subtly as he watches her excitement. She asks if there is any ride or place he especially wants to go. He says he has no particular preference, leaving her to choose. Spotting a limited-time collaboration drink, she hints that his throat must be getting dry and suggests they buy the special beverage. Kang Lim flatly reminds her that they already drank bubble tea earlier. She deducts 10 points from his boyfriend's score for missing the cue. Rami announces she will grade his performance as her boyfriend all day, promising a special gift if he reaches 100 points and a penalty if his score is 0 or negative. Whispering, she threatens that if he fails she will tell Dahi that the two of them did something intimate, shocking him. He yells in panic that she is crazy, while she laughs and tells him to do his best. Putting on a mischievous smile, she begs him to let her enjoy today and firmly orders him not to leave her side. Flustered, he accuses her of teasing him, then volunteers to buy the drinks while she stays in line, which she accepts with mock regret. She watches as he dashes off across the plaza. Left alone, Rami thinks to herself that she is usually quick to notice things and had already long noticed something about his situation. She reflects on the romantic tension involving Kang Lim and the club girls and says she invited him out partly to understand his feelings and partly as a token of appreciation. However, she also admits she cannot truly relate to such romance, and mostly sees him as someone fun to tease rather than a serious love interest. Kang Lim returns with 2 collaboration drinks, noting the line has barely moved. Rami thanks him and takes her drink appreciatively. He hands her a small keychain character he bought at the stand, calling it a gift. She is surprised, and he asks if she does not like the character. He explains he inferred her preference from her phone case and how she stared at a child holding the same character earlier, plus clues he remembers from ESW. Blushing, Rami admits she likes it and shyly thanks him. She reacts internally that, unexpectedly, he can be quite thoughtful and charming. Chibi heads over the sky show him still at 0 boyfriend points while she urges him to do better, and he complains. They ride a terrifying thrill ride. Rami screams joyfully while Kang Lim is terrified. Another shot shows them both shrieking midair, emphasizing the ride's intensity. Afterwards, Kang Lim lies collapsed on the ground, his soul seemingly leaving his body. In a haunted house attraction, now Rami is petrified with fear while Kang Lim remains calm. Later they relax with snacks near a carousel, enjoying cotton candy and churros. At a restaurant, Rami eats meat happily while Kang Lim watches, sweating at how much she can eat. A close-up of Rami's smiling mouth suggests she compliments him, or expresses her enjoyment. The day moves toward evening as the sunset colors the park sky behind a Ferris wheel. Sitting on a bench, Rami exclaims that she had tremendous fun and that this is her first time playing all day. Kang Lim says he is glad, noting it is also his first amusement park visit since elementary school and that everything felt new to him too. An announcement about the park's 30th anniversary parade and fireworks begins, and they realize the event is about to start. Kang Lim suggests finding a better viewing spot and pulls out a paper, puzzling Rami. She snatches the paper and sees it is a photo of them on the ride. He says he bought the photo because she wanted him to act like a boyfriend and her smiling face came out well, earning him 20 bonus points. Rami laughs at how ridiculous he looks in the picture while he says to keep it because it is the best one. She notices there are 2 copies of the photo. She starts to say one should be for him, implying the other is for her. Rami then awkwardly says there is no need to give her a copy since she will be leaving soon. Kang Lim falls silent, but she forces a smile and says they should just focus on having fun today. She changes the subject by asking if she has ever read his tarot, explaining she recently did readings for the other club members. She offers to read his now and pulls out a set of tarot cards. She lays out a 3-card spread of major arcana on the bench and begins explaining the method. She says the major arcana shows the main flow and that the 3 cards symbolize past, present, and Kang Lim finishes her sentence with future, showing he already knows the system. Rami is surprised and asks how he knew that. Before he can answer, her brother appears and addresses her, calling her their lovely Rami. Walking toward them, he coldly tells her to stop wasting her talent on such trivial things. Rami protests at his sudden arrival, reminding him of his earlier promise, but he says their grandfather moved the schedule forward. He explains that the ceremony they discussed is a global high-level gathering and that her little deviation must now end. He tells her it is time to return with him and use their abilities for the greater good, urging her to set aside selfish desires. Under the sunset sky, he grandly declares they will save many people together. Rami nervously asks him to at least let her stay until the parade ends. He smiles and ominously calls her name. Then, still smiling, he reminds her how much he hates it when she disobeys him. She remembers the sight of his hands and their maids trembling in fear, indicating past punishments, and gasps. Rami apologizes to Kang, saying she must leave. As she turns, he grabs her arm, stopping her. Kang asks where she thinks she is going when they are in the middle of their date, and reminds her he told her not to ignore him. Her brother remarks that when he saw the tarot card he wondered if she was truly dating Kang, and says he is concerned about her judgment. He reveals he investigated Kang's background and found him to be a hardcore otaku with a history of anime activities and idol concerts, using this to belittle him. With a sinister smile he begins to mention another embarrassing incident from Kang's middle school days. He continues speaking smugly as the sun sets, unconcerned about their reactions. Rami and Kang stand tense side by side, clearly distressed by his words. Kang, hand behind his head, thinks that despite all this the brother has overlooked something crucial. He steps protectively in front of Rami, declares that he is her boyfriend today, and refuses to hand her over. Her brother dismisses his defiance, saying the decision is not his to make. A group of black-suited bodyguards suddenly surrounds the pair at his command. He notes that due to the parade there are few bystanders, that they have already neutralized the CCTV staff, and that eliminating a couple of students would not be difficult. Rami begs Kang to stop resisting, warning that he will be taken as well if this continues. Kang reminds her of the exercise equipment in the clubroom, saying he has been training hard and that it was all for this. The two stand together as the encircling men advance. The agents close in from all sides as evening falls. Kang squeezes Rami's hand tightly. He suddenly shouts for them to run and dashes away with her, confident in his improved endurance. The brother calmly orders his men to capture both of them. As they sprint, Kang thinks that unlike previous loops he is well prepared and does not intend to repeat that nightmare. He recalls that thanks to knowledge from ESW he knew the brother would show up right after the announcement. Flashing back, we see Kang visiting a coffee stand earlier, part of his preparations. In the present, he drags Rami while barging through the stand line, grabbing a hot drink and apologizing as he cuts past people. He flings the scalding coffee to the ground in front of the pursuing men, forcing them to halt as he and Rami keep running. Kang races through the park, thinking the timing is perfect if they cut through this area now. The suited henchmen notice something unexpected ahead. A dense crowd for the parade surges around the henchmen, trapping and jostling them. Lim smiles while running, believing the pursuers will be blocked by parade-goers and that they have escaped. He drags Rami along, urging her toward Gate 7 before it closes so only they can slip out. A henchman reports apologetically that they have lost their targets. The white-haired fortune-teller calmly tells him not to worry, saying he anticipated this possibility and prepared. Onlookers whisper as the fortune-teller crouches on the ground, beginning a tarot reading in the plaza. While reading, he suddenly senses something off and reacts in confusion. Staring at the spread, he realizes he has duplicate cards and ones he never put in the deck, implying an abnormal future. Cards fly as narration explains that this man has a supernatural ability to foresee the future. The story recalls that even ESW's overwhelmingly strong protagonist was repeatedly cornered thanks to the seer. However, narration clarifies that despite correct predictions, protagonist's protection prevented them from countering the hero. Yet right now, something in reality diverges from his foresight. He sees multiple future symbol cards scattered about, and realizes Kang's actions are completely unreadable. Shocked, he concludes there are multiple possible futures, questioning how that can be. Evening falls over the park, marking a shift in time. Lim, now relaxed with Rami, reasons that since the seer cannot chase them, fortune-telling failed because time loops make the future unstable. He thinks only one issue remains: how to publicize this incident against a massive enemy like a tycoon or mafia, recalling ESW solved such problems by going public. He notes that because the seer can foresee disasters and avoid traps, ESW's hero had to chase him nonstop for a day to stop his tarot reading. Lim admits he cannot do that, trailing off as Rami quietly tells him to stop. Rami suddenly yells for him to stop, startling him. Lim turns, bewildered by her outburst. Rami insists that no matter what he does, he cannot run forever and that all his efforts are useless. She says the destiny one is born with can never change and implies she has resigned herself to it. Rami reiterates to Lim that she has already chosen to accept her fated role. Lim falls silent, then asks her if she is truly serious. She answers that there really is no other option, repeating that she has no choice. Meanwhile, a black car speeds along. Someone inside assures a caller they are tracking the situation and will arrive on time. The fortune-teller in the car laughs over the phone, boasting of his abilities and saying minor hiccups do not matter. Relaxing in the back seat, he promises his superior that the conclusion of this affair will never become public knowledge. Arriving at the school, he steps out and remarks that he had wondered where Rami had gone. That night, the exterior of the school is shown as the news stage of events. He walks down a dim corridor of the school, searching. He opens a classroom door, entering. Inside, he finds Rami alone and cheerfully says he has finally located her. He smugly notes he expected her to run farther, then taunts that Lim abandoned her in the end. Rami, turning away, says it no longer matters and asks him to promise not to involve anyone else. She confronts him about years of forced tarot readings, abuse, and an arranged family marriage, saying she will endure it silently if he stops meddling with others. He laughs and agrees to her request, curious why she is suddenly so obedient when he had anticipated more rebellion. Rami stands quietly, gathering resolve as he questions her change in attitude. She explains she has run away many times, always chased, never able to stay anywhere long enough to build memories. The narration says the only place that felt like home was school, where she made friends and did tarot readings for classmates. She recalls how students appreciated her readings and how their encouragement led her to start YouTube. Reflecting on those memories, she says she came to understand the responsibility of her gift, as he had described. Rami continues that she realized she could sacrifice herself if it meant helping others. Her grandfatherly handler praises that mindset, saying that is how their Rami should think. He places a hand on her head and tells her to simply accept the destiny she has been given. Under his hand, she hesitates and begins to object. Then she abruptly shoves him away, declaring that she does not want to accept it. Crying, she says she understands everything about responsibility but still refuses this fate. The scene cuts back to earlier when she confronted Lim in the plaza. In that memory, she had insisted there was no alternative, and that she had no choice. Lim looks at her sadly, processing how she had convinced herself of that. He reminds her of the time she owed him a favor for helping with the election and that he had asked for an answer. Now he asks her to finally give that answer, leaving her surprised. Lim says to forget obligations and inevitability for others. He asks Rami directly what she herself truly wants to do. He clarifies that he means her own desire, not imposed duty. Quoting a Webtoon line about good choices being self-made even if they go badly, he urges her to decide for herself, startling her. Over flashbacks of her doing tarot at school, he tells her using her ability to help people is admirable, and that he will not oppose it if it is truly what she wants. But he presses her to be sure that is genuinely her own wish. Smiling gently, Lim says that even if she later has regrets, he just wants her to choose her own future. In the present, Rami admits that although she knows her family exploits her, she still finds joy when people appreciate her readings. Yet she screams that despite that, she wants to live for herself instead of always for others. Back in the storeroom, her handler calls that attitude disappointing. He slaps her hard across the face. He angrily reminds her he has told her she has no choice and must obey his decisions. Bruised but defiant, Rami mutters in disagreement. At that moment, Dahi bursts in filming, announcing the end of their web drama showcase Tarot's Destiny and praising both actors. Rami's handler and Rami freeze, shocked to realize they were being filmed. Lim turns on the lights, joining the reveal. The students surround the pair with a camera, exposing that they staged everything as filming. The group watches the live control room monitor silently. Dahi and Sarin handle the sound and streaming equipment at their consoles. Viewers in the live chat react to the intense slap, praise the realism, and assume it is just a drama teaser while asking about the main show. Seeing this, the handler reads that they are currently live on air and is confused. Lim feigns confusion too, wondering aloud what is going on, keeping up the act. Elsewhere, a yellow taxi screeches to a halt. Lim and Rami jump inside and tell the driver to hurry away. The henchmen arrive just in time to see the taxi speeding off, cursing as they failed to catch it. In the taxi, Rami worries that exposing her family like in a story might be impossible in reality. Lim says handling her family is difficult but assures her he has already prepared everything. He calls Dahi to check on preparations, hearing that promotion of their drama-like broadcast is complete. Rami nervously asks what sort of preparations he is talking about. He explains they are publicizing the issue in a way that slips past the seer's disaster-sensing ability, essentially a hidden expose. On camera, Dahi tells viewers that today's teaser will be followed by an even more exciting main broadcast and thanks a donor for supporting Tarot's Destiny. Back in the storeroom, the handler realizes they streamed everything online and wonders if the students are trying to expose the incident. He rejects that possibility, insisting he was on guard for anything public and cannot understand why his divination failed. Lim appears before him and says the ability naturally did not trigger. Lim explains that is because everyone perceives this situation as a web drama, not a real incident. He says Dahi and the others spent the previous day loudly promoting that they were filming a drama. A publicity poster for the web drama Tarot's Destiny shows Rami and her friends starring in a tale about an abused child's escape. Lim continues that today's stream was advertised as merely a sneak peek, so viewers interpret the handler's acts as fiction. He adds that this protective illusion only holds if the handler backs off now. The handler finally understands that because it was framed as filming, it slipped outside his disaster-sensing scope. Narration clarifies that by disguising it as a shoot, they created an expose that technically has not yet been exposed. The handler realizes if he pushes further now, the truth will inevitably come out. Lim warns that if the handler still tries to take Rami away, everyone will recognize the drama as a real crime. Lim says then the world would see the broadcast as a genuine record of abuse, not acting. To avoid that outcome, the handler realizes he has no choice but to retreat. Narration restates that this scheme works only because he overtrusted his foresight, while the students aggressively marketed the fake drama. Lim notes that if the handler had simply paid attention to rumors of their filming, he would have seen through the plan. Lim accuses him of relying too heavily on his ability and wrongly assuming the future is fixed. The handler stands stunned and silent. The camera swings back to Rami and Dahi, still ready to film if needed. Sirin and the other club member watch tensely from the control room. The handler gives a dark chuckle as his composure cracks. He suddenly erupts into manic laughter, asking Lim if he thinks this little stunt is truly impressive. Regaining his grin, he scoffs that such a threat is naive and that the world is far dirtier than the kids imagine. He brandishes his phone, ready to use his real-world connections. Outside, his men charge toward the room, indicating backup is coming. Rami and Dahi react in alarm as they hear the commotion. The handler boasts that with a single phone call he can erase the broadcast and make any harm to the kids look like an accident. Lim says the handler is underestimating the club's collective reach. The handler's phone rings again, and he cheerfully remarks that his side has already been informed. He answers deferentially, assuring his influential grandfather he is handling matters and regretting the trouble. The grandfather cuts him off, saying it is already too late for excuses. The old man orders him to sever ties and withdraw from this affair. Close up. The handler's eye widens in shock at that command. Dumbfounded, he asks for clarification. Panicking, he pleads with his grandfather, insisting the situation can still be fixed. The grandfather furiously reminds him their clients are ruthless, that rumors will spread regardless, and berates him as a foolish boy. He explains that to avoid any trail leading back to them, those clients might now cut business relations entirely. He declares that their business is endangered and that his grandson has effectively lost, hinting his succession will be reconsidered. The call abruptly ends, leaving the handler wreathed in ominous purple despair. He imagines or senses a scaly net-like fate closing around him, unable to believe this reversal. Dark serpentine energy coils as he realizes the power and lineage he relied on have betrayed him. Snake-like spirits lash out around him. A massive spectral serpent appears to devour him, symbolizing his backing turning against him. Lim, watching him fall, comments that while money and power usually rule the world, there are exceptions. Lim says stories add time-traveling characters to overturn such bitter realities, and hints he is playing a similar role. The handler, dazed on the floor, can only ask what Lim is talking about. Lim smirks ominously, not yet explaining. He casually tells Dahi he forgot to film a final scene and asks if they can shoot it now. Dahi perks up, immediately enthusiastic. She agrees and runs forward as Lim thanks her, leaving the handler on the ground. Dahi invokes Scene 38, Manifestation of Justice, and powers up while the handler nervously wonders what is happening. She charges a punch with a battle cry. Dahi dashes in and pummels the handler, sending him sprawling with a cry of pain. He lies sprawled unconscious on the floor. His own men later drag his limp body out by the legs. The club members watch him being hauled away, Dahi looking satisfied while Lim seems tired. The classroom doors slam shut, signaling the confrontation's end. In the aftermath, Rami collapses to her knees, trembling from exhaustion and shock. Dahi rushes to her side in concern, while Rami insists she is fine and only briefly lost strength. Sirin reports that they have ended the live stream, and the other girl asks if everything is finally over. Rami's phone lies on the floor, automatically deleting all its data. A new message flashes on the screen promising that they will definitely pursue her legally. Seeing the message, Rami remarks that it is not truly over yet and that the old woman behind her family will not release her so easily. The boy notes they finally have some breathing room and thinks there are methods to deal with the fallout. He hesitates, then asks the girl how things turned out. She looks surprised and uncertain as she responds. He cheerfully points out that her fate itself seems to have changed. Realizing this, she blushes, laughs, and confirms that her destiny has indeed shifted. A montage recalls her past confinement and exploitation by her family and their servants. Her eyes fill with tears as the emotional weight of this change hits her. Overwhelmed, both of them shout in embarrassment. Elsewhere, someone returns the sign to the school broadcasting room. Dahi pokes into the room, asking Young-ha to check the console area and put everything back as it was because they used the room without permission. Young-ha agrees and says they also need to reset all the studio settings, fumbling with the equipment. Pink-haired Sirin says that if their enemies stay quiet for a few days, certain plans will follow. She decides she will tell her fans the web drama has been cancelled with a plausible excuse, and Dahi says she will do the same since the situation has escalated. The three girls coordinate where to return items in the hallway outside the broadcasting room. That evening, Kang Lim and the blonde girl leave the school together. She insists she can go home alone because she lives nearby. He replies that their paths coincide for a while anyway and that he wants to escort her in case her grandfather retaliates immediately. He inwardly worries that any mishap before he finishes resolving things, like her previous kidnapping, would be disastrous. She asks why he acted despite knowing the danger. He answers that if he had pretended ignorance and left everything to her, he would have regretted it later. She walks silently, processing his words. She reflects that he is unusually considerate and that he keeps surprising her. Noticing the bag he carries, she demands to know what it is, and he awkwardly starts to explain. He says that while she and the others were preparing in the broadcasting room earlier, he used his spare time to buy bread and snacks at a convenience store. He explains he expected everyone to be hungry afterward, but the mood never fit for him to offer the food. She stares at the bag with sparkling eyes, startling him. Night falls and the park lights come on. Sitting on a bench, she happily discovers one of her favorite cream-filled breads among the snacks. Kang says he likes that bread too, admitting he tried it after seeing it in a webtoon and praising its creaminess. While eating, she muses that they unexpectedly share similar tastes and that she had assumed a comic fan like him would prefer different things. She recalls how he firmly pulled her away earlier, thinking he actually looked somewhat impressive. Cheeks flushed, she admits to herself that he was cool. She even wonders whether she might have fallen for him if his looks matched her usual type. Watching him quietly while chewing, she considers getting back into webtoons, which she has not read seriously in a long time. She suddenly questions why she is thinking about changing hobbies for his sake. She concludes that once their fake relationship and family problems are resolved, she probably will not see him anymore and asks if that thought disappoints him. He reacts in confusion, clarifying that he was only referring to missing the amusement park fireworks. He reminds her that they lost their chance to watch fireworks at the park and assumes she had looked forward to it. She replies that today was not the right time anyway and suggests they could still watch fireworks at the November school festival if her family issues settle. He agrees that enjoying them then would be fine and asks if there is anything besides the festival she cares about. Nervously, he reveals that he had actually prepared something special. She leans in, curious about what he had planned. A firework shoots up into the night sky. The two watch as a huge burst of fireworks explodes over the city. The sudden display makes her gasp and turn toward him in shock. More colorful fireworks fill the sky in rapid succession. At school, Young-ha gleefully orders more fireworks to be launched like a grand bombardment. Kang, seeing this, wonders how many they are firing and notes that they are wasting school property. Back on the bench, the blonde girl acknowledges he did it to reward her after such a hard day, understanding that choosing her own path was not easy. Kang tells her to treat the fireworks as a congratulations for her difficult decision and admits something else. Smiling, he confesses that he also wanted to see the fireworks. Watching him enjoy them, she quietly agonizes over what she should do now. When she asks how he got permission, he explains the unused festival fireworks were stored in a warehouse and the principal wanted them tested for safety, so they decided to use them now. He admits he did not expect them to look so spectacular, and wonders aloud if using them this freely might cause complaints. Inside, she notes that Kang is clearly delighted by the show and again wonders what she should do. She reflects that he has never been her visual type and that her teasing about his looks was never seriously meant. Now, however, she realizes with embarrassment that she has genuinely fallen for him. While he keeps marveling at how impressive the fireworks are, she crouches beside him struggling with her feelings. She steels herself, face flushed, preparing to act. She suddenly yells that he has cream on his face, startling him. When he questions it, she smears cream from her bread onto his cheek. Confused and annoyed, he asks why she did that. She tells him that earlier his boyfriend's score with her was negative, but after everything today she is awarding him 200 extra points. Because of that, she says, she owes him a special reward. Kang's eyes widen as he realizes what she might mean. She leans in and kisses him on the cheek. He turns crimson, stunned by the sudden kiss. Laughing and running away, she calls it her gift to him since she is his girlfriend for the day. He clutches his cheek, shouts at her in flustered outrage, and she watches him with amusement. Later she teasingly asks why he is so rattled, implying it must be because of her bold action. She smugly repeats the question, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. He explodes again in red-faced confusion. He yells for her to stop teasing since she clearly got carried away, warning she will cause real trouble if she keeps it up, while she laughs and says she will look forward to whatever he does. A new day dawns over an apartment building. Kang staggers out of his room yawning loudly. His sister scolds him for staying out past 1 a.m. and demands to know where he has been, while he claims he has simply been busy lately. Looking in the fridge and finding it empty, he decides to cook ramen and his sister asks him to make a portion for her too. As he boils water, he narrates that the recent incident created huge repercussions and media coverage like the previous stalker case. Not wanting to face such chaos again, he used evidence of money laundering and corruption to try to end everything swiftly. He recalls that the corruption centered on a fictional-sounding company name from ESW, and he had to figure out how to report such corporate crimes through an individual broadcast. Around that time, a surprise gift box arrives for Daehee from a fashion brand CEO they had previously helped. The box includes a business card with an offer of help, which Kang decides to use. News later reports that, thanks to an anonymous tip about that company, prosecutors are investigating serious economic crimes. Kang brings the finished ramen to his sister and tells her to eat. Sitting at his desk with his bowl, he reflects that confronting power with power bothers him slightly. But as long as he can sleep at night, he thinks it is worth it. A live stream notification pops up announcing that Tarot Girl is starting a webcam consultation session. On camera, the blonde Tarot Girl greets viewers and reassures them not to worry if cards predict something bad. Smiling brightly, she explains to her audience that the future and destiny are things that can always be changed. Kang eats ramen while preparing to read a new viewer story on his channel, thinking that this is enough for the time being. Elsewhere, Dae lies on her bed blushing, clearly thinking about someone. At school, some classmates shout apologies to Serin near the gate. The two girls explain they have to cancel their outing with Serin because of sudden tutoring and parental demands. Serin tells them it is fine and suggests they visit the company Olivex another time. They run off promising to reschedule, while Serin waves goodbye. Left alone outside the school, Serin falls silent. She notes that her day has suddenly become free since Conlim and Dae are busy and wonders about the others. In another room, the blonde girl cheerfully greets everyone and immediately asks if Conlim has come. A classmate informs her Conlim is absent today, so she quickly excuses herself and dashes off. Walking through town, Serin remembers the first tarot reading she got from the blonde girl. That reading suggested she should focus on improving herself instead of worrying about romantic rivals, as that would raise her chances with the person she likes. Serin had been told to nurture her inner self, and here's again the advice that men with many love experiences can be oblivious. The tarot girl had then whispered that Serin might need to take a more assertive approach with her crush. Remembering those audacious suggestions makes Serin flush as the girl continues to explain. Now Serin stands outside, face burning, overwhelmed by embarrassment at the idea of being that bold. She admits to herself that even if she works on her inner self she is unsure, because gaming has been her entire life so far. As she walks through the busy streets during her gaming break, she wonders how to fill all this new free time when all her skills and hobbies relate to games. She clenches her fist and resolves to find interests beyond gaming. That weekend, Conlin goes to a big mart after his computer mouse suddenly breaks. He grumbles about having to buy a new mouse right when the weekend starts. Seeing the high price, he complains it is cheaper online and mutters that this is why he prefers online shopping. He suddenly hears a commotion behind him and turns around. He sees someone pushing an overloaded cart and wonders who would buy so much from a local mart. The person turns out to be Serin, who thanks the other shopper that almost collided with her and then notices Conlim. Conlim hurries over asking what she is doing there, and she greets him in surprise. She is shocked to find him outside gaming on a weekend and jokingly asks if he will die if he leaves the house, while he protests that he does go out sometimes. He explains he is there because his mouse broke, then asks why she is shopping. Serin claims she only came to buy a few cleaning supplies because a friend named Unese will visit her apartment, though the mountain of boxes suggests otherwise. As she enthusiastically compares different vacuum models, he realizes she has gotten obsessed with yet another new interest. He points out that, regardless of her bulk buying, she has no way to carry all those items home by herself. She pauses, realizing he is right. She timidly suggests she might try hauling everything with all her strength, but he says that will not work and offers his help. Under a bright sky, she thanks him for helping carry her purchases. Walking through her neighborhood with bags, she says she would have been in serious trouble without him, but he replies he had nothing better to do. He then observes that she moved here some time ago and wonders why she is only now buying basics like a vacuum cleaner. Serin admits she has mostly lived in Dio's teen dorm until recently, leaving her own place empty. He brings up that she still always wears her Dio uniform jacket despite saying she would buy other clothes. She remembers telling classmates she planned to shop for clothes with them and saw no reason to keep wearing that uniform. She explains that when she tried shopping, the crowd quickly turned the trip into an impromptu fan signing event. Conlim sympathizes, saying she has it tough, and she adds that afterwards she resorted to ordering clothes online. She shyly asks if he would be willing to look at the outfits and give his opinion, and he agrees although he doubts his fashion sense. Smiling, she thanks him for carrying everything and invites him in for tea while he checks the clothes. As they reach her door, she suddenly freezes in embarrassment. Panicking, she asks him to wait outside because her place is not ready to be seen yet. He waits in the hallway as loud noises come from inside her apartment. Hearing even more crashing sounds, he nervously asks if everything is okay in there. From behind the door she yells for him not to come in under any circumstances while scrambling around. Eventually she announces that it is safe and she will open the door. When she does, Conlim looks up startled. Serin steps out wearing one of her new outfits and blushing, asks him how it looks. Flustered, he weakly says it seems nice, but she tells him to wait because she has more. She shows off another style she has never tried before and asks for his opinion. Then she appears in yet more outfits, a casual jacket and pants, then a mint hoodie, and asks how each one looks. Sitting cross-legged on her floor, Conlim says they all look good but starts to explain something he has been thinking. He points out that if it is just for school, the uniform alone is sufficient. Imagining how bluntly she would agree with that logic, he realizes this reaction is exactly what she might say. In reality, Serin lowers her head, responding quietly that he is right. She turns away dejectedly, repeating his comment. She then reflects that wearing these clothes for him and inviting him over was all intentional on her part. Earlier, her classmates had told her uniforms were not enough to attract the person she likes and teased that her interviews made her crush obvious. Now, confronted with that truth, Serin blushes hard and stammers as she tries to respond. Serin is told that as a transfer student she can mix casual clothes with her uniform and is urged to take advantage of that. Narration reveals Serin dressed casually to leave a stronger impression on Conlim. Serin admits to herself that wearing the hoodie around Conlim was a deliberate move to stand out to him. When Conlim calls her, Serin, flustered, heads to change her hoodie. She yanks open a closet door crammed with stuff. The overloaded closet collapses on Serin, shocking Kang as he calls out to her. Buried under boxes and bags, Serin insists she only got startled. She explains that the noise from earlier was her panicked attempt to hide her mess by cramming everything into the closet. Kang questions why she stuffed trash bags away instead of throwing them out, and she says she kept them to sort for anything still useful. He points out even empty boxes are stored, and she defends keeping them for possible resale or service needs. Kang finds a broken monitor stand among the junk and wonders why she kept it. Serin sheepishly says she hoped the part might be useful someday since the monitor still works. Kang scolds her as a hoarder who must learn to throw things away, while Serin weakly protests she keeps items just in case. As they start tossing trash bags, Serin's phone rings with a call from Song Eun-se. A woman with a suitcase arrives in the city, shown only by her boots and luggage. The woman, Song Eun-se, gets no answer on the phone and wonders if Serin is at home. Thanks to their efforts, Serin's messy place is now clean with only a few trash bags left. Tired, Kang notes they've nearly finished, and Serin thanks him, saying the apartment finally feels lived in. Embarrassed, Serin insists it is not usually this messy, blaming recent impulse purchases. Kang offers to take out the remaining trash, while Serin decides to order a late lunch and looks for her phone. They chat about what to eat, settling on jjajangmyeon as Serin teases him about his love for black bean dishes. Kang steps out with 2 trash bags, saying a big cleaning day deserves a hearty meal. Serin discovers multiple missed calls and a message from Song Eun-se and urgently calls Kang back. She panics, announcing that Song Eun-se is already on her way to the apartment. The doorbell rings as Kang freezes, hearing someone call for Serin from outside. Eun-se learns Serin's return date was moved up and realizes Serin must be the one at the door now. Serin apologizes to Kang and explains that if Eun-se sees a man in her home, her overprotective guardian will overreact. With Eun-se right at the door, Serin desperately suggests Kang might even have to escape out the window, which he rejects as suicidal from the 20th floor. Outside, Eun-se finds the apartment seemingly empty and wonders where Serin went. Hearing something, Eun-se turns toward where Kang is hiding. Serin rushes out to greet Eun-se, pretending everything is normal and saying she had trouble answering while coming from the airport. Eun-se questions Serin's sweatiness, and Serin nervously blames intense last-minute room cleaning. Eun-se says she realized Serin had accumulated too much stuff. As she steps in, Eun-se notices unfamiliar men's shoes by the entrance. Eun-se explains she came personally because she was still worried about Serin despite their phone conversations. She says her concern is not only about the previous match-fixing scandal, but also about how Serin's dating comments in an interview stirred up the internet. While Eun-se looks into another room Serin claims is still messy, Serin insists she clarified that her interview's dating talk was not about anyone specific. Eun-se says Serin's parents asked her to look after Serin, so she feels obligated to worry about her. Wanting to check thoroughly, Eun-se opens the large cabinet Kang is hiding in. Eun-se finds Kang stuffed inside and demands to know who he is as he awkwardly greets her. Serin and Kang kneel nervously at the table, awaiting Eun-se's judgment. Eun-se sits opposite them and says they will talk things through here. Serin introduces Kang to Eun-se and assures her he is not someone she needs to fear. Eun-se's identity is clarified as Song Yura from ESW, an important figure in Serin's professional debut. Narration explains Yura is not one of the 6 main characters but a popular supporting heroine whose role can rival the lead's. Kang reflects that in the original story he only meets Yura when the protagonist grows close to the heroine, and that he had relaxed, thinking he would never encounter her as a side character. He is stunned to have met her this way and admits even he finds the situation suspicious. Kang thinks the awkward tableau of him and Serin before Yura naturally arouses Yura's suspicion, which is dangerous because of Yura's personality. Serin passionately insists to Eun-se that Kang is trustworthy, describing him as a close classmate. Yura smiles, acknowledging he is just a class friend, apparently easing up a little. Yura imagines a dangerous type of classmate who tempts Serin into mischief and bad habits. She further envisions a delinquent influence trying to lead Serin astray. Yura asks sharply if Kang is that kind of classmate, making him protest her exaggerated fantasies. Serin frantically denies Kang is bad, explaining he is simply a fellow member of her club. Yura adjusts her understanding, saying she gets it now that he is from the same club. Serin recalls first entering the wrong room at school by mistake instead of the bathroom. In flashback, rough-looking seniors excitedly greet the popular gamer Rosentia who has stumbled into their hangout. One senior blocks her exit and demands an autograph before letting her leave. Back in the present, Yura worries club mates like those guys could be troublesome influences, while Serin defends a specific senior, saying he only wanted an autograph. Serin apologizes to Kang for Eun-se's overblown worries, explaining Eun-se can be overly proactive and anxious. Kang muses that he is neither popular nor a protagonist yet is now suspected of being a normie boyfriend. Trying to clear his name, he shows Yura his sparse contact list, but she suspiciously interprets it as him juggling multiple phones for a secretive private life. Kang insists their first meeting was at a normal PC cafe, though Yura twists it into him meeting Serin in a shady basement. Kang exasperated, wonders if Yura is deliberately making him sound worse as Serin stays silent. Serin finally shouts that Conlim is not that kind of person at all. Blushing, Serin softly adds that nothing has actually happened between them yet to warrant such worry. Yura studies Serin's embarrassed reaction in silence. Yura's expression softens into a smile as she prepares to respond. She casually asks Serin to fetch her an impossible order, a warm iced Americano, leaving Serin confused. With Serin gone, Yura and Conlim are left alone at the table. Yura confirms Conlim's name while sipping tea, and he nervously answers. She asks if there is really nothing between him and Serin, and he insists there is absolutely no romantic relationship. Hearing this, Yura says that is reassuring. She explains Serin must focus on her pro-gaming career now, since such careers are short-lived. Conlim is taken aback as Yura warns that even small distractions can cause a top player's downfall. Yura emphasizes that a dating scandal could be even more damaging to Serin's career than the match-fixing controversy. Conlim wonders why Yura is explaining all this but acknowledges she knows Serin best. She concludes that with Serin's popularity and potential, now is not the time for romance. Conlim apologizes but says he thinks her reasoning is mistaken. Yura reacts with surprise, asking what he means. He agrees it is right to worry about bad influences but argues that forbidding Serin from dating purely for image and popularity feels wrong. Conlim states he disagrees with that stance, at least for the current Serin. Realizing he may have overstepped, he apologizes for meddling. Yura grows intense, first chastising him for speaking out on behalf of just a friend. Then she suddenly says she likes his attitude. Confused, Conlim listens as Yura explains she came because she sensed Serin had changed lately. Yura reveals she was testing whether Conlim is trustworthy and declares he has passed. She mentions that Serin recently confided worries to her, glancing towards Serin's guitar. Yura elaborates that during her sabbatical year Serin did not know what to do besides gaming and began sampling various hobbies. Conlim now understands Serin's cluttered house came from hobby experiments. Yura says Serin feels adrift, though Yura sees it as typical for her age. Thinking back to Serin's expressions, Yura reflects that Serin now seems more like an ordinary girl. Yura is relieved Serin is becoming more normal and believes Conlim has played a positive role in that. She reiterates that this influence is exactly what she likes about him. Embarrassed, Conlim insists he has not done much. Jokingly, Yura jumps ahead to asking when they should arrange a formal family meeting for the two of them, startling Conlim. Later, Conlim walks to school with Dehi, a blonde boy, and a small white-haired girl. The blonde boy brags to Dehi about clearing a game using his Chunibyo, evil eye powers, and she humors him. The white-haired girl walking behind them cannot follow their game talk even though it is in her own language. She calls out to Conlim, referencing the game and suggesting they play again another time. Noticing his troubled expression, she asks Conlim what is wrong and if he is hurt. Conlim hesitates, saying something is bothering him. Suddenly he feels that same eerie gaze on him again. He jerks around in alarm, startling his friends. Looking around the busy street, he senses that someone is still watching him. The group asks Conlim what is wrong as he keeps staring into the crowd. Unsure if he imagined it, he brushes it off, saying it is nothing. From a hidden vantage point, an unseen figure silently watches Conlim and his friends leave. Later in school, classmates discuss their next PE activity after finishing badminton. Conlim narrates that lately, after classes, he repeatedly feels a chilling gaze on him as if he is being followed. He cannot figure out who it is or what they want, and he rules out his friends or a repeat of a previous stalker incident. He reviews the events of ESW in his memory, wondering if he overlooked some episode that explains this new development. Even during school hours he continues to feel that gaze. Walking alone in a hallway, he again senses someone watching from behind. A smoky black figure with glowing eyes peeks from around the corner, confirming someone is indeed there. Conlim steels himself, considering that if things go badly he can always rely on his time loop, but he would rather resolve this quickly. He pretends to be lost in his phone, loudly claiming he went the wrong way and needs to hurry back to PE class. Then he suddenly sprints down the hall. The shadowy pursuer instinctively races after him. A chase ensues as the figure runs after Conlim through the corridor. Conlim dives down a stairwell while the pursuer follows. The mysterious figure charges down the stairs in pursuit. Conlim hides beside the stairwell and lets the pursuer run past. He ambushes the pursuer from behind, grabbing them and demanding to know who they are. A hand suddenly grabs his wrist in return, startling him. He spins around in shock, seeing it as a girl rather than a monster. The girl, Yunari, flustered, half admits she is the one who has been watching him. She bows nervously, introducing herself to Conlim. She reveals she is Dehi's younger sister. Meanwhile outside, the PE teacher notices a missing student and wonders where the last one is. From outside the building, Conlim is seen through the window with Nari, prompting his alarmed exclamation. Nari frantically apologizes, saying she did not realize her behavior looked like stalking. Conlim assures her it is fine and at least she is not a villain from ESW. Narration clarifies Nari is a sub-heroine, but also the most dangerous heroine, someone Conlim had hoped to avoid. Conlim asks why she was spying on him if it was not for some malicious reason. Nari admits she wanted to see what kind of person he was. She begs him to answer truthfully. Na-ri pointedly asks what his exact relationship is with her sister Dae-hee. Kan-lim, bewildered, asks why she is suddenly interrogating him. Na-ri explains that since Dae-hee entered Minhyuk High, she has talked about boss at every family dinner. In flashback, Dae-hee gushes to her family about boss, obviously referring to Kan-lim. Na-ri describes how Dae-hee constantly laughs whenever she mentions boss and notes he even visited their house recently. That is why Na-ri now asks Kan-lim directly if he is dating her sister. Panicking, Kan-lim vehemently denies any romantic relationship with Dae-hee. He insists to Na-ri that he and Dae-hee are only classmates who happen to be in the same club. Na-ri exhales in relief and thanks him for clearing it up. Kan-lim says she could have just asked him earlier instead of secretly watching him, and she replies she had originally planned to. Na-ri confesses that the more she observed him, the more suspicious he looked. She says she heard the kinds of ominous things he and his Chunibyo friend talk about. Her memory shows Kan-lim's friend loudly boasting about obliterating skies and dispatching forces to annihilate enemies, which understandably made her wary. Na-ri overhears someone talking about tormenting and finishing people off, leaving her horrified. She hurriedly explains to the boy that those scary lines were just game talk from a friend who always jokes like that. Na-ri points out that aside from that one friend he is always alone and goes straight home from school, which seems suspicious. He blankly asks why such behavior is suspicious. She insists that most students hang out with friends after school and says people always visit her, prompting him to protest that this only applies because she is popular. He grumbles to himself about how both sisters are annoyingly popular. He explains that this is why he came to this school today, especially since it is the school's foundation anniversary, so uniforms would not stand out. Nervously, he asks hypothetically what she would have done if he were romantically involved with her sister Dae-hee. Na-ri says she would thoroughly investigate him to see if he deserved her sister, and would bless the relationship if he passed. She then darkly implies that if he failed her standard, things would not end peacefully. Approaching menacingly, she says she absolutely would not forgive any unworthy boyfriend. With crazed eyes, she declares she would do anything necessary to protect her sister. Terrified, he screams, thinking she is exactly as obsessive as in the original story. He reflects that though Na-ri is normally a model student, her fixation on Dae-hee borders on madness. He remembers how even the story's protagonist could not gain her approval and recalls nearly facing a life-threatening ordeal with her once. Na-ri now gloomily wonders if he lied about everything and was never serious about her sister. Panicking, he begs for mercy, claiming it is all a misunderstanding and that he never wants another knife-threatening situation. She comments that he is even begging for his life because of her sister, and he accuses her eyes of looking like she was about to do something violent. Smiling yet ominous, she agrees to back off for now but warns him not to give her reasons to worry, which he interprets as a bad-intentioned look. She then asks a favor from him. Na-ri requests that he keep everything that happened today a secret from her sister so that he will not worry. He agrees, a bit taken aback. She politely apologizes for the trouble she caused him before leaving. He decides he should keep his distance from Dae-hee to avoid further misunderstandings with Na-ri. He notes that aside from school he rarely encounters Dae-hee anyway. Time passes and the scene shifts to Minhyuk Academy, a private institute. At the academy, he is shocked to suddenly see a familiar person there. Dae-hee arrives with Na-ri, surprised that he attends this academy, while Na-ri silently radiates dark hostility behind her. Duplicate image, Dae-hee repeats her surprise about him attending, with Na-ri still silently glaring. Flustered, he asks Dae-hee why she is there, and whether she really needs to attend such an academy. She explains she only enrolled her younger sibling but joined herself because a promotion made it cheaper for two and she wanted to try cram school for a month. Dae-hee introduces Na-ri and him to each other formally as her younger sibling and the boss she has mentioned. Na-ri greets him with a bright smile, introducing herself pleasantly. Internally, she reminds him of their deal to play dumb, and warns him not to reveal he came here because of her sister. Dae-hee notices his odd behavior, and asks why he is acting weirder than usual as he stammers. When class time nears, Dae-hee tells Na-ri to meet her outside the academy afterward and Na-ri agrees. Dae-hee says goodbye to him as well and heads to class, leaving him alone with Na-ri. Na-ri immediately scolds him for not being careful and accuses him of possibly chasing her sister one-sidedly, which he denies, insisting he has attended this academy for a while. He tells her she is overreacting and that Dae-hee is too sensible to fall for a bad guy anyway. Joking further, he says it is more likely Dae-hee would dominate someone else, which darkens Na-ri's mood. Na-ri's eyes flare as she demands to know if he is badmouthing her sister. She coldly warns him again to keep his distance from Dae-hee and reminds him of the previous stalker incident, while he nervously agrees. He reassures her that if a guy were really that awful he would be nothing like himself and adds that they likely will not see each other at the academy after today. Later he enters his assigned study room. Seeing the seating, he groans in dismay. He finds Na-ri seated right next to his desk and she addresses him as boss, in surprise. She panics, wondering if he deliberately chose this seat to get close to her, while he insists the seating was random. Horrified, she speculates he might be targeting both her and her sister. She loudly calls him a pervert and kicks his chair away, yelling for him to stay away as he tries to calm the misunderstanding. Time passes. Everyone is quietly studying in the room. Someone taps his pen with theirs to get his attention. Na-ri, flustered, shyly asks if she can borrow an eraser. He hands her his eraser, and she thanks him, explaining she forgot hers. Watching her erase, he notices something unusual. He spots multiple bandages on her fingers and asks what happened. Na-ri says she recently started working part-time at a restaurant. She explains that with a work permit many part-time jobs are allowed, and she chose this to help with household chores and support the family. She admits that when she cooks now her younger siblings refuse to eat her food, claiming it tastes bad. He realizes this detail about her cooking struggles was never mentioned in the original story and considers it sub-heroine-specific information. He links her finger injuries and poor cooking to a comedic, bad cook, trait, and chuckles to himself. Na-ri confesses that even if she is lacking she wants to lessen her sister's burden. Moved, he tells her he will support her efforts. He explains that he has a younger sister of a similar age who treats him more like an enemy than family. He adds that if he were Dehi, knowing Na-ri cared so much would give him strength. Na-ri blushes and shyly thanks him, pleased by his words. Encouraged, she says that if he visits her restaurant she will give him special service. She abruptly stops mid-sentence, realizing how that might sound. Suddenly she imagines this is how he approached her sister, and again accuses him of such tactics. She shouts that she will not be fooled and again labels him a pervert, stunning the surrounding students. Kicking his chair away once more, she screams that she will never tell him the restaurant's name, while the teacher yells at them to quiet down. The scene shifts to a normal city day. Over the weekend he walks through the city, pondering how to deal with a sub-heroine like Na-ri. He reasons that her situation is like a side story without life-threatening dangers such as stalkers or traffickers. He concludes it is safer not to involve himself too much, even though he is somewhat tempted. He notes that romantic comedy events like those in the original story are meant for the protagonist, and for someone like him they might turn into a thriller instead. Deciding not to risk anything, he still ends up walking into a restaurant called Love and Peace, where Na-ri works. The bell rings as he enters and someone welcomes the customer. Na-ri, in waitress uniform, approaches to take the new customer's order without yet noticing who it is. Recognizing each other, he dryly asks if fate is joking with him. He slams his drink down in shock at the situation. Na-ri, now gloomy, asks what he would like to order. He says her intense stare is scary and explains it is a misunderstanding, claiming he only came because his usual lunchbox shop was closed. She coolly says she will raise his internal alert level from "Be careful of" to "Potential suspect." Na-ri orders him to stay away from both her and her sister from now on or she will report him, which he protests is too much. He loudly questions why he would need reporting, while Na-ri insists his behavior proves both sisters must stay cautious. But the owner interrupts saying he is telling the truth. The owner confirms the curly-haired boy is a long-time regular of the restaurant, surprising Na-ri. The owner then asks if they know each other, and he explains she is his friend's younger sister who he did not expect to see working here. Na-ri notes the restaurant is far from his house, but he says it is just his usual weekend hangout. She explains she chose this place because it focuses on regular customers and seemed like a good place to learn. She proudly adds that the owner once won a famous cooking competition, which the embarrassed owner downplays while he realizes the old man is actually a renowned chef. He assumes the misunderstanding is cleared and decides to simply eat his meal. However, Na-ri tells the owner that this pervert is trying to court both her and her sister, renewing the accusation. He yells that she is misreading everything and insists the repeated coincidences mean nothing, while she refuses to believe it. He warns her not to keep calling him a pervert, but she retorts that he should behave if he does not want that label, and the owner sighs at the scene. The owner notes it is nearly break time and cheerfully asks Curly if he wants to help out. Both he and Na-ri are startled, worrying about what the owner has in mind. The restaurant goes on break, closing to regular customers. Na-ri eagerly says she will get started on the task the owner gave her. He watches her run to the kitchen, worried that a mere part-timer is being put in charge of developing a new menu item. The owner says he values her fresh ideas and passion and explains why foodies quietly love this place. He decides he does not mind since he will get to try new dishes for free. Yet a nagging feeling tells him he has forgotten something important. He suddenly remembers Na-ri's talk about siblings refusing to eat her cooking and her previous injuries. Realizing the implication, he panics. He recalls the disastrous cooking trope in comics and realizes this situation mirrors those deadly food-tasting events. A narrator explains that such a trope exaggerates bad cooking into catastrophic outcomes where kitchens become war zones. Examples show Na-ri ruining the kitchen and struggling with simple dishes like fried eggs. Another example shows her adding bizarre ingredients like pudding into soup, worsening the food. Further images depict monstrous, unrecognizable dishes. It is noted that people who eat such food often faint or are treated like they died. In extreme cases, the food even explodes, sending diners to the emergency room. He concludes that Na-ri likely has this disastrous cooking trait, and that he is now the poor soul tasked with tasting her creation. He tries to convince himself explosions cannot happen in real life but worries because previous tarot predictions in this world have come true. Flashbacks of reading comics about such events make him think he is doomed by foreshadowing. He remembers joking in the past about even poisoned food being a reward if made by a heroine and now regrets tempting fate. He fears that if even the main protagonist fainted from this kind of dish, he might actually die, and notes there is no guarantee the story's looping safety net applies to sub-heroines. As Nari runs over with her completed dish, he laments that dying now after enduring so much would be a waste. Nari serves a plate of fried rice with egg and side dishes. He is surprised it looks like normal fried rice and outwardly fine. He reminds himself appearances can deceive and that such dishes often hide disaster, while the owner comments that it looks appetizing and asks its name. Nari describes it with an elaborate, restaurant-style name involving Latin American-style vegetable rice and basil-flavored grilled beef, which he thinks sounds too fancy for this place. She urges him, as the guest, to take the first bite. Resigning himself, he decides to just eat and shoves a spoonful into his mouth. He tastes it, and his eyes widen in surprise. Realizing it is actually good, he is stunned. He exclaims that the dish is delicious and not disastrous at all, exceeding his expectations. The owner tastes it too, praising its perfect frying and layered flavors, saying he has never eaten anything so good. Confused, the boy wonders why he previously thought she was a terrible cook. Nari, watching him finish the plate, murmurs that she still has a long way to go. She sadly compares herself to her sister and believes she is still far behind. Determined to improve, she runs back to the kitchen asking the owner for one more chance to try another dish. While she works, the owner asks the boy what sort of skills Nari's sister has, surprising him. The owner explains that Nari is actually very talented but keeps overreaching because she believes she is inferior to her sister, hurting herself while trying complicated dishes. Hearing this, the boy recalls her talking about her siblings rejecting her cooking. He realizes Nari was never bad at cooking. It is just that he is exceptionally good, making Nari feel inadequate by comparison. He remembers Nari's earlier requests to keep things secret from her sister, and her desire to ease Dahi's burden. Meanwhile, Nari reaches up to fetch ingredients from a high storage shelf. She decides the dish is still not good enough and resolves to start again from scratch, grabbing items for a new sauce. Her reach dislodges several heavy boxes. Containers and bottles tumble toward her as she cries out in alarm. A loud crash follows as supplies fall from the shelves. The scene cuts to the restaurant's restroom sign, implying she was injured and brought there. The boy carefully wraps bandages around her injured ankle. Nari winces in pain as he tends to her. He tells her to hold still because he is almost finished wrapping. The owner announces they will close early and tells Nari to go home after being treated, which she apologetically accepts. Nari sighs and apologizes for causing trouble for the owner and for him. He says it is fine, notes she does not need the emergency room, but advises her to visit a clinic when it opens. She insists it is just a minor injury and tries to downplay the need for a hospital, while he asks if she is trying to hide it from Yudehi. Blushing, Nari is touched when he calls her foolish for that and tells her to at least check online about cold compresses, showing genuine concern for her well-being. The boy worries about how the girl will get home and asks if she has money for a taxi since the bus still requires walking. She admits she has little money and an almost empty transit card, so he suggests borrowing fare from the shop owner. She refuses to borrow more, thinking she has already caused the owner enough trouble. He sighs that she is as stubborn as her sister. He proposes that instead of troubling the owner, she should let him be the one inconvenienced. A city bus drives away, implying they missed it. He ends up giving her a piggyback and walks down the street. Onlookers stare as he carries her through the busy area. She blushes that being carried in public is embarrassing, and he says her ability to complain shows she is fine. While carrying her, he tells her not to overexert herself and to consider how worried her sister Yudehi would be if she were badly hurt. Silent and thoughtful, she listens from his back. She admits she has always depended heavily on her sister. She explains she has felt inferior to her sister in everything since childhood because her sister quickly surpassed her in any area. She recalls constant comparisons and honestly admits she used to be jealous of her gifted sister. After their parents died, her feelings changed as she saw her sister working hard to support them and came to admire her reliability. At the same time, she realized her sister seemed lonely. Feeling that her sister was carrying all the burdens, she wished to help but felt incapable. She worries that if she just watches, something terrible like the stalker incident could happen again. She says she tried to do her best in her own way but may have pushed herself too hard, just as he pointed out. He connects this to why she was so intent on judging Yudehi's boyfriend's trustworthiness. She says she wants her sister to have a dependable boyfriend so they can support each other. She adds that her sister has suffered enough and deserves a genuinely good partner. Hearing this, he quietly chuckles. He bursts out laughing, and she flusters, insisting she was being serious. He apologizes while smiling and comments that she is really similar to her sister. He tells Yunari that she herself is also a very good sister. Suddenly someone dashes toward them through the crowd, catching his attention. Yudehi runs up calling out to Yunari and her boss. Surprised, Yunari asks how her sister got there, and the boy admits he called her. As his legs tremble, he reveals internally that carrying her this long has already pushed him past his limit. Yudehi frantically checks if her sister is badly hurt and asks about the hospital, while he tries to calm her and says it was only a minor accident. Crying, Yudehi scolds Yunari for being careless, explains how worried the call made her, yet also thanks the boy for helping. He tells Yunari that just having her nearby gives her enough strength. Yunari is shocked and moved to tears by her sister's words. She rushes into her sister's arms and they embrace tightly. The boy watches the emotional reunion from nearby. Time passes, and night falls with a starry sky. At home, Yunari sits on her bed with her bandaged leg, lost in thought. She remembers that it was the first time anyone carried her like that and notices how broad his back felt. Blushing and hugging her knees, she mutters that he is a pervert, clearly flustered by her reaction. Another day, a car drives as an adult woman asks Dahi how school life is going. In the back seat, Dahi says school is fine and denies having any problems. The woman says she has just been feeling uneasy lately and is asking out of guardian's concern. She then asks about Dahi's club, and Dahi explains that a tarot reading first year joins so their all-purpose culture club is safe from disbandment. The woman notes that means the club now has 1 boy and 4 girls. She privately thinks such a gender ratio would be chaotic in college but might be okay at their age. Dahi remarks that although summer is near, the wind feels cold and closes the car window. Later, Conlim, Dahi, and another girl visit the clubroom and are told they can go ahead without the first year. The first year Rami cheerfully insists the seniors leave first. She wants to stay, practice, and think alone. After the others depart, she waves goodbye, saying she will see them tomorrow. Alone, Rami reflects that by hanging around the club she now understands the relationships surrounding her senior. She notes that all 3 girls like Conlim, but each has different circumstances, and that Dahi seems the strongest rival though oblivious to her own feelings. Because of this, Rami believes she can act clingy toward Conlim without Dahi openly objecting. She considers Yoonga and Serin the more immediate romantic threats since they met Conlim first and shared deeper hobbies with him. Honestly assessing things, she feels the odds are against her. She decides her advantage is having less to lose, so she can act boldly without fearing to ruin her current relationship, meaning she should be proactive. She inwardly cringes at the assertive dating advice she earlier gave Serin, now finding it foolish. She consoles herself that she has already signaled interest to Conlim, so if anything is strange it is his lack of reaction. Frustrated, she complains that despite her many approaches he only acts shy and never progresses. She wonders gloomily if a straightforward confession is her only remaining option. Serin, who was listening, worries that confessing too hastily could be a problem. Rami is startled by Serin's sudden involvement. Serin, nervous, begins to speak further. The 2 girls sit facing each other across the clubroom table in an awkward silence. Rami breaks the silence by saying she thought Serin was not coming to club that day. Serin explains her classroom duty ended earlier than expected, so she came to see if anyone was still around. They again fall into a tense pause. Serin finally asks Rami point-blank if she has romantic feelings for Conlim. Rami says she owes Conlim for helping with her family issues but admits she can no longer deny her feelings. She straightforwardly confesses that she likes Conlim as a romantic interest. Rami then guesses that Serin feels the same way, which shocks Serin. Embarrassed but honest, Serin quietly confirms that she does. The 2 rivals stare at each other seriously across the table. Rami sighs and says the situation cannot be helped. Half-jokingly, she suggests literally dividing Conlim into 6 pieces so all of them can share him fairly as a husband. Serin, confused, asks why 6, and Rami reveals she is also counting Dahi and Yoongha as rivals and is surprised Serin had not noticed. Serin is stunned to learn that Dahi and Yoongha also like Conlim, and Rami ranks the 4 of them in order of appearance. Serin muses that having 6 contenders is probably excessive. Rami ominously says the number may climb even higher or already have. She then asks if Serin knows about certain romance webtoon patterns. She explains she has been reading romance webtoons again and notes that many are rom-coms aimed at male readers. She points out the trope that female leads who appear later in the story have lower chances of ending up with the protagonist. According to those cliches, 3rd and 4th entrants like herself and Serin have almost no chance of winning. So she proposes they form a temporary alliance to break that 1% chance together. Her plan is for them to jointly target the girls who liked Conlim first and second. She brings up the upcoming Minhyuk High Sports Festival as the context for their scheme. She explains that unlike the grand festival it is simple, but includes several standard athletic events. Among them is a special pairs event called 1, 2, 3. Serin confirms it is an activity done by 2 people working together. Rami describes it as a 3-part pairs competition consisting of a 3-legged race, treasure hunt, and jump rope. She adds that the top 3 teams earn prize money and, more importantly, get a photo of just the 2 partners printed in the graduation yearbook. Serin realizes this means any pair can have a special photo together even without placing. Rami emphasizes that as partners they would spend the whole festival together, making the spot highly sought after. Her idea is that by cooperating, she and Serin can secure being Conlim's partner before anyone else. Afterward, they can decide between themselves who ultimately ends up with him. Serin says she is tempted but uneasy about scheming behind others' backs, though she is not completely opposed. Rami watches her with a sly smile, wondering which attitude will prevail. Serin questions whether Rami is just talking nonsense, or if accepting such a plan makes her a bad person. Rami recalls starting that romance webtoon and then remembering why she dislikes the genre. She says she hates rom-coms because they are full of clichés she dislikes. She clarifies that clichés themselves are fine and can be enjoyable, but certain ones annoy her. She lists cliches like confessions always happening on rooftops or being interrupted at the crucial moment. Serin assumes Rami hates them for being predictable, but Rami replies she actually appreciates predictable comfort and fun. What she hates is romantic comedy structure where only one girl gets the happy ending while everyone else is left behind. She calls those unfulfilled perspectives tragic and says heartbreak, even if it promotes growth, is still painful and unchanged by framing. Serin agrees such cruelty has become a genre norm and says that is why she dislikes rom-coms. Rami adds that despite this, if she finds herself in such a story she refuses to end up as a discarded side character. She dramatically declares she will not let herself fade into the background but will fight for her own ending. Serin clenches her fist and says she understands the feeling, even without knowing much about webtoons. Rami remarks that a strong ego is the core trait of a pro gamer, confusing Serin. Serin remembers a famous player saying he would rather be MVP in a loss than win while playing poorly. She realizes she too has a strong competitive drive and did not expect it to matter in love. Fired up, Serin decides that since she also loves Kang Lim, that competitive nature might actually help. Rami is briefly taken aback by Serin's renewed determination. Then she smiles faintly, encouraged that Serin is serious. Serin agrees to Rami's proposal, stating they should form an alliance and secure the partner spot. She then asks whether they should use Rami's tarot powers to help, but Rami admits she already tried and it was not effective. Suddenly Rami notices something at the door and reacts. A shadowy figure is seen peeking in through the barely opened clubroom door. Rami lunges toward the door to confront whoever is eavesdropping. She steps out into the empty hallway, but the intruder is already gone. Left alone in the corridor, she mutters an embarrassed apology to herself. The next day in class, the teacher announces that a sports festival entry box will be set near the central staircase. She says application forms will be left on her desk and encourages everyone to participate. Dehi listens curiously, wondering about this sports festival box. During break, classmates gather around Dehi to explain the event. One boy tells her the application is for the 1, 2, 3 pairs event they discussed earlier. Another student shows a heart-shaped participation form and says you write the two partners' names and drop it in the box. They comment on how direct and childish the heart shape is, chalking it up to the principal's eccentricity. Dehi jokes that the event could even help someone find a date if they play their cards right. The boy explains that students can also submit half a heart alone, and organizers later match solo applicants into teams. A classmate laughs that this system even creates male-male pairings and asks if Dehi is interested since many would want to partner with her. Another suggests she pair with Ho Cheon, who immediately says he would join if it were with Dehi. Nearby, Dehi debates whether she should participate at all. As she overhears friends complaining about changing classrooms, she wonders if Kang Lim would participate in such an event. She insists she is not eager to team with him, but assumes that if he does join he will have no partner. She then notices Serin approaching and addressing the group. Serin asks the classmates to clarify if they were talking about the 1, 2, 3 event. A flashback to the previous day shows Rami and Serin leaving school together. Serin tells Rami she suspects someone was eavesdropping on their alliance discussion. Rami says it does not matter who overheard. Their plan is still to be first to submit the partner application once the box appears. Serin suggests warning Kang Lim via chat, but Rami replies that if they do he will likely refuse outright. Rami imagines Kang Lim complaining that participating sounds bothersome, so they must talk to him directly instead. She then instructs Serin that during the break after tomorrow's morning assembly she should closely watch Dehi. Serin, alarmed, asks what she means, and Rami assures her no underhanded tricks are planned. Rami just wants Serin to naturally keep Dehi occupied in conversation. Back in the present, Serin follows this plan by praising Dehi's athletic reputation and asking if victory is guaranteed with a good partner. Rami concludes that Dehi likely views the event purely as a competition rather than a romantic opportunity. Realizing this, Dehi blushes and begins to see the festival more as a chance to compete. Hearing that winning could help her sports university ambitions, classmates excitedly beg Dehi to team up with them for the event. The others praise Dehi's idea as a likely winning entry, while the pink-haired girl, Arami, is quietly entrusted with something. Arami, looking tense, is told that the result now depends on her. The story flashes back to 3 minutes earlier outside classroom 1-4. A teacher finishes explaining the rules and says an event will start. Suddenly Arami bursts into the classroom, shocking everyone. While sprinting, Arami thinks only senior Young-ah remains as a rival and notes she and Kang Lim both change classes first period. She worries Young-ah might meet Kang Lim first in the corridor and decides using the central stairs will get her there fastest. Arami races up and calls out to Kang Lim before Young-ah can reach him. Kang Lim notices Arami arriving and calls her name. Panting, Arami pretends their hallway encounter is a coincidence, while Kang Lim asks why she is on the second-year floor. Kang Lim quickly drags Arami away, saying he has something important to discuss. Their dash through the hall draws attention from onlookers who wonder who the cute first year is. Alone with Kang Lim, Arami excitedly asks him to be her partner for the 1, 2, 3 with the two of us sports festival event. Kang Lim is surprised about entering that event together, and Arami urges him to fill out the application form immediately. Arami smugly shows the heart-shaped form she already prepared and asks if he is shocked that a cute junior invited him. When Conlim tries to refuse, Arami loudly declares that not wanting to participate is forbidden. Conlim protests the event is optional and explains he planned to binge a web novel during the festival instead. Arami insists it is a once-only sports event and tells him to have fun, but Conlim says she should just partner with someone else. Beginning to cry, Arami says she cannot do it with anyone else. Tearfully, she declares that if it is not with Conlim she will not participate at all. Startled, Conlim yells back in confusion as she flails at him. Arami gleefully reveals the completed form with both of their names already written, saying their partnership is settled. Resigned, Conlim decides doing it once is fine, and Arami happily rushes off to submit the form. Time shifts to that night under a starry sky. Arami pops a lollipop into her mouth. Relaxing at home with her phone, Arami absent-mindedly taps her leg. In the club chat she enthusiastically messages that she looks forward to her 1, 2, 3 partnership with Conlim. Dahi privately asks Arami if she is really entering that event, and Arami replies it just sort of happened. Yoonga reacts in the group chat with a shocked, "What?" Arami silently sucks her lollipop, pondering the situation. Yoonga messages that it is surprising Conlim is joining the sports festival at all. Sitting in her room, Arami hears another notification. She sees a new message from Cha Serin and opens that chat. Arami reads Serin's text saying she will not let things end like this, and that partner spots will be decided soon. Arami muses she does not intend to be that much of a villain, at least not yet. Stretching in her chair, she thinks that by partnering with Conlim she has closed the distance between herself and seniors Dahi and Yoonga. Narration notes that this is what she believed at the time. Days later, a boy sprints down the hallway shouting that something big has happened. He announces that the sports festival application box has been stolen. Students react in disbelief and ask what he means. Another boy confirms he heard teachers say the box was missing earlier, which shocks Arami. Worried, Arami asks what will happen to applications already submitted, and someone guesses there may be reapplications, which she thinks is bad. Hearing rumors in the hall, Arami dashes off while others wonder why someone stole the box. Classmates speculate the thief might be someone jealous they could not partner with the person they like. Arami tries to calm herself, reasoning that since she already talked with Conlim they can just submit again, though she wonders why it turned out this way. She goes to find Conlim, who is standing by a window. She approaches him from behind. Hidden behind him, Yoonga secretly holds a heart-shaped application form bearing Conlim's name. The narration recalls Conlim agreeing and signing that form for someone. Yoonga happily holds the heart with both their names and speaks to Conlim. Arami arrives and sees them together, stunned. Serin also spots Arami in that moment. Yoonga cheerfully tells Conlim she will see him during break, while he casually agrees. Conlim watches Yoonga run off, still holding their form. Arami runs up to Conlim in a panic, asking if he is actually pairing with Yoonga. Upset, she demands to know whether he plans to partner with Yoonga despite having promised to team up with her. Conlim apologetically says things just ended up that way, further frustrating Arami. Arami struggles to reply, then forces out an apology of her own, overwhelmed. She abruptly turns and runs away as Conlim shouts after her. Serin intercepts Arami in the corridor, calling her name. Arami keeps running down the hall while Serin chases, shouting for her to stop. Arami finally slows, exhausted, while Serin catches up from behind. Out of breath, Arami mentally complains about all the running, and Serin offers to buy her a drink. The two quietly drink from cans beside a vending machine. Serin criticizes Conlim for going too far, saying he should not have broken his prior arrangement even if the box was stolen. Arami admits she thinks she understands Conlim's reason for changing partners. She concludes that Conlim was probably swayed by Yoonga's love-struck expression, noting he is weak to that sort of plea. Arami reflects that she underestimated Yoonga and did not expect her to act this boldly. Serin says the situation is not over yet, puzzling Arami. Arami explains she overheard that Yoonga has not actually submitted her application form. Serin says re-establishing a secure application box will take time because of privacy concerns. She adds that since Conlim already filled the form with Yoonga, people might suspect Arami and Serin of interfering if they simply redo it, so they must be cautious. Arami says there is another option beyond waiting or reapplying. Serin flatly proposes they steal back the missing application box. Later, during class, students mill about unaware of the plan. Dahi excitedly declares the missing box sounds like a real case to solve. Conlim is startled by Dahi's sudden enthusiasm as she explains she means the stolen application box. She proclaims this incident smells like a mystery and christens it the Sports Festival Box Theft Case. While Conlim wonders why she is so excited, Dahi, fantasizing in nun attire, says solving the school's 7 mysteries as a detective is on her bucket list. Her imagination runs wild with exorcism imagery while Conlim observes she has the wrong idea about detective work. Dahi happily vows to solve this case no matter what. Their Chinibu classmate also volunteers, eager to handle exorcism-like work, and Dahi invites him along. He dramatically rants about purifying spirits as a descendant of the dragon god, insisting he is serious. Dahi and the Chinibu agree they must catch the box thief, and Conlim notes how well the two of them get along. Kang Lim pessimistically points out that even catching the culprit from outside the school would not change much. Dae-hee counters that the CCTV showed no outsiders and trash bins were checked, so the culprit and the box must still be inside the school. She concludes again that both culprit and box are within the school and calls for everyone to search together. Dae-hee explains to Serin and Arami her plan to investigate after classes and asks for their help. Arami and Serin eagerly agree, saying they also wanted to search, at least to recover the box. Arami explains it would be too frustrating to give up after all her efforts, comparing losing the box to having the cherry taken off a cake. Serin agrees, likening it to doing all the damage in a game but letting someone else take the final kill. Dae-hee summarizes the search strategy, saying they will gather clues about the culprit while combing the school in pairs. She assigns pairs, telling Serin and Arami to team up while she partners with the Chunibyu. Serin and Arami bristle when Dae-hee casually mentions Young-ah has already paired with their boss, Kang Lim. Dae-hee is confused by their dark expressions and asks why they look that way. Arami and Serin later search the art room. After rummaging through the dusty space, they conclude the box is not there. Arami hesitantly asks Serin if she too finds the whole situation suspicious. She points out that Young-ah is the only one who seems to benefit from the theft. Serin admits she is also wondering how they ended up in this mess. Arami says she knows Young-ah is not the type to do such things normally, but the timing of the theft is too perfect. Serin looks puzzled as she listens. Serin begins to object, but Arami continues speaking urgently. Arami clarifies she does not truly believe Young-ah did it, yet hypothesizes that if someone overheard their APC club talk, that person might have acted based on it. She suggests that if that eavesdropper was Young-ah, it could explain everything, stunning Serin. A flashback shows Young-ah outside a bathroom stall listening to Serin and Arami discuss their plan, with narration wondering if she interpreted it as a challenge. Back in the present, Arami concedes they cannot complain even if Young-ah is responsible, because they started the maneuvering first. She dryly notes the irony that Young-ah may have stumbled over her own scheme. Serin, however, insists the matter is not settled yet. Time passes and narration says Arami and Serin never found the box, nor did the others, so Dae-hee's grand plan fizzled out. Narration continues that meanwhile something else was developing involving Kang Lim and Young-ah. A new temporary application box is eventually set out. People start submitting again, and it appears most partner decisions are now fixed. Days later, the school stands under a clear sky as the festival approaches. Young-ah runs up to Arami, panicked, asking what is going on. Arami appears with puffy eyes, saying she could not sleep and stayed up all night. She confesses she passed the night listening to breakup songs until sunrise, baffling Young-ah. Arami then asks Young-ah to finally explain everything. She says she wants to surrender this round since things are already settled. Arami bluntly asks Young-ah to reveal what her full plan had been. Arami starts to ask if Young-ah was the one who had the application box, just as someone shouts for them to look. A student runs by announcing that the stolen box has mysteriously been returned. Crowds quickly gather around the boxes. Students see the original festival box sitting beside the temporary one and wonder if the thief placed it back. They question why it was returned now and what will happen to existing partner pairings. In the crowd, Dae-hee fumes that whoever did this must be crazy and says this is no joke. She loudly calls the thief a habitual criminal and antisocial trash, not realizing who is listening. Kang Lim, inwardly stung, thinks her words are harsh. He reveals in narration that he himself is actually the person who took the box. He rationalizes that his actions, though misguided, may have been for the best and affirms he had no malicious intent. He explains it all began because of that one bespectacled girl. The story shows the girl and Kang Lim notes he acted preemptively to stop whatever she was planning. He states that girl is actually a character from the series ESW. As the crowd murmurs, Kang Lim wonders where to begin recounting what really happened. He explains that both the sports festival box theft incident and the 1, 2, 3 with the two of us event are storylines originally from ESW. He reasons that even with their eccentric principle, such heart-shaped partner forms are unrealistic for a real school, confirming the scenario was borrowed from the fiction. He recalls how, just like in the story, the period before the sports festival felt unusual, and Dae-hee had brought up that ESW event. Because of that, he kept a close watch on that time period and became convinced, after a teacher's announcement of the box, that the incident could occur in reality. He concluded the ESW incident might repeat itself here. Kang Lim narrates the ESW storyline. A villainess longs to partner with the protagonist while many girls, including the heroines, also approach him. Unable to choose, the protagonist submits an application form with only his own name, leaving fate to decide the partner via the box. In that tale, the villainess steals the application box intending to swap his form. She takes the half-filled heart and forges it to make it appear the two of them applied together. Planning to secretly return the box, she instead is caught red-handed by Dae-hee's counterpart, who stays late at school. The villainess then tries to shift all blame onto Dae-hee, framing her. Dae-hee, being the kind girl, cannot properly defend herself, so the truth and her vindication are dragged out over many chapters, frustrating readers. Kang Lim says that in reality, with no protagonist, he was curious how events would unfold, but their classmate Kang Ho-cheon wound up in that role. Kan Lim reveals that on the day the box was set up he stayed late on purpose and discovered suspicious activity. He spotted the villainous-like girl alone in a classroom, acting strangely. From outside he overheard her obsessively muttering that Ho Cheon must be her partner, and that she alone can be with him. Kan Lim peeks into the classroom, thinking that Yu Dae-hee in this world is not merely a harmless girl. He recalls that Yu Dae-hee is actually tough enough to punch people while angrily demanding who is trying to frame her. Kan Lim reasons that the villainess will end up hospitalized soon regardless, yet wonders why Dae-hee chose such a risky route instead of preventing the theft. He explains that to avoid the whole incident, he himself secretly stole the donation box before the villainess could. Kan Lim intended to hide the box temporarily and return it, but he underestimated how deranged the villainess really was. When she discovered someone else had taken the box first, the villainess erupted in rage and completely lost it. Because of that escalation, Kan Lim says that the next day he asked Park Young-ah to partner with him instead. He notes that Young-ah and the villainess happen to be classmates, which makes his plan possible. Using their project meeting as an excuse, Kan Lim visits their class so he can quietly observe the villainess. He finds this surveillance harder than expected, especially when Yu Dae-hee barges in vowing to personally catch the thief. Noting Dae-hee's detective instincts and cheat-like talent, Kan Lim ends up teaming with Young-ah to search for the missing box. While monitoring both Dae-hee and the villainess, he keeps moving the hidden box's location according to their reactions. During this time he repeatedly slips away from Young-ah under the pretense of frequent bathroom breaks. Thanks to these efforts, he has safely reached the present day, the final day the donation box will be out. He expects the villainess to back off from Dae-hee now, but admits he might have made a mistake along the way. Feeling guilty, Kan Lim asks a classmate to call Ju Arami outside so he can see her. He reflects that he treated Ju Arami somewhat poorly, since they chose to pair up before he even knew about the villainess. Even if ESW forced his hand, he broke his promise to Ju Arami and still has not properly apologized. When told Ju Arami is not there, Kan Lim resolves that he will make things up to her no matter what. The scene shifts to the school exterior, indicating time and place of the coming conversation. Outside, Sirin and another girl bow deeply to Young-ah, apologizing for having jumped to conclusions about her. The pink-haired girl admits she always knew Young-ah was not that sort of person and sincerely apologizes without making excuses. Young-ah nervously insists she also bears blame for believing Kan Lim too easily and says she should be the one to apologize. Then Young-ah realizes that both of the other girls share the same romantic feelings toward Kan Lim. The three girls stand in an awkward silence as this mutual realization sinks in. Sirin reacts with surprise as Young-ah prepares to address the situation further. Young-ah gently says that the love they feel is natural and something none of them can control. Sirin and the pink-haired girl, relieved by Young-ah's acceptance, happily thank her for saying that. Young-ah flusters and self-deprecates, claiming she is not cute compared to them and lacks confidence. The pink-haired girl assures Young-ah that she is very cute too, though Young-ah keeps protesting. The three of them face one another, their love rivalry now openly acknowledged but calmer. They soon end up laughing together, their tension replaced by friendly camaraderie. A clear blue sky over the school marks this peaceful resolution among them. The pink-haired girl suggests that from now on they each follow their own hearts and love. Young-ah agrees and encourages them all to do their best regarding their feelings. Sirin thanks the older girls earnestly for their understanding and support. Yet Sirin privately worries that their triangle might not be the last complication in this love web. Later, Young-ah watches Sirin and the pink-haired girl walk away arm in arm, lost in thought. A friend approaches Young-ah, surprised to find her there and asking what she is doing. Young-ah is too distracted to respond, so her friend shakes her and checks if she is listening. Young-ah asks Na-yoon whether being called kind is really a compliment, revealing her own doubts. Na-yoon, confused, asks what she means and admits she was shaken by past events too. Rumors about the donation box theft erupt again, with students shouting that the sports festival box has gone missing. Young-ah muses that maybe she should stop clinging to the role of the ever-kind childhood friend and let it go. She concludes that since love itself is uncontrollable, she may have to accept stepping back. A teacher announces that due to recent problems, the principal has decided to change the sports festival pairing rules. The new rule allows teams of any size instead of fixed pairs, shocking the students. The teacher tells them to think carefully about their team compositions before after-school registration. Someone taps their shoes impatiently, signaling the coming approach to Kan Lim. Kan Lim excitedly proposes that all club members, except Yu Dae-hee, should form one big team for the festival. Sirin teases that she is worried the previous incident might repeat, while Kan Lim insists his apology is sincere. He formally apologizes, saying he was not thinking straight and is truly sorry. Sirin asks if he really means it and says she will forgive him if he grants one request. Kan Lim readily agrees to do whatever he can, so Sirin happily decides to forgive him. Her request is that he accompany her to a salon and finally get his hair cut. Kan Lim stiffens in shock at this unexpected demand. Sirin assures him she knows a good place and claims that hairstyle matters greatly for men. She insists that with just a change of style, Kan Lim could look much better as well. Kan Lim silently panics, clearly troubled by the idea of altering his hair. Memories or feelings overwhelm him as he sweats, revealing deep anxiety tied to having his hair cut. Sirin, noticing his frozen reaction, calls out to him in concern. A distorted internal voice taunts Kang Lim, asking how he feels about getting his hair cut. The image of scissors appears, symbolizing his trauma. Echoing the trauma, words repeat the threatening question of whether he wants to die with someone. Sirin, holding makeup, is startled by something she sees or remembers. She happily admires her own makeover in the clubroom mirror, amazed that the cheap products work so well. The pink-haired girl explains she bought all the cosmetics at a Korean drugstore, praising how good they are. Yu Dae calls Young-ah over, saying she has a shade that would suit her perfectly. Kang Lim sits nearby, zoning out as the girls chatter, while Dae cheerfully urges Young-ah to sit. Sirin watches Kang Lim from behind a computer screen, clearly still focused on him. As Dae styles Young-ah's hair, Young-ah remarks that she is glad the school is lenient about students' appearances. Young-ah notes that as long as they do not go overboard with dyeing, teachers mostly ignore hair styling. Sirin argues that during school days natural beauty is valued most, and that beautification is realizing that. The pink-haired girl recalls advice that entertainers must first care for their own body and mind before fans. Sirin clarifies she is only advocating basic hygiene and grooming, like washing and keeping a neat hairstyle. She declares that a man's value is heavily tied to his hair, underscoring her fixation on Kang Lim's style. Kang Lim silently continues working at the computer, ignoring their grooming talk. He wonders if it is just his imagination that the back of his head feels like it is burning under their scrutiny. Standing up dramatically, Kang Lim claims that no amount of grooming matters without an attractive face. He illustrates that even identical clothes look better on someone handsome and that trends follow faces, not effort. He mocks the cliché of a plain glasses wearer becoming stunning by removing glasses, saying such transformations are scams. Kang Lim concludes that handsome people stay handsome and unattractive ones stay that way regardless of effort. Dae retorts that in his case the bigger issue is his obsessive otaku attitude, not his looks. The pink-haired girl compares this debate to talent versus effort, noting it is common in their industry. Sirin realizes they are talking about games too, saying rankings prove talent matters, like their boss stuck at gold. The pink-haired girl agrees that while innate talent exists, effort still makes reaching near the top realistically possible. She adds that being in the top tier through effort is enough to live on, recalling hearing that on TV. Young-ah adds that dressing up for a blind date is about showing sincerity toward the other person, not vanity. She likens preparation and makeup to telling someone you put effort in just to meet them. Sirin argues that if you lack natural looks, self-care and grooming become even more crucial to impressions. She says people should not obsess over others' opinions but should still dress appropriately for important occasions. Kang Lim admits he understands their point in theory but still does not personally see the need yet. He half-jokes that he will only reconsider if he ever goes on a blind date, which Sirin interprets as never. Irritated, he tells them to stop treating his reluctance like an illness and begins to say if it were truly special then. Sirin quietly watches him, troubled, after his earlier panic at the idea of a haircut. Later, Sirin calls out to Kang Lim in the hallway, sensing something is seriously wrong. Kang Lim walks alone looking shaken and depressed, still haunted by his earlier flashback. A close-up shows his terrified eyes as memories of Scissors and the threat resurface. Scissors appear again, tying his present fear to that past event. Hair tufts fall near his foot, reinforcing the traumatic association between cutting hair and danger. Sirin grabs Kang Lim in alarm, shouting his name as he stands pale and sweating. She demands to know what is wrong, pointing out how suddenly color drained from his face. Kang Lim hurriedly apologizes for worrying her and insists it is nothing serious. Still rattled, he covers his eyes but repeats that it is really no big deal. He then apologizes and says he cannot go with her to the salon after all. Dae laughs at his overreaction while Kang Lim protests, and Sirin silently tries to process it. Sirin concludes to herself that his reaction cannot be as trivial as he claims. The scene shifts back to the school exterior, signaling a new phase of events. At lunch, Kang Lim abruptly leaves his seat, sensing that another ESW tale is about to begin. He recalls that one more ESW episode occurs right before the sports festival. He remembers it as the sports festival warehouse fire incident. In that scenario, a warehouse storing festival props burst into flames, forcing a full school evacuation. Complications with fire shutters trap people, and the original story has the male protagonist risking himself to save heroines. Cutting back to the present, Sirin, Young-ah, and the others gather on the stairs, worried about Kang Lim. Sirin tells them there was a disturbing incident involving Kang Lim 2 days ago. She suspects his reaction is connected to something from his middle school years and asks the seniors if they know. Sirin admits she cannot just ignore his distress, but questioning him directly seems difficult. Dae realizes Kang Lim said he could not visit salons and wonders if that is why he keeps his current hairstyle. Sirin and the pink-haired girl recall they talked openly about hair and effort yesterday and fear they upset him. The pink-haired girl explains that at Kang Lim's former middle school there is a rumor he was involved in an incident. She first heard this gossip after transferring, when classmates warned her not to get close to him. Sirin has heard similar rumors, even from her older brother, about something in Kang Lim's past. She remembers someone adding that there was also another disturbing element to that story. A flashback shows the white-haired boy from earlier ominously hinting about Kang Lim's middle school past. Surin struggles to speak, insisting that the rumored situation cannot possibly be true. The others realize that only Young-ah has known Kan Lim longer, but even she only met him in high school. Young-ah confirms she met him in their first year and knows nothing firsthand about his middle school days. She adds that whenever middle school topics arise, Kan Lim looks like he is about to cry. Surin notes that whenever that happens he seems on the verge of breaking down emotionally. Young-ah says she never had the heart to press him for details, especially since the rumor sounds unbelievable. Surin and the pink-haired girl ask Young-ah what exactly that unbelievable rumor entails. Young-ah begins recounting, saying she once attended cram school with Kan Lim but soon left. At that cram school she overheard a girl from Twon Middle talking about him. The girl claimed that Kan Lim had threatened another female student there. Young-ah reveals that the rumor goes further, saying that girl later chose to end her own life. The narrative jumps to the festival warehouse, now shown as a quiet storage room full of props and boxes. In the present, Kan Lim hides inside that warehouse during lunch, watching for any sign of upcoming smoke. After 10 days of waiting without knowing when or how the fire should start, he grows frustrated. Suddenly he overhears boys outside swearing about the stress of hiding their smoking spot. 3 delinquent students enter, relieved that this hidden area is still undiscovered and planning to smoke there. From behind the equipment, Kan Lim peeks out in surprise as he spots them. The boys discuss a deodorizing spray they keep in the classroom to cover cigarette smell. Kan Lim watches, annoyed that these slackers act self-important just because they managed to hide one thing. He recognizes one of them as the student who previously competed with Ju Rami for festival committee chair. That boy says he will quickly go back to the classroom first, and the trio leaves. The scene lingers on their still smoldering cigarette butts on the warehouse floor. An unknown adult stomps on the butts, scolding the unseen smokers for not putting them out properly. Watching this, Kan Lim deduces that this careless smoking must be the real cause of the warehouse fire, and believes he has now averted it. Meanwhile the 3 boys, realizing someone discovered their spot, panic and argue about what to do. They rush back inside and slam the shutter closed behind them, panicked actions that will likely trigger the fire episode anew. The PE teacher angrily pounds on the gym storage door, insisting he saw 3 students hiding inside and demanding they come out. One of the boys panics, worrying about getting a mark on his record and fearing his mother's reaction. A blue-haired senior walks in, confusing the nervous boys. Furious, the PE teacher prepares to kick the door open, cursing the students inside. The bespectacled boy suddenly accuses the blue-haired senior of forcing them to smoke and calls the teacher over. In class, the homeroom teacher notices something is wrong and asks what is happening. She sees an empty desk and asks which student is missing. A classmate explains that Na Kan Lim was summoned to the faculty room. Other students gossip that Na Kan Lim is being questioned in the gym warehouse. A blonde girl silently listens, clearly interested in the news. After scolding, the PE teacher dismisses the 2 underclassmen, who bow and apologize. Alone with Kan Lim in the office, the PE teacher prepares to interrogate him. The PE teacher accuses Kan Lim of skipping class and now brazenly smoking in the school building. Kan Lim thinks that denying it is useless since everyone already believes he is the instigator. Writing a reflection letter on the floor, he muses that he is no protagonist, but at least he prevented a future fire. Another teacher tells Mr. Park to correct Kan Lim's behavior so he does not become the class troublemaker again, and he agrees. She complains that poorly studying students like Kan Lim, with flashy perms, always cause problems. Mr. Park jokes that his curly hair is natural, while the other teacher criticizes the principal's strict policies. Kan Lim reflects bitterly that his delinquent label has been decided solely by others' words, which fits his bad reputation. He recalls a past incident at another school where only trusted students could clear their names over a stolen box. Comparing it to now, he concludes no one would believe his side and he has grown used to that reality. He remembers that even back then someone else had already cut his hair, setting events in motion. Strands of his old wavy hair fall to the floor in that memory. Back in the present, Kan Lim quietly contemplates everything. He remembers the blonde girl's lecture that appearance management is crucial, especially for someone not naturally good-looking, since it shapes others' impressions. Resolving to endure, he keeps writing his confession, insisting he is no edgy dark knight, just someone choosing the simplest way. He finishes, accepting this method as the most straightforward way to handle things. Later, he trudges up the stairs, exhausted from being held in the office all day. He notes that the 7th period has already ended by the time he is released. On the stairwell he overhears someone warning others not to get involved with Kan Lim. The blonde girl and her friends tell Dae-hee they are worried, citing many bad rumors about Kan Lim. Dae-hee thanks them for the concern but insists she can take care of herself. Her 2 friends urgently insist they are serious, claiming to know someone from Kan Lim's middle school. They repeat a rumor that Kan Lim blackmailed girls by exploiting their weaknesses, making him dangerous to be around. Dae-hee calmly asks if they actually witnessed any of this themselves. The 2 girls are taken aback and falter. Dae-hee presses them, asking if their claims are based on first-hand experience, or just hearsay. When they admit it is not first-hand, she points out they are only spreading second-hand rumors. She then shares that she used to live by others' opinions but someone taught her she can make her own choices. Therefore she declares who she befriends is her decision, not something to be dictated by gossip. Her friends slink away, leaving Dae-hee watching them go. Alone, she still wonders uneasily if she really should distance herself from Kang Lim. Spying him nearby, she loudly jokes that he must be some weirdo who enjoys eavesdropping. Kang Lim, startled that she noticed, stammers that he did not mean to overhear them. She brushes it off, saying he does not need to thank her for defending him. Walking alongside him, she teases that because of her, people may now badmouth her too, but she has accepted that. Then she pointedly asks what really happened to him back in middle school, saying she has been curious. He hesitates, admitting to himself that he is curious about her as well. Kang Lim tells her she does not have to answer and that it is fine if she does not want to talk. After a pause, he realizes she must have her own painful story she prefers to keep private. Dae-hee confirms that some stories are hard to share and everyone has things they want to keep to themselves. Elsewhere, several girls, including Amy and Amy, meet on the stairs. The twin-tailed girl says she has heard a similar rumor, that senior Kang Lim threatened a female student in a past incident. Dae-hee and Amy both reject this, insisting there must be a misunderstanding. Another girl says she also believes Kang Lim would not do such a thing, though there are still doubts. She adds that if Kang Lim does not want to talk about it, they should not force him. She resolves to respect his decision and simply give him time. Back with Dae-hee and Kang Lim, she tells him that whenever he feels ready to talk, she will be available. She offers herself as someone he can speak to whenever he needs it. Smiling warmly, she promises to be there to listen. Her words leave Kang Lim stunned and deeply moved. She adds that everyone, not just her, wants him to know they are there for him. As she walks away, Kang Lim watches her go, quietly affected. He reflects that until now he never cared what others thought of him. Being unfairly treated and pointed at always ended with him alone, so he learned to ignore it. Because of that, he had accepted being labeled and simply endured it. Now though, he clenches his fist, realizing that things feel different. He remembers that he and others standing up for him and senses things beginning to change. Standing on the stairs, his phone starts ringing. He answers and calls Amy, the girl who works at the hair salon. He reminds her of their previous conversation about going to the salon. Energized, he decides he must go through with changing his hair. The next day, the exterior of the school is shown, marking a new start. In class, some students notice something different at Kang Lim's desk. Students walk through the hallway as the school day begins. Dae-hee cheerfully greets classmates good morning while walking with Amy. Amy notices that he is already wearing her summer uniform underneath, since the mixed uniform period starts today. Dae-hee says changing outfits quickly lifts her mood, and Amy agrees. Nearby, other girls huddle together, gossiping and glancing around. Dae-hee wonders why everyone is acting strangely, while Amy suddenly realizes something about Kang Lim. We see Kang Lim from behind, his new hairstyle still unnoticed by some. Sitting at his desk, he rests his chin on his hand, unaware of the stir he is causing. He begins to sense weird reactions from classmates, and turns nervously. Dae-hee and Amy finally see his short, neat hair and are utterly shocked. Dae-hee's yell of "Na Kang Lim" echoes across the school building. In another classroom, a teacher awkwardly finishes the morning announcements. She adds that students can consult her anytime if they have concerns, as Kang Lim listens quietly. Classmates stare curiously at him, whispering among themselves. Dae-hee rushes over to his desk, demanding to know what happened to his hair. She freaks out over him abandoning his trademark wild style and looking so normal, while he grumbles about whether that is praise or insult. She jokes that he must have gotten his heart broken and cut his hair because of it. She keeps teasing, suggesting maybe the girl dumped him for his hairstyle, which he protests. Dae-hee then asks their manga-reading friend if he knows why Kang Lim suddenly changed so much. The friend initially does not understand what she means. Finally noticing, he dramatically calls Kang Lim his servant and comments on the new hairstyle, to Dae-hee's exasperation. He claims he judges people by their chakra, not appearance, while Kang Lim mutters that explains his earlier obliviousness. Dae-hee presses Kang Lim again for the true reason he cut his hair. Kang Lim admits it is a change in mindset, tying it to what Dae-hee told him before. He says he wanted to try a bit of self-care because of that. Dae-hee, flustered, begins to protest but trails off. She remembers their earlier conversation about how a guy's hairstyle shapes others' impressions and wonders if they upset him. She points out that he previously said such things were pointless, so she cannot understand his sudden change. Kang Lim quietly answers that he did it because of her. Dae-hee, stunned, asks him to repeat himself. Leaning closer, he explains that thanks to her he reconsidered things and finally felt like cutting his hair. He smiles brightly and thanks Dae-hee directly. Dae-hee is left speechless and overwhelmed. Kang Lim notes that the stares from classmates are now intense enough that he might escape the classroom during breaks. During break, he hears someone approach and turns. Cha Serin shyly admires his new look, asking if he feels strange about it. She exclaims that it is strange he did not cut it earlier and praises how well he has done. Kang Lim nervously thanks her, unsure how to react to the compliment. Another boy walks past, and Kang Lim mutters that the attention has caught him off guard. The boy says he almost did not recognize Kang Lim and is more surprised by his change in attitude. He adds that Kang Lim has surprised him several times recently. A montage recalls Kang Lim's frantic efforts during the past incidents and how others saw him. Kang Lim looks puzzled by this perspective. The boy reminds him of the day he dressed up as Dahi, admitting that event and the cigarette rumor had made him wary. He says those things, especially the smoking incident, made him extra cautious around Conlim. Now, however, he confides that Conlim is an enigma and makes him reconsider his first impressions. He admits he may have judged Conlim too hastily. Conlim immediately undercuts the moment by asking the boy if he knows any good hidden spots to smoke on campus. Horrified, the boy demands to know if Conlim is serious. Sometime later, Conlim opens a can of soda from a vending machine. Ju Arami happily finds him there and greets him. She excitedly asks how his stunning new hairstyle debut went at school. She presses for details, assuming everyone must have been buzzing about his transformation, and he admits they were. Proud of herself, she insists he must keep going to the salon every 3 weeks and not dodge her calls. Conlim is shocked at how often that is, while she insists it is normal for trendy people. He jokingly calculates how much food he could buy with that money over time, and she laughs that he still has a long way to go in grooming habits. She teases that maybe he is embarrassed to go on regular pseudo-dates to the salon with a cute junior like her. Flustered, he protests while she reminds him how hard it was to book his appointment. She smugly says he should realize how lucky he is to have such a cute junior by his side. Conlim casually agrees that it is true. She is taken aback as he points out that he personally had not visited a salon in a very long time. He notes that if he had tried cutting his hair himself, it likely would have turned out terribly. Looking at her sincerely, he says that is why he is genuinely grateful she is helping him. Ju Arami blushes furiously at his straightforward gratitude. Overheated, she abruptly says she has things to do and rushes off. Hiding around a corner, she panics that she has created a monster by making him so charming. Meanwhile, in the faculty room, a teacher grumbles that today's students are out of control. Mr. Park cites Na Conlim's cigarette case as an example, remarking that in his day students caught smoking were doomed. He recalls that at the last faculty meeting Conlim's behavior was a major topic. The school counselor realizes Conlim is the same boy she once saw on the rooftop with her student Young-ah. The office phone suddenly rings loudly. She answers, asking the caller to repeat themselves because it is hard to hear. When she understands, she shouts in shock, asking what the students from their school are doing and where. She storms out of the room, rushing to the specified location. She catches 3 bespectacled boys squatting and smoking, leaving them stunned and speechless. Radiating anger, she tells the terrified boys that they must have completely lost their minds. Ominous energy gathers around a door marked staff only. A blue-haired boy, talking on his phone, complains to friends about how frustrating something was. Walking down the school hallway, he feels relieved now that the matter is settled. He spots Young-ah approaching and greets her. Noticing her wearing the summer uniform, he tries to talk as she keeps her head down and slips past. Confused, he watches Young-ah hurry away from him. Young-ah runs off thinking she cannot bear to look at Conlim, whose new hairstyle makes him even cooler. Blushing furiously, she admits just seeing him turns her red and she cannot face him. Determined not to let Conlim see her flustered, she decides to avoid him for the time being. Despite that resolve, she finds herself sitting beside him at a movie, panicking and wondering how things ended up like this. A flashback shows a few days earlier, just the 2 of them working at computers in the clubroom. Young-ah internally panics that she has to face Conlim alone in the club when she can barely look at him. She explains everyone else is absent from the culture club today, leaving only them together. Conlim calls to Young-ah in concern as she keeps her head down, clearly acting strange. He wonders what is going on, questioning if he offended her even though she said the previous box incident was fine. Young-ah suddenly perks up when something appears on the computer screen. She excitedly announces that the detailed application form for a Webtoon contest she awaited has been posted. Reading, they learn the chosen entry will be produced by a professional author and must follow a theme, which intrigues them. The contest title One Spoon of Love is revealed, surprising them. Conlim reads that any genre is allowed as long as a small romantic element is included as a secondary focus. He compares the rules to typical romance-filled dramas and notes, Young-ah normally specializes in action stories. Young-ah analyzes that love-themed works sell well and even she has contemplated trying romance despite not being confident. She continues that adding romance only as a subplot reflects current global streaming trends and diversification of genres. Though unsure, Conlim listens as she resolves to tackle romance even if it is not her specialty. Young-ah decides that with just a small dose of romance and some study, she can handle it before the post-vacation deadline. Remembering a famous romance anime film opening soon, Conlim mentions it, and Young-ah thinks she should watch it. Young-ah then invites Conlim to watch the movie together, and discuss it afterward as reference for their webtoon. He agrees to the plan and they consider seeing a weekend matinee while possibly bringing her tablet. Later at home on the phone, Young-ah's friend remarks that this outing sounds exactly like a date, startling her. Her teasing friend insists any weekend movie together counts as a date, while Young-ah frantically denies it. Young-ah explains it is just watching a movie, discussing comics at a cafe, and maybe having dinner if there is time. Mid-explanation she realizes how date-like that schedule sounds. Her friend reminds her she could not even make eye contact with Conlim that morning and then ends the call. Embarrassed but excited, Young-ah yells back that her friend is talking nonsense. After the call ends, Young-ah worries about what she has gotten herself into by getting carried away over the webtoon. The story returns to the theater where Young-ah, overwhelmed during the movie, reflects that events have escalated into this date-like situation. She becomes acutely self-conscious beside Kang Lim, so nervous she cannot focus on the film at all. She obsesses over whether her casual outfit and hair look weird for this outing. Young-ah recalls that they have watched movies together before, but usually with friends like Young-soo and with Kang Lim's old hairstyle. With everything that happened recently and his new look, she finds herself even more conscious of Kang Lim. Their hands accidentally brush near the shared drink. Young-ah jerks in shock, loudly reacting while Kang Lim looks over. Kang Lim, seen in profile, quietly takes in the moment. Young-ah wonders if she is overreacting and worries Kang Lim might not even view this outing as a date. She reminds herself she should be grateful since he sincerely helped her with the romance subplot for their webtoon. Resolving to match his seriousness, she decides she must also take their project and this movie study session earnestly. After the movie, crowds spill out of the theater. Young-ah happily tells Kang Lim the film was extremely fun, and he agrees it exceeded expectations. Walking together, they excitedly discuss specific scenes and the tension and twist in the story. Young-ah focuses on how the music change enhanced a key moment, and wonders how to depict that feeling in a webtoon. Kang Lim suggests they check how other comics handle such expressions and maybe study more works now. They head to ManhwaCapped Comic Cafe to continue their research. Inside the comic cafe, they stand before shelves choosing books. The two sit together reading various romance titles. They relax at a table, reading and snacking while building a study stack of manga. Later, they discuss ideas while Young-ah sketches on her tablet, and Kang Lim references a book. Time passes as they keep reading and working, Kang Lim stretching while Young-ah studies another volume. They share a light-hearted moment, laughing together. Young-ah's tablet shows a rough storyboard taking shape. Thrilled, she announces that episode 1's storyboard is finally complete. Kang Lim reviews it and praises how well the romantic subplot has been woven in, crediting his previous reading experience. Young-ah thanks him and says he seems amazing, always giving spot-on advice for webtoons. She notes that his realistic romance advice earlier made her wonder if he has actual dating experience. Flustered, Kang Lim insists his knowledge comes entirely from mental simulations as an otaku, and she apologizes. He explains that like many fans he often imagines favorite characters coming to life and plans dates with them in fantasies. Remembering a dream where a beloved blonde character betrayed his expectations, he laments how that ruined his ability to fantasize. He dramatically declares his pure love for that character was trampled to the point he cannot even daydream anymore, leaving Young-ah confused. Kang Lim concludes that writing romance without real dating is like a fantasy author not being a real wizard and suggests they wrap up their work. As they pack up books, he tells Young-ah to call him if she runs into any problems while drawing. Young-ah offers to pay for the comic cafe visit since he bought the movie tickets, but he initially protests. When they both reach for a book, their hands touch again. They freeze for a moment, startled by the brief contact. The two awkwardly kneel facing each other, hands still near the same book. Young-ah, heart racing, quickly grabs the stack and insists she will return the books herself. She thinks that no matter how calm she tries to stay, her heart keeps pounding. Young-ah admits that simple eye contact or a light touch from Kang Lim sends her heart racing and reminds her he is still the same person despite his changed hair. She realizes that the hairstyle probably does not matter, and that she simply likes Kang Lim very much. Hugging the books, Young-ah reflects that just getting to spend time with him makes her extremely happy. As she hurries between shelves, she wishes Kang Lim could share even a fraction of her feelings. Meanwhile, he pays at the counter with his card. Kang Lim internally notes, he is not oblivious. As a guy who complains about clueless male leads, he knows spending a day off like this feels special. Blushing, he admits to himself that it naturally feels like they are on a date. He recalls how even in the cinema their hands almost touched, heightening that feeling. In his mind he yells at himself to stay composed during the movie so he does not ruin things. Back in the present at the comic cafe, he decides Young-ah is sincerely focused on the webtoon and that indulging in his own fantasies would be rude, so he should keep his feelings in check. Young-ah runs up surprised he has already paid, while he nervously returns her bag and suggests they leave. They stand side by side waiting at the elevator. The display shows the elevator descending toward their floor. Facing the doors, Young-ah thinks it is still too hard to look Kang Lim in the eyes. Kang Lim similarly frets that if he glances at her now, his feelings will show. Both imagine how embarrassing it would be if the other noticed their flustered expressions, silently trying to control their faces. Outside afterward, an older girl spots the pair together in front of the cinema. Recognizing Kang Lim as her so-called pervert appa, she reacts in surprise. Time skips to the school's 12th Sports Festival celebration banner hanging overhead. Students in gym uniforms gather for the festival opening. The principal takes the microphone to give a brief welcome speech. Kang Lim relaxes, glad he prepared in advance because such a big event can actually be useful to him. He reflects that with a clear date and preparation time, he has already taken steps to prevent incidents during the festival. While the principal continues speaking, Kang Lim thinks he can now simply pass time reading, but then hears mention of recent disturbances at school. The principal explains that due to those events they expanded registration for the 1-2-3 competition, drawing many more participants. Schedules are handed out as he announces that today's timetable had to be adjusted. Reading his sheet, Kang Lim realizes the 1-2-3 event has been massively expanded. He is shocked to see a whole range of new events added to the festival schedule. He notices the ending time is extended by nearly 2 hours and that the order of events is completely different from what he knew from previous loops. Panicking, he thinks this change makes all his carefully planned countermeasures useless. More importantly, he fears the altered schedule might cause the ESW-related incidents to unfold differently as well. The principal happily says more students can now participate, while Kang Lim worries his earlier intervention with the stolen sports festival box might have triggered this chain reaction. Looking up at the stage, he braces himself, thinking that given how things are now unfolding he must act accordingly. As balloons and confetti fill the sky, he concludes he may have to run around like crazy all day to prevent disasters. The relay race begins with students sprinting and shouting. Elsewhere, Yong-soo casually prepares to slack off with his handheld console, vowing not to move from his spot. He calls for his servant friend, then pauses as something catches his attention. Dae-hee and friends notice food stalls appearing around the school and wonder if it is some kind of community partnership. Her classmates suggest quickly visiting the stalls before Dae-hee's event, but Kang Lim yells from off-screen that it is dangerous. At a grilled squid booth, Kang Lim questions the setup while Dae-hee looks on curiously. He points out safety issues with the propane tank left in the sun and urges the vendor to inspect the connection. Kang Lim instructs the man to check for a worn hole in the rubber hose, which could leak gas. When Dae-hee asks what he is doing, Kang Lim replies he is busy saving people and prepares to move on to the next hazard. Later a classroom explodes in flames behind him, and he curses that something still went wrong. A negative colored vision shows another boy in Kang Lim's place during a similar explosion, hinting at the original timeline. Back in the current loop, Kang Lim calls someone for urgent help, asking them to come immediately. He explains over the phone that a cat seems trapped under a car hood, and that a mishap could cause an explosion. As he insists he heard a popping sound earlier, a cry of pain interrupts from the other end. Kang Lim, exasperated, asks what new problem has arisen now. The blonde boy from the visions appears inverted-colored, reacting in disbelief to Kang Lim's chaos. Meanwhile, at another part of the festival, students excitedly surround pink-haired creator Serin, asking for autographs and photos. Serin's friends worry about the crowd, but Serin says she is fine and will sign for everyone no matter how long it takes. She suggests moving the fan event to an unused, worn-out indoor court where it should be safe. Suddenly Kang Lim sprints toward her, shouting for Serin to move aside. He warns her again as the old basketball hoop above starts to creak ominously. Outside, girls watching something else scream that it hurts as another accident unfolds. A negative-colored version of that scene shows shocked onlookers in the original timeline. A hand reaches out to grab and pull someone to safety. Kang Lim tugs a smaller blonde underclassman along a hallway, steering her away from a recently cleaned slippery area. He explains that such spots often cause people to slip and lead to disaster, while she blushes and questions him. From outside we see them dashing past windows as he hastily rescues her from unseen danger. Later he begins to explain where a safe exit is when breaking glass suddenly flies past him. The rescued girl cries out to her senior in shock at what nearly hit him. Another inverted panel shows how deadly the scene was in a previous loop. Afterward, Kang Lim runs across the school grounds, exhausted from constant interventions. He bends over panting while a classmate looks on. Needing a break, he walks to a vending machine to buy a drink. As he considers which beverage to choose, he reflects that lately everything has been going almost too smoothly, and wonders how many loops he has lived through today. He notes that through repetition he has figured out which incidents occur, and has been able to prevent many thanks to the loops. Yet one incident still eludes him, an obstacle race scheduled to start in 10 minutes. He recalls that Dae-hee is in that race along with the track team Ace. In the original timeline, the Ace, spurred by Dae-hee's speed and competitiveness, pushes herself harder and harder. During that push, the Ace steps wrong on a hurdle or boundary. She then crashes into Dae-hee near the finish line, sending Dae-hee flying. Because Dae-hee was running so fast, the collision leaves her unconscious and she must be carried away to the hospital. Kang Lim worries about an accident during the upcoming race but sees no clear way to prevent it or stop the participants. He decides his only option is to somehow persuade the runners to withdraw, yet he cannot think of a convincing reason. Unable to find a good excuse, he still resolves that he must at least try something instead of just watching. Dae-hee gets ready in her sports uniform, tying up her hair and preparing to compete. Kang Lim approaches Dae-hee on the track and casually asks why she is there. He awkwardly asks if she really has to take part in this specific race. Dae-hee is confused by his question, and he claims he is just worried she might overdo it since later games are more important. She reminds him she is racing for the athletic track hopefuls and asks if he still does not understand her. Dae-hee boasts that her class's high score is mostly thanks to her, though Kang Lim finds that contribution excessive. She thinks his concern seems random and asks if there is another reason she should not race. Embarrassed, he says he only has a bad, unsettling feeling. He blurts out that he dreamt she would get hurt in the match and calls it a bad premonition. Kang Lim realizes his explanation sounds ridiculous and worries he seems crazy instead of persuasive. Dae-hee silently studies him, expression unreadable. Kan Lim assumes she has rejected his warning and mutters that nothing he said makes sense. To his shock, he unexpectedly agrees to forfeit and not participate in the race. She adds that she wants to experience cheering from the stands instead and the timing before lunch suits her. Kan Lim is bewildered by how easily she accepted, but concludes that if she is skipping the race, the problem is solved. Elsewhere, Serin tells her friends that Kan Lim called and is on his way to join them. Serin explains that he will eat with other classmates, and Yong-soo is off defending Academy City, so only 4 of them will lunch together. The girls decide the 4 of them should eat together and discuss what to buy for lunch. 2 of the girls reveal they each brought homemade lunchboxes instead of buying food. Amy also shyly admits she packed her own lunch and calls the seniors' attention. She points out that all their lunch portions seem too large for just one person, revealing they all plan to share with Kan Lim. Kan Lim arrives at the stand surprised that everyone is already gathered. The girls say only their senior Yong-soo is late and joke that despite claiming disinterest, he is enthusiastically joining every festival event. Kan Lim protests he is not having fun, while the girls praise how well he performed in an earlier game. He modestly says he only practiced until he got used to it, surprising one girl. He then pulls bread and snacks from a bag, saying he is hungry and bought them with Yong-soo earlier. The girls laugh that they expected this, admit they all brought their own lunches, and say the displayed spread is actually leftovers. They reveal the elaborate foods they wanted to share with Kan Lim, leaving him stunned at how excessive these so-called leftovers are. One girl bashfully says she prepared her big lunchbox to share with the club, but everyone else also packed their own. Kan Lim gratefully accepts some sushi rolls offered to him. Another girl nervously asks if he will eat her lunch too since she made too much, and he happily agrees. She explains she put in extra effort because it is a special day, while another junior grumbles that both seniors are frustrating. Kan Lim opens Ami's ornate box and is impressed by how good her cooking looks. Ami proudly says her lunchbox was made especially for him. As Kan Lim is about to start eating, he suddenly remembers he promised earlier to judge between the meals, shocking the girls. The scene flashes back to when the 3 girls compared the size of their lunches and realized they all intended to feed him. They discuss that they all want Kan Lim to eat their food, but worry the amount is too much for him alone. One girl suggests that if they tell him the lunches were made for him, it might pressure him, so they should just let him choose. Amy, confident in her cooking, is eager to have him decide whose lunch he prefers. Serin calmly agrees to let him choose, saying she put real heart into making hers as well. The pink-haired girl insists she is confident too, having practiced cooking many times with help. The 3 girls' rivalry over whose lunch is best escalates to a dramatic, electric standoff. Back in the present, Kan Lim looks over the feast, wondering which dish he should taste first since he cannot eat everything. He initially reaches toward one lunchbox to start sampling. The 3 girls watch tensely, with Serin delighted and the others horrified as they anticipate his decision. Feeling a strange pressure, Kan Lim wonders if he made some mistake. He pulls back and instead reaches for another box, reconsidering his choice. The girls' reactions flip, with Amy now elated and the others dismayed. The pink-haired girl nervously reassures herself that events are unfolding as she expected. Kan Lim suddenly realizes something might be going on beyond a simple tasting. Remembering similar setups in romance comics, he concludes this must be a special event. He wrongly interprets the situation as a cooking battle where they want him to judge whose dish is superior. Proudly deciding his impartial taste is crucial, he imagines he is the neutral judge in their skills competition. The girls, seeing his behavior, wonder if he is misunderstanding things yet again. Kan Lim thoughtfully chews, trying to assess the food. The girls anxiously ask how everything tastes and which dish suits his palate best. He says all 3 are delicious but prepares to name a favorite. He abruptly realizes choosing a winner might have deeper consequences and berates himself for only now catching on. He thinks this is not just a cooking contest but something more dangerous. Convinced it is a trap that could lead to relationship drama and another time loop, he panics internally. He imagines ranking the lunches, upsetting someone, and triggering events that might cause another disastrous loop. Given his looping past, he decides such a chain reaction is possible and equates it to a 3-way road to ruin. To avoid complications, he resolves to play it safe, prompting one girl to complain in frustration. Amy loses patience and directly feeds him a piece of egg roll herself. The other 2 girls immediately rush forward trying to feed him their food as well, startling him. They beg Kan Lim to eat theirs quickly while it is warm and urge him to pick one of the 3. Overwhelmed, Kan Lim is forced to choose between the competing bites as they shout for an answer. The festival announcer moves things along, declaring that the main event of the 1, 2, 3 games, the 3-legged race, will now begin. Having overeaten from all the lunches, Kan Lim crouches in discomfort while Serin checks on him. He insists he is fine and just overindulged because the food was too good. Their friends cheer the pair on and lament missing the race themselves. A flashback shows the 3 girls deciding race participants with rock, paper, scissors, with one frustrated she lost and cannot compete. At the starting area, Serin, nervous about her first 3-legged race, says she does not expect to do well but is content just to participate. Kan Lim, however, firmly says they must win, surprising her. He explains inwardly that he has to reach the finals so he can intervene again if another accident threatens to occur. He also insists his determination has nothing to do with the tempting gaming-related prizes promised to winners. During the race, Conlim and Serin move in sync chanting counts, yet only manage to place fourth. He notes they did reasonably well and plans to recover points in other events. He praises Yoonga's effort, but she clutches her chest saying her heart feels like it might burst. Conlim panics and offers to take her to the nurse, while she, flustered, insists her racing heart is because of him rather than illness. Later he rallies her class for the tug-of-war event, assigning them a specific strategy. Nearby students realize Serin should also be participating and note she skipped lunch with them earlier. Another classmate reports that Serin is competing with her club members and even had lunch with them. Someone points out Conlim is in that same club as well. The narrative cuts to Conlim's team for tug-of-war, which consists mostly of girls besides him. Observers remark that even the club's name is strange and the whole group seems odd. Realizing that he is also in the club, they apologize. She admits the club is indeed unusual but says it is fine. He grips the rope with a small smile, agreeing that the club is strange. A separate conversation begins with someone incredulously asking if the boss was seen walking with a girl. Daehee's sister confirms the boss was with a long-haired girl, likely Yoonga, and remembers Yoonga once said she liked him. Daehee concludes the two of them seem to be doing well together, and says she has been rooting for their relationship. Her sister notices Daehee's heart pounding and calls out to her. Back at the field, Conlim analyzes the tug-of-war situation, stating that while they now have enough members, the girls are physically disadvantaged. Daehee watches the opposing team silently, clearly focused. Conlim briefs his club team on tactics while holding the rope at the front. Elsewhere, students search around the school with slips of paper for a treasure hunt-style event. During that hunt, Amy presses Conlim about his earlier answer and again asks if he will let her make him lunch daily. Conlim gently declines the idea as too much, though she insists she truly could do it, and wonders what he finds overwhelming. He blurts that since the school already serves full meals, extra lunches would be redundant, causing a scene in the cafeteria. She accepts his reasoning but cautiously asks whether he is just making excuses because he disliked her food. He hurriedly denies that, declaring her lunch was delicious and saying even if it were not, hypothetically, he would still be happy. Blushing, he adds that any guy would be thrilled to receive a lunchbox from a cute junior like her. Amy squeals internally at this unexpectedly sweet side of him. She then worries that if he keeps standing out during the sports festival, many romantic rivals will appear around him. Later, Conlim tells her to stand still as he suddenly approaches closely, startling her. She panics at his proximity, wondering what he is about to do. He simply reaches past her to snatch a hidden treasure hunt tag from the bushes, announcing he has found the target. The story jumps to a dodgeball event where Conlim's team faces the soccer club. Yoonga confidently tells their opponents it is their misfortune to face her and Conlim together. Conlim reminds her she herself was knocked out early and sent to the outfield, questioning her confidence. The soccer club players brag that their powerful arms always crush opponents and that they have never lost a match. They plot to win the prize only to resell it, which angers Conlim and makes him determined to beat them. One soccer player hurls a powerful throw, vowing to finish the game with a single shot. Conlim thinks catching such a ball is fine as long as they can predict its trajectory, which is the real challenge for students. He relies on Yoonga's pro-gamer-level dynamic vision to read the ball's path. A data visualization image explains that instead of tracking the ball, they predict it by reading the thrower's muscle movements. Yoonga calculates the direction and shouts to Conlim to dodge left. He begins to respond confidently but is immediately struck squarely by the ball. Yoonga realizes she misjudged left from her perspective as the soccer club is declared the winner, while she rushes to check on him. Later, an announcer introduces the final 1-2-3 event, the piggyback battle. The crowd roars as they hear the event is worth a massive 1,000 points. The excitable student MC warns of the risks of piggyback battles and stresses that only the top teams are competing. She frames this as a battle of the best and calls up the first team. The first featured team is Daehee's, which has gained a reputation during the festival. The next highlighted team is Conlim's club team, now known as the Rising All-Purpose Team, and he feels the tension building. Conlim and his club members tie on their colored headbands, preparing for the match. Daehee notices that his team has impressively made it all the way to this last game. Conlim explains that thanks to mixed events like the treasure hunt, their smaller club could still advance with handicaps. He frets internally about whether their odd group can really win. His teammates, intensely brainwashed by Daehee's pep talk, chant that they absolutely must win. Daehee casually says she only boosted their morale, while others remark that her methods seem almost like brainwashing. Conlim outlines a strategy to his team, insisting they must do certain things to secure victory. Another team charges in the piggyback battle, showing the chaos of snatching headbands. Daehee dominates the match, racing through and tearing opponents' bands with ease. Conlim's club watches her overwhelming performance nervously from the sidelines. In a direct clash, she seizes Conlim's arm mid-fight, smirking. She then completely overwhelms him in a cloud of dust and emerges triumphantly holding his team's band. Time passes to a quiet sunset sky after the intense competitions. Daehee and her teammate pose with a big placard announcing them as the winning team of the 1-2-3 event at the sports festival. An announcement says the closing ceremony will begin soon as students mill around the grounds. The scene shifts to a quiet school corridor lit by the evening sun. Kang Lim leaves the restroom, thinking that overall it is a relief the day is ending smoothly. He reflects that although things did not go exactly as planned, he had to intervene many times to prevent incidents. Because of all those interventions, he ended up more closely involved with other students and attracts their curious attention. Nearby boys gossip that Kang Lim is close with Yu Dae-hee and surrounded by club girls, wondering about his situation. They envy him and question why someone like him is the one in that position. Kang Lim silently walks past, thinking that none of them spare any thought for Young-soo's situation. He moves through the hallway with other students watching him, feeling the growing pressure of their attention. He admits to himself he understands their jealousy, since he originally had similar thoughts about Young-soo. The protagonist reflects that after countless time loops he learned everything about Yu Dae-hee and hoped they could grow closer. He admits his mind has not been focused on romance, which seems natural given his situation. Remembering how often people have been hurt, he decides he cannot afford to indulge in romantic thoughts today. He reasons that even if he ever felt romantic affection, it would be for someone very special, and his current gratitude toward his helper is not that kind of feeling. After comparing reality with the heroines from ESW, he distinguishes gratitude from love and decides not to dwell on his feelings for Yu Dae-hee. As he walks, she suddenly stops in place. He also confesses to feeling guilty, and says he has only managed to cope thanks to ESW and the endless loops. Seeing the three heroines together, he wonders if any romantic feelings they might have for him are deserved and questions whether he is worthy of them. While he is lost in such thoughts, a photo club member calls students over to look at the sports festival photos. The photographer advertises prints from the festival for sale. Kang Lim hesitates but decides buying at least one photo should be fine. Students browse the displayed pictures and one girl complains there are no flattering shots of her despite her many events. Kang Lim reassures himself he had not expected much and turns away. He tells himself he only did what he alone could do and must take responsibility for his earlier bold promises. He is distracted when something unexpected catches his attention. Elsewhere, the girls laugh over their unflattering photos, praising some shots and teasing each other. Kang Lim approaches the blonde girl, who explains that photos from the club are being sold. She excitedly shows him a particularly silly picture of him from Tug of War, insisting it turned out hilarious. He stares at the photo in uneasy silence. Among the girls, Yunari finds a few decent photos of Kang Lim and decides to buy one despite thinking she looks weird in it. A set of prints shows various awkward shots of Kang Lim, including one where he is with Yunari. The blonde girl picks one photo while the others crowd around, and Kang Lim watches them from behind. He presses his lips together, thinking. When the girls turn to him and call his name, he seems about to say something important. He remembers the brutal deaths and injuries he has endured in previous loops, recalling how close he came to giving up. Then he realizes something, smiles, and feels he finally understands. He concludes that without noticing, he has already been rewarded through the bonds he made with the girls. Later, at a store, he happily finds a first edition of a light novel called Classroom of Beauty Supremacy. Buying it, he feels satisfied that coming to the physical bookstore was worth it. Planning to browse the new releases, he turns away with a pleased grin. He unexpectedly runs into Yunari, who is also shopping for books. Startled, he asks why she is there, and she casually replies she came to buy books and notices his new haircut. Internally, he marvels at how they keep coincidentally meeting and wonders if it even makes sense. Flustered, he insists this encounter is pure coincidence, and that he is not stalking her, while she says that phrasing only makes it sound more suspicious. She concedes that running into each other can be chance, adding this is actually her first time at that bookstore. Wanting to avoid misunderstandings, he says he is glad her ankle has healed and prepares to leave. She grabs his shirt to stop him and calls out for him to wait. Yunari, still holding him, says she has a favor to ask. Sitting together, she explains the favor is about her sister, who has seemed preoccupied lately. She tells him Yu Dae-hee has been lost and thought more often recently, though she does not know the reason. Nari says that he will not tell her what is wrong, and Kang Lim wonders if it might be related to ESW. He dismisses that possibility, thinking he would never miss anything involving Yu Dae-hee. Nari reassures him it probably is not a serious problem, since her sister's reactions do not seem that grave. In reality, Yu Dae-hee, alone with her phone, blushes and nervously brushes off her own worries. Relieved, Kang Lim listens as Nari continues explaining what she wants from him. She asks earnestly for him to teach her how to play games. Confused by the sudden topic shift, he listens as she says she wants to understand her sister better, and notes he is in the all-purpose culture club with her. She adds that since he joined that club she has become obsessed with gaming, so Nari wants lessons even though the club is not strictly about games. Nari explains she hopes learning games will help her connect with her sister, but she is a complete beginner. Kang Lim realizes that is why she had been trying to buy a thick gaming guidebook, impressed by her dedication. Blushing, she says she heard he is knowledgeable about games and timidly asks if it would trouble him to teach her. He agrees, saying he is happy to help and suggesting they go to a PC cafe together sometime. She refuses the cafe idea and instead invites him to come to her house that weekend. Startled by the bold invitation, he can only stammer in disbelief. Time passes to the appointed weekend. Nari greets him energetically at her door, saying she has been waiting and urges him inside. He awkwardly enters, and she explains that the rest of her family went out so the house is empty. She gives him slippers and mentions her family will return late because her sister finally had free time. She justifies playing at home by noting that most games can now be played on smartphones, making it cheaper than a PC cafe. While he reluctantly agrees, Kang Lim wonders if it is appropriate to be alone in her house and muses whether she trusts him or no longer suspects him of being a pervert. Na-ri reveals she has a powerful stun gun ready as a precaution against any perverted behavior. Terrified, he recalls an ESW protagonist being defeated by such a weapon and panics. She laughs it off as a joke and says the device is merely a self-defense tool her sister once bought her. He complains that another joke like that might give him a heart attack, while she laughs at his overreactions. They move to the living room, where she prepares drinks for them. Kang Lim sets up a game console he brought, explaining it is better than playing on a phone for home gaming. While connecting it to the TV, he briefly explains what a console is and how to set it up. The console boots up, impressing Na-ri. He lets her choose a beginner-friendly game, and she picks one he describes as simple and well-known. On screen he explains the side-scrolling game's basics: control the hero, defeat enemies, and advance to save a kidnapped prince. As they play, Na-ri finds the tutorial easy and Kang Lim notes it is only the introductory stage. When actual action begins she excitedly swings the motion controllers around, trying to follow his instructions. Kang Lim watches expressionlessly, sensing trouble. She dies repeatedly in the tutorial, amazing him that someone can actually fail at it. Na-ri complains that the hero is too weak, while he yells that of course she dies when she gets hit by every attack and reminds her he taught her to jump. She further protests that enemies gang up unfairly and wonders why the hero fights alone, musing that the supposed hero might just be a loser. Exasperated, Kang Lim offers to lower the difficulty, but she stubbornly insists she can manage. He gives up on adjusting the settings and instead trains her more intensely, urging the in-game hero to dodge and move. 30 minutes pass as she continues struggling under his watchful gaze. After an hour she is still failing, and his patience wears thin. 2 hours in, he finally snaps from frustration, shouting. Losing his composure, he grabs her hands to demonstrate directly, shouting instructions as she blushes at the close contact. He orders her to watch enemy patterns and time her jumps precisely, declaring he will teach her the hard way. At last the game displays that she has cleared stage 1. Overjoyed, Na-ri celebrates loudly, saying she has finally understood how to play. Kang Lim praises her progress and says handling that stage means she can tackle the rest, while she shyly thanks him. He apologizes for getting overly intense, explaining that as a hardcore gamer he got carried away, but she says his passion made it more fun. She then observes that the games he brought seem like ones recommended for beginners online and realizes he chose them with her in mind. Embarrassed, he half admits it, and she teases him for being more considerate than she expected. Internally, he reflects that he came to her house expecting anxiety and perhaps a dangerous loop, but instead things have gone smoothly. He notes that as long as they avoid talking about Udahi, he and Na-ri get along well and can simply enjoy gaming together. Complaining lightly, he says dealing with complex people like Udahi is tiring since she always mocks his lack of skill. Na-ri's mood darkens as she asks if he is badmouthing her sister, and he instantly realizes he has made a mistake. He hurriedly clarifies that Dahi's teasing actually pushed him to improve, then notices it is already lunchtime, and Na-ri goes to cook. She starts preparing food in the kitchen while he waits. When he offers to help, she initially protests because he is a guest, but he insists since he already washed his hands. Seeing clams in the sink, he realizes she plans to make vango pasta and volunteers to prep the ingredients. He skillfully chops vegetables, helping her cook. Impressed by his knife work, she comments on his unexpected domestic ability, prompting him to explain that he learned housework due to his parents often working late. He continues describing how, as the older brother, he naturally took on chores when his family's finances were tight. Na-ri listens and thinks back to how he also helped bandage her leg during a previous meeting. She recalls the earlier scene of him carefully treating her injured ankle. The two cook together in comfortable silence. Soon the seafood pasta is finished. They sit down to eat the meal they made. While eating, Na-ri keeps the conversation on gaming basics, asking about playing on laptops. She then smiles and remarks that Kang Lim seems very different from her first impression, though meeting him by chance still feels suspicious. She admits she may keep jokingly calling him a pervert, but the more time she spends with him, the more at ease she feels. Her inner monologue continues that their conversations and time together are becoming genuinely comfortable. Realizing this could be mistaken for a crush, she scolds herself for her thoughts. She acknowledges she does feel some affection for him but is confused by the idea, just as he notices her zoning out. Flustered, she denies anything is wrong and insists it is nothing at all. Na-ri suddenly realizes her own concerns mirror those she noticed in her sister, and remembers asking Dahi about them. She recalls Dahi similarly brushing off questions about what was bothering her. Na-ri now sees a parallel between her own flustered behavior and her sister's. She considers the possibility that Dahi might actually like Kang Lim. She tells herself Dahi does not like him, but then admits her sister's behavior suggests the opposite. Remembering conversations where her sister reacted strongly whenever Kang Lim and Young-ah were mentioned together, she realizes that was jealousy. Na-ri concludes it is possible her sister likes Kang Lim, then wonders what that means for Young-ah, whom her sister claimed to support romantically. She recalls that he saying she was rooting for Young-ah's relationship with Kang Lim. Based on the atmosphere she once saw between Young-ah and Kang Lim, Na-ri imagines there might be mutual feelings. She visualizes Young-ah's affectionate expression toward Kang Lim. Overwhelmed, Na-ri screams internally at the idea that this might be turning into a love triangle. She obsesses over a mental diagram of Kang Lim, Dae-hee and Young-ah all linked romantically and decides that explains her sister's recent worries, confusing Kang Lim. Abruptly she asks Kang Lim to show photos of his all-purpose culture club members, hoping to confirm her theory. While he scrolls through his phone for sports festival pictures, she reassures herself it could all be a misunderstanding and there might be other attractive people around them. Looking at his phone, she sees the group photo of Kang Lim with Young-ah, Dae-hee and the others and is shocked that all his close female friends are stunning. She is stunned by how many beautiful girls surround him and half-jokingly wonders what kind of person he is, while he casually identifies one of them as pro-gamer Cha Serin. In a later scene she gossips with a coworker about a man named Curly who was not just two-timing but juggling many women. After lunch, used dishes sit in the sink, showing they have eaten. Kang Lim sets up a mobile game called Roar on Na-ri's phone, noting the download will take about 10 minutes. As they wait with drinks at the low table, Kang Lim notices the sky has darkened and wonders if it will rain, when Na-ri calls his attention. She suddenly asks if he currently has a girlfriend, making him spit out his drink in shock. He coughs and asks why she is asking so abruptly, and she says it is because she saw many pretty girls in his photos. He complains it feels like an interrogation and assumes she still suspects him of chasing Dae-hee, insisting their club is not about romance and doubting he would even have a girlfriend. Na-ri reflects that their past meetings consisted mostly of talking and gaming, then wonders if he is truly oblivious or just pretending not to notice her intentions. She presses further, asking whether he has someone he likes or, failing that, what his ideal type is, leaving him feeling like he is being auditioned. Trying to treat it as casual conversation, he reluctantly begins describing his ideal type. Thinking of Young-ah and still sore about it, he recalls once admiring her as a perfect heroine. He tells Na-ri that his ideal partner would be sincere and upright, someone who cannot ignore injustice. When she asks about appearance, he says he is not picky but if he had to choose, he likes long hair with bangs. He adds that ideally she would also be good at gaming, sharing his hobby. Realizing that description sounds exactly like Dae-hee, he panics internally and decides to say something opposite to avoid that impression. He hurriedly revises that maybe someone bad at games would be better so he could teach them while dating, which leaves Na-ri bewildered. He continues rambling that nobody is perfect, that real people are not flawless Webtoon characters, and that it is more charming when someone improves through effort, such as in cooking. Hearing traits like sincere, upright, hardworking, long hair with bangs, clumsy at gaming and learning to cook, Na-ri suddenly recognizes they all describe her. She erupts in a flustered scream, wondering if he is actually talking about her. Then she backpedals, convincing herself it might still refer to her sister in some alternate universe. Kang Lim awkwardly insists he is only speaking hypothetically and not about anyone in a parallel world, while Na-ri internally thinks he clearly targeted her. Overwhelmed and blushing, Na-ri pushes him away, calling him a perverted appa and insisting that while she may feel some affection it is nowhere near the level he is implying, also protesting on ethical grounds. As the game download finishes, the girl panics and refuses, saying she is not emotionally ready. The power suddenly goes out, and they wonder if it is a blackout. He decides to use his phone's flashlight. She goes to the window to check whether the outage affects only their home. Lightning strikes among the city high-rises. Heavy rain begins pouring over the buildings. Seeing the storm and sudden downpour, he realizes the lightning caused their blackout. He finds Na-ri crouched on the floor in the dark. Worried, he asks her what is wrong. She trembles uncontrollably with her back to him. He guesses she might be terrified of the thunder. She stays curled up in fear, not answering. More lightning flashes near their balcony in the rain. Narration reveals she has always hated stormy, rainy days like this. She recalls dreading days with thunder, lightning, and heavy rain. She also hates days when her sister comes home late, and she worries about her siblings. Thinking back, she remembers the rainy day when a long-awaited family vacation was suddenly cancelled. She visualizes the car crash in the storm that caused that tragedy. A younger version of her appears, stunned by the memory. She remembers standing apart from her grieving sister at what seems like a funeral. Back in the present, she sits silently while he stands nearby. He fiddles with his phone, thinking. She anxiously calls out to him. He deliberately sits back to back with her and tells her not to crouch like that. He urges her to sit properly, saying he has an idea and asking her to trust him briefly. She slowly adjusts her posture, beginning to sit as he suggested. She settles with her back against his. Confirming she is seated, he tells her to close her eyes and listen. He explains that although some sounds are scary, there are many familiar noises mixed in. He points out ordinary sounds like the ticking wall clock. He mentions the car alarms coming from the apartment parking lot. He adds that even the fridge's hum would be one of those everyday sounds, though the power is out. He lists the elevator's arrival chime as another familiar noise. He concludes that soon they will hear the front door opening, signaling her sister's return. He shares how he used this trick as a child when late-night ghost shows scared him. He recalls watching a horror anime, being too frightened to sleep, yet too embarrassed to call his mother. He says this method is not magic, but it helps him endure fear when alone in unfamiliar places. He reminds her that tonight she is not alone, because he is there with her. She notes how broad his back feels against hers. She realizes his presence at her back is comforting. His hand rests on the floor beside her. She quietly places her own hand over his. Startled, he tenses and tries to pull away. She holds his hand more firmly, wanting the contact to last. Internally, she wishes they could remain like this a little longer. Outside, the storm clouds begin to clear. The ceiling light flashes back on as power is restored. She remarks that the lights have returned and thanks him for helping her earlier. She then realizes he has fallen fast asleep leaning on her, and is shocked. Smiling, she decides to forgive him for dozing off. She gently lays his head on her lap, choosing not to wake him. Stroking his hair, she wishes him sweet dreams and calls to him softly. While he sleeps, she speaks on the phone, telling her sister to be careful in the rain and not to hurry. She assures her sister she can take her time coming home. Later, she texts him that she got home fine, plans to play games with her family thanks to him, and expresses her gratitude. He replies on his phone, telling her that is great and to have fun. Narration notes that they continue messaging, which he views as useful if anything unexpected happens with Yu-Dae. However, since the sports festival he has grown anxious, wondering what he will do once the story content he knows from ESW ends. He reflects that he has long avoided thinking about what comes next and doubts worrying will help. He decides to just trust the loop for now and plans to play games instead. His phone rings, and he answers a call from Song Eun-se, confused why she is contacting him. Hearing that something urgent has happened concerning Cha Serin, he panics and rushes to go meet them. He sprints out of his building toward the rendezvous. Outside, Song Eun-se waits for him beside a blue sports car. She tells him to get in as soon as he arrives. Flustered, he responds and she casually compliments his new haircut. He thanks her and asks what the urgent matter actually is. With a sly smile, she announces that they are going on a date right now. She speeds off in the convertible with him in the passenger seat. He sits stiffly, bewildered by the sudden situation. She calmly asks if he has eaten, then suggests they have dinner together later. Overwhelmed, he asks her to explain what is going on, and what she means by calling this a date. She teasingly defines a date as a man and woman going out together, while he protests that is not what he meant. She says she wanted to give him a special first dating experience, assuming he has never dated because Serin never mentioned such things. He is stunned by that assumption. She even half-jokingly asks if he is cheating on Serin, and he loudly denies they are a couple at all. She muses that kids mature fast these days and starts citing statistics, while he begs her not to make a big deal of it. She launches into an over-serious lecture about contraception and adult matters, and he insists she is getting way ahead of herself. She admits she does not really know his personality, which is why she wants to show him what adult dating looks like. She decides the first step is to change his casual clothes. At a high-end tailor shop, staff measure him for a custom suit. Nervous, he wonders why the place seems so upscale and out of his league. She tells him to send his home address so she can have the finished suit delivered. Realizing the custom suit will not be ready today, she says she needs another outfit for herself for their date. He quietly thinks his haircut turned out well and questions why she is going to such lengths. She comments that fashion is often said to be completed by the face but jokes that in his case less attention on his face might be better, which he begs her to stop repeating. They next visit an aquarium where a huge orca swims overhead. Dressed in his temporary outfit, he excitedly marvels at the spectacle and asks if she saw it. She agrees that seeing things in person has much more impact. She then quizzes him on why she chose this aquarium for their date, calling it a kind of perception test. He thinks hard, then claims he has figured out her reason. He confidently guesses it is because today features a special blue whale exhibit, but she says that is wrong. He proudly cites a promotional sign as his clue, yet admits this is not really a deduction game. She explains instead that the first step of a date is viewing something together. She says the important part is sharing impressions afterward, not just watching side by side. She adds that activities where couples move together are even better for bonding. She notes that in early dating people feel awkward and worry about ruining their carefully prepared appearance. He realizes this is why typical dates often involve movies and asks why she chose this particular venue among all viewing options. He suggests she chose a quieter premium theater-like area for the ambience. She concedes that is reasonable but points out they could get ambience at an art gallery too. He argues that since this is supposed to be an adult date, money should be spent, which makes her reflect on that stereotype. She reveals she picked this large mall aquarium complex because it allows easy movement without awkward transitions. She explains that the place offers everything, including restaurants where one can reserve in advance, minimizing discomfort. He counters that with a car, moving between spots would not be an issue anyway. She cryptically replies that this date is actually training for his own future adult dates. She then asks when he plans to drop the formal title and stop calling her Miss Eun-se. He hesitantly asks what he should call her instead, trying out the name Yura. She smiles, taps his lips, and tells him to simply call her Yura, which he shyly agrees to. Later they head to an upscale cafe or restaurant where staff and other patrons are present. While carrying shopping bags, he waits as they are seated. Sitting across from her, he finally asks if it is really okay that she has treated him all day. She confidently says it is natural since she invited him out, which he secretly admires. Their meal is served, highlighted by a nicely plated steak. During dinner she mentions Surin told her he works as a sports counselor. He confirms he is essentially a therapist for athletes, and reasons that is why Surin labeled her un essay, a guiding figure. She immediately says that perception is wrong. She confesses she feels unworthy of that title, and that she only became a counselor later. She explains she chose that path after meeting Surin. Flashback narration reveals she once worked as a scout and coach for a famous sports team, discovering many prospects. Over time she saw those prospects' talents fade away instead of blossoming. Many of the young athletes succumbed to temptations as soon as they tasted attention and praise. She believed their downfall came from poor self-management and inability to handle themselves. Because of that belief, she pushed both players and coaches even harder. Later, when a major corporation launched an esports team, she met Surin for the first time. By then Surin already demonstrated perfect self-discipline and high-level performance. Yet despite her success, Surin's face showed no trace of joy. From Surin, Yura realized that mentality and sense of purpose are as vital as raw talent. She says all she really did was nudge Surin's focus toward appreciating fans and the joy she can give them. Surin's own narration affirms that Yura helped her understand the value of making fans happy. Wanting to atone for past mistakes and protect another talent from collapsing, Yura studied more and became a sports counselor. She concludes that being called a benefactor by Surin is embarrassing because she feels Surin actually helped her more. She downplays her role, saying she only nudged Surin and that Surin did the hard work herself. He admits he had been nervous since none of this backstory appeared in ESW, the original game narrative he knows. He thinks that even one timely sentence from Yura was exactly what Surin needed back then. Smiling warmly, he tells Yura she is truly an amazing adult. His words leave Yura blushing and momentarily speechless. She then turns the compliment around, saying she believes he will also be fine. She reveals new information that Surin plans to study abroad and will likely leave Korea soon. Shocked, he confirms that Surin is really leaving and realizes it is not just for a competition. Yura adds that if Surin leaves she might never return, which alarms him because he never saw such a future in ESW. She urges him to calm down, saying nothing is fully decided yet. She explains the serious possibility is partly why she arranged today's date, to ease him into an adult atmosphere. She clarifies that the study abroad idea comes from Surin's parents. Therefore, Yura tells him he should meet Surin's parents at least once. The scene shifts to school as students file in for the day. Kang Lim pulls Surin aside after class to ask what exactly is going on. Surin says Yura already told him and apologizes for not explaining sooner. Kang Lim asks if the plan is really what her parents want. Surin explains her parents are professors at prestigious foreign universities, and she had originally planned to join them after middle school. She stayed in Korea only because of her pro debut, but now that she is on sabbatical and not interested in academics, the idea of finally moving abroad has resurfaced. Surin explains she chose to stay because she had already achieved her main ambitions as a pro gamer. She says her goals were to win a world championship and be recognized in public, which she has achieved. Surin wonders why Kang Lim always recognizes her even when she disguises herself, and he admits her disguises stand out more. She notes she still has a long-term goal but can pursue it with overseas esports teams, expecting to adapt quickly. When Kang Lim asks where she would study abroad, Surin answers the United States at a prestigious school attended by many famous families. She adds that even someone unusual like her should have no trouble fitting in at that school. Kang Lim protests that she is already doing well and getting along with everyone here. Surin says she told her parents that too, but they remain worried. She explains her parents fear it is dangerous for her to live alone in a foreign country. Since Unese used to look after her but now travels for work, Surin says her parents' worries have only grown. Feeling she cannot just refuse them outright, Surin struggles with guilt. Blushing, she nervously tries to ask Kang Lim something important. She blurts out a loud confession asking Kang Lim if he would date her, shocking him. Surin quickly clarifies that this dating idea is actually part of Unese's plan. Later, over ice cream bars, they continue the conversation after Kang Lim accepts hearing the plan. Kang Lim recaps that she wants him to pretend to be her boyfriend when meeting her parents, and she confirms. Surin explains the plan is to show they are deeply in love and unable to part, to dissuade her parents from sending her away. She believes if she shows how dependable Kang Lim is, her parents will feel reassured. Kang Lim jokes about being temporary lovers and muses about the thin line between pretending and real relationships. Narration notes this situation was never in the original ESW story, so he is anxious about how it will go. He reflects that he feared her parents might be forcing her but is relieved it does not seem that way. Surin timidly asks if he is uncomfortable with this arrangement, while he worries instead whether she is fine with someone like him. She insists it has to be Kang Lim specifically. Surin recalls that when she was kidnapped, her parents reacted strongly. During an important research presentation abroad, her parents almost flew to Korea immediately when they heard about her kidnapping. She says thanks to Kang Lim resolving that crisis, she managed to contact her parents before they boarded the plane. Even so, she still feels guilty toward them and wants to ease their worries. Serin repeats passionately that because of that guilt it absolutely has to be Kang Lim who plays her boyfriend. She remembers complaining to Unese that lying about dating bothers her, while Unese teases they can always make it real later. Kang Lim quietly considers everything she has said. He finally agrees to go along with the plan, and Serin thanks him excitedly. Kang Lim asks what her parents are like, and Serin describes them as normal but very warm and loving. At the meeting, her massive, intimidating father glares at Kang Lim and calls him the punk who stole their Serin. Over dinner, Serin's mother scolds her husband for scaring Kang Lim and warmly tells the boy to relax, while he internally panics. Serin's father gets emotional, recalling he never expected the day his once daddy-loving daughter would bring another man home. He dramatically laments that the girl who wanted to marry her dad now brings in some unknown boy. Serin and Kang Lim awkwardly note his over-the-top behavior, with Serin calling her father old-fashioned. Her mother casually orders more cups, remarking they booked out the restaurant, and Kang Lim is stunned by how relaxed she is. Serin's father says he heard Kang Lim insisted he would rather die than let Serin go abroad. Serin bashfully confirms this in front of her shocked pretend boyfriend. Her father grins menacingly, accusing Kang Lim of using his daughter to threaten him, while the boy stammers a denial. Her mother comments that the two clearly have strong feelings and says they will not force Serin into studying abroad. She explains the overseas program was intended as Serin's next goal after already achieving success as a pro gamer. The parents remind Serin that as a child she once wished for a cool knight to come for her, inspired by a game. Her father proudly shows an old drawing and writing of that childhood wish, embarrassing Serin. He says that is why he wanted to help her find a suitable partner, refusing to give up the keepsake. Her parents joke about his collection of her childhood writings, which he has carefully kept up to the present. Kang Lim realizes they even track recent news about Serin and feels completely fooled by their ordinary description. Serin's mother then casually asks how long the couple has been together. Kang Lim smoothly answers they have been dating just over a month and are keeping it secret. Her mother accepts this, saying secrecy might make it even more exciting given Serin's situation. She teases them about doing things like secretly kissing at school, flustering both kids. She claims they are open-minded from living abroad, calling it an American mindset. Kang Lim notes internally that Serin's father clearly does not share that mindset. Her mother jokes that secret dating makes planning dates difficult, and Kang Lim says they usually go to older hangout spots or stay home. She reasons that since Serin has her own place, that works well. Serin's father suddenly explodes, demanding if they have already gone that far physically. The two teens panic and deny having done anything indecent. He counters his wife's American mindset with his own strict traditional values, and Kang Lim hastily insists their relationship is wholesome. The father then pointedly asks Kang Lim why he likes Serin and what made him want to date her. He watches carefully, waiting for the boy's answer. Kang Lim says there are many reasons. She is beautiful, talented as a player, and he admires her despite being the same age. He adds that what truly made him fall for her is her attentiveness to others. He praises her thoughtfulness and sincerity in everything she does. Serin's father acknowledges that sometimes her sincerity can be naive. Flashbacks show Serin encouraging and supporting Kang Lim during past events. Kang Lim says that side of her has given him a lot of strength and empowered him greatly. Her parents silently absorb his sincere words. Narration notes that in such an atmosphere, their fake relationship naturally deepened, and Serin felt her study abroad issue might resolve quietly. Later at the seaside, Serin listens as Kang Lim says he has been thinking hard about everything. He tells her she really should choose to study abroad. The narrative repeats that her support means more to him than he deserves, and he is grateful as a friend. Her mother looks at her husband, seemingly moved by Kang Lim's sincerity. Serin's mother spills a drink and excuses herself to clean up. She asks Serin to help her, and the two women leave the table together. They walk off, leaving Kang Lim alone with Serin's father. Kang Lim nervously faces the now solemn father. The father quietly says it is a shame. He explains that because guns are illegal in Korea he cannot pull the same shotgun-chasing stunt his own father-in-law once did. He recalls thinking in his youth that parental approval did not matter as long as the couple liked each other. He adds that he still feels that way now. Her father clarifies that regarding both studying abroad and the relationship, he will not oppose Serin if she has decided. He says Euro would not tolerate a bad man, so he trusts Kang Lim is not worthless. However, he says there is still one thing he needed to judge for himself. He explains that Serin's naivety makes him anxious as a parent. He wanted the man walking beside her to possess good judgment and integrity. He admits Kang Lim might look unreliable at first, but, remembering Kang Lim's earlier praise of Serin's character, he re-evaluates the boy. Her father says he is relieved to see Kang Lim respect Serin, so he can return to the US in peace. He warns that if Kang Lim ever mistreats her, he will hunt him down with a metaphorical shotgun, and the boy nervously agrees. The father notes that her fame and the secret nature of their relationship will still make things difficult, with fans and haters alike. Kang Lim realizes this reminds him of a dangerous person from Serin's past. He recalls the story of someone posing as a fan who tried to harm her. Serin and her mother rejoin them, and they shift to ordering food as Serin tries to hide her embarrassment. Serin's flushed face makes her parents suspicious, but she insists nothing happened. In narration, Kan Lim recognizes in that moment that sending Serin abroad might actually be the safer option. A sunset over the city marks the end of the day. Serin's parents say goodbye from their car, teasing the two about staying out late. Kan Lim and Serin walk through the city together as evening falls. Serin thanks Kan Lim for helping today and suggests they keep acting like a couple until her parents leave. She shyly proposes maybe they can repeat such outings later if he is okay with it, causing him to fall silent. Later at home, Kan Lim lies in bed, thinking. A text from a friend interrupts his thoughts, summoning him to some new outing. Remembering Serin's father's story, he recalls the sociopathic fan who targeted her. He narrates how, when Serin was training to go pro, she stayed with her parents in the US and entered an amateur tournament. After she easily dominated the event, a player from the opposing team fixated on her. That player later tried to crush Serin's hand in the waiting room. Kan Lim explains that far from an exaggeration, the man was a genuine sociopath. The attacker was the spoiled youngest son of a drug cartel boss, notorious for all sorts of crimes. The story occurred before the ESW plot, but Kan Lim knows it because that sociopath later came to Korea for revenge. After the attempted assault, a restraining order was issued against him, and Serin had to leave that US state. Because the family's core business was based there, the sociopath lost his standing in the succession and fell from grace. As his life deteriorated, he eventually saw Serin again on TV. He watched her on screen holding a championship trophy with her team. Commentators discussed highlights of her career and news of her planned comeback. Consumed by resentment, he blamed all his misfortune on Serin. He then traveled to Korea intent on harming her. He swore to utterly destroy her. He began launching attacks indirectly, causing accidents around her friends. Eventually, he even used a smuggled handgun. Serin was struck during the chaos. In the ESW story, the protagonist rescued her in a dramatic confrontation. Kan Lim notes that this villain's arc was a large, pivotal episode in the original plot. He clarifies that he has not forgotten the villain but has already devised a way to avert the crisis. He reviews past incidents he stopped in advance, and plans to preempt this one as well. He concludes that merely blocking the broadcast is not enough, so the only sure way is to get Serin out of the country. Studying in the US would keep the restraining order in force and place her in a well-protected elite school. Most importantly, it would prevent any news of her comeback, making leaving clearly safer. Looking out at the night sky, he realizes other unforeseen dangers exist too, so his logic still points to her departure. He recalls field trips and events not in ESW where heroines face danger, reinforcing that leaving is safest. Yet he also understands that if she leaves, she and her friends here may be separated for good. Despite that, he feels there is no other option because her life is at stake. Resolving himself, he messages Serin to arrange an outing while thinking this choice is right. The next day they meet in casual clothes for a date by the sea. Time skips to night, the sky dark with stars. Walking along the water, Serin notes it is already late. She says time flew because she was having fun and asks how he enjoyed the day. Kan Lim apologizes and says there is something important he needs to discuss. Gathering courage, Serin prepares to tell him her own thoughts. Before she can, he repeats that she really should go abroad to study. Shocked, Serin asks what he means, thinking the issue had been settled already. Kan Lim laughs awkwardly and says he researched the school and sees many advantages to her going. He praises the school, notes she can still be a pro gamer there, and says her parents considered her wishes. Serin agrees the benefits are real but hesitates because going would mean leaving her APC teammates. She adds that she would not be able to see Kan Lim anymore, admitting she came back to school mainly because of him. Waves crash against the shore as the mood grows heavier. Kan Lim argues they can still see one another through games and video calls, but Serin rejects that idea. She firmly declares she is not going to study abroad. Narration reveals Kan Lim expected this response but still feels he must send her away for her safety. Clenching his fist, he steels himself to speak honestly about his reasons. Kan Lim tells Serin he knows what will happen in the future. Serin is shocked and asks what he means. Kan Lim says it is hard to explain but she can think of him as coming from the future. Serin repeats the idea of him being from the future, unsure how to take it. Kan Lim insists his story is real and warns that in that future Serin is in danger if she stays in the country. He urges her to study abroad for her own safety. Waves crash as the tense conversation hangs in the air. Serin, hurt, questions why he would go so far as to lie like this. Kan Lim is startled by her reaction. He thinks to himself that although he expected disbelief, he had hoped she would trust him. Out loud he acknowledges it is hard for her, but she concludes that what he said must be a lie. She adds that the Kan Lim she knows would never reach such a conclusion. He protests that she is not understanding and insists there is a real reason he says she is in danger. He desperately explains that she will truly be in danger, with even guns involved, and that by then it will be too late. He shouts that he would not say this lightly and has agonized over it. Remembering a bloody future where her friends died, he cries that he does not want to see them end like that again. He repeats that he never wants to see that tragedy happen anymore. Serin shouts his name to stop his frantic outburst. The ocean roars violently beside them, mirroring the emotional turmoil. The two stand apart on the seawall after the argument. Serin says she understands his point and asks whether he truly wants her to leave. Lim realizes how hurtful his words are but still feels compelled to say them. He confirms that yes, he hopes she will go study abroad. Serin looks quietly pained by his answer. She bows, thanks him for the fun memories, and says she understands. Walking away, she says goodbye to Lim. The scene shifts to school, where a teacher begins to talk about Serin. The teacher announces to the class that Serin will soon move to the United States, shocking everyone. Classmates gather, buzzing about the sudden news. They confirm there are less than 2 weeks before she leaves, and Serin apologizes for the abrupt decision. Friends find it unfortunate but suggest holding a farewell party. A blonde friend supports the idea and says she will invite the club members, while Serin hesitates. Serin tells Lim and another boy she will speak separately with the APC club about it. The blonde girl notices something and turns toward them. Lim's friend peers at his phone, confused about the situation. The blonde girl looks serious, having realized something. She confronts Lim, asking what happened between him and Serin. He plays dumb, but she says even a passerby could tell they have fought. She presses him, wondering if Serin's sudden decision to study abroad is also because of him. Lim admits he raised his voice and the talk escalated into a mistake. He says that regardless, the result is the same and that it is better for Serin to study abroad. He argues her future will be brighter at the other school and that she is not easily swayed by others' words. The blonde bluntly tells him he is terrible at communicating. Lim falls silent, taking in the criticism. She says forcing them together will not help and offers to calm Serin herself. As she walks away, she asks if Lim is truly fine with letting things end like this. A quiet panel marks a transition, like a door opening. The APC members, including Serin, eat together, planning and chatting. Lim leaves school, looking preoccupied. Other boys whisper about a pretty woman waiting by a car near the gate. An older woman leans on a sports car and tells Lim to get in for a drive. He is surprised and unsure how to respond. During the drive, she mentions hearing he broke up with Serin and likens couples' fights to easily healed cuts. Lim insists they are not a couple and says this is no time for jokes, pointing out that divorces are common anyway. She notes they are only students and says talk of marriage is excessive. He yells that they never married, realizing he has been swept up by the metaphor. She asks why he broke up with Serin and whether they only had a verbal fight. Lim explains he merely told Serin she would be safer studying abroad. The woman recalls Serin's father mentioning an attack by a fake fan and sees how Lim connected that to danger. She still thinks his reasoning is a stretch, but he compares it to the seriousness of the match-fixing incident. He says Serin tends to hide the seriousness of things so others will not worry, even downplaying them in public. In reality, he says, Serin nearly died multiple times. The woman replies that Serin survived because he was there. Lim counters that something similar could happen again, and there is no guarantee he can protect her next time. He concludes that when someone's life is at stake, it is not something to treat lightly. After the ride, he thanks her and prepares to leave. She tells him he thinks more deeply than others his age, as if he has lived extra years. Joking that maybe he aged in the gaming world, she still wants to say more. She reminds him he is still just a kid and that knowing about adult relationships does not mean he must act like an adult. She asks if he understands her point, leaving him thoughtful. Night falls, signaling time passing. At home, Serin nervously sits before her phone. She steels herself, thinking maybe sending a message to Lim is the right thing to do. Then she hesitates again, wanting more time to think. She reflects that although studying abroad may be right, it feels wrong to part like this and that she overreacted to his concern. Remembering his words about knowing the future, she starts to wonder if they might be true. She recalls when he guided her during a past kidnapping and realizes he had foreknowledge then too. She thinks Lim is fundamentally honest and that the problem is not whether she can trust him. Instead she reasons that, based on the Lim she knows, he must have had a serious reason for what he said. Deciding she should reach out first, she confidently picks up her phone. She begins typing. Serin writes a long message apologizing for her harsh words, saying she now understands his intentions, calling him precious, and asking if they can meet to talk things over. After sending it, she exhales, relieved. Her phone immediately chimes with a reply, startling her. She anxiously opens the response. Elsewhere, crowds gather in a PC room, unrelated to her moment. The APC girls finish a tough game and celebrate their victory. In the club room, Daehee scolds the boy for not warning about enemies while Serin watches quietly. She tells him to drop the Chunibyo speech and be clear, or the team will lose while he rambles. Serin jokes that blaming teammates shows his fragility, then cheerfully says the game is extra fun because she has played it thousands of times. One friend admits she is growing sad that Serin will leave soon. Serin apologizes again for deciding to transfer without discussing it earlier. Another friend says they can still meet and play games online, so they should smile at the farewell. The dark-haired girl adds that she hopes Serin and Lim can also reconcile. Serin is startled they noticed the fight, but they say it was obvious the two were avoiding each other. The dark-haired friend repeats that she wants them to make up before Serin leaves. The silver-haired girl agrees, saying it feels like a bittersweet win if the seniors remain estranged. Two more friends remark that things could change if Lim and Serin calmly talked again and express hope they will. Serin narrates how as a child she played an indie demon-slaying game whose story stayed with her. She remembers despite the game's rough design, the heroine's narrative left a strong impression. The game's story begins. Long ago, a humble youngest princess fell in love with a knight. She planned to build a secluded home with him and live there together. But the king's sudden death caused a bloody succession struggle that killed all her siblings. Monsters attacked during the chaos, forcing the new queen onto the battlefield. Using powerful magic, she saved the kingdom. Her heroism won her the love of the people. Yet, as queen, she gradually became distant from her knight. Afraid of the obstacles between them, they never found the courage to come together again and eventually parted. Serin recalls feeling deeply sad about that story as a child. Drawing courage from that memory, she decides to make one last attempt to reach out. She looks down at her phone after having already sent a heartfelt message. She convinces herself it was the right thing to do. The reply she received from Kang simply apologizes, and she tells herself she can now leave without regrets. The scene shifts to the airport, where planes wait on the tarmac. Serin narrates that although her time here was short, the experiences became precious memories. She says she learned and experienced many new things. She believes these memories will be important stepping stones for her future as she stands with friends at the departure area. Her friends struggle with tears while asking how they should stay in touch. More classmates say their personal goodbyes to Serin. Serin heads toward the gate, looking back with a gentle smile. Her friends wave and shout farewells behind her. An announcement calls passengers of her flight to board. As she walks with her suitcase, she internally echoes the game heroine's vow to run to someone if they called for her. She continues the heroine's vow about braving any hardship, even a thorny road or sea of scorpions, if she could end in a warm embrace. The vow concludes that with such an embrace she would fear nothing, as Serin rolls her suitcase toward the plane. Reaching the jet bridge entrance, she thinks again that she would run to him if he simply called her. Serin hears a noise and looks back in surprise. A small boy rushes past calling for his mother, while Serin stands by her luggage, momentarily distracted. Her expression tightens slightly, but she continues forward. The plane carrying her takes off into the sky. At the airport, Daehee and another girl confirm Serin has really left and lament that Kang never appeared. They complain that he has been skipping school and will not answer any calls. Daehee begins to say his behavior is too much when she suddenly hears something on the phone. Confused, she checks whether she dialed correctly while another friend asks if there is any news from Kang. The silver-haired girl gives an awkward laugh, hiding something. A Dr. Peppican is suddenly pressed near someone's mouth, punctuating the moment. We see Kang at school, startled as Ju Amy greets him cheerfully with the soda. She pouts at his lukewarm reaction, saying she came all the way there to see him. He notes she visits so often it is not special, while she says she held back this week because he has been hard to find. He asks why she is here, and she answers that she just wanted to chat with her senior. She tosses him the soda, reminding him it is his favorite. He scrambles to catch it, warning her about throwing it. The shaken can explodes on the floor, spilling everywhere. Both stare at the mess in silence. As they clean it up together, Kang apologizes and asks if he ruined the atmosphere. Ju Amy admits she had prepared things to say but forgot them all because of the mishap. She adds that his clumsy failure actually reassures her because it is so typical of him. Growing serious, she says she will get to the point and that what she wants to discuss is senior Cha Serin. Kang braces himself, starting to admit what Serin truly means to him. Ju Amy declares that, from her perspective, whether Serin studies abroad or not is not the real issue. Ju Amy bluntly says there is no need for tears since they have not known each other that long. She argues they are not parting on bad terms. Serin is rich and can always visit for dinner. Kang notes that keeping Serin here would be beneficial for him too. Ju Amy says what really bothers her is that Kang is not acting like his usual self. She reminds him that when she once hesitated, he stepped in and helped her. Flashback to Serin asking Ju Amy what she truly wants to do. The male friend in the flashback urges Ju Amy to consider her own desires, not obligations. Ju Amy recalls Kang telling Serin she should choose her own future as long as she has no regrets. She confronts him, asking why the person who said that is now pretending to be a detached bystander. Ju Amy presses that Kang himself does not want Serin to leave. When he denies responsibility, she insists he played a role in Serin deciding to go. Kang is shocked and tense at her accusation. He angrily retorts that she does not know all the details and that the problem is not solved by his feelings alone. He yells that the situation is complicated, potentially life-threatening, and not something he can simply fix. Ju Amy answers that if lives are at stake, then he must find a way to resolve it. She asks whether there is truly no alternative to sending Serin away when he admits he does not want her gone. Ju Amy urges him to push through even if the solution seems impossible or reckless. Smiling, she says that stubborn, reckless resolve is closer to the Kang she knows than his current attitude. Kang is left stunned and speechless by her words. Later, Ju Amy groans that she might have done something foolish. Daehee's group notices Daehee react to her phone and asks what is happening. Daehee realizes Kang is placing an expensive international call to his mysterious boss. Back with Ju Amy, Kang suddenly laughs loudly, surprising her. He admits he has been overcomplicating things when deep down he already knew what he wanted. Remembering Serin, he realizes he was rationalizing his desire not to send her away. He reflects that in previous loops he had no choice but to struggle, yet this time he subconsciously favored the easy escape to America. Kang concludes that, as before, there must be a clear but very difficult way to handle this situation too. He decides there is a way to keep Serin safe even if she stays in Korea. He tells Amy something urgent has come up and that he may need her help later. As he runs off, he turns back to add one more thing. Kang thanks Amy for snapping him out of his confusion. Amy beams happily at having helped him. At home, Kang packs a suitcase while thinking that merely stopping the TV broadcast will not stop the sociopath from targeting Serin. He concludes his only option is to go to America himself and destroy the sociopath's drug organization. He recalls that unlike earlier small-time crooks, this group is a serious, large-scale criminal syndicate. Previous thugs were insignificant side enemies, so the heroines never had to fully defeat them. All earlier foes had obvious weaknesses or secrecy he could exploit. This time the enemy is a full drug trafficking ring that will be much harder to defeat. Kang resolves that he has learned he does not need to act alone and should actively seek help. Time jumps to an airport bustling with people. Sitting there, Kang calls Amy and hears that her tarot powers are suddenly not working. Amy complains that she cannot read the futures of Kang, Daehee, Serin, or herself. She says the arcana feel scrambled, the meanings keep changing, and she has given up trying for now. Over the phone, Kang asks what she means when she laments that if tarot worked she would have done something. Embarrassed, Amy internally admits she would have used fortune-telling to win him over long ago, then brushes it off. Kang deduces that tarot seems to fail for him and the three main ESW heroines, likely because they are caught in time loops. Amy presses him to explain what is really going on. She repeats his convoluted story about, coincidentally, finding out about Serin's threat and method of escape, suspecting there is more. Frustrated, she complains that he is being annoyingly mysterious and resolves to just focus on tarot like he wants. Kang soothes her and says the only thing he can rely on now is something she provides. He clarifies that, to him, her tarot reading and she herself are what he trusts most, which flusters her. Eager now, she agrees to help and listens as he prepares to explain his plan. She says she can probably read the criminal's tarot using Kang as a link, though it may be imperfect. Looking at the spread, she warns that the prediction will likely be incomplete or hard to interpret. As the boarding call for the US flight is announced, Kang tells her he will call back later. Walking toward his gate, he worries that with only a partial tarot reading he might really die this time and be unable to loop. He reasons that this episode never existed in the original ESW story, unlike prior altered but recognizable events. Based on his game over theory, he recalls that loops only trigger after an ESW episode starts and reaches a failure state. Therefore he may not loop at all if he dies now, making this attempt potentially final. On the plane he questions whether he should rely solely on tarot, knowing fate is not that lenient. He wishes he could somehow use the loop's power but admits it only works within ESW storylines. Then he suddenly has an idea mid-flight, realizing another way he might leverage the story framework. Just as he moves, a flight attendant asks what is wrong. Panicking, Kang shouts that he boarded the wrong plane and needs to get off. Scene shifts to a warehouse-like building exterior. Inside, intimidating gang members gather under a large enforcer. Their furious boss swings a weapon and curses out his underlings. One henchman lies dead or unconscious in a pool of blood. The boss rants that sales are pathetic and his men are useless. His scarred lieutenant explains that the area they want is outside their current territory. Other subordinates warn that expanding could spark war with rival groups and draw law enforcement attention. The boss rejects excuses and orders them to figure out a way regardless. He screams that they should use his father's name or kill whoever necessary so he does not lose the organization to his brothers. Alone for a moment, he curses how his life went wrong and blames past events. Sirens sound, and he panics when told police are outside. The lieutenant relays that someone tipped off local police. He says they can just slip out the back as long as federal drug agents like the DA are not involved. The scene briefly cuts back to the exterior of the building. The gang begins rushing for the rear exit while the boss laments his situation. But when they burst into the lot, DA vehicles and agents are already waiting, stunning them. The lieutenant orders the foot soldiers to buy time while he personally escorts the boss away. Fleeing toward a parked car, the boss wonders how the authorities found them. As they reach the car, the lieutenant spots something wrong. They discover the car's tire has been sabotaged and gone flat. Hidden nearby, Kang radios that the target has appeared in the ground-level parking lot. Hearing the radio, the boss and lieutenant look around, confused. Kang steps out, remarking that bosses always bring their lackeys along for punishment. Calmly facing them, he prepares to meet them in person. He explains in narration that loops only start for ESW stories, so he forced the news story to trigger. On his phone he shows messages from Seo Eun-young, revealing he had begun her treasure hunting episode early. Seo Eun-young, a wealthy aristocrat's granddaughter, wonders from afar what Kang is up to as she insists they solve her grandfather's code quickly. Her friend is shocked she expects him to decode her grandfather's final puzzle. He explains that Eun Young's grandfather was a noble investor known as Sir Golden D. Valier, astonishing the boy. Eun Young confirms this and recalls her grandfather's final words. In that memory, the old man declares he is sick of inheritance squabbles and has hidden the remaining assets. Eun Young says he left behind both a testament and mysterious coded messages. The boy complains the code gives him a headache, but rumors say it leads to hundreds of tons of gold. Eun Young offers to give him all the gold if he can find it before her greedy relatives. She reveals how dear her grandfather was and that she traveled the world with him as a child. He realizes that is why Eun Young once attended elementary school in Korea. Eun Young and Dae joke about their fated connection, while the boy feels overwhelmed. Eun Young explains she wants the treasure secured so shady relatives cannot misuse it. The boy deduces that is why she publicly announced a treasure hunting contest to recruit help. She adds that for her it is more about preserving her grandfather's honor than wealth itself. Fired up, the boy promises he will definitely find the treasure for her. Kang Lim notes that this is how that treasure hunting episode originally begins. He identifies it as the grand adventure of treasure hunting with Seo Eun Young, which in canon occurs much later. He reasons that by responding to her online recruitment now, he could pull that ESW episode forward and make it about himself. Since it revolves around a side heroine, he believed the episode would be safer for him, though he actually forgot the detailed cipher and just memorized the solutions. He remembers easily solving the puzzles on that adventure thanks to memorized answers. Because it was still an ESW story involving Yu Dae-hee, his loop ability functioned and he successfully restarted from there. After escaping that episode, he used repeated loops to investigate the drug organization now targeting Surin. He mapped out their hideouts, factories, routes, and distribution schedules. He even uncovered the list of politicians secretly backing the syndicate. However, using another episode as the loop anchor meant his checkpoint reset very early in events. The upside was that he had time to gather enough data to completely dismantle the organization. Lacking the power to move authorities himself, he first solved much of Eun Young's code to gain her trust. Then he told her that the treasure site had been occupied by a dangerous American drug ring. She reacted by demanding MI6 and her family company cooperate with him, which ultimately led to the present raid. That preparation culminates in this moment, as the DA car races to block the gang's escape. In the DA vehicle, an agent reports that the target is fleeing by car while Kang Lim notes the operation is more complicated than it sounds. He explains that when a loop is not directly tied to Seo Eun Young, it only activates in truly critical situations. To reset, he often had to die outright or be pushed to the brink of death. Thus, during this investigation loop he repeatedly experienced gruesome deaths. Back in the present, the chase reaches a city high-rise. The lieutenant tells the boss to run into the building while he stays behind and shoots at the pursuing agents. DA vehicles screech to a halt outside. Kang Lim ignores orders to remain in the car and jumps out, intent on joining the pursuit. Sprinting after the gang, he knows they will escape if he and the agents keep falling behind. He recalls how miserable constant failure felt but affirms that success is still possible. Encouraged by Ju Arimi's words, he tells himself things will somehow work out as he charges forward. He races around the building toward the outdoor staircase. Kang Lim dashes up the red fire stairs, thinking he should have simply told Surin his true feelings from the start. He remembers wanting to ask Surin to stay and regrets not being honest when she questioned if he truly wanted her to go. As he runs, his phone buzzes and he wonders if Seo Eun Young is contacting him again. Instead, he sees a heartfelt apology message from Cha Surin, asking to meet and talk properly. He types a brief apology back, explaining he cannot respond at length because he is in the middle of a dangerous chase. Kang Lim keeps running hard, clutching his phone. A warning pops up that his reply to Surin failed to send. Meanwhile, the panicked gang boss pounds up the interior stairs. He rages that nothing is going right and curses the situation. Then he reassures himself that a rooftop helicopter is waiting and that without his arrest there will be no conclusive evidence. He bursts through the rooftop door, planning to let his underlings take the blame. Spotting the helicopter, he runs toward it, eager to escape. But when he reaches it, he realizes something is wrong inside the cockpit. Confused, he asks where the pilot has gone. He screams in frustration, wondering where the pilot disappeared to at such a critical moment. Kang Lim appears behind him and reveals he manipulated the pilot into leaving by falsely reporting a serious accident involving the pilot's daughter. Kang Lim adds that the call was a prank and assumes the pilot is now safely at the school with his family. The stunned gang boss demands to know who Kang Lim really is and what he has been doing all this time, suspecting he is not a normal cop. The orange-haired man rants that no one can just capture him, demanding to know whether his opponent is from some organization or one of their own. Laughing, he refuses to be taken alive and whips out a long pistol to shoot. As he pulls the trigger, he taunts that his opponent has already lost. The blue-haired boy calmly faces him, seemingly unshaken. A shot hits the boy's head and his body collapses. His body crackles with blue light as some power activates. Rewinding, the man again decides there is no way he will get caught and aims the pistol. He again mocks that the other guy has already lost while pulling the trigger. The gun only clicks uselessly, confusing him. Panicking, he wonders why the distinct pistol is not firing while an unseen voice says this is what he gets for using such a recognizable weapon. The blue-haired boy smirks, explaining the man never even noticed the gun had been swapped. The man is stunned, unable to grasp what just happened. The boy charges him, shouting that this time he is really finished. The man curses, demanding if the boy knows who he is as he swings back. They rush at each other, and the boy thinks he can only scrape by like this. Even so, he steels himself and drives his fist into the man's face. Thinking of all the things he still wants, he unleashes a flurry of blows that send the man flying. The orange-haired man counters with his own punch to the boy's face. The boy grabs his arm and uses the motion to continue the fight. He tells himself he cannot give up. He resolves not to give up on the safety and smiles of the people he cares about. Grabbing a stun gun, he moves in close. He jams it into the man, thinking he will not give up on having his friends by his side. Lightning erupts as he electrocutes the man, vowing he cannot abandon even a single thing. The criminal convulses, electricity dancing over both their bodies. The man collapses unconscious and smoking while the boy stands over him with the stun gun. Breathing hard, the boy looks down at his defeated enemy. Agents rush onto the rooftop asking if he is okay, and he turns toward them in surprise. Looking up at the sky, he reflects that the longest day of his life is finally over. At the same time, DA teams carry out a pre-planned sweep against the criminal organization. Thanks to evidence the boy collected, everyone from the leader down is arrested and the group is crushed. News reports describe political entanglements and global chaos from the case, which makes the boy dizzy just thinking about it. He notes his own role stayed hidden because Seo Eun-young handled the aftermath with her influence. Later he tells Seo Eun-young that their treasure hunting adventure has reached its end. Narrating, he explains that after solving the code and obtaining a key and map, he and Seo Eun-young went to a location and found an underground facility like an ESW. Inside they discovered not a mountain of gold but some gold bars and, more importantly, an old book. Seo Eun-young stares at the book in surprise, wondering why it is there. A projected image of her late grandfather appears from the device, warmly greeting his granddaughter Lily, also called Chun-ja. She reacts in shock at seeing him, realizing it is a projection, while he says he expected her to find this place. He explains there is no huge treasure here because he already gave his wealth to those in need, unlike the other greedy treasure hunters. Instead, he is leaving her his unfinished travelogue book and a will, saying she should be the one to complete it. He says he chose her because she can view the world more warmly than anyone else, moving her to tears. Calling her his dear granddaughter, the recording comforts her as she kneels before it with the boy watching. The boy comments that although it was a happy ending for them, he personally feels it turned into a bad ending. Sitting on his bed, he laments that for him the outcome is not so great. Looking at his phone, he realizes his crucial apology message to Cha Serin never actually sent, and worries how cold it must have looked. He panics about whether to send something now, feeling that a text cannot properly explain everything. Just then Seo Eun-young visits holding the book and asks if he is well, saying she has calmed down thanks to him. Smiling, she insists she owes him a lot and promises to repay him someday even though he claimed it was unnecessary. She adds that she will not pry into any suspicious matters about him. She lists the unsolved riddles about the code, the US drug organization, and why they kept he in the dark, then agrees not to ask further. In return she says he must uphold his side of their deal, which should be an honorable thing for him as well. Awkward but agreeable, he accepts. When he suggests sending her back to Korea, she stops him, hinting she has something else in mind. Elsewhere, a plane flies through the night sky. On that flight, Cha Serin sits by the window as the departure announcement begins. At the airport cafe before boarding, Serin sits alone while her guardians stand nearby. Her guardian tells her they will return after finishing the check-in procedures, leaving her waiting at the table. Serin stays alone with her luggage and drinks as the adults walk away. She texts the group chat that she has arrived safely. Her chat app shows the group with her own profile and Conlim among the members. She stares silently at her phone, expression subdued. A stranger at the cafe recognizes her aloud as the player Serin, triggering a flashback. She remembers their first meeting when Kang Lim recognized her on the street despite her disguise, which felt like an incredible coincidence. Thinking about that moment, she muses how surprising it was to meet him there just as someone now asks her for an autograph. Flustered at being addressed as a famous writer, she apologizes and hurriedly agrees to sign. As she looks closer, her eyes widen as if noticing something or someone. She then sees Kang Lim standing before her, having come to the airport to meet her. Shocked, she cries out his name and demands to know why he is here. He scratches his head, apologizes for his abrupt text, and says he was busy but needs to explain everything. He tells her he came because they still have unresolved matters between them and wants to talk properly. Serin listens quietly, watching him seriously. He apologizes for raising his voice at her before and says he finally understands what she meant then. He recalls how she said his promises about the future sounded like lies and now realizes it was because he was only speaking vaguely about what might come. Admitting that if he truly knew the future he should face it instead of avoiding hardships, he voices the lesson he has learned. He concludes that this is what she was trying to tell him, asking for confirmation. She admits she was presumptuous but believed he had his own worries and reasons for his choices. Serin says she spoke without knowing his full situation and feels she only burdened him, which he partially agrees with. Kang Lim insists that crises will not solve themselves through encouragement alone, and reminds her that a huge disaster is still looming. Serin falls silent, considering his words. He says that is exactly why he has already acted. In flashback panels he recalls enduring torture, injuries, and repeated confrontations while using his loops to dismantle threats in advance. Images show him bleeding and then transforming with electric power, emphasizing the cost he paid. Back in the present he states that he resolved that particular crisis before it could happen. He clarifies that this was only the first major problem and that more dangers will arise later. Nonetheless, he has decided to be more honest from now on, prompting Serin to respond. He reflects that even when nobody knew and the loops seemed endless, the reason he could keep dying was something important. Smiling, he says that being able to laugh and talk with everyone at school genuinely made him happy. Therefore, he wants things to stay that way and blurts out that he does not want her to leave to study abroad. Serin is taken aback, her expression softening at his heartfelt plea. Around them the busy airport continues, but the two focus only on each other. Serin looks down, thinking intensely about her decision. She suddenly breaks into shaky laughter, clearly moved. Blushing, she says his words would sound like a love confession to any onlooker. Embarrassed, he admits he should have said such things long ago and apologizes for being so awkward. He then insists he is not making excuses and apologizes again, calling himself lacking. Extending his hand, he asks if she will still help him when the next crisis comes and fight by his side. The scene cuts to a peaceful sky over the airport. Serin smiles shyly to herself, clearly pleased. Bowing, she apologizes that joining him fully might be difficult, startling him. She explains while blushing that she has already finished all her school and visa procedures for studying abroad. Kang Lim replies that he knew from the start it would be hard to stop that, since spots abroad are competitive. She tells him he has already fulfilled her dream by recognizing her in real life. She recalls once telling him that being recognized by a stranger on the street was her wish. Images show her childhood inspiration from games and early efforts that led to that dream. Another image shows her alone at a computer, beginning the path that made her a creator. The narrative shifts to a fairy tale about a humble youngest princess in love with a knight. The princess planned to build a quiet home by the sea with him and spend their lives there. But the king's sudden death caused a bloody succession war, her siblings died, and monsters ravaged the land. Even as queen she faced heavy responsibilities and worsening obstacles that kept her and the knight apart. Despite everything, the two resolved to fight on together. They did so in hopes of one day reaching the peaceful place they dreamed of. The fairy tale vision shows the remote cliff house that symbolizes that shared dream. Serin runs towards such a place in her imagination. She and Kang Lim tumble together onto the grass under a bright sky, echoing the story's lovers. She hugs him tightly, and the narration says she shares that same determination. She vows that whatever hardships come, they will face them together for all eternity. From a distance her guardians see the embrace, shocked by the obvious affection. The man is dumbfounded while the woman laughs behind her hand at the scene. Later, the boy and Serin discuss having already said goodbye to friends and now consider delaying departure to visit a nearby amusement park since they are in America. Time passes and Kang Lim wakes to his alarm at home, signaling a new day. On the phone he confirms with Seo Eun-young that the next big operation might start today and asks if she is really going through with it. Seo Eun-young cheerfully replies that she has arranged his finances and attendance so he cannot back out now. He thanks her and notes he only needs to hand in a field trip report to cover his absence. Listening to more instructions, he reluctantly agrees. His sister asks who he is talking to so early, and he lies that it is just a debt collection call, confusing her. She mentions their mom will come home early so the family can spend time together. He thinks that without Seo Eun-young's cover story he would have been expelled or beaten and that now his improved grades excuse has expired. She asks if he is listening and he hurriedly says yes. Narration states that life seems back to normal as he returns to school. But in class he finds the atmosphere strange and wonders what is going on. He notices classmates chatting unusually, sensing something is off. He calls out to Yu Dae-hee to talk, convinced something is definitely wrong. Dae-hee abruptly walks away from him, leaving her companion puzzled. Cha Serin, now back at school, sits taking notes while chatting with classmates. Another student asks Kang Lim whether he has some kind of relationship with Serin. Serin suddenly grabs Kang Lim and drags him out, apologizing to the others and claiming something urgent. Watching them leave hand in hand, the remaining girls giggle and whisper about it. Kang Lim, electrified with shock, realizes the girls are avoiding him and demands to know why. He notes their group chat has gone oddly silent today despite normal conversation the previous night, and wonders about the cause. He paces the hallway questioning why they would suddenly avoid him when he rushed to meet them right after returning from abroad. He insists everything should have been fine, especially with Serin, since her study abroad plans were cancelled, and she reassured him. A cut to a night flight hints that something more still lies ahead. On a plane, Serin tells Kang Lim she believes him about knowing the future. She shows him her phone with conspiracy videos about psychics, arguing that real clairvoyance exists. Sighing, he decides to start explaining the truth from the beginning. He begins to confess what is really going on. Struggling to phrase it, he hesitates and stalls. Serin gently reminds him of her promise that if it is hard to talk about she will not force him, and that she already said this through Dae-hee before. She smiles and says that, just like then, she will stay on his side no matter what happens. Kang Lim tells the pink-haired girl that if explaining is difficult, she should at least promise him one thing. She asks him to come to her whenever he truly needs help and not hesitate to consult her. Smiling, she reaffirms that she will fight at Kang Lim's side just as she said before. Later, Kang Lim clutches his head in the hallway, recalling this as a seemingly good ending and wondering if that is really how things went. Remembering the scene, he notes she seemed slightly down but that he had cheerfully declared them allies. Back in the present, he is shocked, wondering why everything around him has changed so drastically in just a day or two. Nearby, two girls talk tensely with each other, clearly troubled. Kang Lim approaches and casually asks what the two of them are discussing. The girls panic, hastily say goodbye to him and run off, insisting nothing is wrong. Kang Lim anxiously wonders if he has messed something up again with his awkward behavior, recalling Young-ah acting similarly once. Relieved that it might just be social awkwardness, he thinks it is better than the problem being related to ESW. He reflects that strange incidents have begun happening recently in ESW that never occurred before. He notes that reality and ESW's storyline have diverged multiple times, which could be a butterfly effect, yet something still does not make sense. Using a mental diagram of the game's route, he reasons that if things had fully departed from the scenario, then every development should have changed, not only some. From afar, he sees that despite fluctuations, the main plot is still roughly tracking the original story. Sitting in class, he concludes it feels as though some external will is manipulating events. He suspects this someone is both guiding him along the ESW plot and also limiting his ability to control it fully. Kang Lim wonders who could have merged ESW and reality and arrogantly shaped the situation like a god. His bandaged friend leans over and, thinking Kang Lim is musing about God, tells him to just ask if he has questions about him, but Kang Lim drops the subject. Instead, Kang Lim quietly asks if anything happened with the others while he was gone, saying they seem strangely distant, almost like they are avoiding him. The friend jokingly says this must be karmic payback for all the sins Kang Lim has committed, leaving Kang Lim confused. The friend adds ominously that maybe Kang Lim's current predicament is actually a blessing. Startled, Kang Lim stares at him and starts to ask if he might be implying something. The mood flips as the friend abruptly chats about a new anime he enjoys, and Kang Lim joins in, thinking the season shows are great. Their teacher glares at the otaku talk, and Kang Lim panics, reminding himself this is not the time for such chatter. Judging from his friend's normal reaction, Kang Lim concludes nothing happened to the others and that something about himself must be the cause. Determined, he decides to confront the girls directly at school to see how long they can keep avoiding him. After failing all day and finding it is already after school, he trudges through the hallway thinking his plan was impossible. Wondering if the girls were just playing with him, he notices they are not answering texts or calls and reminds himself not to forget how precarious his situation is. Just as he considers ESW might be involved, Dae-hee suddenly runs up to him in a panic. She urgently tells Kang Lim that Dae-hee's own group of friends, including herself, are currently in serious trouble. Realizing something really has happened, Kang Lim sprints through the school, thinking even they do not fully understand what is going on. While running, he learns all of the girls are simultaneously in crisis, a scenario rare even within the ESW game. He bursts into the room shouting to know what happened to everyone. Instead of danger, party poppers explode in front of him. His friends appear with confetti and shout a surprise happy birthday celebration. Kang Lim freezes, baffled at the sudden birthday party. The girls explain they acted strangely in the hallway only to set up this birthday surprise for him. Our Amy proudly asks if he was fooled by her cute plan, with his friend half-jokingly congratulating his servant. Dae-hee congratulates him too, mentioning she had warned everyone to be careful, while Kang Lim sighs in mixed relief and exasperation. He jumps up, saying he was genuinely shocked but now realizes their odd behavior was all for this. One girl teases him, asking if he felt lonely thinking nobody would celebrate his birthday and telling him to be nicer if he wants friends. Kang Lim admits he had completely forgotten it was his own birthday today, June 29th. The others are incredulous he forgot, saying they were so careful not to reveal the surprise beforehand. He vaguely recalls someone mentioning it that morning and begins piecing it together. He remembers his sister saying their mom would come home early so the family could go out to dinner for his birthday. Feeling like there is still something important he is missing from this morning, he strains to recall it. A memory clicks and he reacts with a small exclamation as realization dawns. The group moves to light the birthday cake candles while Kang Lim watches from behind with his backpack on. Just then a new girl's voice calls out to him, asking if today might be the day and implying he cannot refuse now. A girl in a frilly outfit steps in, formally introducing herself for the first time as Seo Eun-young. She suddenly wraps an arm around Kang Lim from behind. Clinging to him, Eun-young announces that she is his fiancée. Shocking Kang Lim. All of the others gape in disbelief and shout in confusion. Two of the girls repeat, fiancé, in shock. Another pair shout, darling, unable to believe what they are hearing. The blonde senior and our Amy demand to know who Eun-young is, why she is here, and what she just claimed. Eun-young calmly, still hugging Kang Lim, calls herself Dae-hee's close friend and asks in feigned disappointment why Dae-hee never told them. One girl remembers Dae-hee mentioning a childhood friend from England named Seo Eun-young and connects this to the newcomer. Eun Young confirms the story but insists they now remember her first and foremost as Kang Lim's fiancé. Young-na and Dae-hee stare in shock, wondering how this can be true. Amy nervously laughs that such an engagement is impossible, suggesting it is probably another request, like when Kang Lim helped her before. While Eun Young proudly clings to him, Amy watches skeptically, thinking Kang Lim must be only pretending to date her. Amy, disturbed, stammers to Kang Lim, unable to process that her servant might truly be engaged. Kang Lim breaks into a cold sweat, rendered speechless. His stunned shout echoes across the school building. The story flashes back to their first meeting shortly after Eun Young arrived in the country. Over tea she listens to Kang Lim's request for help with her grandfather's inheritance, but is skeptical even if he claims that he is his friend. When he hints at wanting financial support, she says random funding would be difficult. Kang Lim inwardly worries since he needs money to investigate a criminal organization, having spent his savings on airfare. Amused, Eun Young says she might assist if they frame it as a deal. She proposes that while she is staying in Korea, Kang Lim must act as her fiancé. Kang Lim is taken aback, asking if she truly means having him as her fiancé. Thinking her words sound ominously like a trope, he considers the arrangement acceptable since it is only pretend for a limited time. He clarifies that this would also mean she is coming to his country, and she affirms she must travel there herself despite the distance. Eun Young adds that she has other reasons for the deal, primarily that Dae-hee's reaction to it will be entertaining. Back in the present, Dae-hee glowers with fiery jealousy, promising that this situation will indeed be interesting. Eun Young introduces herself to the entire class as Lily Spencer Valier, a noble and legitimate heir to a British royal family line, though in Korea they can call her Seo Eun Young. The classmates murmur in awe, amazed that a real noble has transferred to their school. The teacher wonders aloud why so many transfer students keep ending up in this same class. Hearing Eun Young knows Dae-hee, the teacher begins to assign her a seat, but Eun Young insists she already has a specific spot in mind. As she walks, she announces dramatically that she has come specifically to see her darling. She then leaps at Kang Lim in front of everyone, arms wide to embrace him. The class erupts in shock as students exclaim that she openly called him darling, and once again Kang Lim is the center of attention. Eun Young declares she will sit beside Kang Lim, while his friend protests that seat as his own territory. Eun Young snaps her fingers, signaling. Her maid appears with a briefcase of money, paying off Kang Lim's friend, who happily accepts, abandoning the seat. The blonde girl fumes but immediately flatters Eun Young as, Your Highness, and offers her the seat, realizing money trumps pride. Dae-hee finally explodes, yelling at Eun Young and demanding to know if she wants a fight. Eun Young acts offended by such crude language, with Dae-hee accusing her of provoking her on purpose. Dae-hee questions how Eun Young could be engaged to Kang Lim at all, accusing her of lying about a tall boyfriend she once boasted about. Eun Young dodges the accusation and claims instead that numerous hardships brought her and Kang Lim into their current loving engagement. She presses Kang Lim to agree that their relationship is indeed affectionate, flustering him. Dae-hee furiously tackles him for mumbling an answer, sending him flying. Dae-hee's outburst horrifies the nearby girls, who can barely speak. Other students in the corridor pause, drawn by the commotion. Later, bandaged now, Kang Lim shows Eun Young the school and introduces the music room. She remarks that it is smaller than she expected compared to the royal school she attended, and he tells her not to compare them. Some girls gossip, wondering why a refined lady like Eun Young is with Kang Lim when they have heard bad rumors about his temper. Other boys note that despite those rumors he seems to get along well with Dae-hee, questioning whether their impression of him was wrong. Young-na secretly peeks at Eun Young from behind a corner, watching the new rival. Feeling insecure, Young-na tells herself that someone as ordinary as her never really had a chance with Kang Lim since he seems to match well with Eun Young. A friend grabs Young-na and shakes her, insisting she see how strange it is for two people to suddenly get engaged after meeting while traveling. Young-na snaps out of it, agreeing that falling in love to the point of engagement that quickly sounds unrealistic. Yet she admits to herself that with someone like Kang Lim it might just be possible, and wonders what he is actually doing. Another friend tells Young-na this is not the time for such thoughts, hinting at other pressing issues. A shot of the nurse's office sign indicates that he is currently resting there. Sick in the nurse's bed, Dae-hee mutters in distress, worrying about Kang Lim. Imagining chibi scenes, she realizes that the person Serin likes is indeed Kang Lim and panics internally. Her phone buzzes with messages including Kang Lim asking about her condition and where she is. Outside, Eun Young's maid pushes a fancy food cart through the school courtyard, drawing stares. During lunch, Eun Young tries to feed Kang Lim herself, asking him to open his mouth while he awkwardly refuses. Kang Lim quietly asks if Eun Young really needs to go this far just to tease Dae-hee. She criticizes him as a wallflower but says that even for a temporary arrangement, she considers him genuinely her fiancé. With intense eyes she emphasizes that right now, Darling is truly her fiancé and that their deal was meant that way from the start. She again insists he say, "Ah," while Kang Lim protests that people are watching them. From afar other students and the maid watch the embarrassing scene as Kang Lim laments his already non-existent social reputation. When he still refuses to taste the food, Eun Young pretends to be hurt, claiming she stayed up all night preparing the lunch for him, though he knows it was ordered. He finally gives in and opens his mouth, agreeing to eat the food. Before he can, Arami darts in and eats it herself in one swift bite. Chewing thoughtfully, Arami stands above them while Young shrieks in outrage, asking what she is doing. Arami declares the dish disqualified because the seasoning is too strong. She smugly adds that Kang Lim does not like this kind of flavor, something only she would know from packing his lunches. Dae, still scheming elsewhere with Young-ah and from her sickbed, vows silently to get back at Seo Chun-ja as Young-ah steels herself to help. Overwhelmed, Kang Lim laughs weakly and admits he is completely confused by everything. Arami continues boasting that only she, his junior who often makes his lunches, truly understands Kang Lim's tastes. She calls Young a fake fiancé, angering Young who insists she is not. Arami bluntly asks Kang Lim if he is truly engaged to this old-fashioned weirdo, shocking Young. Kang Lim hesitates, pointing out that he stayed silent about the engagement yesterday, which hardly counts as confirmation. Arami speculates that maybe a contract forced his silence, or that the engagement is just a temporary arrangement made when he returned from abroad. She imagines a cliched transactional engagement scenario, and Kang Lim privately notes how accurate her guess is. Fed up, Young demands to know who this audacious junior is who dares to speak that way. Arami ignores her protests and cheerfully offers Kang Lim a lunchbox specially tailored to his preferences. Kang Lim, sweating, tells Arami not to belittle Young's chef skills, though Arami mocks the lunch as loveless since it is not homemade. Kang Lim's friend puts a hand on his shoulder, calling him my servant, and asking to speak with him privately. With a serious expression, the friend urges Kang Lim not to get angry and to just listen. He asks Kang Lim if he knows the term marriage scam, hinting Young might be something like a gold digger, which irritates Kang Lim. The friend explains that people with little experience with the opposite sex, like ability users such as them, are particularly vulnerable to such scams, though Kang Lim insists he is not being tricked. The friend says he is only speaking from concern when someone pokes Kang Lim's arm to interrupt. Young-ah appears cheerfully, asking if it is okay to borrow Kang Lim even though he looks busy. Smiling, she says she urgently needs his help with their webtoon and asks to talk with him alone in the club room. Meanwhile, Young and Arami continue screaming at each other, their argument escalating. Taking advantage of the chaos, Young-ah grabs Kang Lim's arm and pulls him away, thanking him as the other two girls react in shock. Young and Arami shout after him, demanding to know where he is going and scolding Young-ah for cutting in line. Kang Lim feels dizzy as he imagines himself being tugged in three directions by Young, Arami, and Young-ah all at once. Just then Serin runs up happily calling out to someone she says has grown so much. Young stiffens and ominously calls out Serin's full Korean name, Seo Chun-ja. Serin, waving an old photograph, cheerfully says she found a picture from their past and brought it especially to show Seo Chun-ja. The crowd murmurs as Young hangs her head, classmates wondering who this Chun-ja is and suspecting it might be her. Serin realizes she has accidentally revealed the secret nickname, apologizing repeatedly for letting it slip. The narrator recounts how the girl once traveled the world with her grandfather before settling in Korea for elementary school. Upon moving long-term, she learns that foreigners need an alien registration card similar to a resident ID. She is told the card must include a Korean name, so she sits and carefully chooses one despite not understanding Korean nuances. Thinking simply, she picks the surname Seo for coming from the West and the given name Chun-ja, meaning spring flower like lily, and registers it. A classmate explains that Chun-ja is the foreign girl's official legal name, one she herself chose. Another girl notes that after realizing the name sounded old-fashioned, the idol grew to hate it. The narrator adds that she dislikes Chun-ja so much she even bans the word in her fan community, and asks to be called by her pseudonym Seo Eun-young. Seo Eun-young warns everyone not to call the idol Chun-ja and to be cautious even when mentioning that name. Their classmates stand silently, processing this explanation. One student suddenly snickers, breaking the tense mood. Hearing someone actually call her Chun-ja, the idol explodes in embarrassment and anger. Her friends laugh and insist the name is cute and suits her, while another girl says she likes it too. The idol trembles with indignation, accusing them of being vulgar for mocking a person's name. She appeals to the male lead, asking if he agrees that making fun of someone's name is wrong, and he hesitantly agrees. The two teaser girls protest that the male lead is taking her side and tell their senior to stay out of it. Fanning herself, the idol snipes that they lack manners and tries to bring up an embarrassing story from a past school trip. One friend panics and clamps a hand over her mouth, begging her to stop talking. Chaos erupts as other girls move to restrain Eun-young, while the male lead just wants to hear the rest of the story. Giving up on the quarrel, he decides they should simply finish eating because he is hungry. When another girl asks if he has eaten, he offers to share his lunch since he cannot finish it alone. Nearby, the bandaged boy quietly walks away from the group. He observes that the situation is not one where he should interfere and retreats. As the scuffle continues without him, he bids farewell in his thoughts and leaves like a dismissed servant. A cut shows pink-haired Naori in bed, clearly sick and absent from events. Time shifts to a school athletic meet where students compete in long jump and running. During the meet, the male lead and Eun-young sit in the stands, and she says she actually feels relieved. While sprinting, Daehee's friend reflects that the male lead already knows Daehee suffered many hardships in England. Eun-young tells him she was very worried about that past, but feels better now that Daehee has good friends. She confesses that seeing him and Daehee doing well makes her happy, insisting she can endure their teasing. She then reveals a new concern that troubles her. She explains she was unconcerned when hearing about his situation over the phone because she trusted Daehee, but meeting him in person changed her mind. Eun-young warns that if he remains oblivious, even Daehee may not be able to protect him. Confused, the male lead asks what she is talking about. She clarifies she did not come to Korea merely to tease Daehee. More honestly, she says she wanted a chance to speak and act with him seriously. He is taken aback, and the narrator notes that relying only on the fiancé's strategy seems insufficient. Eun-young thinks the resistance from the other girls is stronger than expected, recalling their grilling about her relationship proof. She shares that she even tried to bring an expensive custom engagement ring, but it will take 6 months to be finished. Changing topics, Eun-young says she has heard of his accomplishments from Daehee and asks if he would become her business manager. She reveals she has a very important audition approaching, marking the beginning of the story arc for the 4th ESW heroine. Elsewhere at night, Daehee's sister Na recalls someone she addresses as Appa and shyly asks a favor. Relieved he agreed, she thanks him and says she will wait for him to arrive. After hanging up, she stares at her phone, showing the contact saved as Kang Yeon Appa. A different dark-haired girl silently looks at her own phone, contemplating. At an airport, reporters swarm an arriving celebrity, shouting that he has arrived. A TV reporter pushes in front, asking director Yippel if rumors about his new Korean project are true. They ask if he is directing a film adaptation of Goddess Idol, introducing him as Hollywood director Yippel Yoon. Yippel confirms that Goddess Idol is indeed his next project and the reason he returned to Korea. He announces that in this home of idols they will hold open auditions to cast the female lead. On a film set, staff wrap a shoot and praise everyone for their work. A boisterous, sunglasses-wearing director or PD laughs and congratulates the team on a job well done. Backstage, Eun-young senses something is off despite earlier warnings that today's visiting director is irritable. Daehee, in casual clothes, downplays the warning as old news and asks if Eun-young's maid will drive them back after filming. Eun-young says the car is waiting, then realizes the maid is missing and is told she left earlier. The male lead explains that sudden rain cancelled the next outdoor shoot. He further explains they moved tomorrow's studio schedule up and sent the maid ahead to fetch costumes from another location. When he gets a phone call, he answers and says he will come downstairs. He informs the girls that the taxi he ordered has arrived and they should change and meet him. Eun-young remembers staff gossip that the Minhyuk Post editor-in-chief is near today's shooting location. The male lead suggests they stop by to meet that blonde-obsessed editor, since they are heading that way anyway, which shocks Eun-young. She shouts that this is not the issue, marveling instead at how competent he is as her makeshift manager. He awkwardly thanks her, internally wondering if he has simply gotten used to this role rather than relying on ESW game knowledge. The girls suspiciously say something feels off because he is too quick-witted for a supposed side character, while he complains they could at least praise him. The taxi carrying them speeds through the city. Inside, Daehee asks why Eun-young crammed so many schedules into one day, saying it makes her seem extremely busy. Eun-young teasingly replies she truly is busy, unlike some people, and Daehee retorts that she knows about Eun-young's recent lost commercial gig. Daehee reveals Eun-young was dropped from an exclusive model commercial, stunning Eun-young, who wonders how she knew. The two bicker loudly, while the male lead notes they never stop fighting. Eun-young finally admits she packed her Korean schedule on purpose so she can focus on preparing for a later audition. She brings up the public audition notice for Goddess Idol, saying it has become a hot topic in the industry. Daehee, looking out the taxi window, says she is a model and does not see how a film actor audition concerns her. Eun-young points out that it is relevant because Daehee originally worked as a child actor. The narrator confirms Eun-young is right. A flashback explains that Daehee was once a child actress in Korea during elementary school. She quit after moving to England but briefly returned to acting after starting a modeling career. Another flashback shows that an accident killed her parents, forcing Daehee to stop acting again to care for her younger siblings. Acting, unlike magazine modeling, involved frequent overnight shoots and too much time away from home. Thus she had no choice but to quit, though Eun-young notes her siblings should be grown enough now. Eun-young also insists that he once loved acting, while Daehee insists it was just a job. Eun-young teases her with a drunken memory where Daehee passionately declared she wanted to become an actor, embarrassing her. Daehee rationally says returning to acting would mean starting from scratch, whereas modeling now provides stable income to repay debts. Eun-young is surprised she still has debts, and Daehee estimates 6 more months will clear them all. Their taxi continues down the road. Eun-young says she hopes Goddess Idol will become a turning point in Daehee's life. She adds that the audition might help Daehee face her true feelings and realize what she really wants so Eun-young can one day repay her and surpass her. Daehee claims she is not interested, but Eun-young calmly suggests at least trying for it. The male lead jokes that auditions are tough and asks why she assumes she will pass, calling her boss. The three banter comically about counting their chickens or desserts before they appear, with the male lead saying both of them are wrong. Eventually Daehee relents, saying if they insist that much, she will discuss the audition with Nari at home. The scene shifts to Minhyuk Academy's exterior. Later, the male lead walks with Nari, who confirms their family decided that he will join the audition. Nari says she can now look after their younger siblings herself, so she felt it was a good chance for her sister to restart acting. She notes that Goddess Idol is a famous original work and that the film adaptation is helmed by a recently awarded, distinguished director. The male lead and Nari hope the audition goes well, with him internally confident she will pass anyway. He then asks Nari how things have been otherwise. Clarifying, he brings up the stalker she once felt was following her, explaining that is why they have been walking home together. Nari says she still occasionally feels watched but that the feeling has lessened since walking with him. He is relieved, and she happily asks if they can still go home together today. They pass a wild burger stand, signifying a regular stop. The pair enjoy soft serve or shakes from the stand, which Nari says has become a small daily happiness for her. She remarks how delicious it is and urges him to eat more, saying she feels she missed out before discovering it. Smiling darkly, Nari begins to say that in her opinion, she concludes that sometimes remaining unaware of certain things might actually be a path to happiness. The narrator notes that he has been absent from school since that day, presumably busy preparing for her audition. As a result, Eun Young no longer has the heat to tease, and the male lead narrates that they have mostly dropped the fake engagement act and told their classmates the truth. Most friends admit they suspected the engagement was fake all along, which mildly hurts the male lead's pride. At school, someone hands him a club activity report form, catching his attention. Bitna energetically asks her senior to fill out the club activity report since he is their club president. She explains this relates to the Goddess Idol audition that he is entering, which piques his curiosity. Bitna gleefully shares that when she researched the event it seemed more like a promotional open contest for the movie where even amateurs can join. The male lead realizes she intends for their all-purpose club to participate too, as she was disappointed only he got to talk about work. Other girls enter the clubroom and overhear, prompting Bitna to dramatically shout. She proudly announces that their club has also decided to enter the audition together as a kind of school idol project, which the male lead protests is mixing genres. That night, the male lead opens his glowing laptop, preparing for something related to this plan. On the screen he checks the best challenge section featuring his own Webtoon Gangnam School under the creator named Ja Park. The scene transitions to the outside of a large building where many people gather, likely the audition venue. Inside a hallway, staff say they will resume after a short break and begin with the K-group next. In the judging room, the production team complains about the long day of auditions. The head of scriptwriting Kim Tae-suk remarks that with a certain person rumored to appear, the protagonist's role already feels decided. The director of photography An Jae-hyung chides him, saying they will still judge auditions fairly. Director Yipul Yoon himself non-committally agrees when asked to confirm this. Executive Director Lee Chae-yun explains that even if the result is predetermined, the open audition is valuable PR since it is Yipul's post-Hollywood project. She adds that focusing on student-aged actors gives them a plausible reason to scout new talent, impressing Kim Tae-suk. She notes that because Yipul refuses product placement, the film must succeed at the box office, so wide attention is essential. An Jae-hyung says that regardless, a real audition might uncover at least a reliable supporting actor. Flipping through headshots, he notices Bitna and comments that the visuals of the next group look promising. The 4 club members and the bandaged boy sit nervously in the audition room as the panel tells them to introduce their roles before performing. Bitna enthusiastically volunteers her group to perform the first variety show segment from Act 1 of the script. She clears her throat, readying for her cutesy persona. Bitna performs as Idol Bitna on a variety show, nervously but adorably asking viewers to find her cute as she does her best. An Jae-hyung is charmed and immediately judges that she is genuinely cute. The narration says her acting is not outstanding but not awkward either, making her a suitable supporting idol in charge of cuteness. After finishing, Bitna cheerfully greets another contestant, and the director notes that whatever she does she is pleasant to watch. Next, Nari stammers through her introduction, visibly nervous and awkward. She forces herself to continue, while the director thinks her looks are nice but something about her seems oddly familiar. Reading her profile, he recognizes her as pro gamer Rosentia who exposed match fixing and is shocked she applied for the audition. The script remarks that the staff wonders why a pro gamer wants to act, while Nari panics as her script pages scatter. Song Ah, the variety veteran, casually greets them and promises to lead the group well. Her calm, healing presence and modest claim of limited experience give her performance a pleasantly fresh feeling. The DP comments that though her acting is cautious, it feels refreshing, then notices her name looks strangely familiar despite her being labeled an ordinary student. The injured boy delivers flamboyant pickup lines from the script, and the director thinks his performance is surprisingly good. The narration adds that although his lines are cringe-worthy he somehow sells them, which is impressive for someone unaffiliated with any agency. However, his application's mention of dragon tribes and world destruction confuses the staff, who wonder if he is a bit unhinged. After the 4 finish, Kim Tae-suk asks if anyone has additional material prepared, while doubting their performance is adequate though it looked fine compared to earlier failures. Sensing Yipul's indifference, Bitna bursts out, demanding to know what he means by saying it might not be enough. The scene shifts into the script's dramatic argument between two girls about an ex-boyfriend, with Bitna's character insisting the other does not match him. Nari's character fires back that Bitna only has family backing while she is the one their senior actually relies on. Their emotional outburst escalates until Song-ah slams the script and reprimands them, saying such fuss just exposes their lack of substance. She coldly remarks that their behavior makes them look weaker, leaving both Pink and Bitna stunned. Watching, the DP marvels that their acting suddenly feels extremely real, as if the ex-boyfriend conflict were not just a scripted setup. The judges note how natural the girls ad-lib their lines while one boy wonders if they will be usable. The younger man suggests using the girls for remaining minor roles, and the older judge agrees. The girls wait nervously, confirming Eun-young's turn is coming up soon. A staff member calls in the next audition group, labeled Q1. The younger girls are surprised to see senior Kang Lim among those being called. The judges explain that from this point the serious agency-backed applicants for lead roles begin. One judge notes Eun-young is the most experienced of the four entering, but still expects the role to be difficult. He reflects that the lead and goddess idol is too demanding for ordinary young actors. The narration explains the source novel about Sunhee, a heavenly maiden banished from heaven. Sunhee must collect love energy to return to heaven, so she becomes an idol adored by everyone. The movie, however, focuses on the later part of her life where she becomes a top adult idol. Part 2 centers on another exiled celestial maiden, Aki, who serves as Sunhee's rival. The judge recalls that Eun-young auditioned for Aki, whose jealous anguish must still be conveyed despite cuts. In character as Aki, Eun-young screams that the success should be hers, consumed by why she was passed over. She furiously accuses her rival of stealing the stage that was supposed to belong to her. Her intense outburst fills the audition room with hostility as the scene reaches a climax. The other girls in the group are shaken by the overwhelming performance. Eun-young, as Aki, vows she can never forgive the rival who took her place. A judge quietly acknowledges that her performance is impressive. The director internally praises her boldness, emotional impact, and clever ad-libbing that sharpens the scene. He further admires her subtle choice to keep Aki's injured left hand steady despite her body shaking with rage. They realize she incorporated Aki's off-screen backstory as a pianist who lost her career to a left-hand nerve injury. The audition ends for her group, and Eun-young calmly thanks the judges as they call the next person. The judges say anyone in the remaining trio can start, thinking Eun-young's skill has made the others look pitiful. The two remaining actresses are visibly intimidated, feeling overshadowed by Eun-young. A sudden burst of figurative light signals a new, powerful presence taking the stage. Dae-hee and the other girls are stunned as someone begins radiating overwhelming energy. One judge reacts in surprise, noticing an unexpected development. A blonde applicant stands and declares that her goal as an idol is not heaven but the fans who came for her. Outside, Kang Lim is asked by Eun-young's friend what he thought of senior Dae-hee's acting. Kang Lim replies that he saw Dae-hee practicing earlier yet it felt too natural to call mere acting. The script pages echo narration that being drawn to Sunhee needs no reason. The text continues that chasing light is instinctive and people gather around Sunhee simply because she shines. In her performance, Dae-hee as Sunhee proclaims to the crowd that she will become the best idol for everyone. The judges are amazed that such a rookie can embody Sunhee so perfectly. They remark Dae-hee feels indistinguishable from the original Sunhee. Meanwhile, a woman off to the side clicks her tongue dismissively while reading. Outside the audition room, Kang Lim and another girl realize Dae-hee's group has finished. Dae-hee comes out, and the others thank her, saying they learned a lot from being in her group. Her fellow applicants happily admit she helped them recover and show their acting, while Dae-hee modestly brushes it off. A staffer announces a 10-minute break due to internal matters. Eun-young and her friend wonder what dramatic event just occurred inside. Eun-young steps out, and the director compliments her for maintaining her skills despite a hiatus. Kang Lim tells Eun-young he is unsure what happened but senses something big took place. Dae-hee teases Kang Lim about finally recognizing her greatness, and he retorts that she would be perfect if she were quieter. Dae-hee and Eun-young discuss that results are still undecided, but note there were fewer competitors for Sunhee than expected. Kang Lim hears that the famed actress Kwon Mia is also auditioning, which startles him. The group decides to go eat together to celebrate their efforts regardless of results. Dae-hee quietly suggests to Kang Lim that they stay and watch what happens next. The judges marvel that such a brilliant talent like Mia actually exists, and wonder why her career stalled after child stardom. The director notes Dae-hee's performance even elevated the two actresses beside her, including himself as reader. The female judge concludes that Dae-hee's acting not only shines but brightens everyone around her. Another judge says Dae-hee is the type everyone loves on set, and they seem ready to choose her. The director counters that they still must consider others, hinting the choice is not settled. The female judge reminds them that Kwon Mia has not auditioned yet. Later, the panel thanks another group for their hard work and wraps up. The stoic female judge leaves the room toward the staff area. From a hidden spot, Dae-hee and Kang Lim spy, eager to see Kwon Mia's appearance. Kang Lim nervously questions whether peeking with the key Dae-hee somehow obtained is okay. Dae-hee jokes she will blame her manager Kang Lim if they get caught, making him protest. Inside, a trio of dancers including Mia approaches the audition room, while Dae-hee says she wanted to see Mia with her own eyes. Daehee and Kang Lim recap that Mia is hailed as the best actress of their age, a global award winner already courted worldwide. Kang Lim recalls Mia being labeled the siren of the film industry, noted for otherworldly beauty. Mia and her manager rush in late to the judges, apologizing, and narration calls her ESW's fourth main heroine. Mia introduces herself confidently as Kwon Mia. The narrator explains ESW is a rom-com where all characters are extremely attractive, including Mia. Among these good-looking heroines, Kwon Mia and Yoo Daehee are singled out as the most visually praised. Close-ups of Mia's expressions show her emotional range. Seeing Mia in person, the observer finally understands why she is so acclaimed. Even someone ignorant of acting can see why she is called a siren. Mia, in character, smiles and vows she too will become the best idol. Kang Lim and Daehee watch, realizing firsthand the powerful pull of Mia's performance. Daehee mutters that she now understands what makes Mia so captivating. Another girl in Mia's group internally panics at being thrown into what she thought was only a reading audition. She feels overwhelmed that it turned into a full rehearsal, and is especially nervous to sit beside Mia. Mia turns to her and casually asks for her opinion of the performance. The flustered girl struggles to answer under Mia's piercing gaze. Mia cuts her off, saying she does not need comforting words because this is not the place for sympathy. The director compares Daehee's bright style with Mia's, stating that the darker the surroundings, the more Mia's light stands out. He concludes that while Daehee emits light, Mia's acting absorbs all surrounding light and attention. The imagined performance shows Mia on stage declaring she will be the best idol, dominating the crowd. The young assistant gushes over Mia's talent, astonishing the director. Another judge notes the problem that both Daehee and Mia auditioned for the same lead role of Sunhee. The judges debate which of them should be protagonist, with one preferring Mia for Sunhee and Daehee for Aki. The director argues Daehee fits the story better overall, while Mia better embodies the character type. A judge brings up troubling rumors about Mia's difficult personality. Elsewhere, Kang Lim walks down the hall, thinking about these matters. He reflects that ESW is only a webtoon where almost all non-villains are fundamentally good-natured. He recalls there was one big exception to that kindness. Inside a room, Mia berates her manager for not covering for her lateness and blames him. Kang Lim narrates that Mia's character in ESW was built as Daehee's rival with opposite traits. The manager protests that he did arrive and call early, revealing Mia ignored many calls. Kang Lim identifies this pattern as exactly the Kwon Mia depicted in ESW. In the original story, she routinely cursed, snapped at her manager, and was infamous as a villainous heroine. She rants further that it angers her to even have to audition when she is already famous. Her manager explains the CEO arranged this prestigious opportunity, but she only shouts louder. When he says the company wanted to use several of their talents, Mia seethes that they are just tossing her scraps. She declares she is upset and orders all her remaining schedules cancelled, ignoring his panic about being fired. She then demands the manager cheer her up by fetching a specific herbal soup, jawang gojatang. When he falters, Mia yells at him for not knowing it and orders him to go find it immediately. The flustered manager runs out, wondering where to buy herbal medicine as Mia screams at him to try a convenience store. Kang Lim labels Mia the complete opposite of kind Daehee, a truly bad villain character. He recalls his earlier decision not to proactively interfere with ESW events. He had vowed never again to get involved in ESW incidents before they happened. That resolution is restated as he stands thinking in the hallway. He admits that trying to escape involvement has been pointless. He remembers how changing events before they happen only caused the story to warp unexpectedly. For example, fixing a dangerous bridge just led Daehee to charge across it anyway. His interference attracted new trouble like a bear encounter that was never in the original script. Ultimately, his efforts were wasted, and he still had to suffer through the same loops. He realizes skipping events entirely works only for minor situations, not big plot points. So he decides on a new rule to intervene only at the last moment when real danger arises. Even while reaffirming this, he bends his rule a bit for small matters while talking on the phone. He calls a convenience store where he arranged something involving the herbal soup. Mia's manager timidly asks the clerk if they sell that obscure jawang gojatang. Embarrassed, he admits it is strange to ask a convenience store for such medicine. To his shock, the clerk produces exactly that herbal soup and names a cheap price. Astonished, he wonders why the store even stocks it, and at such a low cost. In a flashback, Kang Lim had persuaded the clerk to cooperate when someone later called about that soup. Kang Lim admits he helped because the manager always suffered in the original webtoon. He empathized with the manager's endless torment and rolling around in misery, seeing himself in the man. Just when he believes he meddled only a little, someone off-screen calls out to him. Kwon Mia confronts him in the hall, asking if he is a staff member, startling him. Kang Lim panics internally at realizing Mia has come out and addressed him directly. Mia insists again on knowing whether he is staff. Flustered, he claims to be a manager, and she orders him to ask the director immediately if she passed. Kang Lim points out results are not due until next week. Mia dismisses that, saying that as Kwon Mia it is obvious she passed if she even auditioned. Kang Lim thinks her arrogance vividly displays her terrible but oddly impressive character. He clarifies he is actually a manager, not staff, which he claims he should have said earlier. She scrutinizes him, repeating that he is supposedly a manager. With irritation, she demands to know for whom he works, complaining about his hesitant attitude. She adds that he seems more like a stalker than a professional manager, which he silently resents. She insists it is only her opinion, and does not see what is wrong with voicing it. When he mutters a complaint, she says she will simply avoid him because she finds him disgusting. Mia then presses him on which agency employs him. Lim answers that he is from Chorikchang, Green Window, agency, and asks why. Hearing that, Mia declares she is fed up and is going to file an official complaint. A brief flashback shows that he a few minutes earlier noticing Lim's unexplained disappearance. She searches the hall, wondering where he went and why he is not answering his phone. Just as she tries calling again, her own senior Hyunju phones her. Over the call, Hyunju praises Daehee's audition and tells her to be careful on set. Hyunju warns that Daehee will likely work with Kwon Mia, whose bad personality is infamous. Daehee admits she also wondered how Mia stayed successful with that attitude, but now understands after seeing her acting. She reassures Hyunju that she can handle it, boasting that she is good at pretending to be nice. Daehee then notices something and ends the call, saying she will call back. She spots Lim being cornered by Mia and wonders why he looks like he is being scolded. Peeking from behind a wall, she questions why he is there and acting that way. She overhears Mia declare she will file a complaint, leaving Daehee confused about what happened. Lim, startled by Daehee's sudden appearance or reaction, asks what she plans to do. Mia threatens to report the manager for his behavior and criticizes his agency's training, saying she knows other people from Chorikchang. The manager panics internally as she implies the whole agency can be judged by his example. She questions how the agency's actors can trust such management, while he bows and apologizes. He admits to himself he was careless, decides arguing is pointless, and worries that causing trouble will negatively affect Daehee. Mia dismisses his apology as insincere, leaving him confused about how to show sincerity. She orders him to kneel on the ground as proof of his sincerity. Staring coldly, Mia repeats that if he kneels she will forgive him. Shocked and sweating, the manager hesitates at the humiliating demand. He resigns himself, thinking kneeling is not a big deal if it resolves things. Reasoning that no one is watching and that doing it once is better, he starts to kneel. Daehee rushes in, grabs him, and tells him there is no need to kneel. Daehee glares fiercely at Mia. Mia, annoyed, asks what Daehee is doing and why she is interfering. Daehee counters by asking why Mia is mistreating someone else's manager, and Mia realizes Daehee is his superior. Mia claims she was merely educating the manager about the industry, while Daehee calls it abuse of power. The manager compares the argument to ESW, noting that Daehee has dropped her usual nice persona and the clash is intense. The two women stand side by side bristling with hostility. As the fight escalates, another staff member runs up calling Mia away because the director needs to talk to them. The staffer explains that something has happened and the director urgently wants to see them. In the meeting room, staff gather and talk nervously about the news. The director takes a tense phone call amid the murmuring. Other staff look on anxiously, sensing bad news. The director says it is lucky Daehee and Mia are still there and asks if they have considered roles other than Sunhee. Both actresses immediately insist they absolutely want to play Sunhee. The director, joined by a female producer, says that since both insist, they must decide who is more suitable for Sunhee. He reveals the solution is to let the public choose between them. Daehee, startled, asks how the public can choose casting for a movie like Goddess Idol. The director admits it is more a promotional scheme than a traditional audition. The producer confirms both have read the original Goddess Idol, and Daehee says she studied it, while Mia answers confidently. The producer reminds them of the key highlight of the second half and of the 765 festival storyline. She summarizes that Sunhee's rivalry with the key peaks at the Idol Festival where they have a decisive showdown. She explains that in the story, the two idols perform at the same venue and time on adjacent stages, competing to steal each other's audience. Daehee realizes where this is going and the producer says their proposal is tied to casting Sunhee. The proposal is to reenact that festival competition in real life as a project. Outside, Mia's manager nervously apologizes on the phone to the CEO about agreeing to such a plan. He explains the battle will be held at the real Summer K-Dole Festa, where Mia and Daehee will compete in a live performance like in the original story. The CEO yells over the phone, and the manager frantically agrees it is a crazy idea. Nearby, Mia listens while drinking, and the manager notes that the plan moved forward because Mia herself volunteered. Mia silently reflects, expression hidden behind sunglasses. Back in the meeting, the producer clarifies that it will actually be Sunhee versus Sunhee, a battle between the two actresses' interpretations, including singing and a short acting segment. Daehee confirms that victory will go to whoever attracts more of the audience. The producer adds that scores will also factor in live stream views and social media reactions, making it a large-scale judged event. The director comments that the audition has turned into something like the finals of an audition TV program. Mia's manager protests that making Mia compete like this is ridiculous, given her status and high guarantee. The director admits he dislikes the plan as well and sees it as something forced by higher-ups. The producer says the network will sweeten the production budget if they accept, and the director acknowledges the plan does fit the idol concept. Mia complains that using someone of her stature to battle an unknown newcomer is absurd. She sneers that it looks like Yoo Dae-hee's agency is using her fame to boost their rookie, accusing them of shady backroom dealings. Yoo Dae-hee, undeterred, calmly says she is ready for any challenge if given the chance. She taunts that Mia, as a senior, seems afraid and lacking confidence, angering Mia. Mia boasts that her popularity dwarfs Yoo Dae-hee's and predicts no one will care about Yoo Dae-hee's stage, warning it will be humiliating when broadcast. Yoo Dae-hee sarcastically calls Mia kind for worrying about embarrassment, and suggests it would be far worse for a star like Mia to lose to a newcomer. Staff watching from afar remark that the tension between the two actresses is unusually intense. The producer likes the veteran versus newcomer angle and asks again whether they will accept the performance battle. Fired up, Mia and Yoo Dae-hee shout that they will do it. Later, Yoo Dae-hee storms off with her manager following. The manager thinks that the battle concept itself matches ESW, but that the hostility between the two actresses is far greater than in the story. He tries to cheer Yoo Dae-hee up, telling her to treat Mia as crazy and view this as a great opportunity. Yoo Dae-hee suddenly tells him never to kneel and grovel like he almost did again. Her words trigger his memory of preparing to kneel in front of Mia. She turns away, clearly bothered by that image. Yoo Dae-hee scolds him never to whimper and grovel like before because it lowers her manager's evaluation. He protests that groveling can actually help a manager's reputation, but she keeps painfully pinching his cheek. She snaps that she cannot stand seeing him act that way, especially because he is her manager. She starts to say something more personal about his role to her but cuts herself off. When he asks why she stopped mid-sentence, he jokingly thinks he will end up her number one slave anyway. Later at school, Yoo Dae-hee reacts to something off-screen with surprise. Outside, Mia signs for fans as her manager watches anxiously. The manager begs Mia to reconsider participating, reminding her she opposed the audition until now and asking why she changed her mind. Mia approaches Yoo Dae-hee without answering him. The two rivals face each other wordlessly in the plaza. Mia tightens her grip on her drink, clearly tense. Yoo Dae-hee brushes past, saying they have no time to waste and must go, leaving Mia behind. Yoo Dae-hee vows to herself that she absolutely will not lose to Mia. A narration explains that the Yoo Dae-hee vs. Kwon Mia performance battle has been officially decided and heavily advertised through the Goddess Idol Challenge X K-Dol Festa campaign. Early public reactions are negative, accusing the production of forcing an unknown like Yoo Dae-hee against Mia. Once audition footage of Yoo Dae-hee is released, however, the criticism quickly fades. Articles soon praise Yoo Dae-hee as a surprisingly talented opponent for Mia, making her a hot topic. At school, reporters swarm Yoo Dae-hee with cameras and questions about Goddess Idol. Yoo Dae-hee's classmate Cha Serin tries to shield her, saying media attention at the school entrance is a problem. Reporters recognize Serin too, questioning her about being seen at the audition and whether she is retiring from pro gaming to act. Another girl, Seo Eun-young, pulls Serin back, warning that as the most famous among them, Serin stepping forward will only attract more attention. Reporters then recognize Seo Eun-young as a popular YouTuber and ask about her connection to the other two girls. Suddenly, long white ribbons wrap around the three girls. The girls are yanked into the air by the ribbons, startling the crowd. A maid using the ribbons as weapons finishes binding them while standing above the school. The trio lands on the ground tied up as a girl with a fan praises the maid's work, and Yoo Dae-hee says they scared her. Yoo Dae-hee yells at Seo Eun-young for not warning her, then tells the maid she looked like a ninja and that the move was cool. The maid smugly claims ribbon manipulation is just a basic maid skill, while Yoo Dae-hee and Serin question how that is possible and Serin worries about being scolded. The manager narrates that up until now events still matched what he knew, as he and another girl sit nervously in a cafe. The director recognizes Park Young-ah's name from the audition and confirms she is indeed that Young-ah. Young-ah shyly says she heard something over the phone but does not understand why she was called. She realizes they are asking her to join the scriptwriting team. The screenwriter Kim Tae-suk introduces himself as the writer of Goddess Idol and says he was present at the audition. He explains the movie is a live-action adaptation of a web novel and needs extensive changes from the source. He adds that adaptations often cause conflict with original authors, so the film contract required the original author to personally review the script. However, he says the original author was recently injured and hospitalized, which is why they could not attend the audition either. He clarifies the author just hurt their back and needs surgery, making it impossible to monitor the movie right now, so they nominated a substitute reviewer. Kim Tae-suk reveals that the substitute chosen by the author is Park Young-ah herself. Young-ah panics that the original author personally chose her, protesting that she is only a high school student. Kim admits he had the same doubt when he first heard. A text message from the author to Kim shows them promising to introduce someone else to review the script. Kim recalls reacting with surprise when the author said the substitute would be an amateur webtoon artist. He tells Young-ah the author read her webtoon on an amateur platform and liked it so much they thought she would be a good substitute. Young-ah overheats with embarrassment as he says the request was very insistent. Kim confesses the situation is puzzling and that they originally planned to wait until the author recovered. The director adds that because of the looming performance battle, they are short on time and need Young-ah's help. Young-ah worries whether she can really help, but Kim reassures her they will not give her anything too difficult. He explains she will mainly write student dialogue as an assistant while they sort out the contract details with Chorik Chang. The manager accepts some script pages to pass along, internally wondering what is going on. He muses over why this ESW-related episode is suddenly pulling Young-ah into the story. Walking outside with her, he continues wondering how Young-ah ended up involved in the Goddess Idol ESW episode at all. He notes that this never happened in the ESW he knows and that the original author never mentioned her, questioning if it can really be coincidence. He reasons that technically it could be coincidence that the author liked her webtoon and then coincidentally got injured, but he doubts such neat coincidences. Regardless of the reason, he concludes Young-ah is now involved in ESW in a storyline that will contain real danger. He wrestles with wanting to keep her safe versus not wanting to block what is clearly a major professional opportunity for her. Watching her, he thinks there is no better chance for her to gain experience, while Young-ah calls his name and asks if he can hear her. Snapped out of his thoughts, he apologizes and she says she could tell he was worried because his eyes were sharp, which always happens with him. Young-ah imitates his serious expression with her fingers and wonders aloud if she really looks like that. He admits that look suits him but says he prefers her usual carefree expression, calling it more peaceful. She explains she has always teased him about his dead fish eyes because of that difference, and he finally understands her old macro-like greeting. Young-ah says she cannot use that teasing greeting anymore now that she knows how he looks when he is truly worried. She then suggests they skip going back to school and instead hang out together, just the two of them. They take a bus and head into the city. Arriving in a different neighborhood, he asks where they are, and she says their destination is just ahead. He reacts with surprise as he recognizes something. The scene shifts to street food being cooked, setting the atmosphere. Crowds stroll through a busy shopping street. Young-ah reveals she has brought him to a night market, even though it is still daytime, because she wanted him to see it. He recalls she mentioned this place before, and she confirms it is the neighborhood where she lived as a child. She explains that because her home was in a plain apartment complex with little to do, her sister often brought her to this market. Thanks to those visits she got to know many elderly vendors, some of whom may still be around. She adds that one person among them was particularly famous. She pauses, trying to recall more details. Returning to the conversation, she says there definitely was such a person, though he does not seem to remember. She insists she is serious and describes an old man in the market nicknamed the Lion-Headed Ghost Hunter, which he finds hard to believe. Spotting a hot dog truck, Young-ah points out a woman who might still recognize her. She cheerfully greets the vendor as Young-ah and asks if the woman remembers her. The vendor awkwardly pretends to remember, while the manager privately notes it is obvious she does not. Watching, he realizes Young-ah is forcing herself to be polite for his sake and thinks he must have worried her earlier with his troubled expression. Young-ah excitedly leads him deeper into the market. They enjoy typical festival games together, such as scooping fish from a tank. He shows off by popping balloons in a dart-throwing game. They blend into a crowd as the sun begins to set. The two walk side by side eating cotton candy, looking relaxed and happy. Night falls over the trees above the market. They sit together by a fountain, surrounded by passing people. Young-ah eats street food while he stays quiet, still thinking. Suddenly he claps loudly and asks Young-ah if she is ready for something, startling her. He says he brought her here deliberately because it is time for a serious conversation and asks what important question or confession she has been holding back. Young-ah admits she was just worrying about whether eating more takoyaki would make her look greedy. Sitting by the fountain, Young-ah tells Kang she only came to cheer him up and suggests moving around helps when stuck on a story. Young-ah says she does not want to pretend everything is fine or give empty reassurances, acknowledging Kang has every reason to feel troubled. She notes that ever since he transferred, many webtoon-like incidents have happened in a short time, so it is natural Kang has a lot on his mind. Young-ah adds that even under those circumstances, Kang has handled things well. Kang disagrees, saying he has not actually managed well. He confesses he keeps comparing himself to ESW's protagonist and feels inadequate next to him. Young-ah angrily tells him to stop belittling himself. She gently pats his head, assuring Kang he is more than enough and doing well. Embarrassed but happy, Kang blushes while Young-ah laughs and keeps patting him. Kang tells Young-ah that being with her relaxes him, and he begins to consider opening up fully someday. He thinks he might confess everything, but when Young-ah asks what he said, he brushes it off as nothing. Instead, he simply cheers her on for joining the scriptwriting team. Young-ah happily exclaims that Kang-lim's usual lifeless eyes have finally returned, meaning his normal self is back. She jokes more about his deadfish-like eyes, clearly glad to see his usual demeanor. Later, a bus drives through the city, carrying them home. On the bus, Young-ah and Kang fall asleep side by side, with her head resting on his shoulder. Young-ah wakes as her head buzzes from a vibration and realizes she was leaning on him. Startled and blushing, she panics over having dozed off while sitting so close to Kang. She internally melts down, realizing that after trying to help him forget his worries, she herself has been acting embarrassingly bold. The phone in Kang-lim's pocket keeps vibrating. It slips out onto the bus floor near Young-ah's feet. Young-ah picks up the phone, confused by the alert. She sees a calendar notification warning that Kwon Mia's incident is about to begin, and she should prepare in advance. Alarmed, she begins checking more of Kang-lim's phone. She scrolls through the notifications and settings. Young-ah finds a long list of past calendar alerts tied to previous incidents and Webtoon events. She focuses on one alert mentioning Chosurin, realizing these are systematically organized. She recalls earlier conversations where she had casually described their recent Webtoon-like experiences. She also remembers Kang Lim's flimsy excuse about having been abroad during a key time, which now seems suspicious. Young-ah's eyes widen as she pieces everything together. Staring at the sleeping Kang Lim, she thinks in disbelief that her suspicions might be true. Days later, among crowds, life continues as usual in the city. Young-ah sits alone in a station, reflecting seriously on recent events. She concludes that the Webtoon story is actually playing out in reality, and that Kang Lim already knows this. The more she considers it, the more certain she becomes that this explanation fits best. She wonders how far the Webtoon's plot extends into their world, whether only wild events or even transfers and maybe Kang Lim himself are dictated by it. Young-ah decides that, whatever the scope, what matters now is that Kang Lim is secretly struggling and hiding everything, and she must choose how to help. She resolves to support Kang Lim from behind the scenes, using what little she knows about Webtoons and games. Remembering the incident list, she vows that at least this upcoming event she will manage to prevent. She reasons that by changing the script of Goddess Idol she might be able to alter the real incident and help. Realistically, judging her low status in the team, she notes that being just an extra writer will not be enough. Determined, Young-ah decides to do whatever she can within her reach. She attends the Goddess Idol scriptwriting team meeting as the lone student among adults. Bowing deeply, she introduces herself and promises to work hard. The team leader greets her warmly, saying her presence will brighten the meeting. The main writer, however, is skeptical and warns her not to be a nuisance, questioning the decision to bring in a student. He bluntly says he only came because of the director's name, and doubts the value of adding an amateur. Young-ah listens silently as he complains that they should have refused even if the original author requested her. Meanwhile, Kang Lim waits outside the school, arranging to meet someone. Kim Na-yoon arrives late with a drink, asking what he wanted to talk about. She mentions hearing that their club will appear in Goddess Idol and lists all the members involved in K-Do Festa. She excitedly adds that another friend is even making a movie cameo, while Kang Lim internally grumbles about the confusing nicknames. Na-yoon points out that everyone else is busy with Goddess Idol except him, emphasizing he is the only one out of the 6 not participating. Kang Lim counters that managing the project still counts as participating and notes Young-ah is not acting either. Na-yoon agrees but says Young-ah therefore feels pressured to contribute well in her script role. She explains she called Kang Lim because Young-ah has been absent for the meeting and was clearly preoccupied with her tablet yesterday. Kang Lim, thinking about Young-ah, changes the topic to ask Na-yoon what she thinks is the secret to success. She teases him for asking something so cheesy, joking about turning it into a documentary while dodging the question. Kang Lim shrugs and attributes the line to a famous quote, summing it up as life being mostly luck. Na-yoon, taken aback, asks if Young-ah also just needs luck. Kang Lim clarifies that Young-ah has been unlucky so far rather than lacking talent. He reflects that Young-ah should have debuted long ago and that bad timing ruined her chances. He explains how in Webtoons genre slots are limited and debuting with the same genre as a star author makes acceptance harder. Na-yoon asks him to put it more simply, overwhelmed by his industry jargon. He rephrases that Young-ah stubbornly kept serializing for her fans and stuck to big portals, which cost her a debut but also shows her strength. Na-yoon points out that Webtoons and movies differ, while Kang Lim argues that as a storyteller Young-ah is far from amateur. Confidently, he insists Young-ah will exceed expectations and contribute more than her share. Back in the meeting, the team leader moves the agenda to a troublesome part of the script. They discuss Yumin, a retired idol character whose past discouragement and later support for Sun-hee are important in the original Webtoon. Young-ah hears that due to runtime they want to compress Yumin's scenes. Another member suggests using montage or exposition by other characters to speed through Yumin's backstory. The leader considers that safe, but the writer complains it still will not shorten the film enough. The writer proposes cutting Yumin's discouraged past entirely and making her someone who quit for a simpler reason. The director hesitantly asks if that is really okay when Yumin mainly just conveys festival information anyway. He then turns to Young-ah and asks for her opinion on what to do with the character. Young-ah cautiously begins to share her thoughts. She ultimately suggests that instead of altering the past, the character should be removed from the film entirely. The room erupts in shock, some accusing her of not respecting the original work. The writer angrily argues that without Yumin, Sun-hee would never join the festival and that fans love Yumin's design, so cutting her would cause backlash. The team leader notes the writer still has strong influence, and that the contract situation makes him difficult to overrule. Another member concedes the writer has a point but adds that fan support is crucial for the film's success. Young-ah responds that this is exactly why her plan is necessary. She reveals she prepared for this topic, presenting data showing Yumin's most beloved episodes are those where her past connects meaningfully to the present. She argues that removing those past segments would strip away the qualities that made Yumin popular in the first place. A staffer admits they know that but says length and structural issues still make Yumin hard to keep. Young-ah proposes giving Yumin's plot function to another character instead and shows notes on suitable replacements and timings. She recommends Seola as a good candidate, pointing out an existing mention of Yumin in Seola's backstory that can be adapted. The director realizes they can keep Yumin only as a brief cameo while transferring her role to Seola. He concludes that this way they avoid awkwardly cramming Yumin in and can instead use her as fan service. Another writer is impressed by Yoonga's idea and that she devised it in only a few days. The director asks the main writer for his verdict. After a pause, the writer reluctantly admits Yoonga's proposal is acceptable. Yoonga happily thanks him, relieved that her plan to alter the script has been approved. Evening falls over the office building after the long meeting. Outside, the staff praise Yoonga's work and say they can now trust her with more serious responsibilities. One of them eagerly asks her again to secure the author Rosentia's autograph as part of their earlier deal, which she agrees to. They say their goodbyes and walk off while Yoonga politely thanks them for their hard work. Left alone, Yoonga smiles to herself, proud that she managed to influence the script. She heads off through the city, satisfied that she has taken a concrete step toward changing the Webtoon events. Suddenly another girl approaches, confirming that she is Park Yoonga. The girl says she has something to discuss and asks if Yoonga has time. Introducing herself as Dahee's sister Nari, she says she wants to talk about Kang Lim. They meet in a cafe and sit facing each other while ordering desserts. Yoonga greets Nari nervously, saying Dahee had planned to introduce them soon. Nari replies she has heard about Yoonga from her sister and apologizes for turning up without warning. Yoonga confirms it is fine and asks about Kang Lim, surprised that Nari already knows him. Yoonga recalls Kang Lim studying at Dahee's house as Nari explains he visited before. Nari says that is not her main reason for coming and carefully states she knows Yoonga has feelings for Kang Lim. Yoonga is stunned and can only respond with a confused sound. She freaks out, wondering how Nari could know and guessing Dahee might have told her. Nari hurriedly clarifies that she only inferred it after seeing Yoonga walking with Kang Lim and not from any confession by her sister. Nari adds there is something else she knows and prepares to say it. She reveals that Dahee herself also has feelings for Kang Lim, although Dahee is unaware of them. Nari tells Yoonga she must already have noticed this from watching Dahee closely. Yoonga stammers in shock while Nari explains that ironically Dahee does not recognize her own emotions. Nari says she therefore sought Yoonga out early, hoping Yoonga will help prevent Dahee from realizing those feelings. As their cakes arrive, the conversation momentarily pauses over dessert. Nari happily enjoys her chocolate cake, commenting on how delicious it is. Yoonga, still unsettled, asks what Nari truly meant earlier, and Nari repeats that she simply does not want her sister to notice her own feelings. Yoonga protests that she assumed Nari was going to support Dahee's love and cannot understand why she wants the opposite. Nari admits she personally dislikes Kang Lim and finds it awkward to say so in front of her sister. Yoonga, bewildered, asks why Nari dislikes him. Nari angrily rants that Kang Lim is perverted, constantly appearing around both sisters and behaving suspiciously, especially when teaching her a game. Yoonga half-jokes whether Kang Lim might actually be a playboy, since girls always seem to gather around him. Nari insists that as Dahee's sister she cannot approve of him, and believes that he would end up unhappy if she fell for such a guy. Yoonga realizes Nari wants to keep Dahee ignorant, and remarks that this also conveniently helps Yoonga by removing a romantic rival. Smiling, Nari calls it a chance for Yoonga to eliminate the competition. Horrified, Yoonga rejects the idea of eliminating anyone, and says that he should decide her own feelings. She argues that they cannot and should not try to control Dahee's heart, which is beyond their authority. Nari responds that there are many ways if Yoonga is willing, implying she has thought through numerous schemes. Nari outlines several manipulative plans she has simulated, keeping Kang Lim physically distant, pretending to support but provoking fights, inducing guilt, or involving a third party. She continues, adding strategies like redirecting Dahee's affections to someone else or orchestrating crises to create decisive misunderstandings. With an intense look, Nari resolves to endure some pain herself if necessary, believing stronger measures are unavoidable if they delay. She thinks she does not want to hurt Kang Lim but, if needed, is willing to comfort him intimately afterward, fully committing to her schemes. Nari reassures the anxious Yoonga that if Yoonga cooperates, they can stick to relatively mild methods. Yoonga, alarmed by Nari's mindset, wonders what is wrong with her as Nari mentions having a backup plan even if Dahee realizes her feelings sooner than expected. Nari finally declares that the ultimate objective of all these strategies is to break apart any budding relationship between Dahee and Kang Lim. Elsewhere at Chorchang Entertainment, staff raise the question of what kind of event K-Idol Festa actually is. A manager explains that after K-pop's global success, K-Idol Festa became a government-supported national idol festival. She describes it as a massive biannual concert with hundreds of thousands of attendees where performing on the main stage is a dream honor for idols. The idol girls react with surprise, realizing they are joining a much bigger event than expected. Some worry about the tight timeline and question whether they really need outside help. Another girl reasons that they only need to manage the order of the singing and acting segments, and do not necessarily have to shine in the singing part. Their manager counters that this is precisely why she wants to take a risky approach, since otherwise Dahee is likely to lose. One member argues that Kwon Mia is being underestimated, noting she has the strongest fanbase among actresses her age. Another explains she researched Kwan Mia and found widespread rumors of a bad personality that her agency keeps covering up. The manager says that despite those rumors, Kwan Mia remains popular thanks to devoted fans and aggressive media manipulation by her agency. She adds that Kwan Mia's team has used negative press about others, including Dahee's group, and even spun Kwan Mia's past idol failure into a sympathetic selling point. Trainer R.A. Mikan warns that unless they compensate, the advantage Kwan Mia has from singing and publicity will make the competition unfairly lopsided even before the acting stage. The blonde girl concludes that the singing stage is the priority and feels confident since they have enough capable members. The team lists their advantages, including Eun Young's movie role, a YouTuber for overseas promotion, and Serin's growing online buzz. Their manager says there is little time but only 1 or 2 songs to prepare and promises to make them real idols through intense training. She announces that she will now introduce their coach. She reveals that Na Kanglim will be their trainer, shocking the group. She excuses using Kanglim as trainer due to staff shortages and notes Eun Young's agency already approved the training plan. She praises Kanglim's long list of roles and games, while Dahee angrily protests that those credentials are only virtual. Time shifts to a busy cafe filled with chatting patrons. Na-ri finishes explaining something to Young-ah and asks for her opinion. Young-ah sits in silence, struggling to respond. Young-ah apologizes, saying she understands Na-ri's reasoning but still feels uneasy about it. She scolds Na-ri for her thinking, insisting Na-ri should reconsider especially for Dahee's sake. Na-ri admits she considered asking other seniors for help but chose Young-ah for a particular reason. She reveals she approached Young-ah because she sensed they were alike, leaving Young-ah confused. Na-ri suddenly leans forward on the table, intensifying the conversation. Na-ri makes Young-ah imagine a distant future where Kang-lim is with another woman, planting jealousy and fear. She paints that future as horrifying and presses Young-ah on whether she could endure it. Later, Young-ah walks alone through the city at night, lost in thought. Na-ri, now alone, apologizes in her thoughts to Kang-lim for saying she disliked him when she did not mean it. She anxiously asks an imagined Kang-lim to forgive her for those words. With an unsettling smile, Na-ri tells herself that everything she is doing is for their sake as a couple. A new day begins under a bright, clear sky. Dahee and her teammates rehearse a dance routine with intense effort. The choreographer counts beats, then tells them to rest. Exhausted, the girls collapse onto the floor to catch their breath. Kang-lim asks the choreographer if the group is progressing well. The choreographer says their level matches expectations overall except for one particularly bad dancer, noting that pop culture is driven by sales. She explains that good visuals matter more than perfect performance, and can carry an idol even through mistakes. She concludes that with their looks and basic training the stage will be acceptable, though Kang-lim feels uneasy about this logic. She singles out Yu Dahee as disappointing compared to the hype around her. The choreographer says Dahee seems unfocused and only copying movements, though still ahead of the others. She wonders if Dahee is nervous or distracted, while Kang-lim slowly realizes that might be true. She bluntly asks Kang-lim if he has ever been called slow or dull, and he defensively denies it. During the break, one girl is surprised that the noble-born member handles physical training better than expected. Dahee claims nobles are ordinary people and says media stereotypes exaggerate their lifestyles, while Arami points out that arriving at school by limousine is hardly ordinary. Arami mentions her own unusual but less extreme family situation, describing her relatives as mostly bad people. She confides that she dislikes having been born into such a family yet acknowledges it gave her useful abilities. Arami then asks Chun-ja if damaging rumors can be leaked to the media. Chun-ja replies it depends on evidence, and cannot see why Arami would want to do that. Arami reveals she wants a damaging scoop on Kwan Mia to defend their senior's honor. Evening falls over the school building. At school, Dahee's teacher encourages her to do her best at the Kado Festa and promises to cheer her on. The teacher enthusiastically vows that the staff will support Dahee, and Dahee thanks her before leaving. Walking the halls, Dahee muses that her leave of absence will soon lead straight into vacation and that she might miss school. She overhears classmates excitedly talking about her being on campus and wanting her autograph. The boys joke that instead of an autograph he should confess his crush on Dahee. Dahee hears them mention Rosentia, realizes students are following her idol activities, and feels awkward. Checking her phone, she sees many messages from classmates wanting to meet, wishing some would mind their own business. She notes that at least elsewhere other people are drawing media attention as she heads toward the exit. Outside Minhyuk High, reporters swarm the gate, and Dahee thinks there is a way to deal with this chaos. She slips out on hands and knees, thinking that in the past she would have faced reporters but now chooses to avoid them. Standing back up beyond the gate, Dahee affirms she will no longer force herself to do what she dislikes. A senior boy who anticipated the media problem greets Dahee at a low wall, saying he waited to help her escape. Dahee fails to recognize him at first, startling him. He reminds her they once played tennis doubles together, and that he is the third-year tennis club president, which jogs her memory. He comments that she has many friends, then hints that her current popularity will keep causing troublesome situations. Right on cue, Dahee's phone keeps chiming with more notifications as he points this out. He suggests she make him her boyfriend so she can use him as a shield against such annoyances. Dahee immediately and politely rejects his confession. He, a bit stunned, asks if she is turning him down because she already likes someone else. He guesses that she might be interested in a boy from their club. When he identifies that boy as the one she calls boss, Dae is visibly shaken. Scene shifts to a parked car, indicating a later meeting. Inside, Dae apologizes to her manager for acting rashly toward Kwon Mia despite being warned to be cautious. The manager says it cannot be helped but notes this boldness is unusual for Dae, who normally avoids confrontations. Dae agrees and wonders herself why she lashed out this time. She recalls hearing something from Konlim and questions why it made her so angry. In the earlier conversation, the tennis senior directly asks if she likes Konlim. Flustered, Dae denies it and claims she only wants to focus on work. She stammers while trying to define what Konlim means to her, unable to answer clearly. The senior accepts her rejection with a smile, saying he understands and implying her feelings are already obvious. Dae's thoughts fill with various images of Konlim, showing how much he occupies her mind. Embarrassed, she realizes those feelings are written all over her face. Later at a photo shoot, Dae stands before the camera but looks distracted. She insists to herself that liking Na Konlim is impossible, and that someone like her would never fall for a nerd like him. The photographer stops the session, suggests a break, and asks her to refocus. Dae heads to the break room. In the break room she slumps on the couch, exhausted, as Konlim walks in to check on her. She abruptly tells him not to say anything, rejecting any consolation. Dae takes full blame, saying she should have stayed focused even though the schedule was moved up because of Goddess Idol. Konlim observes that she is strangely preoccupied with Goddess Idol and Kwon Mia given how formidable the rival is. He then notices a fluffy scarf or accessory nearby and gets an idea. As Dae continues telling him to leave her alone, he prepares his plan. He suddenly tosses the fluffy item onto her face, startling her. Konlim stands there awkwardly after throwing it, waiting for her reaction. Dae rips the scarf off in fury and demands to know what he is doing. She rants that he must have a death wish and offers to punch him if that is what he wants. She charges forward, ready to hit him for his nonsense. Konlim calmly says she seems back to her usual self, pleased that her energy has returned. Confused, Dae lowers her fist as he explains he was trying to bring out her genuine self. He says her earlier gloomy behavior did not suit her and tells her to act however she wants regardless of the opponent. He advises her to stop moping and tackle problems head-on since she always manages to pull through. His words hit Dae deeply as she stares at him. He then extends his fist, expecting a friendly bump as encouragement. When she does not understand, he is embarrassed and asks if she knows the gesture. He clumsily explains that touching fists, like in comics, means cheering each other on. Dae finally smiles, repeating that it means doing their best. She bursts out laughing at how cheesy and awkward it looks. Her laughter becomes genuine and carefree, lifting the heavy mood. Still amused, she teases him about the gesture while hurrying him along so they will not be late for the shoot. Walking back, Dae internally admits she might actually like Konlim but insists she cannot allow that to happen. She decides she must not harbor romantic feelings for her boss. She remembers Young-ah and privately resolves she cannot fall for the same person as her friend. Narration states that preparations for the K-Dole Festa are now in full swing, with Dae's group intensely practicing. Other parties involved in the event also work busily behind the scenes. Staff and organizers diligently fulfill their roles as the performance day draws closer. Konlim's colleagues discuss matters with the choreographer, coordinating plans. Young-ah and production staff rehearse scripts and lines for their own project. Konlim notes that just managing schedules leaves him with more free time than when he handled all management tasks. He compares his trainer role to an idle mobile game where the girls improve almost on auto mode while he simply watches. Even so, he reminds himself he must prepare for whatever schemes Kwon Mia might attempt. While playing a game on his phone, he receives an in-game heart from his friend Yunari. Amused that Nari is seriously into the same game, he looks up as someone approaches. Arami finds him gaming during break and chides him, saying she sought him out instead of focusing only on practice. She says she expected him to ask her again to foresee Kwon Mia's future but understands he has not because events are still predictable. Konlim explains he does not want to rely too heavily on her tarot and believes their actions can still change any predicted future. He adds that instead of relaxing or worrying about vague possibilities he prefers to work hard on what he can control now. Arami concedes his attitude sounds mature but notes that they, not he, must perform on stage. She sits beside him and says his point about incomplete foresight is correct, yet something interesting happened when she did a reading. Arami reveals her tarot pull for Kwon Mia came up as a jackpot-like result. She explains that despite the distortions in Kwon Mia's future, the judgment card keeps appearing for her. She clarifies that judgment usually means change and rebirth, but for actors in the entertainment industry it often indicates a looming scandal. To Konlim's alarm, she says it specifically points to a downfall caused by scandal. She summarizes that the only clear keyword she can foresee is scandal. Arami admits she does not know the details or timing but proposes using the future scandal to their advantage. She excitedly suggests they try to uncover and expose that scandal before it naturally breaks. A bright day dawns over the city as their plan moves forward. Konlim dresses in casual black with a cap, preparing for covert activity. Back at their earlier conversation, he doubts how they can expose a scandal they do not yet understand, so our Amy insists they must investigate together. She says they do have leads thanks to a reliable friend who has shocking rumors about Kwon Mia that they can verify and document. With evidence, our Amy says they can ask senior reporter Chun Ja to reveal everything publicly. Narration recalls that in the original ESW story Yu De-hee and Kwon Mia were rivals, and Kwon Mia eventually attacked De-hee through dirty tactics. It explains that just before the performance battle Kwon Mia implemented her prepared tricks. Chief among them was engineering a forced scandal by twisting De-hee's interview to make her seem ignorant and offensive. Sensationalized articles and rumors then spread online, destabilizing De-hee mentally. Kan Lim concludes that our Amy's prediction was half right. Instead of Mia's own scandal, Mia created one targeting De-hee. Even knowing this, he agreed to our Amy's plan because it offers a chance to get close to Kwon Mia and thwart her future plots. On the appointed day, he meets up with our Amy, thinking that infiltrating Mia's world will make it easier to prevent schemes. Our Amy appears in a flashy outfit that makes him worry she will draw attention during their covert mission. She complains that he should have complimented her cuteness instead of criticizing her clothes. Kan Lim awkwardly admits she is cute but reminds her they are supposed to be tailing someone, while she insists it is an infiltration. He repeats the word infiltration in confusion and asks where exactly they are infiltrating. In a clothing store, our Amy brings up a past industry scandal involving adult entertainment connections. Kan Lim remembers that incident and the famous idols implicated despite normally ignoring such gossip. Our Amy says that scandal only temporarily exposed the problem and that the darker side of the industry has since gone deeper underground. She reveals that this hidden world is embodied by an establishment called Social House V. She explains that V presents itself as a harmless social club but secretly functions as a private entertainment venue tied to illegal activities and frequented by major stars. Kan Lim is shocked that such a place actually exists and wonders if reality has become more extreme than his original game world. He asks how V connects to Kwon Mia, and our Amy says there are reports that Mia regularly visits there. Our Amy adds that Mia is rumored to rule V like a queen, which Kan Lim pictures as an over-the-top dominatrix persona, leaving him aghast. The narrator realizes his assumption was wrong because Kwon Mia, who supposedly hates alcohol, is seen cheerfully accepting a liquor gift. He recalls that in the original webtoon Kwon Mia's image was rehabilitated through many flashback episodes about her younger sober days, which drew heavy criticism and a hiatus, making him think that version is inaccurate. While thanking our Amy for new clothes, he hears that Kwon Mia was once an idol and likely first got involved with the shady agency V back then. Our Amy notes Kwon Mia's oddly free schedule and says if Kwon appears at V today they, while infiltrating, will film everything. They plan that if Senior Chun Ja exposes Kwon Mia's scandal using that footage, their side will win even before the performance, and though it feels underhanded the narrator agrees. Our Amy scolds him for calling the plan cheeky, reminding him how Kwon humiliated him and arguing that as a rival going to V makes Kwon fair game. She teasingly asks if Kwon Mia is his type, then declares as a former top Yu De-hee fan that Kwon was hated by their fandom, and she herself used to despise her. A transition shows time passing as they leave the building. On the street he asks how our Amy got such detailed info, wondering if it came from the reliable friend she mentioned earlier. Our Amy explains that this friend promised to handle her family's situation, told her to stay low, yet scolded her for drawing attention with the audition. Because of that, the friend urged her to wrap things up quickly and provided her with information on Kwon Mia. As they prepare to infiltrate, the narrator remembers he still needs to change clothes. Our Amy orders him to stash his current clothes in a locker and pick them up later, confusing him since he thought those were his infiltration outfit. She reveals she has already prepared a separate outfit for him, making him wonder why they bought new clothes. She admits the earlier purchase was a gift because the season changed and he owns almost no casual clothes, bluntly saying his wardrobe would be a disaster otherwise. She tells him to wear the gift next time they visit the salon, while he asks what he is supposed to wear for tonight's infiltration. Opening the prepared bag, he is shocked and horrified by what the infiltration outfit looks like. Night falls over the city as they head to the club. Our Amy, dressed up, passes a security check and enters the venue. Holding her entry pass, she confirms she is inside. She nervously descends the stairs into the club's main floor. A set of doors opens toward bright lights, signaling her entry into the noisy club. Inside, our Amy sees the packed dance floor and thumping music, reacting with awe. She steels herself, thinking she would never come to such a place except for this mission, and decides to first locate Senior Kan Lim. Sitting at the bar, she orders a non-alcoholic cocktail called Cinderella. While searching the club, she reasons that Kan Lim should be somewhere in this area. Behind the bar, Kan Lim, disguised as staff, gets shouted at by his senior about the slippery floor. Off-screen he hurriedly answers and starts scrubbing, clearly working menial cleanup duty. Dressed in a janitor uniform, he is ordered to clean the bathroom next and runs off with mop and bucket. Exhausted, he wonders why all this is happening to him, while our Amy, sipping her drink, casually rationalizes that sending him and his staff was safer and cheers him on mentally. Our Amy greets him during his break, happily holding 2 cocktails. They share a breather and complain about the loud, uncomfortable atmosphere, which he finds overwhelming. Our Amy praises his distaste for clubbing, warning him never to visit such places in college if he wants to avoid messy relationship drama. He anxiously confirms his drink is non-alcoholic since they are still minors, and she jokes that they can always claim it is, regardless. She shamelessly suggests they could blur bottle labels or pretend they got drunk on soda, while he insists that would cause real trouble. As he admits the drink tastes good after working and notes the nice mood, he reports that the stage area looked normal when he scouted around. Our Amy concludes there is nothing to do but enjoy the club for now and suggests they have some fun. Her flirtatious dancing makes Kang Lim blush bright red as she teases him about his reaction. She laughs that despite always being around girls he is still easily flustered, while he begs her to stop teasing since she already knows this about him. Changing the subject, she asks if he spotted Kwan Mia and reveals she at least located someone they can use as bait. She points out a red-haired woman at a nearby table as the intended bait. Our Amy explains that this redhead was once in Kwan Mia's idol group and now has a bad reputation for messy nightlife and relationships. Because of their history, our Amy deduces that if Kwan Mia comes to the club she is very likely to meet that woman. Kang Lim agrees the logic makes sense and proposes simply taking proof photos rather than meddling, but our Amy insists they must not mess up. She tells him they should just hang around, wait for Kwan Mia to appear, and treat relaxing at the club as part of their infiltration. He hesitates, feeling awkward dancing in a janitor uniform and saying club culture does not suit him. Frustrated, our Amy says she only wants to have fun with him and questions why he cares so much about others' opinions. Ignoring his protests about never having danced, she drags him enthusiastically toward the dance floor. The DJ plays as the club crowd and lights pump up the energy. Amid the crowd, our Amy dances confidently while the embarrassed Kang Lim stiffly follows her lead. She glances back at him with a playful, seductive look, urging him on. Overwhelmed, he blushes even harder and sweats nervously. Gradually he loosens up, dancing more freely while our Amy laughs with delight. They continue dancing together, our Amy ecstatic and Kang Lim still a bit self-conscious but keeping up. The exertion leaves Kang Lim drenched in sweat and panting. Our Amy asks if dancing together does not feel refreshing, and he reluctantly admits it does. Pleased, she suggests they come clubbing again sometime, while he reminds her they are here to infiltrate, not to party, though she insists teen clubs exist too and says she enjoyed this more than expected. He says his break ended long ago and that he must return to work, asking her to discreetly alert him once Kwan Mia arrives. Our Amy waves him off as he heads back to his staff duties. As soon as he leaves, a man approaches our Amy, complimenting her dancing and starting to hit on her. The man, assuming she is also in the entertainment industry, presses her about her job and guesses she might be a backup dancer. Our Amy internally calls him a stereotypical creep and is clearly unimpressed. Bragging about recent success and bonuses, he says he booked a table and invites her to join him. She tries to decline, but he points eagerly to his reserved table by the wall and insists she come. Seeing that his table is right beside the redheads, our Amy realizes this seat would be ideal for eavesdropping if Kwan Mia shows up. She reluctantly agrees to sit with him for a short while to exploit that advantage. As he pulls her along, someone suddenly grabs her wrist from behind. Kang Lim intervenes, pulling our Amy to his side and sternly telling the man that she is already taken and he should stop flirting with her. Startled, our Amy tries to explain that she only wanted the nearby seat for their mission, but Kang Lim tells her to stay put. He quietly orders her not to move as he steps up to confront the man. The man mocks Kang Lim for hanging around someone out of his league, belittles him as a lowly new employee, and questions what he was trying to do. Kang Lim hits back verbally, saying people like the man who live in trash only see trash everywhere, and accuses him of acting high and mighty despite being no better. Leaning in menacingly, he asks the man if he actually wants to die. Our Amy, hearing those dangerous words, echoes them in shock, realizing how serious he sounds. With a cold smile, Kang Lim demands if the man even understands what threatening someone's life means. The man is rattled and momentarily speechless. Kang Lim mockingly tells him he should educate himself about death before spouting such threats, angering the man further. When the man moves as if to retaliate, our Amy suddenly intervenes physically and floors him, telling him to shut up. Afterward she scolds Kang Lim for recklessly following the creep into danger, reminding him how risky this place is. She admits she had her own plan that involved using his seat beside the redhead for surveillance. Kang Lim pauses, realizing something important as he considers what just happened. Our Amy, misreading his silence, teases that he must have been terribly worried about her, and asks what he meant by saying she was taken. But when she turns, he is unresponsive and starts walking away, leaving her confused. Feeling guilty, our Amy apologizes for worrying him and promises not to do something like that again. He says they could have talked without coming somewhere so shady and warns her that because she is obviously cute she needs to be more careful. Blushing, our Amy shyly accepts the compliment and internally marvels that he called her cute. They reposition near a staff-only door, where Kang Lim plans to pose as someone fixing the door so he can eavesdrop on the nearby tables. From that spot he overhears the redheads group chatting and a suited man wondering where the girl they promised to bring is. The redhead discusses whether Kwan Mia will really come, mentions their shared idol past and a debt Mia supposedly owes her. At that moment Kwan Mia appears and coldly asks what debt the redhead is talking about, surprising the group. Sitting down with her, Kwan Mia complains she was called out for something important but sees only drinking and snacks. The others urge Kwan Mia to sit and flatter her appearance, eager to keep her there. When one of the men tries to force a drink on her, Kwan Mia briskly knocks the glass aside. Everyone is stunned as the spilled drink and shattered glass hit the floor. Kwan Mia calls the redhead pathetic for still living this way and reminds her she had told her to stop. The redhead explodes in resentment, blaming Kwan Mia for hogging opportunities, becoming popular, and causing their idol group to break up. She rants that Mia flattered the boss, stole all the promotions, and ruined everyone else's prospects. She goes on that their contract ended, she is older with no options left, and feels trapped compared to Mia. She admits she has hit rock bottom at a low-tier agency, but is still desperately trying to succeed, even by leeching off her connection to Mia. As she shouts that her desperation should not be a big problem, Kwan Mia splashes a drink in her face. Mia replies that it is absolutely a problem and, calling her talentless, offers some harsh advice. Her advice is that the redhead should leave the industry as soon as possible, leaving the woman stunned and shaking. Outside, Amy admits the confrontation did not match her expectations, while Kang Lim notes he now understands the dynamics. He reflects that the original Webtoon never explored this backstory because publication stopped early, leaving only a recipe comment. He summarizes that Kwan Mia had idle experience, and that jealousy among group members when only one succeeds is a predictable situation. He criticizes the original ESW author for weak whitewashing, saying Kwan's added tragic struggles and jealous rival felt like outdated storytelling. Amy reviews their footage and concludes Kwan Mia only wasted time at the club but did nothing truly scandalous. She says they still captured some video, though it will not make a big expose, while Kang Lim tells her to look at something else he noticed. She taps her cat case phone, preparing to show him, just before it suddenly goes missing. Kwan Mia appears holding Amy's phone and demands to know what they are doing there after overhearing talk about checking footage. The narrator states that this is the moment his actions diverge from the events of ESW. He declares he chose a different path from the original ESW storyline. Confronting them outside, Kwan Mia chastises them for thoughtlessly playing around at a club when the lead actor's big performance is approaching. She waves the phone and mocks them for being caught red-handed, implying that if they want a mud-slinging fight with her, she is ready. Amy berates herself for letting her guard down while having fun with Kang Lim, realizing that getting caught like this gives Mia the upper hand. She reflects that unlike brash Kwan Mia, he has always kept a clean public image, so any similar scandal would hurt their side more, which is why Amy had aimed for undeniable evidence. Instead, she has handed Mia a chance to counterattack, and Mia tells her to apologize properly if she lacks the courage to continue, hinting that words alone will not suffice. Amy panics, suspecting Mia intends again to force her senior to kneel in humiliation. Mia seems ready to escalate, but then casually agrees to something, setting the stage for her decision. She unexpectedly says she will let the matter slide this time and orders them to just disappear. Shocked, Amy wonders what Mia is planning and demands to know her true agenda. Mia replies that making them kneel now would be boring, and since they are also entering the Kato Festa performance battle, she prefers to face them then. She warns that they will eventually have to kneel publicly after losing to her at the festival, choosing to postpone her revenge. Amy grudgingly accepts backing off for now, thinking it is unpleasant yet still a relatively fortunate outcome. She urges Kang Lim to leave, but he remains silent, prompting her to call to him. Finally snapping, Kang Lim says he cannot endure Mia's behavior any longer and demands to know if she has ever considered fixing her rotten attitude. Mia glares, offended that a mere manager would speak to her so bluntly instead of being grateful. Kang Lim accepts her challenge and says if that is how she feels they should settle everything here and now. The narration explains that in ESW this confrontation originally unfolded differently. In the original version, Kwan Mia threatened the protagonist and Yu Dae-hee in some other setting. There, she schemed to torment them by making the male lead temporarily serve as her manager. Later, during a variety show in the mountains, a storm stranded them overnight together as part of that plot. Around a campfire, she began revealing her tragic personal history to him. Her backstory was that she grew up with an abusive single father, was saved by her grandmother, and pursued acting thanks to that support. Despite this tragic setup, readers felt little sympathy, and the author's decision to run 11 flashback episodes about it caused backlash and discontinuation. The narrator notes this was seen as ESW's first big failure, but he had still been prepared to accept it since Mia eventually became a heroine and he thought preserving canon was safest. Now, watching Amy and others genuinely hurt by Mia, he realizes sticking to that path would ignore their emotional suffering. Rejecting ESW's development, he decides he is done with Kwan Mia as a heroine and formally declares he no longer regards her as one. Kwan Mia reacts in confusion, asking what on earth he is talking about. The two glare at each other and vow to crush the other at the upcoming performance battle, with Mia vowing to make him her pet manager if she wins. The scene shifts to daytime city buildings, signaling a new chapter. On a bus, another girl rides alone, clutching her bag and thinking. A flashback shows Nari trying to sway Young-ah by making her imagine a future where Kang Lim is happily with another woman. Nari presses that such a miserable future would be unbearable and asks if Young-ah could really stand it. Young-ah, distressed, struggles to answer as Nari forces her to confront her feelings. Nari pushes harder, demanding Young-ah quickly choose whether to side with her and Dae-hee or become their enemy. Young-ah bites her lip in turmoil, torn by the ultimatum. In the present, Young-ah apologizes and firmly tells Nari she cannot accept what Nari proposed. Nari sits silently, absorbing Young-ah's refusal. Nari stands and, smiling thinly, remarks that Young-ah was tempted but will eventually realize the truth as well. Young-ah denies her earlier temptation and steels herself. She reflects that things might have turned out differently for her past self. Now, knowing Kang Lim's secret, she feels she has a responsibility. She resolves that only she must stand by the true Kang Lim as she arrives at the idol event venue. Checking her phone, she notes she has already prevented every scripted incident, and now must verify the lighting. At the stage, she introduces herself to a staff member as someone sent from the script team. Meanwhile, Kang Lim, reading the script, assumes Dae-hee's victory is assured and only needs to keep her safe. To protect her, he decides they must distinguish random accidents from deliberate schemes. He defines accidents as chance mishaps, like a stage light unexpectedly falling on someone. Schemes, he explains, are intentional plots such as Kwon Mia's plans to harm Dae-hee, including a forced scandal. He recalls the other scheme, where Dae-hee was to be given a drug drink. In the original story, that drink robbed Dae-hee of her voice, nearly ruining her performance. Kang Lim had been thinking about how to prevent that crisis. Reading today's script, he notices the scene with the staff member handing her a drink has been altered. The minor character meant to pass her the doctored drink has been removed, conveniently canceling that scheme. He concludes only the forced scandal plot remains to be handled. Dae-hee finishes practice, and Kang Lim tells her he postponed other jobs and now wants to quiz her. He bombards her with current affairs questions, saying she must answer quickly. He explains that Kwon Mia's allied reporter will quiz Dae-hee publicly, then use slow answers to write malicious articles and shake her confidence. He says their counter is studying, demanding she distinguish between similar terms and not be tricked. When he cannot recall an answer himself, Dae-hee teases that he is the one who needs to study, and he vows to focus on preventing accidents at the venue. He thought that was the plan as they approached the performance battle event day. Inspecting the rigging, he is puzzled that every light and fixture now seems perfectly secure. He questions his memory, certain a light once fell from this spot during the performance. Seeing a single new spotlight and other repairs, he realizes the hazard has already been fixed and the venue is now accident-proof. Ecstatic, he feels he has lucked out. He relaxes, deciding staff must have noticed the dangers and that, for once, the butterfly effect favored him. Feeling optimistic, he jokes to a staffer who yells at him to get down, thinking sometimes his fortune can be good too. On July 23rd, the day before the performance battle, rehearsals wrap up. The director ends rehearsal and reminds everyone the movie's success depends on tomorrow's performance. The staff pack up and leave the stage. Kang Lim tells the contestants not to practice more and to go rest so they can be in top condition. One girl nervously protests she needs more practice or she will be too shaky on stage. Another comments on the huge stage and asks Kang Lim for some encouraging words for everyone. He hesitates, but Young-ah urges that they have time now and should do it. Dae-hee reminds him that he himself escalated the rivalry with Kwon Mia, so they absolutely cannot lose. The others also expect a stirring speech from him. Dae-hee calls his name, signaling she is ready to listen. He decides to borrow a line from his favorite volleyball manga. He paraphrases that they do not need miracles, only to give their all based on their practice. He adds that they are all strong enough not to lose to anyone. Everyone stacks their hands together in agreement. The group shouts a cheer for the upcoming battle. Time jumps to July 24th at 1:18 a.m. On July 23rd night, Kang Lim sets multiple alarms on his phone before sleeping. Lying in bed, he worries despite knowing the original outcome, fearing unforeseen variables. He reassures himself he has prepared for every accident and scheme and now can only cheer for them tomorrow. He forces himself to stop overthinking and sleep. Night passes in his room. Morning light fills the study area. Kang Lim wakes groggy, reaches for his phone, and checks the time. Realizing he overslept, he screams while his family continues their routine. Panicked, he blames his mom for not waking him, saying he needed to be at the venue early. His mom and sister, confused, tell him to calm down and eat, asking if he had a strange dream. He insists the goddess idol performance is today and asks why they are acting as if nothing is happening. He suddenly grows confused by their reactions. The scene cuts to the school building exterior. Back at school, a fangirl hands Kang Lim a club activity form about the audition day he will attend. She explains the event is more a movie promotion audition than a serious contest, puzzling him. Young-ah and Sae-hee enter as the girl dramatically builds up to an announcement. She declares that the three of them have decided to join the audition too, launching a school idol project. Kang Lim realizes he has looped back to the day before the audition. Sitting alone in a restroom stall, he accepts that the time loop is real but cannot fathom why it happened. He notes this is the first time the loop has rewound so far back since everything began. He mentally verifies his ESW checklist, convinced he has not missed any expected incident. He rules out his feud with Kwon Mia as the cause since the loop did not start when he first opposed her. He dismisses the earlier stage accident as a sufficient trigger for looping, as it alone would not warrant repeating the performance day. Frustrated, he wonders why the loop is tied specifically to the goddess idol performance battle day. He even considers that the loop might simply be a bug in this merged world. Given how illogical ESW merging with reality already is, he decides such a bug could exist. He resolves to repeat events exactly once more and observe what happens. If he matches everything up to the 24th, he believes he will learn whether it is a bug or something he missed. A montage shows him redoing the audition and practice days as before. The montage continues through key moments with the girls and Kwon Mia leading up to the rehearsal cheer. The rewind ends at their team huddle before the earlier performance. On July 23rd afternoon again, he checks his phone, confirming the timeline is aligned. Lying on his bed, he notes the only difference this loop is that he did not spend money on Webtoon episodes. He silently begs the loop to advance to tomorrow, even if the situation is a bug. Once more, time jumps to July 24th at 1:18 a.m. Dawn colors the sky as morning arrives. He wakes still on July 24th, unsurprised but resigned that his test failed. Calming himself, he concludes there is only one explanation. He deduces that some unrecorded event must occur around dawn on performance day. He speculates that maybe something bad happens to Daehee or another member, though another mere accident seems unlikely. He reasons the unknown event is probably a new scheme devised by Kwon Mia after her previous plots were foiled. Imagining the worst, he envisions Daehee sleeping at home. He then pictures masked intruders breaking in with knives. He imagines their attack striking deep into someone under the covers. Horrified, he thinks Kwon Mia's agents might assault them in the night. Outraged, he swears to end Kwon Mia's cruelty. The loop starts again with his underclassmen bringing the club report. This time he reflects how longer loops drain him, filling his head with doubts. Nevertheless, he decides to keep everything identical until the day before the performance, except for how he handles Kwon Mia. He vows that on that day he will directly thwart Kwon Mia's new scheme. The story jumps again to July 23rd, performance battle -1 day. Events replay at rehearsal, including his anxious teammates' worries. The girl again asks him for encouraging words on behalf of everyone. Kang agrees but says he wants to talk somewhere else, changing the plan. He proposes a sleepover for the club that night so they can relax together instead of going home. Young-ah is excited at the idea of everyone spending the night as an APC club activity. The others enthusiastically agree, saying bonding before big competitions helps them feel normal. Daehee and Han Yun also accept and mention inviting Na-ri, seeing no reason to refuse. One member explains her own home is unsuitable for a large group due to security and rules. Kang Lim reveals he already arranged a place for all of them to stay. Their wealthy friend Yong-soo theatrically welcomes them into his spacious house. The group follows him inside, impressed by the luxurious interior. Daehee and the others marvel at how extravagant and expensive the house seems compared to expectations. Young-ah laughs that she too was shocked when Kang Lim first brought her here. Yong-soo explains his parents are away, there is plenty of bedding, and they can sleep anywhere except one locked room. Daehee and Sae are curious about that locked room while noting how well maintained the house is. Opening the forbidden room, someone finds it is Yong-soo's eccentric otaku chamber, which he sheepishly claims as his own. The girls spend the evening playing video games together. Later they enjoy pizza and chicken while chatting. They play card games on the floor, laughing and competing. Alone in a hallway, Kang Lim washes his face with a towel, trying to steady his nerves. Daehee approaches and asks if he is actually the one nervous. She says his mood has been strange all day, including when he suddenly suggested a sleepover. He denies it and tells her not to worry, pretending it is her imagination. She shrugs that worrying is pointless now and says everything will work out. He agrees quietly, though still uneasy. Night falls outside. Daehee and Young-ah sleep peacefully side by side at Yong-soo's house. Sitting awake, Kang Lim reassures himself that this secure house should protect them from any of Kwon Mia's moves until dawn. Growing drowsy, he admits he should sleep too so he can handle tomorrow. Planning just a nap with the TV on, he flips on the news channel. A breaking news alert suddenly interrupts the broadcast. Kang Lim looks up in confusion. The anchor reports that popular actress Kwon Mia is involved in the breaking story. He learns that Kwon Mia has just been found dead at her home. The report notes that while details are scarce, the condition of her room suggests something troubling. The police suspect it may be a case of suicide. Shocked, Kang Lim struggles to process what he just heard. He questions the report in disbelief. Waking in his own bed again, he gasps, wondering what is happening. He realizes Kwon Mia's death by her own hand never occurred in the original ESW storyline. He speculates her death might be the trigger for the loop tied to the performance day, which contradicts how she functioned fine in the source story. Flipping through the original script, he recalls that despite all schemes, Daehee won and Kwon Mia merely threw a tantrum. In ESW, Kwon Mia later became a heroine herself and the narrative moved on without such tragedy. He cannot understand why she would choose death before the performance, or who would target her. He concludes suicide is the only plausible explanation, yet questions why someone so successful would resort to it. Reflecting that even famous people have unknown struggles, he suddenly remembers something crucial. He recalls the Webtoon's abrupt flashback arc that hinted at Kwon Mia's unrevealed backstory, realizing there may be more to her circumstances. He decides any clue to her death must lie in that unfinished backstory. Despite disliking her, he acknowledges he cannot ignore her situation even if trapped in a loop. He resolves that regardless of everything, Kwon Mia's life must be saved. The loop resets once more with the same underclassman handing him the audition form. Kwon Lim now determines he cannot simply repeat events and must change his approach regarding Kwon Mia. He plans to keep everything else the same so any difference can be traced back to his actions involving her. Time jumps forward to July 6th, the day of the Goddess Idol audition. On the phone with Hyun-ju, he lies that he feels unwell and says he likely cannot attend the Goddess Idol audition, signaling a new course of action. Kwon Lim gets a call where someone agrees to take Dae-hee in his place, and he gratefully tells them to go. He thinks this plan will prevent a clash between Yoo Dae-hee and Kwon Mia and decides he will approach Mia separately. Kwon Lim arrives by phone at a large building, preparing for his plan. Riding his scooter, Kwon Lim finds the celebrity house he saw on the news and notes he got a license for manager work. Mia's manager panics on the phone, begging her to answer because he does not want to be scolded for being late to the audition. Watching him from outside, Kwon Lim calls Mia self-centered and worries how to approach her to learn her story. He decides the only tool he can use is the Jawon Gojatang he brought as a gift. Realizing something, Kwon Lim smiles as a new idea forms. He reaches a lot full of black cars near the audition venue. Wondering why there are so many black cars, he searches the parking lot for the one he needs. He identifies Mia's manager's car from an online photo. Apologizing in advance and claiming it is to save someone, he picks up a stone beside the car. Kwon Lim deliberately scratches a long gouge down the side of the manager's vehicle. He then reads the temporary parking phone number on the car and begins dialing it. Putting on an angry act, he yells over the phone for the owner to move the celebrity car immediately. Mia's manager runs out confused, thinking he parked properly. Arriving at the car and not seeing the caller, he hesitantly calls out for whoever just phoned. He discovers the deep scratch and furiously demands to know who damaged the company car. Horrified, he suspects the angry caller did it and panics because it is a business vehicle. Meanwhile, Kwon Lim calmly walks toward the building entrance. Inside, Kwon Mia vents on the phone about the situation, saying she cannot believe what is happening. Still scolding her manager for being later than the lead actress on audition day, Mia's anger shows while the call stays connected. Kwon Lim approaches and cheerfully introduces himself as a fan who came after hearing she had been seen nearby. He eagerly offers her the Jawon Gojatang, saying he heard she likes it for its vitamins. After she accepts, he casually asks if she is having some sort of trouble. On Kwon Lim's scooter, Mia assumes he works in the industry and tells him to forget any casting or scouting ideas. He insists he is only a part-time manager and genuine fan who could not ignore hearing she was late for an audition. Remembering he brought the rare soup she once mentioned in an interview, Mia relaxes and begins to trust him. As they drive, Kwon Lim asks if she needs a salon stop, but Mia says she always does her own styling because others cannot meet her standards. She complains that wearing a helmet messes up her hair, yet Kwon Lim warns that without it she could die in an accident. He adds he cannot just watch her die, stressing the danger seriously. Misreading it romantically, Mia teasingly asks if he likes her that much, while he stammers in denial. They pass a group of students outside as the scooter rides by. The students loudly discuss going to eat, oblivious to Mia's arrival. Later at the audition studio, a staff member urges Mia to get ready quickly. Mia dries her hair at the makeup station while Kwon Lim waits nearby. Hearing her phone ring, he notes that her manager seems to be calling. Mia coldly says a manager who cannot keep time should be fired and tells him to block the number if it is noisy. Kwon Lim is surprised the phone is unlocked and wonders if it is okay for an actress to be so careless. She dismisses it as just a work phone, though he notes the flashy wallpaper. Looking through, he sees a slideshow of glamorous self-photos and thinks she must really love herself. He notices that in every picture she always wears the same distinctive earring. Mia is startled and defensively demands why he cares about her accessories. Kwon Lim reflects that Yoo Dae-hee often removes her ribbon when working, but Mia never removes her earring or wristbands, which now seems strange. Examining more photos, he realizes Mia always wears both that earring and wristbands in every shot. He glances at Mia, beginning to form a worrying theory. Words like wrist, home, and extreme choice flash in his mind as he recalls self-harm implications. He wonders if her constant wristbands are hiding something. Acting on impulse, he grabs Mia's wrist and snaps off the band, also dislodging the earring. The blue crystal earring flies through the air. Seeing no scars under her wristband, Kwon Lim exhales in relief. Embarrassed, he apologizes, explaining he checked in case she had hidden injuries. The earring lands on the floor, reflecting their figures in its surface. Kwon Lim nervously tries to speak as Mia goes silent with her back to him. She suddenly starts crying loudly, devastated that the earring is gone. Panicking, she searches on the floor for the earring, wailing about what to do. Realizing something, Mia gasps as she looks up. Flustered, she begs him not to look at her like this, trying to cover her face. Kwon Lim is left speechless by her transformation. He stands there stunned, unable to process what he is seeing. His mind metaphorically shorts out, as if reacting with a distorted face and a drawn-out "What?" He thinks that after watching the webtoon unfold and looping through time many times, he thought nothing could surprise him anymore. Yet Mia's sudden behavior shifts leave him utterly bewildered, wondering what she just said. He compares the pathetic girl flailing on the floor to the domineering heroine who once ordered him to kneel. Mia crawls around crying for her missing earring, desperately asking where it is. She startles when he questions why her speech pattern has suddenly changed, then awkwardly claims this cutesy way of speaking is her real self. Lim objects that she was not like this moments ago, and wonders if she has split personality. Mia insists it is not that, confessing her usual domineering demeanor is just an act. Lim freaks out at the revelation, shouting in disbelief. Narration explains Mia was created as a rival character to Yu Dae-hee, similar yet an opposite who absorbs attention with intense acting. Remembering Yu Dae-hee's nice girl mode, Lim realizes he should have considered that Mia might also have opposing inner and outer traits. He concludes Mia likely has the reverse pattern, a fierce exterior hiding a softer interior. Furious at the implication she is actually kind inside, he yells, asking if that was her true character all along. After auditions, the director dismisses everyone, and Mia sits quietly, subdued by what happened. She approaches Lim afterward and curtly tells him to follow her, leaving him confused. She says they are going somewhere private, which gives Lim déjà vu of a similar situation. The two stand alone in a back alley, facing each other. Mia looks aside, preparing to talk seriously. She clutches a duplicate of her blue earring charm. Tearfully she begs him to keep what he saw a secret, which Lim internally finds shockingly fascinating. Crying harder, she pledges to do anything if he does not tell anyone. Her loud sobbing draws attention from passers-by, so Lim frantically tells her to stop because people are staring. Wanting privacy, he suggests going somewhere quieter to talk, maybe even his place. Mia panics and says her own home is off limits. He instead offers his house as a place for them to talk. Arriving at his apartment door, he mentions no one else's home at this time. Lim notes internally that this is his first time alone at home with a girl, and of all people it is Mia. Sitting together, he admits it is hard to treat her formally after seeing her earlier, which embarrasses her. He tells her not to apologize, just to explain how she lives with such a drastic split in behavior. Mia says the entertainment world is a battlefield where one must wear masks. She explains that while everyone acts happy on camera, most fear for their survival, with only a small fraction lasting a year. Mia confides she has been frail since childhood and was told from her first supporting role that she would not survive in the industry. Lim realizes she invented a stronger version of herself and confirms that the harsh persona did not start out so extreme. She agrees and says she kept exaggerating it because she did not want to burden others, though attempts to fix it failed. Nervously she asks if he is disappointed, since he claimed to be her fan but now sees a different side of her. She apologizes again, clearly expecting rejection. Instead, Lim says he feels oddly relieved and that his attitude just changed in a positive way. He explains he now thinks they can talk more normally than he expected, so she should not worry. Mia exhales in relief, accepting his reassurance. Smiling with a drink, she says sharing everything made her feel lighter. When he asks if this is her first time confiding in someone, she flinches. Mia answers that besides Lim there was one other person she had opened up to. Their conversation is interrupted when Mia's work phone starts buzzing on the floor. She quickly stands and says she will take the call outside and come back. While she is gone, Lim relaxes on the floor, chatting by phone as his own device starts ringing. He sees an incoming video call from Yu Dae-hee and wonders why it is not just a voice call. At the school APC club room, Dae-hee and the others are gaming when they decide to video call their sick boss. Dae-hee answers the phone, realizing it is related to the goddess idol role and talking to the caller. She is shocked to hear there will be a performance battle. The caller explains the Kado Festa will host a performance battle against Mia for the role of Sunhee. Dae-hee prepares to tell Lim, remembering he said he was sick and absent today. She and the club talk about how he claimed it was just a mild cold, and they worry about him in the heat. Another club member suggests they cheer him up with a video call. The girls hurriedly fix their appearances, agreeing to join the call. Back at home, Lim wonders again why they chose a video call as he picks up his phone. He comments on the sudden video call while setting his phone to show them. When he answers, the whole group appears, saying they called because he was sick. They question him, noting he looks fine despite saying not to visit, and he weakly claims the medicine already worked. Dae-hee then tells him about the audition result and that they were contacted regarding a performance-based casting. Lim realizes the call Mia just took must have been the same news about the performance battle. He internally panics that maybe he should not have answered, since Mia is actually at his house while they think he is alone. The girls press him for details about where he is and offer to send someone if he feels worse, noticing his nervous sweat. He laughs awkwardly, insists he is just resting at home and feeling fine, and tells them not to worry. Mia suddenly calls from off-screen asking to use a cup, startling him mid-call. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Dae-hee suspiciously asks whose voice that was, while Lim hastily lies about having YouTube on and tries to end the call. Mia happily brings out 2 cups of Juwon Gojatang, suggesting they drink together. In a panic, Lim shouts for her not to come in yet, confusing her. As he scrambles, his leg kicks the table. The impact makes Mia stumble, spilling the soup with a scream. The drink crashes to the floor, splashing everywhere. Mia lands on top of Lim, both hurt and dazed. Looking around, she notices the phone on the table still connected with all of Lim's friends watching. The girls stare in stunned silence at the compromising scene they have just witnessed. Kang Lim freaks out as the girls bombard him with questions about why Kwan Mia is there and what is going on. He yells that he cannot be exposed like this while Mia's flustered comments only make the situation worse. Fed up, he angrily ends the call, vowing to sort out the chaos later. Afterward, Kang Lim and Mia clean the spill together while she keeps apologizing and blaming herself for not wearing the earring. She frets that his friends might misunderstand and cause rumors, but he reassures her there will be no problems. Kang Lim agrees misunderstandings would be bad but tells her they should move past it. Mia sits dejectedly, saying she is really sorry and does not know what to do. She confesses that without the earring her confidence vanishes and she cannot work, but wearing it too much makes her overly rude and irritable. Crying, she says she only wants to treat others kindly yet keeps failing, feeling very sorry about it. Kang Lim decides that even if she means no harm, mistakes are still mistakes. Mia agrees it is her fault and listens as he suggests they work on reducing the problem bit by bit. He explains they can treat it like quitting a habit gradually rather than suddenly. He proposes that when she enters her charisma mode, she should slowly soften her temper, and that he will help if she allows it. He offers to become her manager and accompany her so he can stop her whenever she crosses the line. Overwhelmed by his willingness to support her, Mia suddenly breaks into tears. He worries she hated the idea, but she says she is just moved because she never expected someone to say such things to her. Mia explains that most managers avoid her harsh persona, but Kang Lim comforts her, saying others simply do not know her true self yet. Kang Lim tells Mia he now knows her true self, and does not mind if she is sometimes rude to him. Mia, emotional, thanks him, admits she hid her problem even from her manager, and explains she cannot remove the cursed earring but relies on Kang Lim's promised help. Smiling warmly, Mia says she is counting on Kang Lim to help her. Time shifts to a new day under a clear sky. Kang Lim phones Hyunju to arrange using a place without a formal contract, and thanks her for treating it like a lease. On the call, Hyunju warns Kang Lim to be careful because the agency Red Moon has a bad reputation and wants the incident covered up. Walking outside, Kang Lim thinks that as someone from Mia's rival goddess idol's side he might look like a spy, yet he agreed to help because Mia insisted. Mia ends her call, saying she has to go. Mia runs up cheerfully to Kang Lim, greets him loudly, and says she has thought of a way to fix things. She excitedly explains that she brought a blanket for the shoot and has devised a method to reinvent her charisma mode. Flustered, Mia realizes she left the notes she prepared all night at home, leaving Kang Lim speechless. Regaining composure, Mia says that when she starts acting mean to others she wants to try a verbal explanation of her idea. Her plan is for Kang Lim to secretly pinch her back hard whenever she loses her temper so she can consciously stop herself, though he worries it may be too much. Kang Lim clarifies he is actually afraid of being hit back when he pinches her while she is wearing the earring, and Mia nervously promises to try her best not to lash out. Mia then hands him a thick envelope as generous payment for the day's work, surprising him. Kang Lim protests that he cannot accept so much of her personal money even as he drools and sneakily clutches the cash, and she notes his actions contradict his words. Pouting, Mia orders him like a big sister to accept the money since he even skipped school to help her. Narration says that for over a week he visited various sites with Mia, using his scooter to ferry her around. During that period he still went on the night market date with Park Young-ah and comforted Yu-dae as in the original loop, though the events ended up slightly altered. Since the outcomes were similar enough, he decides to set those side stories aside for now. Despite Mia's fixed goddess idol schedule and famous co-stars, her calendar stays packed and Kang Lim assumes the cast are all top-class actors. He notes that regardless of who she deals with, Mia's intense personality always stirs chaos on set. We see Mia exploding at a staff member during rehearsal, shouting aggressively and causing trouble. Following their agreement, Kang Lim suddenly pinches her back mid-rant, startling her into a yelp. Blushing furiously from the pain, Mia tries to process what just happened. Embarrassed in front of the crew, she bows with her head down while everyone looks on in confusion and Kang Lim watches blankly. A camera points toward them, signaling that filming continues. Later, Mia starts berating a fellow actress about her poor acting and agency while Kang Lim observes from behind. Kang Lim grabs the back of Mia's clothes again, making her grunt in pain. Mia clenches her teeth and groans that the pinching is strangely addictive, while Kang Lim looks conflicted. In various scenes she keeps crying out in pain as he repeatedly pinches her to curb her temper. Each time she winces and complains, showing the method physically hurts. The cycle continues until she screams again, clearly overwhelmed. Finally, in front of others, Mia insists she did not do anything wrong this time and was only giving acting directions as Kang Lim moves toward her back yet again. A male actor bumps into Kang Lim and grumbles irritably, asking what is happening now. Mia instinctively tries to snap back at the angry man, demanding who he thinks he is. Kang Lim reflects that he sometimes gets too into it, but later worries he might have overdone things. Mia, however, happily praises him, saying he is amazing because she has only lost her temper 84 times today, though he feels that still sounds excessive. The day ends with a shot of the glowing sunset sky. Kang Lim rides away on his scooter while Mia waves and thanks him for his work that day. Pausing on his scooter, Kang Lim muses that the situation around Mia keeps getting stranger. He recalls the original episode's sinister schemes like forced scandals and drugged drinks, and concludes they do not match Mia's true character. Troubled, he senses there is still something he does not know, especially about why she made that choice on the day of the performance. Deciding there has at least been some progress, he resolves to keep observing events a bit longer, as he rides off. As he passes the building again, he notices Mia sneaking out of the entrance and looking around nervously. She seems anxious outside the doors, making him wonder what she is doing. Watching from his scooter, he questions why she has come out again and why she is acting so stealthy. Mia quietly walks toward the parking lot at dusk, wrapped in her blanket scarf. She stops at a black car whose door opens to reveal a heavily tattooed arm, confusing her since she had no more scheduled activities. Lim suddenly recalls a conversation about Mia having an empty day and being targeted for a secret recording at a place called V, and he fears this might be it. He rushes off on his scooter, following the car that carries Mia. The car arrives at a building where Mia is greeted by a suited man at the entrance. Lim, having tailed them, hides nearby and wonders why she really went to V so early before she is supposed to meet the red-haired character. Inside the venue, Lim stands before an authorized personnel only door. Hesitating, he steels himself, deciding he must see with his own eyes what happens behind that door. Elsewhere, a drunken guest staggers down a hall, pretending to look for the bathroom. A large security guard blocks him, stating that area is for rooms only and ordering the guest to turn back. In the lobby, a flashy foreign man in a Hawaiian shirt arrives, drawing staff attention. The man cheerfully tells a hostess he has called in the particular girl he liked from before, and she affirms she contacted the girl. Outside the private room, Mia sighs heavily, steeling herself. She greets the foreign client with forced charm, thanking him in English for returning. Narration says she initially felt sick around him but has learned to smile through it. The man sneakily reaches his hand toward her body with lecherous intent. Mia calmly taps his hand away, thinking she is in a better position than others. The man turns to his associates, boasting arrogantly. He brings Mia and other women into a lounge she despises, but she forces herself to go along. They sit around a table drinking while Mia keeps her distance at one end of the sofa. She gets used to the smell of alcohol and the sleazy drinking culture around her. The client's lustful laughter fills the air, emphasizing the predatory atmosphere. Mia endures the incomprehensible mood as men and hostesses flirt and drink. She tells herself she can endure and withstand it as long as necessary. Convincing herself she is fine, she believes that if enduring this protects her former group members, it is worth it. Disguised as a waiter, Lim interrupts her inner monologue, bluntly saying that claim is a lie. He removes his sunglasses and explains he can hear her thoughts, scolding her for pretending to be fine when she clearly is not. Mia, startled, weakly asks if he really believes the earring is some magical item that makes her strong. He points out that her hands are shaking under the blanket, exposing how terrified she actually is. Remembering earlier, Mia clutches the earring that symbolizes her resolve. Tears running down her face, she looks fragile as he challenges her to face the truth. The foreign client angrily questions Lim's identity and tells him to shut up. Lim casually explains to Mia that he infiltrated using knowledge from a previous loop, having once worked here, which shocks her. He presses her on whether she intends to keep suffering alone when he already offered to help, saying he cannot act without her speaking up. Leaning in, he urges her to honestly say what she wants to do. Mia, trembling and on the verge of tears, struggles to voice her true wish. As the client roughly grabs her, Lim's intervention causes a commotion at the table. Finally, Mia bursts out crying that she hates this place and desperately wants to leave. In the ensuing chaos, the client is violently struck with a bottle, blood flying. Lim, who smashed the bottle on the man's head, tells Mia that if she wants to leave, then they should leave now. The client collapses to the floor among spilled drinks and broken glass. The room erupts in screams and confusion as everyone reacts to Lim's sudden attack. Lim grabs a bucket of ice from the table, preparing his next move. He hurls the bucket into another man's face to create greater confusion, and by time, one of the foreigners charges at him, cursing him as a crazy brat. Lim steps in and counters the incoming punch. Mia screams his name as he takes the hit but stays standing. Despite bleeding from the mouth, Lim grins, clearly resolved to continue fighting. Hearing the commotion, more security and staff rush toward the room. They open the door to see Mia distressed, the foreigner ready to attack again, and Lim on the floor. Lim apologizes but firmly tells the man they cannot comply with such outrageous demands. Security restrains the enraged foreigner as he yells that it was the other guy's fault and demands to be released. Lim gently takes Mia's hand and urges her to leave with him. Later that night, his scooter waits on a quiet bridge, setting the scene for their talk. Sitting together on the bridge, Mia thanks Lim, saying she does not know how to repay him for what he did. Lim replies that they have only escaped the immediate danger and insists there must be a deeper reason she keeps ending up in such situations. Mia admits someone exploited her weakness, revealing that her own agency, Red Moon, is the one doing it. She explains through flashback that soon after her naive idol debut she and her group were taken to dubious venues without understanding what kind of place it was. She says it started as simple appearances, but the agency began using them as leverage, threatening the idols despite the risk to the company itself. Mia clarifies Red Moon is no ordinary agency, especially its president, hinting at deeper criminal ties. She tells Kang Lim she was forced to choose between being ruined by scandal or obediently showing up when called, with penalties extending beyond just her career. Remembering a tearful phone call, Mia recounts begging to stop while being told her group's contracts would only end if she complied. She confirms that her old group members' freedom depended on her continuing to obey, and the threats never stopped. Some members managed to leave the industry, others stayed, and she fears her collapse would drag them back into danger. Kang Lim listens, realizing the agency repeatedly lied that each job would be the last while trapping her in more situations. Narration notes that by the time she understood the pattern, it was already too late. Kang Lim summarizes that Mia has been continually blackmailed using both her and her members' vulnerabilities. Internally he fumes that such a huge incident never appeared in the original ESW story, having been glossed over by the author. He realizes that while Mia's character twist changed the narrative, the underlying setting of exploitation likely remained the same across loops. He concludes this hidden abuse may have been ongoing throughout the ESW storyline. The flashback cuts again to the tattooed arm opening a car door, mirroring how she is summoned to V. Kang Lim mutters that the whole situation is absurd and asks how she managed to endure it all this time. Mia, smiling shyly, says it is because she truly loves acting and being in front of people, enjoying transforming into different characters. She adds that working hard and receiving acting awards helps her endure as long as she can keep performing. Kang Lim silently absorbs this, eyes wide with realization. He thinks that now everything finally connects and asks Mia to remove the wristband she always wears. Flustered, Mia hesitates and jokes nervously, pointing out he saw before that nothing was under it. Kang Lim insists it cannot be meaningless since she always wears it like the earring and notes she is right-handed, so the other wrist likely hides something. He suddenly grabs her arm and pulls down the band on the opposite wrist. Underneath are deep self-inflicted scars, revealing how she has coped with the pressure. Mia freezes in shock and shame as he exposes the scars. Kang Lim says he now understands, recalling that these injuries appeared on July 24th in previous loops. He focuses on uncovering what exactly happened in the early morning of that fateful day. The narrative rewinds to their idol group performing energetically on a music show called Show K-Pop Star. The crowd cheers enthusiastically for the performance. Backstage, the rookie idols excitedly celebrate finally appearing on television and feeling like real idols. A red-haired member dreams that their album might sell well and that she could even support her parents, asking Mia to share her excitement. Mia, then still hopeful, smiles and agrees that things will continue smoothly. Narration counters that the industry was harsher than they thought, and despite a few music show spots their group soon faded into obscurity. When their album failed, time passed and only some members, including Mia, received separate mysterious phone calls. Those calls summoned them for the first time to that ominous place, with drinks and adult clients. At first it seemed like a small favor, but one older member received a direct personal request to meet a man privately. Mia recalls how terrifying it felt, like staring beyond a dark curtain into something horrible. She soon discovered Red Moon Entertainment was not a normal agency at all. The company Red Moon is revealed to be a front for a Yakuza-linked organization. She later learns the Yakuza, facing crackdowns in Japan, used foreign entertainment ventures as funding sources. Thus Red Moon operated as a legit agency on the surface while secretly running the infamous Club V in the red light district. They trapped hopeful talents in exploitative contracts, drawing them into a web of deceit. Those who failed or broke down were summoned. If judged unfit, they were moved to other establishments for more exploitative services. Their passports and identities were taken, and many disappeared with their whereabouts unknown. Realizing the operation's scale and apparent backing by powerful figures, Mia lost hope of ever exposing or resisting the company. She concludes that the only escape they saw was to become a major hit, though achieving that was nearly impossible. The flashback ends with the red-haired leader angrily confronting their group in a waiting room, complaining that management keeps forcing Mia's failing group to appear and pushing them from above. The other idols angrily accuse Kwan Mia of secretly currying favor with executives to abandon their promise to succeed together. Mia narrates that she was heartbroken yet relieved her older sister figure still did not know the industry's dark side. The company president coldly declares that the idol group has reached the end of its life. Desperate, Mia rushes to the president, offering to obey any command in exchange for canceling the other members' contracts. She explains that after gaining the president's protection, higher UPS stopped physically crossing the line, but the suffocating harassment and fear only intensified. Even after she later gained fame and wealth, the people holding her secret kept her trapped and unable to escape. Mia breaks down on the phone, insisting she cannot endure anymore and protesting that the others' contracts were supposed to be terminated. Overwhelmed by panic after the call, she clutches her chest and screams. She reaches toward a table full of medicine and pills, hinting at her reliance on drugs. In a fit of despair, she knocks the pills and bottles everywhere. She picks up a blue pendant and admits her emotional dependence only deepened from that moment. Her growing dependence worsened her behavior until her temper became more than just irritability on set. She recalls herself lashing out with a furious, unhinged expression. Before she realized it, staff were nervously dealing with her as she sat sullen and volatile in the dressing room. Her face shows how much she had changed, speaking sharply instead of kindly. She states that she was no longer herself. Her cruelty extended even to the people she had originally wanted to protect, like her former teammate confronting her at a club table. In that memory, she splashes a drink all over the red-haired woman's face. Mia then coldly tells the woman she is talentless and should quit the entertainment industry as soon as possible. She says she survived without completely breaking because a firm inner core still supported her fragile self. That core was her promise to her grandmother, and the joy of losing herself in acting. Only when she acted could she truly feel alive, and acting was what ultimately saved her. Winning a major acting award gave her pride that kept her from going over the edge. In the present, she sits alone checking her phone, still haunted by the past. She receives a secret message summoning her to Place V at dawn after the Goddess Idol performance. An advertisement announces the Goddess Idol performance battle that will choose the festival's main act. Mia enthusiastically rehearses on stage with the other contestants. The producer and staff notice something surprising about one particular trainee. That trainee panics as Mia dismissively adjusts her earpiece, showing tension between them. Mia gives a faint, knowing smile, hiding her turmoil. After rehearsal, she walks alone backstage, thinking about what she has seen. From the shadows, she watches three young girls chatting excitedly near the brightly lit stage. The trio look up in awe at the performance ahead of them. Another idol, a cheerful blonde, performs with dazzling energy. Watching her, Mia is stunned as something inside her begins to shift. She focuses on the blonde, who sings sweatily yet joyfully under the lights. Mia feels the layers of hardened emotion within her suddenly collapsing. She questions whether what she feels is jealousy or inferiority, then decides it is something else. She realizes the emotions are actually self-loathing mixed with despair as she compares herself to the pure enthusiasm of the younger girls. Seeing that brightness makes her understand she has already been deeply tainted by darkness and can never reach the dream she once had. She thinks that trying to reach the light by walking the path of darkness was a foolish mistake. Resolute yet hollow, she turns and walks away into the dim backstage corridor. The scene shifts to a dark, cloudy night sky, signaling the tragedy to come. A framed photograph shows Mia smiling with her award, contrasting with what will happen next. Her phone lies glowing among her scattered belongings, the last link before disaster. The view moves into a quiet bathroom, heightening the ominous calm. Mia kneels by a filled bathtub, clearly prepared to do something irreversible. She submerges a bleeding wrist into the water, reddening the bath. Her eyes glaze over as life fades from her. Her lips part weakly, implying final, unheard words. Kan Lim, now narrating, says he can only guess at the torment and reasons that led Mia to make a different choice here than in the original story ESW. He concludes that because Yudahi has changed and is no longer just kind and naive, he himself intensified Mia's rivalry with her, pushing Dahi to work harder for the Goddess Idol battle. The rehearsal schedule Mia gave him listed only the July 23rd Goddess Idol rehearsal, so he pinpoints that date as the turning point. He reasons that if Mia's spirit was broken at that rehearsal, then as long as she can keep acting, her fate might be altered. Therefore, unlike in ESW's timeline, she chose suicide here, and he believes his interference is what diverted events. He concludes that although many villains hurt her, the fundamental cause of the plot's change was him, so he declares that he effectively killed her. Mia is shocked as he tells her he drove her to death. He insists this is no exaggeration, because all his words and actions toward her were based on arrogant assumptions. He admits he alone could have prevented this but instead made the wrong choices. He recalls how, after reading ESW, he treated her as a villain, loudly vowing to cut ties and avoid her without knowing her real circumstances. Buoyed by a few earlier successes, he became overconfident, missed opportunities to notice her pain, and kept acting as if he understood everything while condemning her. By relentlessly pressuring her, he unknowingly pushed her toward tragedy. Again and again, he let Mia head toward that fate while he sat watching news reports of her death. Back in the present, he groans with guilt while Mia awkwardly says she is fine now. Overcome, he suddenly hugs her tightly as she protests in embarrassment. He continues holding her close under the night sky. Mia, flustered with spiraling eyes, calls out his name in confusion. Kan Lim bursts into tears, apologizing repeatedly for abandoning and hurting her and begging forgiveness. She, still not grasping the whole story, stammers that she does not really understand what he is talking about. As they slowly walk along the riverside locked in an embrace, Mia thinks to herself that this warmth feels comforting. Elsewhere, an announcer marvels at an unprecedentedly skilled esports player. Commentators excitedly praise this player, Rosentia, as an overwhelming talent. On stage, Rosentia raises a fist in victory as the casters identify her as Cha Serin. The narration explains that although Serin achieved what she wanted from a young age, she now faces a daunting obstacle in dance practice. Her instructor sighs and scolds Serin for her clumsy footwork. The coach bluntly calls her terribly uncoordinated while Serin struggles with the choreography. During a Goddess Idol practice session, the coach finally suggests Serin should drop out of the performance and leave it to the other three. Serin panics, insisting she wants to be on stage too, while Eun Young points to evidence of how bad her dancing is. Woon Young demonstrates how hopeless Serin's movements look and questions whether they can fix it in time. Another teammate notes that Serin even hired a private tutor, but it does not seem to have helped. The coach adds that despite Serin practicing as much as Woon Young, her lack of improvement is especially discouraging, while Serin vows to manage somehow. Woon Young, though grateful for Serin's support role, questions why Serin needs to perform herself and suggests she could just stream instead. Serin hesitantly tries to explain that she personally wants to stand on stage. Ui Young interrupts, chiding everyone for being too harsh and saying she understands Serin's desire to perform with them. Holding Serin's hands, Ui Young encourages her, saying there is still enough time and that with effort she can overcome any weakness. Woon Young is surprised Ui Young has never actually seen Serin singing and dancing beyond a few lines. She admits Serin's effort has limits but offers to play the backing track so everyone can see for themselves. The speakers start blasting the song's instrumental. Serin, imagined as a stiff robot, moves mechanically and disastrously out of rhythm. Ui Young stares in horrified silence at the spectacle. Gasping for breath afterward, Serin asks nervously how Ui Young thought she did. Ui Young replies philosophically that people naturally have strengths and weaknesses and there is no need to obsess over what one is bad at, which shocks Serin. Kan Lim later summarizes to another woman how dire Serin's dancing problem is, even if they cut her lines or make her lip sync. Yura listens, saying she understands now why Serin seemed so down. Kan Lim asks if Yura is supposed to cheer Serin up, and Dahi explains she wants Yura's help since her own words may not be enough. Yura points out that given Kan Lim's role, direct consolation might be difficult. She states that in such cases comfort is useless, and that the only real solution is for Serin to overcome the problem herself. Kan Lim worries they are short on time and doubts improvement is possible. Yura asks if he knows the so-called 10,000 hour rule, which he recognizes from online videos as the idea that enough practice guarantees success. He jokes that the idea is nonsense, citing his own gaming failures despite many matches. Yura explains that the rule is misunderstood, emphasizing that success depends more on method and environment than sheer hours of effort. Kan Lim excitedly asks if she has some advanced, scientific training trick or shortcut they can use. Yura agrees to prepare something special and tells him to bring Serin the next day. A bright daytime sky marks the start of their new plan. The next scene shows Kan Lim hesitating silently outside a door. The sign reveals they have come to Minhyuk's virtual reality game room. Inside, Yura welcomes them and announces they will conduct special VR training to cure Serin's clumsiness. Serin exclaims that it looks fun and that she has always wanted to try VR, while Kan Lim wonders if this really counts as high-tech training. Yura asks what is wrong, and Kan Lim admits he expected something more formally scientific and professional. Smiling, Yura insists VR games themselves are cutting-edge science. She rattles off buzzwords like metaverse, AI, blockchain and NFTs, making Kan Lim feel her credibility dip. However, she has rented the entire facility for their comfort, which restores his confidence in her plan. Serin excitedly shows Kan Lim a table of top-end VR gear, amazed by a newly released model. She enthusiastically explains all the high-tech features of the headset and haptic equipment. Kan Lim, who has never tried VR, says that as long as it helps Serin feel better, that is what matters. The training begins inside the game with a flash of energy. In VR, Serin takes the form of a swordswoman slicing through monsters with fierce precision. Outside, she swings the motion controllers wildly while shouting battle cries. Kan Lim calls out when she breaks her combo, but Serin insists she can still clear the stage. Yura observes that this method seems surprisingly effective, since VR still forces full body movement, and Serin excels at games. She explains to Kan Lim that combining Serin's gaming skill with physical motion helps compensate for her real-world awkwardness. Yura and Kan Lim also enter the game together for further training. Inside the zombie shooter, hordes rush at them. Yura drags a panicking Kan Lim to safety while firing back at the zombies. Watching from outside, Serin quietly follows their movements and advice as they shout instructions. After clearing a difficult level that even Serin struggled with, Yura and Kan Lim remove their headsets, surprised at Yura's skill. Yura admits it feels good to outperform Serin at least in this one game. Flustered but determined, Serin insists she can do much better once she gets used to it. She then drags the exhausted Kan Lim back for another round, refusing to let him rest. In VR again, Serin and Kan Lim fight back-to-back amid the zombie horde, now moving in coordinated harmony. Over this scene, Serin thinks about wanting to stand on stage and support Kan Lim. She notes that her desire to look good for him also drives her effort as their arms brush together. Blushing behind her visor, she steals a shy glance at him. Her expression softens into a small, affectionate smile. The two appear together in a digital space, showing how closely they now act as a team. Serin reflects with a quiet laugh that she might have thrown herself into this training too intensely. Yura muses that beyond good methods, growth also requires the right mindset and way of thinking. She narrates that the most powerful motivator is a pure, innocent feeling rather than money or fame, as Serin and Kan Lim frolic together in VR. A romantic image of the pair with lifted headsets shows that budding affection is exactly that pure motivation. Yura concludes that this kind of feeling is probably what drives Serin's progress. Later, Kan Lim cheerfully calls Yu Dahi, bragging that he has arranged everything and asking her to look forward to the results. The next day, Dae learns by phone that Serin is bedridden with muscle pain and cannot move after overtraining, shocking her. Returning to the Riverside timeline, Mia nervously asks Conlim what is happening as he continues to hug her. Flushed, she demands an explanation, while he insists she does not need to know the details, only that he has time to protect her. He vows that no matter how long it takes he will crush whoever made her suffer. Pleading with her to reveal the culprits, he says he wants to handle it despite Mia warning that those people are far from ordinary. Suddenly, several black cars screech to a halt on the road beside them. Men in suits and a scarred bald enforcer rush out toward their location. A stern man in traditional robes with a sword steps from a vehicle, revealing a formidable new opponent. He sits down calmly inside, his presence signaling a dangerous escalation to the conflict around Mia. The stern man notes that Conlim looks surprised while the black-haired girl smirks and greets Mia. The girl teasingly asks if Mia was planning to run away and is introduced as President Hong, Yakuza boss and CEO of Red Moon Entertainment. Mia, shocked, realizes President Hong and her people are Yakuza while Conlim reacts in confusion. Conlim internally recalls thinking Mia's family might just be stalkers or psychos and now adds human trafficking Yakuza to the list. Hong's lieutenant jokes that after everything they have heard, the kids might just be eloping for love and calls modern kids romantic. Mia hastily denies any romance, insisting Conlim is only her manager, prompting Hong to question that claim. Mia flounders trying to explain while Hong says his exact status is unimportant. Hong ignores the romance issue and gently grabs Mia's face to examine where she was injured. After confirming Mia is fine, Hong thanks Conlim for dealing with a rude guest and protecting her bride. Hong adds that as long as the two act age appropriately, she has no objection to them dating, declaring herself liberal about young relationships. Hong then suggests, since they are on the topic, that she and Mia go on a private drive together like old times. Conlim snaps back, asking what she is saying and confirming that she is indeed the infamous President Hong. He accuses her of exploiting people's weaknesses and scoffs at her talk of freedom and dating, dismissing the bride idea as nonsense. When her subordinate moves to act, Hong stops him and tells him to forget it for the moment. Hong says Conlim knowing their internal affairs is a problem, even if he is Mia's manager. After whispering with her lieutenant and learning Conlim is just a temporary manager who also knows about Mia's earring, she calls it even more troublesome. Growing jealous and possessive, Hong casually asks if she should simply get rid of Conlim. Mia and Conlim react in alarm and fear at Hong's murderous suggestion. Conlim is relieved to realize President Hong is just a stereotypical third-rate villain rather than some inscrutable monster. Relaxing, he calls her a typical third-rate villain, which makes him feel oddly reassured. Hong's eyes narrow in dangerous silence at being called third-rate. She orders her subordinate to make Conlim kneel. The scarred man instantly grabs Conlim's arm, painfully restraining him. Conlim screams as the man's overwhelming strength crushes his arm, even though he is using only his left hand. Suddenly a blast of energy slams into Conlim's torso, sending him flying and knocking the wind from him. The lieutenant stands over the kneeling, gasping Conlim, having casually struck him down while Hong looks on. Meanwhile, two henchmen gag Mia and drag her away against her will. Hong looks down at the writhing Conlim and remarks that kids these days are incredibly fragile. She responds to being called third-rate by saying her ambitions are far too big for that label because she intends to create something major. Hong proudly reveals her dream of building a personal harem paradise, full of women who match her tastes. Conlim, still on the ground, can only stare blankly and ask what he just heard. In a flashback, Hong explains that as a mixed-race girl who liked other girls, she spent her Japanese school life isolated and alone. Her only friend was otaku culture, through which she discovered the grand fantasy of having a harem. She describes that ideal as a painless world where no one gets hurt, essentially a paradise project. Because harems are illegal in reality, she prayed earnestly to be allowed to create one anyway. Conlim incredulously asks if she seriously joined the Yakuza and sought illegal power just to achieve that illegal dream. Hong answers that he is correct and that once this year's performance earns her promotion to the main house, her dream will be close to reality. She imagines building that paradise and having Mia as one of the many brides who will share it with her. Turning back to Conlim, she proudly asks his opinion of her grand, old-fashioned dream. The surrounding Yakuza silently watch as her lieutenant nods while Conlim stays crouched on the pavement. Conlim says he understands her story but wants to ask one question. He bluntly asks how old she is to keep calling others kids, pointing out that it only makes her seem older. Hong, stunned, repeats the Korean word for middle-aged woman, realizing he just called her that. Her face flushes bright red with rage and humiliation as she shouts in disbelief. Conlim leans in and cruelly mocks her makeup and her dream, calling it disgusting enough to make him want to vomit. He then asks her not to label herself an otaku, saying people like her drag down the average and reinforce negative stereotypes. Continuing to taunt her, he asks if her excited self-monologue is really an otaku trait, or just proof she is a cliched villain. Pushed past her limit, Hong screams at him to die and reaches for her sword. Her lieutenant immediately pulls Conlim toward the bridge railing, preparing to throw him off. A moment later there is a loud splattering sound in the night sky over the bridge, signaling the violent act. Hong says she would love to mutilate him further but is too busy preparing for an upcoming Yakuza banquet. Conlim, now at the railing, clutches his throat as a powerful hand chokes him. Hong calmly orders her subordinate to finish the job and dispose of Conlim in the river. From inside a car, the captive Mia pounds on the window, crying as she watches Conlim about to be killed. As he hangs over the water, Conlim resigns himself, thinking that now that he understands everything, he promises something despite not being special. As he is thrown off the bridge, he silently vows that he will definitely come for Mia in the future. He hits the water with a massive splash while thinking that Hong should just wait for him. The river surface ripples under the bridge after his fall. Sinking into the depths, Conlim notes he did not die instantly and reflects that the time loop will reset soon anyway. As he drifts underwater, something unexpected makes him murmur in confusion. His vision blurs and fades as he begins to lose consciousness. Suddenly a hand grabs his clothing in the water and starts pulling him upward. Conlim lies unconscious and drenched on the riverbank beside a girl in a soaked school uniform. The drenched girl wipes water from her face, having clearly just dragged him out of the river. She sits up and watches a car drive away from the bridge above them. Looking at the departing vehicle, she wonders aloud about the strange woman she just saw. She hesitates beside the unconscious Conlim, debating whether to chase after that woman. Deciding her, Appa, is more important, she turns her attention fully to Conlim. She presses her ear to his chest, confirming that his heartbeat sounds normal. She then checks his breathing. Seeing his slightly open mouth, she prepares for possible rescue breathing. She stares down at his face in silence, conflicted. She touches her own lips nervously as she considers giving him mouth-to-mouth. Leaning over him, she gathers her courage and moves in close. Just as she is about to kiss him, their faces inches apart, the scene lingers in tension. Conlim suddenly jolts awake with a shout. Their heads collide, knocking them both backward in embarrassment. Rubbing her head and complaining of pain, Yunari hears Conlim groggily ask what is going on. As he comes to, Conlim realizes he had blacked out after falling into the river and wonders why the usual time loop did not reset. Na-ri explains she happened to see him fall, pulled him from the water, checked his breathing, and now asks if she should call emergency services. He assures her he is fine and thanks her, praising her ability to swim in the river, and she modestly says she learned it while living in England. Then she urgently asks what happened on the bridge, saying she saw him arguing and worries he got mixed up in something dangerous. Flustered, Conlim turns away, blushing at her concern. She hints that his wet clothes make certain things visible, prompting him to realize the compromising situation. Na-ri looks down at herself in confusion. Noticing her soaked, see-through uniform, she blushes furiously. She screams at him for being a pervert, and accuses him of staring while he frantically insists it was an accident. Later, riding his scooter with Na-ri clinging behind him, Conlim muses that the loop's failure might be good but worries about endangering her too. Na-ri, suspicious he is hiding details from her while planning to tell her sister, gives off a possessive aura that unnerves him. Conlim promises to explain everything to both sisters later and says, in short, a friend of his needs help. Internally he admits he cannot handle it alone, has no guidance from the original story ESW, and must face this incident using only his looping power. He thinks the bright side is that he now has reliable allies like Na-ri, a lesson he learned from the previous loop. Resolute, he notes he has many capable people around him who can help tackle this problem. Cut to Yudehi, who hears he is asking for help and sarcastically wonders if he was dumped by Kwan Mia. Back home with Na-ri, Conlim is confused by Dehi's sudden hostility, as Na-ri also questions why both of them are soaked. Remembering he never properly explained the earlier video call incident, Conlim panics. He narrates that during his stint as Mia's manager, he had gone to visit a dejected Yudehi. At that time Dehi was feeling down after her rivalry with Mia had effectively ended. Worried about her, he made a surprise visit to her home. Instead of cheering up, she scolded him about what happened during the infamous video call, accusing him of betrayal. Since he had even gone home with Mia afterward, he knew coincidence would sound like a lie, so he promised Dehi he would explain everything later once he had the full picture. After that, he tried to comfort her according to the original story flow but decided not to tease her with the towel gag again, fearing for his life. In the memory, he tells Dehi he came because he heard she was struggling and reassures her he is on her side, urging her not to worry. She bluntly tells him to just go wild and do what he always does, since she believes he usually pulls things off anyway. Remembering someone from her past, her eyes soften and she grows introspective. A flashback shows Dehi's school days, where she shyly watched a kind boy she liked. The scene lingers on Dehi blushing in her school uniform, clearly harboring feelings back then. Back in the present, Conlim tries to address her formally, starting to say her name. She cuts him off by throwing a towel into his face. Flustered and red, she yells that she does not know what to say. She then calls him an idiot with tsundere intensity, storming off while repeating, "Idiot." She leaves Conlim confused as he thinks the one shouting insults is actually the idiot. Conlim notes that things played out similarly with Young-na, with the overall flow unchanged. The only difference was that his comforting words to Young-na also revolved around Kwan Mia. He recalls that so many chaotic events happened afterward that he completely forgot to give Dehi the promised explanation. In the present, Dae confronts him, saying she waited for that explanation and now believes his sudden request for help confirms he is a traitor. Na-ri, confused, asks what traitor means, and Dae gleefully begins describing how their trash boss schemed with an actress and even sided with a rival. Na-ri's expression darkens as she says she understands, making Kang Lim desperately offer to explain everything immediately. Their younger siblings wander out sleepily, greet Boss Young, and comment that he is visiting again. After tucking the kids back into bed, the older three sit down to talk seriously. Kang Lim thinks that this time he will be as honest as possible while explaining the situation. He summarizes that he met Kwon Mia by chance, helped her, discovered her secret, and was dragged into being her temporary manager and the Yakuza mess. He notes privately that he cannot reveal his looping ability or guilt tied to it, though that is his true drive. The sisters react calmly, saying his involvement with someone like Mia is unsurprising and assuming Mia is just another pretty older girl. Dae admits she would have hidden her own true self too and says she understands Mia trying to conceal who she is. Now that she understands, Dae says she wants to help him. Na-ri agrees, adding that for personal reasons she absolutely cannot let President Hong get away with what she did. When Kang Lim asks what she means by personal, Na-ri dodges the question and cheerfully offers to bring more drinks. Dae asks if he will inform the rest of their friends, arguing he will need all the help he can get, while Kang Lim worries it might be too much to involve everyone. Annoyed, Dae demands to know why he came to her first if he thinks involving people is a burden, implying he is fine with burdening her specifically. The boy awkwardly admits he trusts the girl most in crises, calling her the most reliable. Pleased by his praise, the girl responds with interest and agrees to help. Sitting together, they decide she will contact Eun Young first while he chooses the rest of their allies. Elsewhere at night, another girl quietly prepares drinks in the kitchen. Looking at the cups, she mutters that she must move on to Plan B. On TV, Mia is shown happily receiving a major acting award. In reality, Mia kneels silently, dejected in front of her president. The president breaks Mia's phone, orders her to stay home until the goddess idol performance. She scolds Mia for the money spent rigging that performance, and cancels all schedules except it. Outside, masked bodyguards discuss tightening surveillance, and warn subordinates not to act rashly. Mia is further ordered to retire immediately after the goddess idol performance, shocking her. The president says they will then return together to her home country, breaking an earlier promise. She coldly insists Mia broke their deal first by her own actions. The president accuses Mia of leaking company secrets, and says punishment is unavoidable, making Mia cry. She then offers Mia her twisted version of love, calling Mia her first bride. Back with the club, the twin-tailed girl explains she has an informant friend and solid intel from Chun-ja. The others react uneasily, noting Chun-ja has again involved herself with actual dangerous villains. The informant says this new enemy scale surpasses even her own Yakuza family. She names the Ishin Mangetsu, the largest Yakuza group in Japan's Kanto region. She outlines how this syndicate controls many companies and massive yearly profits. One subsidiary is Red Moon Entertainment, fronting international asset circulation and special human resources. President Hong of Red Moon is described as a low-tier member's daughter who rose quickly by exploiting power gaps. The informant concludes these are genuine Yakuza and says Mia's situation is dire, making direct action risky. She proposes their best option is to sway public opinion since authorities will be cautious but slow. Another girl notes the syndicate's deep entrenchment means even big investigations only cut off expendable parts. Kang Lim rejects exposing the case publicly because it would reveal Mia's secret. He reasons that outing Mia's captivity would also expose the secrets she wanted to protect, and recalls Hong is a Webtoon villain. He assumes the Yakuza structure was written to resist legal crackdowns, so he hoped to rely on Seo Eun Young instead. Seo Eun Young apologetically refuses, saying using MI6 last time already strained international protocol. She explains that previous operation caused diplomatic issues, leaving Kang Lim aghast at his past recklessness. She says they now need a more legitimate reason to intervene, but that would again expose Mia's secret. Concluding, she says their only answer is to handle this themselves. Dae steps up cheerfully, declaring they will solve it on their own, and the others agree. She adds they must free Mia so the goddess idol contest can be fair after all their practice. Various club members volunteer their help, calling Hong unforgivable. Seo Eun Young is surprised that Dae summoned the entire APC club instead of just a few people. Kang Lim's narration recalls how Young-ah has comforted him and how Serin asked to be informed in crises like this. He justifies inviting everyone, saying that he and Nari already knew and he felt guilty excluding Young-soo. Bowing, he thanks them all for coming but warns that the situation is highly dangerous. He offers anyone a chance to back out, while Dae asks what their actual move should be. Chun-ja takes charge of the briefing and begins to explain the operation. She states the core issue is that Mia is being blackmailed, so they must remove that leverage. Chun-ja reveals the leverage is a hard disk owned by President Hong. She explains the disk holds incriminating ledgers and weaknesses of many elites, including high-level corruption. She sums it up as Hong's primary weapon and lifeline. Destroying it would free Mia and many others. Some girls are surprised, asking if this means they can avoid direct combat. Chun-ja clarifies it is not so simple because the disc is locked in Hong's villa safe. She describes the villa as an ultra-secure VIP entertainment site normally inaccessible to outsiders. However, she notes a banquet will soon be held there, giving them an opening. If they infiltrate during the banquet and steal the disc without confrontation, their mission will succeed. Young-ah and the bandaged boy remark that with the disc they can selectively expose information, suiting his espionage skills. The twin-tailed informant asks about possible backups, worrying that one disc might not be enough. Lim answers firmly that there is no backup. He recalls that as an ESW villain, Hong was designed to be hard to defeat but still had a specific weakness. Imagining the original plot, he pictures the protagonist raiding the villa, battling Yakuza, and seizing the disc with no backup involved. He accepts that and asks what their concrete plan of action will be. As the others listen, Nari begins to explain the next steps. Nari silently steels herself, deep in thought. Time skips to the day of the banquet, with guards lined up at the villa gate. Masked VIPs in suits enter, chatting as they head inside. President Hong greets them at the entrance with Mia beside her, welcoming them to Paradise Ryokan. She announces there are new VIPs present, and will explain the procedures. She describes that the inn's main attraction is a stage performance. She says all performers are carefully selected young women fully prepared for the event. She further explains that after the show VIPs can choose a girl and move with her to private rooms upstairs. A guest complains the performers will wear masks, making it harder to choose. Hong proudly claims her discerning eye means they can trust her selections without even seeing the girls' faces. The masked men respond with lecherous amusement. The show begins with masked shrine maiden dancers performing to music. Hong and Mia watch from a balcony as the performance continues below. Hong mutters that she is glad to soon be rid of these pigs, but will miss this entertainment. She teasingly asks Mia if she feels the same, while Mia stays silent. Over the speakers, the host announces they will proceed to the next segment. Suddenly the audio system glitches and strange noises erupt, confusing Hong. The stage lights pop as the program is abruptly switched. APC, disguised in fox masks, burst onto stage cheerfully greeting the audience and starting a new show. The VIPs are bewildered by the upbeat idol music and unconventional outfits. Hong fumes in outrage, demanding to know what this bizarre act is. Meanwhile, a sliding door opens elsewhere in the villa. Young-ah and Na-ri, wearing yukata, step inside on their part of the mission. They note that APC's performance should already be underway and vow to do their best too. Young-ah says this is their chance to sneak Lim inside and that they must follow the plan. She then casually asks Na-ri if this situation has changed her opinion about what Young-ah previously proposed. Na-ri reflects that their delay has only worsened Mia's plight and that new obstacles keep arising. Resolute, she says the obstacles do not matter because she has her own way of acting. Young-ah agrees, saying she will also handle things her own way. They hear a noise from the vent, realizing Lim and the boy are arriving. Inside the duct, Lim crawls forward with the boy, who encourages him to begin the operation. On stage, APC dance in formation, continuing the idol show to loud music. The confused VIPs complain that this is a silly farce instead of the formal performance they expected. One VIP mocks Hong, saying only children would enjoy such a stage. He turns to ask another VIP's opinion but notices something strange. Suddenly many VIPs in the audience feel odd sensations and wonder what is happening. Dahee's extended hand and dazzling stage presence reach toward them. The men begin tearing up, feeling warmth and a sense that their dirty desires are being cleansed. One realizes the performance has rekindled his pure admiration for idols from his youth. Narration recalls the innocent awe of watching heroes, celebrities, sports stars, and animated robots as a child. Dahee, masked, radiates idol charisma and continues singing with a peace sign. The narration says these are the times he once supported someone purely, without ulterior motives. The crowd erupts, their inner children awakened as they enthusiastically cheer APC by name. Backstage, Dahee notes the plan is working and another girl is relieved their special training paid off. Chun-ja warns that they still might need more time and urges everyone to stretch the show. Dahee hypes the crowd to keep going, and the audience roars approval for more songs. Watching, Hong is baffled and wonders who these performers are as they begin another number. She finally admits that if the VIPs enjoy it, perhaps the replacement show is acceptable. Mia, however, says she has something important to tell the president. In a corridor, Young-ah opens the vent to let Lim drop into the building. Lim jumps down beside her, and she quickly replaces the vent cover. The boy stays in the duct, promising to monitor and be ready if a crisis arises. Lim reminds him that safety is the highest priority, and that he should not stay too close. Lim closes the vent and mutters about using Dragon Clan skills as he prepares to move. Flexing his hands, he says it is time to go, then senses something odd. Meeting Young-ah and Na-ri again, he notices a strange air between them and asks what happened. Both girls nervously insist nothing happened and say they simply get along well. Young-ah changes the subject, showing off her yukata and asking Lim how she looks. He compliments that it suits her naturally and even suggests a future hot spring trip together. Embarrassed, Young-ah calls him a pervert for proposing a hot spring date, while Na-ri teases them. Na-ri laughs that a hot spring would be nice but reminds them they already have summer vacation plans. Lim remembers their swimming pool plan, then refocuses on the mission. He stresses they must first complete this dangerous job while APC holds the stage. He notes that with all VIPs and Yakuza watching the show, this is their best chance to act. Sneaking along the hallway under windows, he explains they already know where the safe is and must steal its contents quietly. He peeks around a corner to scout the remaining guards. Seeing 2 guards posted by the safe room, he observes there is still minimal security. He judges that handling only 2 guards is within their expectations and prepares his concealed weapon. Na-ri is shocked to see he is carrying an actual gun. Kan Lim explains the pistol was given to him beforehand by Eun Young. He recalls her serious warning that this mission is extremely dangerous and not to be taken lightly. She had pressed the gun into his hand, asking him to use it to protect himself if necessary. In the present, Kan Lim insists he has no intention of firing it and will avoid that outcome. Instead, he proposes they tackle things in a way that suits them and begins rummaging for another idea. Proudly, he reveals a coin and plans to toss it to lure the guards away, imitating a game tactic. He flicks the coin into the corridor where it rolls near the guards. The guards just stare at the coin without moving, unimpressed. They angrily shout about an intruder, raising the alarm and ruining his game-inspired plan. Narration comments that his failed trick only heightened the guards' alertness. Na-ri nervously suggests using a movie tactic instead of game logic. Hearing something, one guard turns toward their direction in surprise. Na-ri staggers out supporting Young-ah, crying for help and claiming her sister is injured. The guards rush over, asking what happened, while Na-ri points back toward where she saw a suspicious person. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kan Lim sprints in for his part of the ambush. He bursts from under the linen cart, slamming one guard while chaos erupts. The second guard reels, noticing Young-ah moving strangely behind him. Young-ah shocks in with a concealed stun weapon, dropping him instantly. With both guards down, Young-ah loads one body into the cart while Na-ri checks the corridor. Kan Lim then reaches the safe and prepares to open it. He starts manipulating the dial, recalling the plan to crack the password himself. Earlier, Dae had confirmed he had ideas for opening the safe and stressed that it was the core of their mission. Kan Lim had assured her he would manage somehow. Now, as he listens to the tumblers, he reasons that the safe's existence proves there is only one hard disk and no backup, just as in ESW's intended plot. Kan Lim gathers significant numbers related to Kwon Mia and President Hong, hoping one of them is the safe's password. He admits those guesses are uncertain but recalls there is a sure method he once used during the broker incident. He decides he can always rely on his loop ability if needed. Revealing a gun, he reflects that he has avoided killing himself because he feared the loop might fail. Now, convinced this is an ESW episode with heroines around, he prepares to use the gun. He resolves that even if the loop fails, he must try again this time. He remembers Mia's tragic past and his emotional promise to save her. The sliding door to the tatami room suddenly opens. Startled at the safe, Kan Lim turns toward the intruders. Exhausted masked idols pant after their long performance, noting how tiring singing has been. The blonde fox mask girl teases them for tiring so quickly and decides to kill time by talking. She looks up toward the VIP seats and notices something strange. Focusing on the VIP box, she realizes someone unexpected is there. Kan Lim reacts in shock as he hears people entering. President Hong enters with Mia, bodyguards, and gangsters, confronting Kan Lim at the safe. Smiling cruelly, President Hong scolds him for crashing a banquet uninvited and calls him rat-like. The 2 younger girls and Yukata apologize anxiously to Kan Lim from behind the gangsters. Kan Lim panics, wondering how President Hong arrived so quickly while Yu-Dae show should still be ongoing. President Hong reveals she had ordered his disposal from the bridge and became interested after learning he survived. She lists his police record for stalking and human trafficking, mentions CCTV of his misbehavior, and explains she investigated him after Mia recommended him. She says the most fascinating yet infuriating part is something else entirely. Showing data on his past, she rants that he has always been surrounded by pretty girls, from juniors to a noble lady and celebrity types. Enraged, she screams that he has already achieved the harem dream she longed for all her life. Still jealous, she vows she can never forgive him for realizing that dream before her. She says she has always wanted to kill him and now finally has the chance. Mia stands silently nearby as President Hong calls her affectionately. Kan Lim, stunned, questions Mia about what is happening. President Hong reveals Mia informed her mid-performance about Kan Lim's friends and the risk to the hard disk, betraying them. Mia tells Kan Lim she did it because she believed it was best for everyone. Mia demands President Hong keep her promise to let everyone go and forget the earlier talk of killing. Overhearing mention of a promise to Mia, Kan Lim is shaken. He recalls Yu-Dae warning him that persuading Kwon Mia would be difficult despite having helped her once. Yu-Dae had explained from experience that someone who has long been broken inside finds it very hard to stand back up. Even so, she said she believed Kan Lim could reach Mia's heart. In the present, Mia fingers a vial and apologizes internally to Kan Lim. Kan Lim recalls Mia once saying President Hong was terrifying and that she herself was already beyond saving. He remembers Mia crying gratefully that his previous comforting words were enough for her. Realizing Mia is again sacrificing herself, Kan Lim curses that the loop still did not work as planned. He reassures himself this is only the first loop and vows to repeat it as many times as necessary. Determined, he swears he will succeed no matter what. Suddenly something occurs to him, and his eyes widen. He finds himself standing in front of Mia and President Hong, all the others gathered in the room. Kang Lim suddenly lunges forward. He tackles Mia away from President Hong, shocking her. Pinning Mia down, he yells at her to wake up and not throw her life away. President Hong bursts into mocking laughter, ridiculing his cheesy heroic outburst. She taunts Kang Lim for being unable to accept that Mia chose to side with her instead of him. She orders her men to seize Kang Lim, Mia, and another girl, and they grab him while Mia stays silent. Elsewhere in the building, hostile gangsters suddenly encounter unexpected opponents and shout in confusion. Yu De-hee and the masked idols sprint through the corridor, alarmed by the enemy's appearance. The blonde leader yells at Kang Lim in her mind, hoping he did not fail and worrying about their exposed faces. One idol spots more gangsters charging from the opposite direction, trapping them. The pink-haired idol steels herself, ready to use a last resort measure. The twin-tailed idol raises her fan, declaring she will finally use her trump card while the blonde shouts at her to hurry. The scene shifts back to the theater, lights and lanterns glowing as Kang returns. On stage, President Hong apologizes to the masked audience for the delay and promises to soon lead them to paradise. Hearing this, some patrons cheerfully decide to abandon the event and instead pursue their own dreams, warmed by human kindness. President Hong walks briskly backstage and orders her men to report the situation. She learns they have not yet caught the intruders, who are being held up by a troublesome maid. Confused by mention of a maid, she demands to know what they mean. Powerful strikes slice through the corridor in a blur. The combat maid single-handedly overwhelms armed gangsters with her ribbons or blades. A furious Yakuza boss yells at his men for struggling against a single girl and orders them to attack all at once. From hiding, the idols admire the maid's overwhelming strength while their strategist smugly claims credit, and the others insist they should escape now. Back at the villa, a subordinate tells Mia that all personnel except the vice captain guarding the VIP are hunting the intruders and capture is only a matter of time. Mia confronts President Hong for breaking her promise by capturing Kang Lim's friends instead of releasing them. Hurt and angry, Mia asks if the president is once again going back on her word like always. President Hong replies that everything depends on Mia's intentions, putting a hand on her shoulder. She slyly suggests they relax together in a private bath where no one will disturb them. She leads Mia to her exclusive third-floor room, reminding her that no one else is allowed there. In that room, President Hong explains she restrained herself with Mia because she wanted to claim her at her prime. She says she delayed touching Mia for that reason, but now that Mia wants to retire, there is no need to wait any longer. Declaring it time for them to be together forever, she announces the start of their eternal paradise. Mia suddenly points a gun at President Hong. She declares she is done listening to Hong's delusions and intends to end things here. President Hong chuckles, asking what Mia thinks she can do with that. Calmly, Hong argues that killing her would be pointless, would doom Mia's young friends, and would expose the incriminating vulnerabilities. She mocks Mia for believing that simply stealing the hard drive from the visible safe could solve everything. At that moment Kang Lim enters, denying her claim. Standing with the two yukata girls and Mia, Kang Lim says they do not actually need to open the safe. President Hong is shocked to see them free and demands to know how they escaped. Kang Lim, covering Hong with Mia's gun, says it is his turn to explain how he outplayed her. Sheepishly, he admits he himself does not fully understand the details. The pink yukata girl explains that everything they are doing is part of Young-ah's larger plan. She apologizes to Kang Lim, saying they had to deceive even him to better deceive the enemy. Earlier, Young-ah listened silently while considering Kang Lim's confidence about the safe. She thought hard about his attitude and the story's rules. Walking with others afterward, Young-ah wondered aloud if Kang Lim's confidence would really be enough. She said she too worried about the password and about whether there might be a hidden backup. She reflects that Kang Lim is so sure there is no backup because this whole incident follows the Webtoon storyline he knows. She reasons that in a typical comic, defeating the episode boss should automatically resolve all problems according to the story's rules. But she recalls that this particular incident was not on the list of canonical events she once saw, so something is off. Remembering how flustered Kang Lim was when Serin's crisis arose, she concludes that unexpected incidents can occur beyond his knowledge. That means the Webtoon can contain events even Kang Lim has never read. Consequently, she fears their current plan based solely on his memory might be insufficient. Resolving to help him herself this time, Young-ah vows to become Kang Lim's strength. Back home at her drawing desk, she prepares to act through her skills as an artist. Over the phone, she gathers intel about the type of safe and password system used at President Hong's villa. Thanking her contact, she says she wanted certainty, and has been pondering different possibilities. She then sits before her tablet, thinking silently about Kang Lim's likely password-guessing approach. She realizes this incident might not be solvable merely by learning the password. Considering narrative logic, she feels that receiving a password as a boss battle reward would be an awkward payoff. She imagines instead that the proper reward would be a physical key obtained after beating the boss. She notes that unlike a key, a password is invisible on the page, making it hard to depict as a clear victory reward. Reviewing the incident list and its action-heavy genre, she concludes the author would prefer dynamic, visual highlights rather than passive puzzle solving. She asks herself why the author chose a password at all and begins analyzing it as a writer would. Deciding to test her theory through drawing, she starts sketching the scenario. She assumes a stereotypical protagonist and models the situation accordingly as she draws. She draws the safe in the villa and labels key elements like weakness and location. She then maps known keywords such as Yakuza, President Hong, the rescue mission, and the safe. By giving narrative backstory to those keywords and combining them with genre expectations, she builds a new setting. In her imagination, story panels unfurl showing President Hong and the Yakuza within this constructed scenario. Immersed in drawing, Young-ah pours herself into rewriting how the situation should truly work. She finishes a decisive stroke on the tablet. Her deduction appears. The safe is actually empty and serves only as a decoy. She concludes the visible safe is a dummy meant to mislead the protagonist, and the real hard drive must be hidden elsewhere. She proposes that within the story's setting, the Yakuza likely split the drive between locations during an internal feud, hiding the true one somewhere safer than a safe. Young-ah has a few hypotheses about that alternate hiding place but needs to verify them herself. That night, the villa stands quietly under the moon as events head toward the climax. In the theater, Nari secretly peeks in from a doorway to check the empty hall. Inside, she tiptoes toward a particular VIP seat. She removes the seat cushion, searching for something hidden. Meanwhile, the masked patrons chat among themselves, unaware of her presence. Later, Mia, now back among the audience, feels something under her seat and reacts in surprise. She finds and unfolds a hidden note. The note tells her that Kang Lim's friends have come to help her. It adds that they intend to steal President Hong's hard disk. Stage lights flash on again as the show resumes. Yu De-hee and the masked idols greet the audience energetically and start the performance. Watching the performance, President Hong suddenly senses something is wrong and demands to know what she is seeing. Mia nervously swallows as she prepares to carry out Young-ah's instructions. She tells President Hong they should inform the president about the intrusion and warn that the hard disk is in danger. President Hong, alarmed, admits that such a warning will definitely provoke a reaction from President Hong's superior. Mia reasons that the woman will either rush off herself or urgently order someone else to secure the disk. Or, Mia predicts, President Hong might try to directly check on the hard disk's safety. Returning to the present standoff, the whole group faces President Hong with Mia still pointing the gun. Young-ah confirms aloud that President Hong kept the real drive hidden on her own body. Kang Lim reacts awkwardly, realizing he had not understood that detail. Young-ah admits she could not foresee every twist and credits Mia's acting and adaptability for bringing them this far. President Hong scoffs that these kids devised a reckless, gamble-like plan and still brag about it. She scolds Kang Lim for risking his friends' lives on an uncertain scheme to save Mia. Na-ri coolly reminds Hong that she is forgetting something. They already escaped thanks to more than mere luck. Hong is confused, and Na-ri states she would never have joined a plan that truly endangered her brother and his friends. Na-ri explains that during their earlier strategy session she heard an idea from Kang Lim, realized it could be used, and proposed it to Young-ah while helping arrange the casting. Elsewhere in the halls, Yu-de-hee's exhausted group keeps running, wondering how much farther they must go. The maid continues to thrash pursuing gangsters, clearing the way with spinning attacks. More Yakuza corner Yu-de-hee's team from behind, shouting that they cannot escape. The idols panic at the two-pronged assault, and one girl declares she will act as bait while another despairs of running further. Just as the bait girl prepares to sacrifice herself, someone suddenly grabs her shoulder. A woman in a fox mask and yukata, apparently an ally, tells Yu-de-hee's group to follow her quickly down a safer route. The masked woman misleads the pursuers by pointing them in the wrong direction and sending them rushing off. The kids hiding above thank the masked woman for saving them and confirm the maid will be fine. Removing her mask, the red-haired woman dismisses their gratitude, saying she was dragged into this anyway. She continues, preparing to add another important reason for her actions. A hand slams a photo on a table, shifting the scene to a serious conversation. In a cafe flashback, the red-haired girl faces a long-haired classmate, tense about the topic. The long-haired girl smiles eerily and starts laughing ominously. Her creepy laughter intensifies, unnerving the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl panics and cries from the unsettling atmosphere. Returning to the present in her yukata, she says the other half of her reason is to atone to Mia. Kang Lim admits he was completely fooled but notes the plan still worked. He adds that he would have lost his composure too if Mia had not warned him at the end. He reveals Mia used a secret sign known only to them to inform him. Mia had tearfully sent that hidden signal, trusting him. Kang Lim realizes with a jolt what that signal meant. Mia explains she alerted him using their secret signal. She recalls insisting she was fine, while he saw through the lie and questioned the supposed magic earring. He points out she is visibly trembling, proving she is not fine. In the struggle he dives forward, launching himself at her. Kang Lim tackles Mia to the floor in front of the president, knocking her gun away. As they fall, he grabs the dropped handgun, seizing control. Mia nervously removes the earring, saying opposing the president is terrifying. She points the gun at the president, saying abandoning those who try to help, like Kang Lim, is unforgivable. Crying, Mia declares that leaving people like Kang Lim behind hurts even more than defying the president, and keeps the gun trained. She stands with Kang Lim, aiming the gun at the distant president across the hall. Kan Lim tells the president it is over and orders her to hand over the hard drive peacefully. The president reveals the real device, a USB necklace. She explains that the talk of a hard drive was a ruse and that the crucial data is on this USB. She asks why they think she keeps the USB on her rather than in a safe. She answers that her body is the safest vault in the world. Mia recalls that Kan Lim risked everything for her safety, which led to this battle. Elsewhere, the president's AI-like system reports abnormal heart rate and awaits her order through the swordsman bodyguard. Kan Lim and Mia are stunned to recognize the swordsman as the man who once beat Kan Lim and threw him off a bridge. A flashback shows that previous beating and being thrown into the river. Their friends watching from outside gasp that the swordsman sliced the gun apart. The president praises the swordsman and confirms an emergency lock has been activated. Kan Lim and Mia feel the floor rumble, realizing something is happening to the room. The surrounding walls rise up, sealing them off. Debris breaks as hidden mechanisms engage and the swordsman's katana drops nearby. The ceiling and walls finish closing, fully enclosing the arena. Their friends shout to Kan Lim over the rising wall, shocked that the hall is changing. The walls complete their rise, cutting off all exits. Kan Lim pounds on the wall, calling to Young-na and Na-ri, while Mia panics beside him. A full view shows the four of them now trapped inside the sealed tatami room. The president explains the emergency lock was meant to stall police, and that for 10 minutes the room cannot be opened. She says it was originally for escape, but now serves to trap them until her subordinates arrive. Smirking, she tightens her uniform scarf and promises they will die before those 10 minutes are up. She orders the swordsman to finish them off, and he calmly accepts the command. Kan Lim shoves Mia away, telling her to stay back because it is too dangerous near him. Thinking of the swordsman's overwhelming strength from before, Kan Lim judges the man to be an ESW-level powerhouse. He curses that this kind of battle was not in his plans and worries about facing a weapon of that caliber. He notices the swordsman's blade moving, bracing himself. The swordsman sends a massive energy slash toward him, initiating the first lethal strike. The attack tears through the wall and floor as Kan Lim barely dives aside, stunned by its destructive power. He panics at how the concrete wall was sliced apart, and how insane the attack is. Seeing the broken practice sword nearby, Kan Lim grabs it as his only option. The swordsman, enveloped in dark aura, leaps with killing intent toward the kneeling Kan Lim. Kan Lim stares at the oncoming glowing blade, moments from death. Time freezes and an inverted image shows his heart pounding, signaling another loop trigger. Kan Lim screams as he realizes he just died and then revived, confirming he has looped again. He decides that confronting this opponent head-on is impossible, and resolves to avoid entering this room in future loops. The timeline resets to the start of the confrontation, with the president again ordering the swordsman to finish them off. This time, Kan Lim faces the charging swordsman with determination, sword ready. He grumbles about respawning here again, annoyed the save point is fixed at this deadly scene. Mia cries out Kan Lim's name in horror as the battle restarts. Her own heart pounds, indicating she too is caught up in the repeated crisis. The narrative replays her earlier taunt about 10 minutes and killing them first, re-establishing the stakes. Kan Lim forces himself to calm down, reminding himself that save points can glitch and that something or someone might be messing with him. He reframes the situation as an opportunity, thinking that if he can just defeat this one man, everything will be resolved. Once more, the president orders the execution and the swordsman prepares to strike. Kan Lim smirks, thinking how Young-na and Na-ri stole the spotlight earlier and deciding this time he will claim the cool moments. As the swordsman dives at him, Kan Lim resolves that he deserves his own chance to shine. Outside, the story briefly shows the quiet temple exterior at night. In a nearby parked car, their allies wait tensely, unaware of the looping battle inside. The girls in the car worry about Kan Lim, Young-na and Na-ri, suggesting they should go back to help. The blonde girl insists their boss always steps up in situations like this, and trusts him to handle it. Inside the room again, the president repeats her kill order and the swordsman advances. The swordsman rushes forward with incredible speed. His blade carves another huge energy line across the wall as Kan Lim rolls aside. While dodging, Kan Lim again reaches for the dropped sword. He clashes blades with the swordsman, barely holding the strike. Straining, he marvels at how hard it is to wield a real sword against such power. The enemy presses him down as the floor cracks beneath their feet. Another killing blow splits through Kan Lim, triggering yet another death. The loop resets with a green overlay as his heart thumps and the fatal cut is undone. Kan Lim resolves to treat this like a game, using his unlimited time to keep learning from each death. He faces another swift charge from the swordsman. The deadly purple slash sweeps through the air again. The sequence repeats in green, marking another looped attempt to dodge it. Kan Lim notes that while looping lets his mind learn, his physical stats stay fixed at the save point. He concludes he cannot grind skill endlessly like a cheat and must instead learn smarter, not just longer. He therefore focuses on reading and memorizing the enemy's attack patterns during each loop. Using this knowledge, he now anticipates the first strike and dodges it deliberately. He vows to memorize every move both his body and the swordsman can make, as if studying a boss in a difficult game. Despite that resolve, one miscalculation leads to another fatal slash across his torso. He cries out in agony as life leaves his body again. The heartbeat effect signals yet another rewind triggered by his death. After many loops, he evaluates his options in the corner, recognizing he cannot roll or flee without getting cut. He decides the only viable path is to charge straight in and break through. Attempting a new route, he steps forward during the swing, but misjudges and is sliced again. The loop shows him the timing error, teaching him he must duck a moment earlier. Repeating the scene, he now ducks under the arc more cleanly. From that improved dodge, he sets up a counterattack. He finally lands a shallow cut across the swordsman's face, surprising the man. Subsequent loops let him refine that counter, slashing the swordsman multiple times. He chains another strike, parrying the purple blade with his own. Conlim spins behind the enemy and stabs, escalating the damage each iteration. The swordsman still manages to knock him away with a powerful arc, costing another life. A wide view shows the room filled with intersecting purple slashes from repeated exchanges. Mia watches in horror, splattered by Conlim's blood from one of the failed attempts. Conlim collapses again, cursing that this particular pattern has already proven doomed. He realizes each enemy move branches into many possibilities, giving him countless patterns to memorize. Another death flash signals yet one more reset as he continues learning. The cycle returns again to the moment the president orders their execution. Conlim decides if his mind cannot handle all the information, he will engrave it into his body through repeated combat, trusting his senses to persist across loops. Gripping the sword with trembling hands, he remembers that everyone has been suffering to help him escape this mess. He screams that he must at least secure a happy ending for them, powering up with renewed resolve. The battered swordsman studies him in disbelief, wondering how this kid keeps adapting. He notes that despite no training or fundamentals, Conlim is inexplicably matching his moves. Conlim's aura surges blue as he charges, and the swordsman senses his own attacks are being read. The swordsman internally admits it feels like all his movements are being predicted. He swings again in denial, thinking the situation should be impossible. Mental images of countless close calls flash through his mind as he realizes this kid has survived what should have been instant kills. The president, irritated, yells at the swordsman to stop stalling and finish Conlim quickly. Mia, on the verge of tears, calls Conlim's name as she watches. The swordsman, eye glowing with power, decides to escalate the fight further. He unleashes another huge sweeping attack, forcing Conlim to respond. Conlim focuses intensely, eyes wide as he gauges the trajectory. He meets the slash head-on, blocking with a perfectly timed guard. Blue energy blades carve past the swordsman as Conlim counters with his own arcs. A glowing cut passes the swordsman's face, proving Conlim's improved precision. The two square off in the damaged room, trading steps as equals. Breathing hard, the swordsman demands to know who Conlim really is, since he seems to foresee the future. Conlim answers that it probably looks like he can see what is coming, confirming the enemy's suspicion. He claims confidently that he can now read all of the swordsman's slow movements. Privately, he admits his insight has limits, but believes that with just a bit more advantage he can win. The humiliated swordsman rages at how this kid dares to stand against him. Conlim looks back at him, confused by the outburst. Mia, shaken, asks why Conlim is going so far and getting hurt for her sake. He replies that protecting her is the only way and his personal atonement. She is stunned, not understanding what he needs to atone for. He explains he overheard her plan to retire, and the reasons behind it before entering the room. Turning to her, he pleads that she not quit acting. He tells her she is too talented and passionate to give it up because of vile people like their enemies. He warns that exposing this incident might bring her criticism, too. Nevertheless, he promises he will stand by her and support her no matter what happens afterward. Mia is moved to tears by his unconditional support. The president, disgusted by their tender moment amid battle, snaps that she hates such open flirting and reminds them they cannot possibly survive here. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mia suddenly lets out a fierce scream. Acting on that surge of feeling, she charges and tackles the president to the ground, shocking everyone. Hong Mia recoils in shock at Mia's sudden aggression and demands to know what she is. Mia, crying and furious, declares she will no longer be controlled by them even if it is already too late. Mia swears to stand and fight like Conlim. Mia mounts Hong Mia and pummels her while Hong Mia scoffs at who she thinks she is facing. The injured swordsman yells to his president while Conlim watches with the sword. Conlim praises Quan Mia's move, decides the moment has come, and rushes in. Using the opening, Conlim slashes past the swordsman with a powerful strike. Blood splatters from the swordsman's chest after Conlim's cut. Conlim reflects that although he could read the enemy's pattern and movement, he lacked finishing power, so he charged everything into this one blow. The enraged swordsman, feeling his limit, snaps and prepares a devastating attack while narration compares built-up irritation to growing anxiety. The swordsman unleashes a massive energy slash that tears through the hall. Dust and rubble obscure the devastated area after the attack. Conlim explains he provoked and lured the swordsman's attacks with bluffs. He reveals he directed all those strikes into one side of the wall so the damage would accumulate. The over-damaged wall begins to crack and crumble. The swordsman suddenly senses something wrong as the structure gives way. Conlim appears behind him, readying another sword strike. With glowing eyes, Conlim channels all his remaining strength into a final swing. Earlier, on the day of the APC Club sleepover, a fighting game match ends with player 2 winning by ring out. Dahi celebrates her victory while Serin is stunned by the loss. The girls comment that Daehee won by persistently forcing a ring out, and Daehee defends it as a valid tactic. Serin admits the ring out is clever but doubts it would work repeatedly. Daehee announces she will not play anymore, teasing that Serin's record is 49 losses and 1 win and calling her terrible at the game. Serin is horrified and speechless at that harsh assessment. As they discuss ordering food, the others banter about Daehee's petty but effective strategy while Kang Lim quietly sits among them. Back in the fight, Kang Lim recalls a saying that nothing on a Go board is useless and realizes a previously missing episode served as a hint for his strategy. Lying among rubble, the swordsman grimly looks back, sensing things slipping out of his control. Kang Lim's eyes blaze as he completes the energy-charged swing. He screams as he drives the attack home. Kang Lim's blade clashes violently with the swordsman's, completing the decisive blow. Narration declares that from now on the story of ASW belongs to them, while the swordsman's body crashes into the weakened wall. The shattered wall fully collapses from the accumulated damage. The explosion of the wall blasts the swordsman outside in a spectacular crossover with ESW. He is hurled through the air amid debris, stunned and weapon in hand. Meanwhile, Mia and Hong Mia are still grappling on the floor, both shocked by the chaos. The swordsman smashes into the ground in a distant area with a huge impact. Kang Lim, exhausted but standing among ruins, pants heavily after the victory. He walks back across the tatami toward Mia and Hong Mia. Kang Lim asks Kwan Mia to move aside because he also has a score to settle with Hong Mia, and she agrees. Terrified, Hong Mia begs Kang Lim to calm down, warning that if he harms her they will never escape the mansion. She hurriedly offers to spare him if he leaves her unharmed. She adds that she will let all his friends go safely and asks if that deal sounds acceptable. Mia silently watches, anxious about what Kang Lim will do. Hong Mia throws herself down, apologizes, admits defeat, and pleads for an end to violence, promising not to touch Mia either. Internally fuming yet cowed, Hong Mia acknowledges Kang Lim is no ordinary kid and that defeating the swordsman one-on-one is unbelievable. Kang Lim sheathes his sword and orders her to raise her head. Thinking he might spare her, Hong Mia brightens a little as she starts to speak. Kang Lim coldly says he only wanted her to lift her face so it would be easier to hit. He then slams an empowered blow down on her. Hong Mia collapses face down on the tatami, completely defeated. The training hall begins to shake ominously after the battle. Elsewhere in the mansion, girls and yukata feel the tremors and react in alarm. Outside the hall, gang members pound on the doors, yelling threats and demanding entry. Kang Lim notes that all of the minions have gathered outside but is relieved that the 2 girls inside are safe. The girls call out to Kang Lim and Mia, worried about their condition and the enemies. Kang Lim downplays the massive hole in the wall, explaining he managed somehow and now they just have to escape. Mia frets about how they can actually get out while the thugs keep hammering on the door. Hearing police sirens outside, Kang Lim reacts with interest. He says he has an idea and asks the girls to open the door for him. Picking up the sword, he assures them it will be enough for what he has in mind. The thugs storm in, anxiously calling out to their president. They find Hong Mia unconscious and immediately scream orders to kill the intruders. Kang Lim cuts them off by shouting for silence and demanding they listen carefully. He tells them he holds something their leader treasured, containing incriminating information about them. Kang Lim dramatically raises the sword over a hard disk, saying it is unfortunate for them. He smashes the disk to pieces in front of the stunned gang. Smirking, Kang Lim observes how the situation has flipped and unnerves them by acting crazier than they expected. He explains that with police already on the way, fighting would be pointless, and proposes they let his group leave with only Kwan Mia as their target. Confused and irritated, one thug asks what he is talking about while their higher-up demands clarification. Kang Lim calmly lays out that they can blame everything on President Hong, install a new leader, and continue threatening others as before. The senior thug points out that Kang Lim just destroyed the essential hard disk, seemingly ruining that plan. Kang Lim reveals that the others do not actually know the disk is destroyed, so the gang can still bluff using that secret. He further explains that if they quietly let his group leave, they can keep pretending to hold everyone's weaknesses and continue business as usual. He warns that if they harm any civilians, news will spread that they lost their leverage and their intimidation power will vanish. Kang Lim adds that in that case the entire organization, not just the leader, will collapse and wonders if headquarters would forgive them. Some gang members shout in anger and want to kill him for the insult. Their senior stops them, telling them to stand down. The leaders silently weigh the threat, while Kang Lim waits with the sheathed sword. The underlings glare at the kid but also glance uneasily at their superior, realizing they must follow his decision. They ultimately walk away, choosing to retreat. Later, Yunha asks what really happened, clearly confused by Kang Lim's vague explanation. Kang Lim shows the smashed hard disk and clarifies that it was never President Han's real item. Holding a USB, he explains that he had prepared a dummy disk in advance and swapped it when possible. He notes that even Eun Young, who gathered intel from employees, had not known the blackmail material was actually a hard disk. He concludes that because Hong Mia is so distrustful, none of her subordinates knew the item's true form, which made his bluff work. Kang Lim sums up that even her own people likely did not know the reality, so he dared to bluff. The group praises Kang Lim's preparation, while Daehee jokes that real Yakuza have no loyalty, as seen when the gang quickly abandoned their boss. Kang Lim comments that without the evidence they could not expose the villains properly, and says it is only satisfying if they catch all of them. He then asks Kwon Mia if he kept his promise to her. Mia recalls him promising on a bridge to crush whoever made her suffer. Kang Lim says that since he fulfilled his promise, she must now keep hers by delivering a great goddess idol performance. Mia blushes deeply, moved by his words. Her friends giggle knowingly while she stands flustered before Kang Lim. As Kang Lim suggests heading back, whispers around him draw his attention. Outside, the hole in the wall reveals the night sky and trees beyond. Down below, the battered swordsman lies among rocks, barely conscious. He thinks to himself that things were never meant to turn out like this, and that his president changed at some point. A caption flashes back to Heisei Year 6 in Tokyo. The swordsman narrates how, back then, he spent happy days with the young president, playing together under the cherry blossoms as childhood friends. His memory of her purity is abruptly cut off by Kang Lim's discarded sword striking his face. The blow knocks him out mid-reverie, ending his attempted tragic backstory. Kang Lim dismisses the unconscious man as a bottom feeder whose story is not worth hearing and walks away. He rejoins the girls and says they should finally head back. Before they can leave, Kang Lim suddenly collapses unconscious in front of them. The girls scream his name and rush to his side as he hits the floor. He later awakens staring at an unfamiliar hospital ceiling. Kang Lim reflects that he got the hospital ending he feared and learns he was unconscious for several days after collapsing. Doctors report severe muscle damage and heart strain, and Kang Lim realizes his body could not keep up with the training his looping mind endured. He grumbles that even with his exercise, the difficulty level for ESW's protagonist is brutal. Eun Young visits his room bringing the items he requested. Kang Lim eagerly checks that she brought a portable charger so he can game comfortably in the hospital, to her exasperation. She says he looks fine enough to be discharged and scolds him for getting so injured from what he claimed was just a fall. Kang Lim brushes it off as something that just happened while continuing to play, and she accuses him of goofing around and getting hurt. She also questions the mysterious friend who supposedly helped him and got him a private room, while Kang Lim internally notes the cover story he told everyone. Narration explains that with Seo Eun Young and Ju Arami's help, they leaked the USB's contents online despite the chaos. The leak exposes Red Moon as a Yakuza-linked agency and reveals extensive collusion and corruption. To protect coerced actors and idols, they carefully released only information that minimized harm to the victims. Even so, public opinion turns sharply and an official investigation begins immediately. Numerous victims start speaking out about Red Moon's abuses, fueling continuous media coverage. As a side effect, Kwon Mia, Red Moon's star actress, draws intense scrutiny and there is talk of canceling the goddess idol performance despite her cooperation. Mia and others hold a press conference, bowing before a swarm of reporters. Journalists question whether it is appropriate for her to perform and raise contract issues with Red Moon. Mia's manager tries to calm the crowd as Mia prepares to speak. Mia resolves that the goddess idol stage must go on no matter what. She sits in grim determination, thinking about what this decision means. Memories of Kang Lim risking himself for her flash through her mind. Fired up, Mia insists that canceling would be bowing to malice and vows not to let that happen again. The director smiles approvingly beside her. He publicly declares he trusts the actress he chose and is willing to risk his own career to ensure the performance proceeds. The reporters are persuaded, and it is decided that the goddess idol performance will go ahead, though in a revised format. Time passes and the hospital corridor is shown in the warm light of evening. Someone waits by a window, preparing to move. Yunho walks the corridor, clearly worried. She meets Tae-hee, who is also heading somewhere with a serious expression. The scene shifts to the hospital exterior, emphasizing where Kang Lim is staying. Yunho goes to Kang Lim's room and quietly opens the door. Finding it empty, she walks away looking unsettled. She then joins the rest of the group gathered outside another door, preparing to visit him together. The friends flood into Kang Lim's room with a fruit basket, noisily showering him with get-well energy. Tae-hee and Yunho stand by his bed, assessing his condition. The two girls linger at his bedside, sharing concern and curiosity. A huge outdoor banner announces the upcoming Goddess Idol Challenge performance featuring Kwon Mia and Yoo Tae-hee. A reporter broadcasts live from outside the Kado Festa Stadium, saying the Goddess Idol stage is about to begin. She explains that instead of a simple competition for the lead role, the show has been reshaped into a joint performance by Kwon Mia and Yoo Tae-hee that blends acting and stage performance like a musical. The director, watching from the control room, wonders aloud if this new direction was truly the right choice. His colleague confirms that he will play Sun-hee and Mia will portray Aki, noting that initial online reactions are mixed. The director comments that it would have been dull to stop there and describes how the team pulled an all-nighter revising the script and staging. With a confident smile, he instructs everyone to stand by for the show. Crowds fill the venue, buzzing with curiosity and chatter. In that crowd, Kang Lim, arms still in a cast, arrives with Yunha and another friend, ready to watch Mia and Tae-hee take the stage. On stage, Sun-hee and Aki confront each other, vowing to finally end their long rivalry. Kang Lim recalls that in the original story this stage should be a fierce one-on-one battle between Sun-hee and Aki, not a joint performance. The MC excites the crowd and introduces the long-awaited climactic stage. As the MC announces Sunhee's proud performance, Sunhee suddenly clutches her throat and falters, shocking everyone. Sunhee coughs with dark energy around her neck, gasping that her voice is failing. Aki reveals she is burning her celestial power through her injured left hand, declaring she will ruin Sunhee even if it costs her return to heaven. The MC panics that Sunhee can no longer sing, but Sunhee insists she will somehow perform. Sunhee sneers at Aki's sabotage and asks if Aki is truly content with such petty tactics. Sunhee challenges Aki, asking whether winning through cowardice is really what Aki wants. Sunhee presses further, asking if this underhanded victory matches Aki's dream of becoming a top idol. Sunhee declares she will not give up for Aki's sake either, unleashing bright power that clashes with Aki's. Aki is struck by Sunhee's counterattack and staggers in pain. Aki regains her resolve, vowing to achieve her dream. Narration explains that the script was rewritten into a joint stage, and director Yippel justified it as a change toward unity while the two idols now perform together spectacularly. Staff recall that the director wanted unity rather than rivalry, so the plot now has Aki moved and redeemed instead of just competing. The live broadcast chat window fills with comments as viewers react in real time. Online commenters criticize the script as forced and doubt Kwon Mia's acting, saying her redemption feels unconvincing. Mia remembers a kind older woman and the happy idol group she once watched, contrasting her past loneliness with others' friendship. On stage, Mia laughs brightly, showing a genuine, warm smile. Fans in the audience watch in awe, one clutching a Mia fan sign. The main stage goes dark, signaling the end of the performance. Sunhee and Mia reappear in new elegant outfits, receiving roaring cheers from the crowd. The other idol group members perform a cheerful dance, forming hearts for the audience. The full joint performance unfolds with dazzling lights as the audience goes wild. Sunhee and Mia pose back-to-back before a heart-shaped prop, symbolizing their reconciled partnership. They finish the song with matching fingergun poses, winking together at the crowd. From the stage, Kang Lim sees the ecstatic audience and reflects that their strong reaction is familiar. Smiling to himself, Kang Lim thinks this rewarding feeling is why he keeps doing all of this. Nearby, Yoo Dae-hee watches Kang Lim with interest while another woman observes from the background. Later, a huge outdoor display advertises Goddess Idol Challenge's collaboration with K-Idol Festa, drawing many people. People leaving the event chat online about how great the performance was, praising Kwon Mia and Yoo Dae-hee and anticipating the film adaptation. Backstage equipment is shown, indicating the concert has wrapped up. Yoo Dae-hee says she must hurry to the after-party and wishes she could go with Kang Lim, who tells her to rest well. Alone, Kang Lim admits he is exhausted and wonders if he should have stayed in the hospital longer. He then spots Mia sneaking around backstage again and wonders why she is here. Mia beams and happily calls out that she has found Kang Lim. Kang Lim asks why she skipped the after-party, and Mia, having secretly slipped out, tells him to keep quiet about it. Mia says she avoided the party because, to her, Kang Lim is the real star who made the performance succeed, though he tries to insist she deserves the credit. Gathering courage, Mia says there is something important she wants to tell him first. She resolves to confess everything about Red Moon and even her involvement in that shady place. Kang Lim questions whether exposing everything is necessary since the original evidence is already gone and APC can help contain leaks. Mia answers that silently going along was never going to fix anything and that she should have spoken up long ago. She reminds Kang Lim that he once told her he would support her even if everyone else blamed and criticized her. Kang Lim recalls vowing in a past loop that, no matter what happened, he would stand by her side. Heart pounding, Mia starts to confess her feelings, thinking that if Kang Lim supports her she can move forward. Just as she declares she will keep acting as long as, staff members shout for Mia, cutting her off. Staff search for Kwon Mia to start the after-party, announcing she is missing. Kang Lim panics and urges Mia to go back, reminding her she even forgot her trademark earring, which she realizes she left behind. Flustered, Kang Lim grabs her hand and drags her away to hide from staff. He leads her to an unused stage area and tells her to quietly stay behind him. Mia suddenly pushes Kang Lim down, surprising him. Elsewhere, a staffer frets because the director specifically ordered Mia brought to the party. Hearing a noise near the unused stage, the staffer goes to investigate. Grumbling that the area is off-limits, he heads toward the darkened stage. He glimpses two figures tangled on the floor in the darkness and freezes in embarrassment. Assuming they are a couple making out, he mutters that they should have picked a better place. Muttering about reckless youngsters, he leaves them alone and walks off. On the floor, Mia lies over a stunned Kang Lim, their faces close together. Mia snuggles against him contentedly, saying his warmth feels just as she expected. Kang Lim blushes furiously, sputtering about her sudden actions and scolding her for going around without her earring. Mia explains she has decided to keep wearing the earring, not because she needs its power but because she is embarrassed by how she looks without it. Whispering into his ear, she adds that she wants to show this side of herself only to Kang Lim. She says their private moment will be just between the two of them. Still on top of him, Mia smiles brightly and declares that this is their shared secret. Kang Lim's mind explodes in shock as he gasps silently. Sitting up, Mia wonders why his face is so red while Kang Lim yells for her to get off, insists everyone in APC already knows, and urges her to go deal with her missing earring. That night a bus waits outside the venue, ready to depart. Mia boards the bus as staff and classmates prepare to leave. Outside, Kang Lim walks past wearily, and someone calls out, asking why he is not attending the after-party. He leans from a bus window and is surprised to hear Kang Lim decline the party. He explains that noisy celebrations are not his style, and he just wants to go home and sleep. She accepts his answer but says she has something else to tell him. Blushing, he straightforwardly confesses from the bus window that she likes him. She laughs shyly after saying it, clearly nervous yet pleased. Kang Lim stands stunned, barely processing her confession. Internally he struggles to comprehend that she just said she likes him. He scolds himself for jumping to conclusions, rationalizing that she might have meant his work, or her role in Goddess Idol, while she watches him suspiciously. He firmly clarifies that she likes him romantically, as a woman likes a man, and tells him not to misinterpret it. Kang Lim's brain momentarily shuts down at her explicit statement. His whole face turns bright red as he stammers in disbelief. He says she does not expect an immediate answer given his shocked reaction. She adds that from now on he should be aware of her feelings and be more conscious of her. Overwhelmed, Kang Lim can only respond with confused, blushing panic. He waves goodbye from the bus, saying she will see him tomorrow. The bus drives off while Kang Lim remains rooted to the spot watching it leave. Once it sinks in, he screams out in disbelief at what just happened. Under the night sky, time passes and the scene shifts to later. Lying in bed, Kang Lim admits this is a terrible time to be distracted by romance. He reminds himself he had been waiting for the Goddess Idol event to end so he could investigate several troubling details. He reflects that the timing of his time loops has been oddly convenient, as if deliberately placed checkpoints. Remembering multiple loop entry points, he notes they always occur at meaningful turning points. He compares them to save points before boss battles and suspects someone is guiding him to uncover the truth. He recalls earlier arcs where loops triggered right after vital incidents, concluding the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. Thinking back to when news of Mia's death aired, he realizes the loop began immediately afterward. He reasons that time clearly passed before that news, yet no loops occurred until he saw it, which makes the mechanism suspicious. Kang Lim hypothesizes that the loops may not be pure supernatural phenomena but the result of someone's deliberate intervention. If so, he concludes the most likely culprit is the author of Escape, 6 Wives. Looking at the web novel profile of that author, known to fans as Cupid King, he decides there is no one else who fits better. He admits he had suspected this before but lacked clues to investigate, until this recent event provided one. He realizes the key clue is the original author of Goddess Idol, whose behavior has diverged from Escape, 6 Wives in meaningful ways. That author, wonders aloud how she managed to devise such a successful plan. She explains that working on Goddess Idol taught her to think from an author's perspective when crafting stories. Back in bed, Kang Lim's thoughts jumble between the mystery and He's confession that she likes him as more than a friend and her possible link to Cupid King. Overwhelmed by both the investigation and romance, he shouts in frustration that he cannot focus anymore. Then he replays her words and freaks out all over again, marveling that he genuinely likes him. Muttering angrily about how his quiet night turned chaotic, he rants about being criticized as an otaku only for her to suddenly confess. Calming slightly, he wonders what he should do next about her feelings. His mind keeps flashing back to her telling him he should now be conscious of her, intensifying his flustered state. Exhausted, he curses that he just wants to sleep while kicking his legs on the bed in frustration. The next morning students head to school as a new day begins. Kang Lim trudges down the hallway with dark circles, having barely slept. He notices an unusual crowd gathered and noisily talking in the corridor. 2 of the idol girls, including He's co-stars, are the center of attention among the students. Elsewhere in the school, classmates stare at a classroom television broadcasting breaking news. The news reports that actress Kwon Mia has suspended all activities and will fully cooperate with the investigation into the scandal. As Kang Lim enters the classroom, the news continues about political repercussions tied to the case. His classmates all turn to look at him when he appears. Confused by the attention, Kang Lim wonders if rumors about his scooter accident are spreading. Gossipers mention that he is absent from school today and speculate that her schedule must be busy. Sitting down, Kang Lim worries he does not know how to face her after the confession, while noting the Goddess Idol show is being widely praised. The news then announces he has been cast as Sunhee in the movie adaptation and that her morning interview is trending. In that interview, he cheerfully tells reporters she plans to work hard in her new role. A reporter asks her to promote herself for fans who want to know more about her. He describes her varied hobbies and active participation in many school clubs. Suddenly remembering, she excitedly adds that there is something else important she likes. On live TV, she blurts out that she likes her classmate known as Boss, meaning Kang Lim. She clarifies to the bewildered interviewer that he is a boy from her class she confessed to yesterday. Facing the camera, he smirks and asks Kang Lim if he is watching the broadcast. Watching from class, Kang Lim erupts in a mortified scream. His 2 idol classmates comment on how energetic her interview is, reacting to his outburst. In the hallway, Junior Serin waits nervously outside with a large gift bag. Serin admits to herself that he is a formidable rival and that she cannot believe her senior boldly confessed first. In Kang Lim's imagination, he analyzes the situation like a strategist, deciding that rushing to confess now would be the worst move since he already stole the dramatic impact. Frustrated, Sirin stomps around complaining that the mood is ruined and it feels like the story just rushed to an ending when she was about to make her own move. Her phone buzzes with a new message, catching her attention. She reads her phone seriously, considering what to do next. Resolving herself, Sirin thinks she still has options left. When Rami arrives with drinks, Sirin says she has been waiting for her. In the cafeteria, other students murmur and glance over toward Kang Lim's table. Kang Lim sits with his head in his hands while his friend eats calmly, listening. The friend suggests Kang Lim should respond to Dae-hee based on his true feelings. He is surprised Kang Lim has not already sorted out his emotions after everything that has happened. Kang Lim reflects that although he once liked Dae-hee romantically, that was ages ago in his perspective. After countless loops spent fighting to keep her alive, he realizes his foremost wish has simply been for her safety. Turning to his friend, he insists he is not normally emotionally dense and believes he would have noticed any clear romantic signals earlier. His friend remarks that, given the situation, he should step aside and leave the romantic opening for Kang Lim. Before Kang Lim can respond, someone slams down next to him, interrupting. Rami and Sirin flank him on either side, calling him senior, and Kang Lim with obvious affection. The cafeteria falls silent as everyone stares at Kang Lim now sandwiched between two girls, his shock echoing through the room. A chibi epilogue shows Rami and Sirin targeting Kang Lim's frozen love cells like a mission objective, teasing that the next episode will reveal whether they can thaw his heart. Kang Lim is startled when two girls suddenly approach him and asks if they need something from him. Amy playfully claims they just came to hang out and teases him about not having gotten a lunch tray. Flustered, Kang Lim lies that he simply did not feel like eating. Anticipating this, Amy unveils a massive multi-tiered homemade lunchbox she prepared for him, shocking him. Na-yoon nervously grabs Kang Lim's sleeve to get his attention. She says she accidentally bought too many canned drinks and offers to share them with him, which he finds excessive. As Kang Lim reaches for a drink, he notices Na-yoon already sipping one. Na-yoon shyly takes a mouthful of soda, clearly embarrassed. Blushing, she hands the can she drank from to Kang Lim and tells him to drink it, leaving him confused about her intention. Kang Lim agonizes over why she drank first, recalling advice that he is not dense and would notice flags, yet feeling unsure about this indirect kiss. He tries to convince himself he is misunderstanding things, even as Amy ominously looms behind him. Amy suddenly blows in his ear from behind, making him jump in shock. She playfully tells him to focus on her as she prepares to feed him from the lunchbox. Kang Lim, overwhelmed by Amy and Sirin's behavior, asks why they are acting this way when they insist this is normal. Amy darkly suggests maybe he is already satisfied because someone confessed to him, revealing she knows about it. Kang Lim sweats and wonders what that past confession has to do with the current strange situation. Around them, male classmates murmur and glare, reacting strongly to what they are seeing. Noticing the hostile atmosphere from the boys, Kang Lim tries to dismiss it as another misunderstanding. Inside his head, his frozen love cells are shown being pounded by tiny versions of Amy and Sirin trying to awaken his feelings. The stone shell around those love cells suddenly cracks apart. Kang Lim, sitting between Amy and Na-yoon at the feast, realizes he might have misunderstood everything in reverse and that they might like him. Later, boys in gym clothes chatter in the hallway. Walking alone, Kang Lim wonders when and why his life changed since he was supposed to be a loner. He checks his phone contacts, insisting that apart from ESW-related people he barely has any friends. He yells at the unseen narrator that his situation is misunderstood and that everyone is only linked through ESW. While thinking about his acquaintances, someone suddenly grabs his arm. He is dragged into the school's third warehouse and the doors slam shut. Inside the storage room, Park Young-ah stumbles into his chest, clinging to him. Flustered, Kang Lim calls her name and asks what is happening as she hesitantly tries to speak. In a flashback, Young-ah meets Amy in a hospital hallway. Amy finishes explaining what happened earlier and says she felt obliged to tell Young-ah before informing Kang Lim. Amy apologizes that, despite promising to support Young-ah, she does not know what to say. Young-ah tells her not to apologize. Fighting back tears, Young-ah says that only if Amy does not apologize can she move on. Back in the warehouse, Young-ah asks Kang Lim to stay just like this with her for a moment, clinging to his arm. Kang Lim notices that she is trembling against him. Worried, he asks if she is okay and urges her to calm down and explain what happened. She thinks to herself that what she has always liked about him is how seriously he looks at her. The narration frames her as a girl torn by her emotions. It explains she has liked a close friend for a long time but now faces many unexpected rivals. Since then her feelings have wavered, and she wonders whether to face things directly like one rival or act more cunningly like another. She recently had a particularly vivid nightmare that felt more real than her previous similar dreams. In that nightmare, she found herself utterly devastated and crying her heart out. Waking up in tears, she realized that trying to choose only one side between conflicting options was wrong. She concludes that whether an approach is fair or underhanded, good or bad, it does not matter if it is necessary to win. Smiling now, Young-ah decides she should make use of both sides. Kang Lim, realizing what her story implied, starts to stammer a question. Yoonga cheerfully claims it was just a story she tried writing about a Webtoon character, and is glad it let her stalled plot move forward. Lim awkwardly laughs and says he is glad, though clearly unconvinced. He then notices the warehouse door will not open as he tries to leave for P class. They see chains locking the door from outside, implying someone trapped them on purpose. Yoonga calmly suggests that Lim sit down with her. She pats the spot beside her, calling this a good excuse to skip P since he dislikes it anyway. Tempted, Lim scratches his cheek and considers agreeing. Sitting together, Yoonga says she found an interesting game stream and wants to show it to him. Watching on her phone, she notes it has been a while since they hung out like this alone, reminiscing about how they used to watch streams together in the APC room. They sit shoulder to shoulder on the bed, focusing on the video, while she comments about a streamer he has never seen. In a flashback, Yoonga's co-worker had worried whether Yoonga could really hide her feelings as just a fictional story. Yoonga decided that was enough because she believes Lim is too insensitive to notice the underlying meaning. Lim's inner voice objects that this insensitivity is exactly what he is being criticized for. Still confused, he notes that what she said does not match how she just clung to him. Looking at Yoonga happily watching beside him, he wonders why she was in his arms earlier if it was only about a character. His mind dramatizes everything as an internal courtroom labeled the Lim inner mind trial. Beginning a debate. The inner judge questions whether Lim is really a loner or actually a deceiver and insensitive, calling for arguments. The defense Lim argues that adolescent boys naturally overthink and fantasize and cites this as normal behavior. He presents earlier daydream scenes as evidence that he just had harmless delusions, not real popularity. Feeling confident, he declares himself innocent, only for the prosecutor's side of himself to shout an objection. The prosecutor counters that those were earlier days when he knew nothing and the current situation and girls' feelings are very different. He angrily says that calling everything a delusion is outdated and cannot excuse Lim's obliviousness. The defense demands concrete proof, insisting he would have noticed if anything real had happened. The prosecutor unleashes a barrage of highlight scenes of the various girls clearly showing affection toward Lim. One of Lim's inner selves reacts in shock at this overwhelming evidence. The prosecutor argues that failing to notice all those moments proves Lim is an insensitive deceiver. Rows of silent inner Lims as jurors buzz and rumble at this conclusion. The judge laments that Lim's love cells have hardened and that he has become like the dense protagonists he used to mock, declaring him fully at fault. In this mental image, Lim is sentenced as guilty and thrown behind bars. He desperately protests for leniency, arguing he never used the classic clueless what did you say? Line during confessions. Back in reality, Lim slumps on a park bench, exhausted by everything. Blushing and covering his mouth, he wonders in panic what he should do now. Elsewhere, a girl excitedly thanks a shop owner at Love and Peace for giving her something important. The owner explains he is supporting her competition entry and gives her keys, asking her to manage things properly. Grateful, she vows to treasure and take good care of what he entrusted to her. Meanwhile, Lim sits in the park checking his phone. He texts his demon contractor that he skipped the all-purpose room because his head is a mess. The demon replies cryptically, implying other humans' children are complicated. He then tells Lim not to worry about it, trying to sound wise. Lim wonders why the demon is pretending to understand his situation. Feeling mentally overloaded, Lim decides to just go home, shower, game, and sleep. Arriving home, he announces his return. He hears a loud noise from his sister's room and turns toward it in confusion. His younger sister Min Jong bursts out of her room in a panic. She babbles incoherently at him, but he cannot understand what she is trying to say. She continues yelling nonsense, and he assumes she might be overheated and delirious. He casually tells her to cool off with ice cream or cold water and walks past her. In the living room, Lim finds Amy calmly eating snacks and is surprised she is at his house. Sitting with her, he asks what is wrong with his sister, noting how out of it she seemed. Amy comments that although it is hot, Min Jong is still a good sister and mentions she was treated well and heard a lot about him. She observes that he usually games immediately after coming home, but he says today he will shower first. As he undresses, he grumbles about how tired he is. Suddenly Amy yells incomprehensible expletive-like sounds at him, and he demands she speak clearly. Flustered, he demands to know how she ended up in his room acting as if it were normal. Amy answers that his sister brought her after work, and asks why he came home so early instead of going to the APC room. Lim insists that is not the point, and presses her on why she suddenly came over. He remembers her parting words the previous day about seeing him tomorrow, realizing belatedly that she was foreshadowing this visit. Amy is offended he did not catch that hint and scolds him. She then demands to know if he really did not watch the interview where she publicly mentioned him. Lim, blushing, shouts back that her interview made school life extremely awkward because everyone questioned their relationship. A flashback shows classmates crowding him, first watching from afar and then directly asking what was going on between him and Amy. Back in the present, Amy teasingly asks what he told them they were, and he says he only explained he helps her with manager duties. She accepts that but relabels him as her number one fan rather than a slave. Turning passionate, she says that despite their previous dynamic, things are going to change. She loudly declares that starting today their relationship will be redefined from the beginning with some love mixed in. Min Jong, secretly witnessing this from the doorway, is shocked speechless. A flashback to about an hour earlier begins with her friends asking about her brother. Her classmates show her Amy's photo on a phone and ask if her brother at Minhyuk High might know the celebrity Yoo Dae-hee. Min Jong flatly says it is impossible for her brother to be connected to someone like that even if he lived multiple lives. Her friends tease that she and her brother must fight a lot, which she claims is normal for siblings. She thinks to herself that with her brother it is more that he is simply messed up as a person. She clarifies in her thoughts that her problem with him is not his being an otaku since she also likes manga. She recalls how they used to watch anime together as children and how she looked after him when their parents came home late, believing he was genuine back then. She narrates that after being assigned to a distant middle school he grew gloomier, likely from failing to make friends. Later, when she thought he had finally become decent, he again disappointed her with his behavior. Remembering these times infuriates her, and she mentally curses him, insisting she would never have let things end that way if it were her. She concludes bitterly that he has since chosen to live like complete trash. Her friends speculate excitedly about who Amy's mysterious boss might be and imagine a handsome senior. Min Jong casually says that person is from a different world than them, and they will probably never meet Yoo Dae-hee anyway. Back in the present, Amy beams happily, fully unaware of Min Jong's earlier disbelief. Min Jong, stunned, hurries toward the front door. Opening it, she encounters Amy introducing herself as Kang Lim's classmate and asking if this is his house, leaving Min Jong flustered. Amy cheerfully says she came specifically to see Kang Lim, which only deepens Min Jong's confusion. Min Jong, with spiraling eyes, can only think, "What?" as her worldview collapses. She then confirms aloud that the boss Amy mentioned is indeed Na Kang Lim. Amy further clarifies that she is talking about the Na Kang Lim who lives here, with odd hair and that particular name spelling. Min Jong reluctantly affirms this description is correct. Later, in Amy's office, she tells Kang Lim that he knows dating scandals are dangerous for celebrities. She adds that even in modern times an idol like her is no exception, so she took matters into her own hands. She explains she revealed their situation herself beforehand to lessen any potential backlash. Joking about fights, she compares it to throwing the first punch to gain the advantage, which Kang Lim criticizes as an extreme analogy. Kang Lim reflects that in stories celebrity heroines usually date in secret and drift apart, and he is amazed Amy is actively breaking that pattern. She shrugs off his worries, saying fan reactions online seem mostly positive and quoting supportive comments. She admits she did lose some ad deals but says settlement money will cover it, so not all responses were positive. Kang Lim says that if she is fine with it then he is too, since people were gossiping about him anyway, and it is better that rumors be about this. He hesitantly starts to say there is something else he wants to ask. Amy, still browsing her phone, replies she does not know how to react to him either, acknowledging his awkwardness. She asks him to keep acting like before since she never expected anything from him, and his lack of hints, and forcing her to confess first were all part of his failures. Kang Lim notes that her sharp comments have only grown harsher and wonders if she just wants excuses to torment him. Curious, he finally asks outright why she even likes him, and what the reason is. Embarrassed, Amy refuses to answer, saying she is too shy to explain. When he doubts her, she angrily shouts that he does not believe her feelings. Advancing toward the flustered Kang Lim, she asks if she needs to prove her feelings through actions instead of words, leaving him panicking. Dae-hee, eyes swirling and excited, tells Kang Lim that close combat is her specialty and that taking out her frustration this way suits her. He panics about her strange eyes and begs her to calm down, while she casually says he can raise his hand if it hurts. As he struggles, she reminds him he is injured and questions whether he really thinks he can overpower her. Their scuffle crashes into something and shatters it, making them cry out in pain and surprise. Kang Lim's mom arrives home, notices unfamiliar shoes, and wonders whose they are. Dae-hee smugly decides to overlook what just happened for today. Kang Lim lies on his bed, flushed and wordless after the ordeal. His little sister Nari rushes to their mom, saying she is stuck in a strange dream and asking for a way to wake up. Dae-hee greets Kang Lim's mother politely at the door, introducing herself. Kang Lim's mom, confused, asks who this girl is while Nari freaks out beside her. A fantasy image shows Kang Lim on a throne surrounded by glamorous women, implying his harem-like situation. The four of them sit down to eat together in awkward silence. Dae-hee enthusiastically praises Kang Lim's mom's stir-fried anchovies as being very tasty. His mom happily says she is glad Dae-hee noticed, thinking of how Kang Lim's dad also loved that dish. Kang Lim sweats nervously as Dae-hee and his mom laugh and bond over the food. Nari watches Dae-hee's shimmering hair and secretly wonders what hair treatment she uses. Kang Lim's mom privately marvels that such a nice girl likes her son and apologizes for him not being more straightforward, while Dae-hee insists she is the one indebted. Mom jokingly tells Dae-hee she can even take Kang Lim home tonight, embarrassing him as he protests that she should support her own son. His older sister slaps him, scolding him for staying silent and saying if he had told their mom about Dae-hee earlier, this chaos might have been avoided. During dinner, Dae-hee apologizes to Min Jong for coming unannounced but says she is glad to share a meal, while Min Jong flusteredly calls it an honor. Min Jong shyly asks if she can take a picture with Dae-hee to post online, and Dae-hee readily agrees to pose after they finish eating. Kan Lim internally observes his whole family laughing and getting along with Dae-hee and wonders if they have all fallen for her. His mom warmly invites Dae-hee to visit again and bring her siblings anytime. As they leave the building, Kan Lim complains that his mom is overdoing it, but she tells him to stay still and scolds him for not recognizing how charming Dae-hee is. The next day, Kan Lim returns home from school, still thinking about everything. He is startled to find Kwon Mia waiting outside with drinks, angrily telling him he is late and should come home earlier. Offended by his lukewarm reaction, Mia shoves a health drink at him and says he should appreciate that she made time to visit. Kan Lim thanks her and worries about her walking around despite the dangerous Yakuza case and supposed witness protection. Mia explains her testimony role is over, the witness protection team is nearby, and she was only told to stay close to him for now. As he gulps the drink, Kan Lim complains about her harsh tone and asks what happened while they were apart. Mia glares and demands why he ignored her message, while he awkwardly claims he saw it too late at night to answer. She orders him to always reply from now on, and he sheepishly agrees, realizing she was mad just over that. Mia then brings up Dae-hee's huge televised love confession that she also saw, questioning the dramatic title and how he missed it. She explains the confession was trending everywhere online, cursing the information age while remembering how the boss incident distracted her. Mia asks directly what his answer to Dae-hee will be and whether he plans to date her. Kan Lim, feeling pressured, asks if he can get straight to the point because he is annoyed and her question is merciless. His flustered response draws the attention of nearby police, and he tries to insist it is a misunderstanding. He confesses that his mind is still a mess, that even after a night it feels like a hidden camera prank, and he does not yet know how he feels. Mia suggests he is secretly thrilled, but he denies it and asks why his answer matters so much to her. Mia starts to say it is because she likes him, but he panics and begs her not to say that aloud, fearing the consequences. The police rush toward them again as he insists nothing improper is happening and that it is not what it looks like. Later, Kan Lim leans against a wall with Mia, saying he knows indecisiveness is wrong but asks for more time because everything happened too fast. Mia accepts that his hesitation is inevitable and removes one of her earrings, catching his attention. Blushing, she admits everyone around him is attractive, so it is understandable he is conflicted. Bowing, she tells him that regardless of his eventual choice, she wants him to understand something important. Mia then declares that she will stand by Kan Lim's side until the very end. He laughs softly, calling her a unique person who only takes off her earring and calls herself Nuna when she gets serious like this. They part ways amicably, waving goodbye as he walks off. Soon after, Kan Lim meets another girl with pink hair on the street, who reacts excitedly while he looks surprised. At school, Kan Lim sits at his desk, distracted, listening to Dae-hee's confident face echoing in his mind through his phone. He then encounters a small twin-tailed girl looking smug while he appears unimpressed amid a crowd. Another girl shows him something on her phone in the hallway, and he leans in to look closely. As he walks through a corridor, Kan Lim receives a message from Seo Eun-young asking about his vacation plans. Checking his chat room, he sees multiple girls, including Dae-hee and Mia, all messaging him about spending summer vacation together. The scene shifts to Osaka, Japan, indicating a new setting. In a traditional room there, a woman in kimono calmly prepares tea. Eun-young, dressed elegantly, sips tea and notes that Kan Lim's dilemma of choosing who to spend vacation with is an enviable problem. Kan Lim, suddenly in that room, complains about how abrupt this scene change is, wondering what she is trying to gloss over. Eun-young acts innocent, calling this after-school tea time something normal for students. He points out he was at school just half an hour ago, and now has inexplicably flown to another country just for tea. Eun-young laughs that she sometimes uses private jets and helicopters when busy, treating them like a fast route rather than a limousine. She says if she had advised him in a branching route way things would be chaotic, so she tried to consider his situation, and he bows, thanking her for her good intentions. Kan Lim presses her about Dae-hee's public confession, noting she did not seem surprised and asking if she already knew. Eun-young admits she sensed Dae-hee's feelings from their phone calls even before Dae-hee realized them herself. She analyzes that Dae-hee is normally oblivious and only realized her feelings late, while the other girls had long since recognized theirs, making Kan Lim feel guilty hearing this. Eun-young says she waited for Dae-hee to notice so they could compete fairly for his heart. She then remarks that, in terms of loyalty, she has already done her part. With a soft smile, Eun-young asks Kan Lim to come to her, clearly reaffirming her romantic intentions. Flustered, he stammers, and she prompts him to speak plainly about how he feels. She suddenly produces a marriage registration form, saying she has already prepared it, while he protests that this is far too abrupt and should follow proper steps. Eun-young reminds him they are technically already engaged, recalling earlier when he agreed to act as her fiancé. Sliding the form and pen toward him, she promises him a life without want, even including noble titles and land. Kan Lim replies that love cannot be bought with money and apologetically calls her by name. Even while saying that, he absent-mindedly starts signing the form, and Eun-young points out his hand is already moving. He is shocked to realize his signature is almost complete, wondering why his body acted on its own. Young cheerfully takes the completed form, saying she will put it to good use, while he wonders whether he has just made a terrible mistake. She then shifts to a more serious tone, asking if he does not have deeper worries beyond confessions and vacation plans. Kang is startled she saw through him, and she says his concerns are obvious from his expression. She promises sincere advice if he is honest, boasting of her wide-ranging life experience. Young cites handling spies and world-threatening plots as examples of her experience, while Kang admits his problems are on a much smaller scale. He begins confessing that, given everything he and the others have gone through, his experiences have not been ordinary either. He reflects that despite craving safety, his hardships have become his standard of normal. Kang wonders aloud whether, if their dreamlike daily life ends, everyone will simply return to where they belong. Yet he increasingly doubts whether their previous lives truly were where they should be, especially thinking of Kwan Mia's unhappiness. He questions if preferring this life is just his selfish rationalization. Young sighs gently and calls him darling again, preparing to respond. He admits he cannot fully grasp what she is talking about, and she realizes she was vague and forgot to mention the time loop aspect. She humorously misinterprets his serious worries as being about climate crisis and grain production until he corrects her. She then praises him for wanting to protect the Amazon, while he begs her to bring the discussion back down to a high school level. Young says she still does not misjudge him because he is bravely facing his problems, even if that resolve makes things hard on himself. She explains that none of them want to see him suffer, regardless of reason. She adds that seeing him smile in any circumstance would make her happy, emphasizing that his emotional well-being matters most. She apologizes if she was too intense, repeating that while seriousness is good, none of them wish for him to be in pain. Narration notes that his heart and intentions are what matter most now that he is more than just a fictional character, though he wonders if everyone's goodwill is truly so pure. She tries to return to heavy topics like El Niño, but he begs her not to dive back into that level of discussion. She assures him that regardless of what happens, she will help him. Standing under a helicopter's rotor wash, Young asks if he will entrust all the vacation arrangements to her. The scene shifts back to the city crowds, indicating normal life continuing. Kang texts Nari that he is almost there as she asks where he is. He explains that since Nari sensed the stalker, he has been escorting her home from crammed school or part-time jobs late at night. He reflects that while nothing has happened recently, he should not let his guard down just because things seem quiet. Their chatting remains natural and not awkward, and Nari responds cutely, which reassures him. He notes they get along well now, perhaps because of a previous day spent gaming together. Yet he admits that after Dahi's bombshell confession, he was nervous about how Nari would react. To his relief, Nari simply texted congratulations after seeing the broadcast, treating it lightly. She quickly changed the subject to a cooperative game quest, leaving him wondering if he is overthinking everything. He concludes that, unlike in the original story where obsession caused problems, he probably will not face that kind of incident. Still, he recognizes that Nari is mature and sharp for handling her feelings with such restraint, and not worrying her sister. Heading down the stairs to the arcade she works at, he thinks he might also consult her about his current worries. He arrives to find the arcade temporarily closed, hesitating in front of the sign. Confused since she said she was working, he wonders why the place is shut today. He goes inside anyway, entering the darkened arcade as the doors creak open. Walking through the empty space, he calls out for Yunari and the manager. Hearing only silence and seeing an abandoned cup near the entrance, he calls out again, unsettled. A kettle whistles sharply from somewhere, adding to the eerie atmosphere. His phone pings with a new message, and he checks it curiously. The message from Nari simply says she is sorry. He watches as she continues typing, his thumb hovering as he waits for more. Then a second message appears where she straightforwardly writes that she loves him. Shocked, he turns to find Nari rushing at him from behind. She presses a stun gun into his side, electrocuting him as he cries out in pain and confusion. Kang collapses to the floor, unconscious, while Nari stands over him holding the weapon. Nari stares down at his fallen body in silence, expression dark and unreadable. Her narration begins with a memory of childhood, explaining she was the only black-haired sibling because she inherited that trait from their mother. A picture of their smiling mother emphasizes that connection and affection. Nari recalls that in Korea boys mocked Dahi's blonde hair, calling her names and bullying her. She notes that although they were just kids probably teasing out of interest, Dahi was clearly hurt by it. The next day, their mother visited a hair salon after hearing what happened. She returned with blonde hair like Dahi's and told a story about suffering similar ridicule herself to comfort her daughter. However, that left Nari as the only black-haired member of the family, making her stand out awkwardly in photos. Their mom, realizing this, apologized to Nari and joked about maybe stopping the dye, but Dahi had already grown confident, so she hesitated. Nari, wanting her sister to stay happy, told their mom she was fine and asked her to remain blonde. She admits now that this request was not purely for Dahi's sake but stemmed from her own competitiveness toward her talented sister. As a child she wanted to prove she was different and stronger than Dahi, using her unique black hair as proof. Looking back, she realizes she also had a strong desire to win and possess things, though though nowadays her relationship with Dae is relatively gentle. She remembers how that childish desire once made them fight fiercely over a single toy they both liked and wonders if those feelings have resurfaced. Na reintroduces how she first viewed Kang as just another guy buzzing around her sister. In her mind she saw him as a wolfish predator like other men who approached Dae. She secretly tailed him, suspecting he might be a stalker, only to discover he was stranger and more dangerous than she imagined, in an eccentric rather than criminal way. After many shared incidents at school and beyond, she realized Kang was actually different from other men. Through spending time with him, she gradually developed feelings and started to understand why her sister liked him. Remembering their phone call, she says she impulsively told him to take his time deciding, without realizing those words reflected her true, honest feelings. She was startled that her reassurance was completely sincere, without any hidden resentment. After that realization, she could not stop thinking about him and found herself daydreaming of Kang every day at school. She increasingly wished to see and talk with him more often. Every time he talked joyfully about Kang at meals, Na-ri's chest hurt with jealousy and confusion. Wanting to connect with him, she researched games boys like and started playing them herself. She sent him game hearts and gifts even though she knew they outwardly meant nothing. Despite telling herself not to, she lay awake at night clutching her phone, growing more and more preoccupied with him. Finally, believing it might be okay to approach him more boldly since he once called her his ideal type, she resolved to act on her feelings, accepting this role in his life without much resistance. Yunari admits to herself that she romantically likes Kang Appa. As she cooks, anxiety mixes with her feelings and makes her hesitate. She worries that, like before, she might lose Kang to her sister again. She reflects that she truly loves and admires her sister and wants her happiness. However, she resolves that this time she does not want to give Kang up, noting her sister has not even realized her own feelings yet. Consumed by possessiveness, she decides Kang is the one person she refuses to lose or have taken away. After deciding, she starts frequenting places where she can meet him, waiting to bump into him. She even lies about having a stalker so she can see him regularly, leading them to meet every couple of days. Seeing how often they meet and how much they like each other, she starts to think of it as essentially dating. She wonders if their relationship really counts as something yet, but believes it must. Yet whenever school comes up, Kang only talks excitedly about other girls. She recalls seeing those girls in photos, hearing from her sister that they are pretty and talented. Jealous, she secretly follows Kang and the girls to observe them. She spies Kang interacting closely with the pink-haired girl. She spies him again with a different girl clinging to his arm. Realizing the girls are all romantically interested in him, she sees them as rivals hitting on Appa. She frets that her sister seems oblivious to the danger of Kang being taken by others. She decides she does not care who her rival is, even her sister, and refuses to accept losing him. She vows never to give in and to eliminate any obstacles to being with Kang. She turns with determination, having firmly set her course. She approaches Yu Dae and introduces herself, saying she wants to talk about Kang Appa. Later, Kang begins to regain consciousness, groaning. He wakes to find himself tied to a chair and reacts in shock. Still groggy, he struggles and mutters as he realizes he is bound in a storage-like room. Looking around confused, he questions where he is and why he is tied up. He jolts and strains against the ropes, panicking. From a distance he repeatedly questions what happened, where he is, and why he is restrained. He recalls entering the restaurant just before blacking out. A stabbing headache brings back a flash of memory he cannot yet piece together. Yu Na-ri cheerfully enters, acting relieved that he woke up and saying she was worried. Kang recognizes her, hurriedly asks for help, and begs her to untie him before the culprit returns. She casually refuses, saying she worked hard on this plan and would never untie him. When he reacts in disbelief, she teases that he might not remember what happened. Calling him a pervert, she tells him not to worry and that they will now make many happy memories together. He nervously looks around the sparse room while she comments on it being empty. She apologizes for not being able to prepare the place better yet but promises they can fill it together and that she will make living there comfortable for him. He calls her name anxiously, asking what exactly she means. Pain flares and his memory suddenly snaps into place. He remembers her shocking him with a stun device in the restaurant, realizing she kidnapped him. He demands to know why she did it, addressing her directly. She answers internally that she could not hold herself back any longer, wants him immediately, and fears his many growing rivals. She says this extreme plan seemed most efficient, since if they become a couple the rivals will naturally disappear. She wonders aloud if he would have preferred her to remove the rivals entirely, teasing him for supposedly being shy about such a direct method. Leaning close with a crazed blush, she insists that they like each other, so this should be fine. He stammers in refusal, thinking privately that the situation contradicts his earlier vague suspicions. He reflects that he once wondered if Yunari might like him too, realizing in hindsight that she had given off subtle romantic flags. He notes that if she truly had those feelings, he expected her obsessive or deranged side to surface earlier. Since nothing overt had happened until now, he had dismissed the idea, but realizes that Yu Dae masked her own tendencies similarly well. He gulps, wondering if Yunari has simply been holding herself back until all her pent-up feelings erupted at once. Yu Na-ri tells him that since everyone sees them as practically dating already, his attention to other girls amounts to cheating. When he protests, she coldly concludes that by that logic he has been unfaithful with the other girls. She quickly adds that she does not blame him alone, and instead blames the impure girls who touched a man she considers taken. Muttering to herself, she considers whether completely eliminating those girls might actually be the better plan. Conlim yells at her in horror, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Startled by his outburst, she freezes. He insists that regardless of her reasons this situation is unacceptable and cannot be treated as a joke. He urges her to snap out of it and untie him, emphasizing his seriousness. She falls silent, processing his words. Then, offended, she asks if he will keep defending other women after everything she has done for him. With a chilling calm, she says he has developed bad habits but that she will correct them for him. Terrified, he begs her to stop and asks what she is about to do. From outside, his censored screams echo from the building. Time suddenly resets with a thump, indicating the loop has rewound. Conlim realizes he has looped back to just before things escalated, confirming that some force intervenes and that this situation acts like a save point. He resolves to focus on the current crisis, recognizing that it is more bewildering than any loop he has faced before. He analyzes that Yu Na-ri, once only obsessed with her sister, has now redirected that obsession onto him in an even more extreme form. He despairs over how things reached this point, and wonders if his own obliviousness is to blame, yet still curses the situation. Frustrated, he kicks and rattles his chair, cursing repeatedly. The loop returns again to the moment Yu Na-ri cheerfully enters, claiming she was worried. This time he immediately protests that her actions are wrong and pleads for her to untie him. She dismisses his protests, saying she will personally correct everything for him. The loop snaps once more, rewinding time. In the next iteration he shouts for help, prompting Yu Na-ri to innocently ask if he dislikes their love nest. As she picks up the rope, he begs her to calm down and talk rationally, but she insists he is the one who must calm down, and that she will help. He cries that what she is doing is a crime and begs her to stop. Leaning over him, she declares that rules like that cannot restrain her feelings. Night falls over the city as time passes during the loops. Exhausted and slumped in his chair, he reflects that his resistance has been futile. He concludes that unlike previous incidents, this time nothing returns to normal no matter how hard he struggles. He notes that other loops ended once he resolved the incident, but Yu Na-ri being the cause makes this one persist. He realizes that even if he prevents the worst outcome now, it is too late to revert things to before she became fixated on him. He understands that everything was doomed from the moment this particular loop became fixed. In a mental space of shattered glass, he blames himself for ruining everything. Kneeling on a beach before fragments of broken glass showing the girls, he collapses in despair. The red-tinged waves wash up near him as he sits despondently by the shore. He kneels at sunset, still grieving over the shattered future. A close-up shows his pained, tearful eye reflecting his turmoil. He notices a shard of glass with Yudehi's smiling face and focuses on it. He remembers Yudehi and another girl happily smiling together. He also recalls the other girls who care for him, wondering if he should give up trying. He questions whether his thinking is distorted by stress or overfamiliarity with looping. He reasons that what has already happened cannot be undone. He decides that the true worst has not yet occurred, so he still has a reason to keep fighting. He concludes that the save point is actually fortunate because it traps Yu Na-ri within this loop, giving him another chance. Determined, he tells himself the story is not over and refuses to accept such a pathetic ending. Returning to the present loop with renewed resolve, he vows not to let things end this way. Remembering Eun-young's words about facing problems head-on, he accepts that this disaster is largely his fault. He admits that, despite claiming to see them as real people, he tried to distance himself, and that this detachment is his true sin. Thus he resolves to stop Yu Na-ri not only for Yu Dehi and the others, but for everyone involved. He refines that thought further, deciding he must stop Yu Na-ri for her own sake most of all. When Yu Na-ri enters yet another loop cheerfully, he greets her calmly instead of panicking. He sits with a composed but tense expression, answering her greeting. Surprised by his attitude, she starts to speak hesitantly. She steps toward him while he watches warily, wondering what she intends. She says she is relieved by how calm he seems and admits she had prepared various follow-up measures in case he reacted badly. He thinks to himself that he already knows what those measures are from past loops, and decides not to provoke her this time. He analyzes that, given how she ranted about cheating, her emotions are volatile and he must act naturally while watching for an opening. Speaking smoothly, he claims he more or less expected such an extreme romantic gesture from her. Confused by his choice of words, she hesitates and starts to say how she truly feels. He interrupts by saying they have had a good vibe lately, and he figured she might plan some special couple-like surprise for him. Her expression shifts to flustered realization as she listens. Blushing, she convinces herself that his interpretation is right and that she simply took the initiative because he was hesitant. She excitedly describes wanting to take their relationship beyond casual meetings, imagining dates, trips, and even overnight stays. She confesses she wants constant contact with him, ideally being together all the time, or at least texting every few minutes to affirm their love. Conlim judges internally that her obsession is even stronger than he had thought, and scolds his past self for missing the signs. She mutters that if she keeps him this way, then other girls, including her sister, will no longer be able to approach him. Standing against the wall, she admits she wants to cut off all other women and even Yu Dae-hee from his life. Kang realizes she truly is the core of the problem and that he must address the underlying issue directly. Yu Na-ri happily declares that from now on he will live there with her, promising to provide everything while he waits for her. He counters that such a plan is unrealistic and asks how they could possibly explain his disappearance to others. He continues listing practical problems. His family will search for him, and he still needs to attend school and lead a normal life. She confidently replies that she has already prepared for everything, which he dryly pretends to find reassuring. He brings up his obligation to go to school or cram school and at least graduate from high school. Momentarily speechless, she stares blankly as if caught off guard. She then defensively tells him not to fall for educational elitism, which he interprets as her running out of arguments. Flustered, she accuses him of not studying hard anyway. She bursts out that she has been watching him, knows he frequently skips the academy, and that he often sneaks off to a PC room instead of attending self-study. Cornered, he sweats and stammers, seeing his own hypocrisy exposed. He parrots her earlier line about educational elitism to deflect, while she notes internally how quickly he changed his stance. He realizes with unease that she has been secretly watching him all along, which explains how she saved him so quickly when he once fell into a river. She suddenly remembers something she forgot, and says she will be right back, leaving him alone. Kang watches her run out of the room, still tied to the chair. He sighs and thinks he is finally grasping the situation, but finds it extremely troublesome. He concludes that she simply wants to monopolize the person she likes, but her normally model student personality has made the resulting obsession especially intense. He decides he must calm her and open her eyes, and the obvious method is to involve Yu Dae-hee. He imagines bringing Yu Dae-hee to confront Yu Na-ri directly. He notes that Yu Na-ri has never shown this obsessive side in front of her sister, likely because of her deep affection for Yu Dae-hee. He plans to escape first, and then call Yu Dae-hee, accepting that chaos may follow but believing it necessary. As he considers this, he suddenly smells something delicious and is distracted. Yu Na-ri returns cheerfully with a covered dish, saying she thought he must be hungry. He asks how long he has been unconscious before waking here. She answers that it has been roughly half a day as she dramatically unveils the steaming food. He sees freshly cooked shrimp fried rice, realizes she made it herself, and is impressed by how appetizing it looks. He suddenly recognizes the building layout and realizes why it felt familiar. He deduces that they are in the same building as the Love and Peace restaurant, explaining how she could bring the food so quickly. Reasoning that escaping would be easy once he slips free of the ropes, he watches as she approaches with the plate, saying she will help since he cannot use his hands. Sitting close, she prepares to spoon-feed him the fried rice. He opens his mouth wide, ready to eat. She scolds him for that posture, hitting him lightly and adjusting how she wants to feed him. Pouting, she complains that he must have been fed like this by the other girls before and resents having to share such an intimate act. Na-ri decides on a new approach and moves her hand to her lips. Tied up, Kang panics at her implication, while Na-ri laughs it off as a joke and says she will save that idea for a romantic moment. Na-ri daydreams about an ideal future where she marries Kang, goes on a luxurious honeymoon, and shares their first kiss, while he thinks she is getting carried away. Kang, still bound, is told she will feed him normally for now, though she wants something extra. Blushing, Na-ri asks Kang to say the words "I love you, Na-ri" before she feeds him. Kang refuses in embarrassment, so Na-ri threatens to withhold food unless he says it, and he stubbornly claims he can skip a meal. His stomach growls and he remembers how she lured him here with a dinner invitation. The memory text shows her message inviting him to have dinner after work, which he now realizes was a trap. Hungry and frustrated, Kang steels himself. He mutters a quiet confession, and Na-ri, pretending not to hear, demands he say it louder. Kang finally shouts his love for you, Na-ri. Pleased, Na-ri returns the words of love and rewards him with food, while he laments giving in for a meal. As Kang eats, he thinks hunger is scarier than gangsters, while Na-ri gleefully ends a recording of his confession to replay later. After tasting the food properly, Kang is shocked by how delicious it is. He comments that her cooking has improved even more, and Na-ri happily says she practiced a lot. In high spirits, Na-ri offers him a special nutrition drink if he says "I love you" again. Tempted by the limited time offer, Kang quickly repeats his love for her. The two continue, with Na-ri feeding him more food as he keeps loudly professing his love, and she delightedly calls him a flirt, while echoing her own love. Time passes with them stuck in this loop. Later, while Kang drinks the special shake, Na-ri notes there is something on his mouth, and he fumbles because his hands are tied. Na-ri leans in, teasing that he cannot manage without her. Their faces draw close as if they might kiss. Embarrassed, they both pull back, blushing. Awkwardly, Na-ri offers to untie his hands, but Kang declines. She insists she is prepared even for his bath and restroom needs, which he firmly refuses. Kang, still bound, asks one favor instead, requesting ice cream like they always eat together. Overjoyed, Na-ri dashes off to fetch the ice cream, telling him to wait. Left alone, Kang Lim looks after her thoughtfully. He concludes that Na-ri is not suited to be a villain. Noting that although she prepared many things, her bindings are clumsy, he starts slipping his hands free. The image shows his hands behind the chair with the plastic tie loosened. He violently snaps the cable tie, mentally explaining that ordinary ones are easy to break unlike professional restraints. He then works on freeing his torso by wriggling out of the rope binding his arms. Kang Lim tilts the chair back, preparing to fall. He kicks off and topples the chair backward. He crashes hard but succeeds in getting his upper body out of the rope. Now out of the chair and rope, he remarks that he escaped, despite the clumsy landing. Checking himself, he finds his phone gone and decides he will have to contact Yu-dae directly in person. He plans to exit the building carefully, wary of more traps. At the door he hesitates, wondering if leaving like this is truly right. He thinks that calling Yu-dae would surely stop this situation, but worries about what will happen to Na-ri. A visual of Na-ri standing alone suggests his concern for how hurt she would be. Na-ri, elsewhere, reaches for a doorknob while sighing. Kang Lim resigns himself to his fate and decides to try another way. Na-ri returns down the hallway with a bag of ice cream, about to re-enter the room. She suddenly notices something off and reacts in shock. Fearing he escaped, she rushes back inside. Instead, she finds Kang Lim calmly seated and untied, asking if she brought his ice cream. Confused, Na-ri questions why he is free of the rope and whether he tried to escape. Kang Lim denies it and claims that though he could have escaped while she was gone, he stayed to talk properly. He says he wants a serious conversation as equals. From that equal standpoint, he asks why she resorted to this extreme kidnapping plan. Na-ri protests that he already knows, she did it because she likes him. Kang Lim says that is exactly what makes her actions strange. He argues that such a radical method cannot achieve what she wants, and that she is smart enough to know that. He presses her again, asking why she chose this way. Admitting his own cluelessness before, he insists that sometimes you have to speak feelings plainly. Na-ri snaps emotionally, demanding to know what else she should have done. Kang Lim is taken aback by her outburst. She cries that no matter how she thought, this was the only way, and begins talking about their older sister Yu-dae. A flashback shows Dae as an admirable, respectable big sister. Young Na-ri explains that whenever she competed with her sister, she knew Dae was actually strong and only letting her win. She recalls realizing that she never truly beat her sister, and that Dae was holding back. As children, Na-ri expected Dae would someday achieve much more than anything she had yielded. Na-ri says she wished her feelings were only simple jealousy toward a capable sibling. She remembers the day they both tried for festival conductor, when she fell sick and missed school. Dae cared for feverish Na-ri, telling her to rest and promising to buy ingredients and cook porridge. Na-ri peeks from under the towel after Dae leaves. A younger Dae returns, checking Na-ri's temperature and asking if she still has a fever. Na-ri nervously asks if Dae was selected as conductor, and Dae calmly says she forfeited. Shocked, Na-ri hears her sister say competing without her was not fun. Smiling, Dae urges Na-ri to get well so they can compete together next time. Na-ri tears up at her sister's warmth. Yet even then she hated herself for only thinking of beating Dae when her sister was being so kind. She says that after their parents died and they endured hardships, Dae became someone she respected, not a rival, and she stopped competing with her. But with Kang Lim they both fell for the same person. She wished Dae would not notice her own feelings, but realizes that wish was futile. Walking in the city, Na-ri agonizes over what she should do. She acknowledges she has no chance in a fair contest and would lose to her sister again. In the present, Na-ri yells that she took this path because she believes she will lose to her sister. She elaborates that she feels inferior and greedy, terrified of having Kang Lim stolen away, and demands if he is satisfied with that truth. Kang Lim answers no, striding toward her and insisting that is not the real core reason. Cornered, Na-ri stammers as he keeps pressing for the true reason. He accuses her of lying and says he knows she cares about her sister more than she admits. He recalls Yu-dae telling Na-ri that even her obsessive behavior stems from good intentions and deep sisterly affection. Images of happy times between Kang Lim and Na-ri flash by, emphasizing her genuine feelings. Kang Lim grabs her raised arm and says she is a far more decent person than she believes. A close-up of Na-ri's eye shows her shaken by his words. Narration returns to Na-ri's earlier inner monologue about knowing she would lose a fair fight for Kang Lim. Yet she resolves that despite that, she will not give up. She vows she absolutely will not lose given how strongly she feels about Kang Lim. Standing in a crowd, Na-ri steels herself with determined eyes. Rain begins pouring from dark clouds. Na-ri sits crying on the wet pavement as people pass with umbrellas. From a distance, she is shown alone in the rain, ignored by others. A black, inky presence emerges behind her as an ominous voice asks what she is saying. The dark doppelganger mocks her talk of not giving up and calls it childish in this situation. That sinister version warns she will truly lose Kang Lim and all her happy memories with him if she continues like this. It urges her to admit she knows a better way. The dark self tells her to act pitiful to manipulate the situation. It suggests pretending ignorance of Daehee's feelings and asking her for help in pursuing Kang Lim. It elaborates that they should act like an innocent younger sister in love, knowing Daehee cherishes them. The voice promises that if Daehee has not fully realized her own feelings yet, she will give up and yield Kang Lim to them. Nari screams at the voice to shut up. She admits that he might really sacrifice her own feelings but says that would only make her sister deeply sad. Nari imagines herself passively watching Dae suffer and cowardly accepting Kang Lim anyway. She foresees that leading to mutual misery and self-loathing for both sisters. Rejecting that idea, Nari says she is not that pathetic and declares she will not lose to her sister this time through such means. Instead, her expression turns manic as she swears to personally claim Kang Lim as her own. With twisted eyes, she concludes that this is the path that will be right for all of them. Back in the warehouse, two hands reach toward each other. Nari, now kneeling and drained, begins to speak while Kang Lim stands before her, thinking he could say something comforting but hesitates. He decides he lacks the right to console her, accepting that his own behavior helped push her to these extremes. However, he says he must correct one misunderstanding: whoever else he is close to, that does not negate what exists between him and Nari. He tells her that nothing will erase their bond and if she is willing, it can continue indefinitely. Kang Lim explains that all the fun times he has had were special because they were with her, and even someone as capable as Dae he could not replace that. Nari, teary-eyed, protests that if Kang Lim dated her sister instead, things would change, but he counters by defining each of them as unique individuals. He asks if she would suddenly love someone superior to him, in every way more than him. Nari vehemently denies she could ever like anyone more, and he admits his own ideal type has become closer to someone like her. He adds that although he once thought his type resembled Dae, that was before he truly understood his feelings and hers. Still anxious, Nari argues that if he has another girlfriend, their current meetings would naturally decrease and feel like losing him. Kang Lim concedes that point is hard to argue with but hints he still wants to promise something, even if it is shaky. Flustered, he suggests they could still secretly meet even if he had a girlfriend. Nari objects that such sneaking around would be morally wrong, and he retorts that she is hardly in a position to lecture about ethics. She laughs and admits he has a point. Holding her hand, Nari apologizes for hurting him, saying her overflowing emotions blinded her to anything else. Kang Lim brushes off the apology, saying he is used to dangerous incidents, and this is trivial compared with his usual enemies. He jokes that compared to mafias and yakuza, dealing with a cute girl like her is easy, making Nari blush furiously. Nari then asks him to prove he will not leave her. Reaching toward him with earnest eyes, she begs for concrete evidence so she can feel secure. Kang Lim struggles to keep his composure, internally telling himself to stay calm. He collects his thoughts, realizing he almost sees a solution to reassure her. Teasing, he pretends not to understand what kind of proof she wants, which frustrates Nari. He agrees to provide evidence but first asks for one promise. Kang Lim makes her pledge that she will not harm anyone else out of jealousy or distrust toward him again. He explains this is about more than romance, that everyone including her is a precious friend, and he has resolved to risk himself to keep them safe. Therefore, he warns that if she repeats such behavior toward others, he truly will not forgive her. Nari is startled by the seriousness of that condition. She bows her head and agrees to try, and Kang Lim says that is enough for now and thanks her. Nari then shyly asks if she can still direct all these intense feelings solely toward him. Kang Lim realizes she is essentially asking to focus her obsessive love on him alone. He admits that it will be troublesome but acknowledges he partly provoked it and cannot deny responsibility. Blushing, he says he will do his best to handle her. Overjoyed, Nari beams, promising to show all her feelings only to him. Kang Lim wonders if the situation is finally settled, relieved that nothing worse happened and she has made a promise. Nari, however, turns away and reminds him she is still waiting for real proof. Kang Lim is confused as she suddenly grabs him. She tackles him down and kisses or clings to him, catching him off guard. Lying on the floor, Nari coquettishly urges him to hurry up, calling him a pervert appa. Both flustered on the ground, Kang Lim panics internally, unsure what to do next. Kang Lim reflects that though he meant what he said earlier, he also talked impulsively just to calm things down, and is now surprised the situation with Nari has escalated this far. Flustered, he convinces himself Nari's behavior is clear romantic approval and insists he is not a dense rom-com protagonist. As he tenses up, Nari lightly taps him and tells him that it is fine. Blushing, Nari assures him that if it is with him, she is okay with what is happening. Kang Lim is stunned speechless by her straightforward acceptance. The two lie together as Nari clings to him, while he hesitantly moves his hand, unsure how to proceed. The warehouse door begins to slide open, letting in light. A spilled drink by the door shows someone has just arrived and been shocked by what they saw. Kang Lim's older sister appears, silently taking in the scene with a serious expression. She stands over the pair on the floor, clearly having caught them in an intimate position. Kang Lim and Nari jolt upright in panic as they realize who is watching them. Kang Lim nervously asks his sister why she is here, while Nari recoils in embarrassment. The sister accuses them of trying to fool her with lies and says she easily saw through their fabricated story. She notes that Kang Lim seems unharmed, passes along a message that the boss is staying elsewhere tonight, and prepares to deal with the two of them. She orders both Kang Lim and Nari to come downstairs with her. The three move to a diner booth, sitting across from each other for a serious talk. The sister bluntly demands an explanation of what exactly happened. When Kang Lim tries to answer, she cuts him off and tells him to stay put, making it clear Nari must speak. Addressing Nari by name, the sister tells her she is the one who must explain, making Nari tremble. Nari hesitates in silence as the sister impatiently waits, preparing to interrogate her further. The sister admits she anticipated some conflict over Kang Lim, since the siblings have always fought over things since childhood. She recalls a childhood incident where they broke their father's wrestler figure fighting over it, using it as an example of their long-standing rivalry. Wanting to avoid another disaster, she says she will ask directly what happened instead of letting anything else break. She pointedly asks them how far their relationship went, leaving both Kang Lim and Nari blushing and shocked. Though she jabs at Kang Lim as a loner, she also says she trusts he knows right from wrong, which momentarily stings his pride. She clarifies that her real concern is Nari, criticizing Nari's tendency to act recklessly and asking just how far she crossed the line. Nari confesses that her sister has already seen the ropes, stun gun, and other disturbing items she had prepared upstairs. Kang Lim tries to awkwardly excuse those items, but can barely get a word out. The sister angrily shouts him down, telling him to be quiet so she can continue. She concludes that Nari's actions amount to a borderline crime mitigated only by partial consent, and says she will only let it go if Kang Lim himself is okay and they did not go all the way. Even so, she declares that wrong is wrong and that as Nari's older sister and guardian she must scold her. Nari, trembling, says it is okay and tells her sister not to worry about the wrongdoing. Suddenly, Nari claims she and Kang Lim are already in a fully mutual, affectionate relationship and that the suspicious items were just part of their romantic play. The sister is dumbfounded by this outrageous explanation. Nari and the sister start shouting at each other, Nari insisting there is nothing strange about their behavior and that they even formalized it with a contract. The sister, stunned by the mention of a contract, demands to know if Kang Lim really agreed to something like that, while he fumbles in confusion. Both Nari and the sister yell at Kang Lim, accusing him of trying to act like nothing happened and scolding him for his perceived treatment of Nari. After venting her anger, the sister sighs and says that from the standpoint of a guardian she has said what she needed to say. She then switches roles, speaking as Kang Lim's self-proclaimed #1 fan and master of his first slave, while he protests that she has their dynamic backwards. Turning her back to them, she admits that as a romantic rival she has no further objections. She explains that now that she understands how serious Nari's feelings are, she has no choice but to contend with her properly. She warns Nari to be ready, saying she will not hold back or give way just because they are sisters. With a determined look, the sister vows to compete fairly and earnestly against Nari for Kang Lim. Nari tears up but steels herself in response to her sister's declaration. Remembering her lonely, obsessive past, Nari realizes how far she has come from despair to having someone to fight for. Nari smiles through her tears and says she feels the same resolve as her sister. She declares that, sister or not, she also will not go easy and will compete seriously for Kang Lim. Watching the two sisters reaffirm their rivalry, Kang Lim can only smile wryly. The sisters then comment that with 4, now 5, other girls harboring feelings for Kang Lim, they barely have time to worry about each other. The girls gang up to tease Kang Lim about his constant claims of coincidence, wondering why he keeps attracting them while he protests being singled out. The sisters tell him to be quiet because they want to make something clear, addressing him formally as Kang Lim Appa. Together they declare that as each other's precious sister, either can ever willingly give the other up to someone else. Kang Lim nervously laughs that at least the sisters seem close, so things might be okay. The empty booth shows their intense conversation has finally ended and dawn is arriving. Kang Lim notes the sun is rising and that despite everything they still have to attend school on the last day before vacation, which he sees as another chance for something. He proposes that everyone meet later at the All-Purpose Culture Club because he has an announcement for all of them. After leaving the diner, the sisters walk side by side in silence towards school. Nari trails behind, gazing thoughtfully at her older sister's back. Nari breaks the silence to apologize for everything that happened. Her sister responds that Nari does not need to apologize to her. They pause walking, emotions hanging between them. The sister breaks the tension by casually asking Nari what she wants for breakfast. Embarrassed, Nari hurries ahead, saying she will grab something to eat on the way. The sister recalls how their friend Young-ah once said something similar in a past conversation. In that memory, Young-ah stops Nari from apologizing, saying that only by moving forward can she avoid always apologizing in the future. Young-ah explains that she wants to act now so she will not have to keep apologizing later on. Time passes to a busy school day, with students bustling as summer vacation nears. A poster on the clubroom door shows the All-Purpose Culture Club where everyone is to gather. Inside the clubroom, all the heroines stand facing Kang Lim, waiting for what he has to say. Young-ah remarks that the once quiet clubroom has become crowded with people. On the rooftop, Kang Lim thanks everyone for coming, saying there is something important he must discuss. The girls watch him, anxious and curious about his upcoming declaration. Kang Lim, talking through a tablet to the absent member on video call, struggles to find the right words and mutters that the situation is frustrating. The purple-haired girl on the screen yells at him to stop stalling and get to the point, saying she is busy and impatient. Another girl notes there is no reason to delay and offers to pass along whatever he decides to Nari. Over video, his male friend dramatically encourages him to trust in that friend's belief if he cannot trust himself. The same friend quotes an anime line about believing in the one who believes in you, while Lim wonders why this has to be done via video. The friend admits he is curious about how this romantic drama will end and jokes that he feared Lim might be crushed between the battling girls. Annoyed, Lim cuts off the call, realizing his friend only contacted him to tease and talk about his funeral. Stealing himself again, Lim says he will not dodge the issue and must speak plainly. He explains he gathered them to clarify his stance, acknowledging that they all have goodwill toward him. Facing the group, he says their affection is more than he deserves but that he is also grateful for it. He starts to belittle himself as an unworthy guy, then stops, deciding not to talk that way anymore. He admits something still bothers him, namely that he is unsure about the true nature of their feelings. He questions whether their affection is genuine romantic love or something else shaped by circumstances. Some girls want to immediately insist it is love, but are held back and told to hear him out. The sister urges everyone to listen to his entire explanation before reacting. Lim notes he was deeply involved in each of their incidents, and worries they may be confusing gratitude or adrenaline for love. He imagines the girls denying that idea, yet concedes they might be right, shouting that he knows what they would say. He admits that although his mind understands this reasoning, his heart still feels conflicted and uneasy about it. He gestures helplessly, overwhelmed by the contradiction between his logic and emotions. A narrator explains that because Lim survived thanks to knowledge from an answer sheet and loop timelines, he feels guilty about whether he truly earned the girl's affection. This guilt has long tormented him, recently making him wonder if living in reality, rather than inside the game ESW, might be better. These conflicting thoughts and self-doubts swirl together, leaving him lost in inner chaos. The situation with Nari and her extreme obsession became the final trigger for this crisis of conscience. Her abnormal attachment makes him suspect that none of these feelings are ordinary romance. He begins to wonder if all the heroine's emotions are artificial phenomena created by ESW, like forced red strings of fate, and grows more confused despite understanding the theory. Returning to the present, Lim concludes his explanation by saying that is the root of his unease. He states that as a man he wants to respond to their feelings, but doing so now while still uncertain would make him hate himself. Therefore he cannot choose anyone yet and asks for more time to sort out his heart. The girls silently accept his words, listening without interrupting. Lim lowers his head, bracing himself for their reaction. To his surprise, the girls collectively agree to accept his request and move forward on that basis. Yoonghwa comments that she assumed he had not reached a decision yet, and another girl says this outcome fits his personality. Dae smugly claims she predicted he would say this, joking about winning a small bet over it. The vampire girl teases that he has essentially chosen the path of an indecisive playboy. Lim protests that their reactions are too harsh, and insists he is genuinely taking their feelings seriously. The purple-haired girl interprets his speech as asking them to show their love more concretely so his heart can understand, which he denies. She then muses aloud whether he has even charmed Nari's younger sister, prompting further suspicion. Sweating, Lim hurriedly summarizes that what he really wants is time for sincere interactions, prompting the girls to accuse him of changing the subject. Dae decides that if that is his stance, they must make the upcoming vacation very leisurely and meaningful. Lim falters as the others press him to confirm that this trip is the natural conclusion of his proposal. She reveals she has already prepared a grand idea to solve their summer vacation scheduling problem. The group heads to a coffee stand, drawing the attention of bystanders. Passers-by stare in awe at the attractive group of girls gathered together. When Dae announces her plan involves a resort hotel, everyone reacts with shock. She explains that since Lim only has one body but everyone wants separate dates, they should instead all go somewhere together. She describes a luxury seaside resort hotel abroad that her family has invested in as the destination. Dae promises to cover all expenses and asks if everyone is okay with this arrangement. The sisters immediately say the seaside trip sounds wonderful and start to accept. The others enthusiastically agree, including the girl on video call who votes in favor if she's informed of the dates. Dae declares that Lim has no choice in the matter and should simply go along with the plan, to which he reluctantly agrees. As Lim grabs the finished drinks, Dae notes that Yoonghwa might feel disappointed because she had a prior pool date promised with him. Yoonghwa is startled when everyone looks at her about that earlier promise. Dae coolly says not to worry because she has even accounted for that situation. She proposes a 7-night, 8-day schedule where, after the first day, each girl gets one full day alone with Lim, plus special extra privileges for Yoonghwa. Lim, returning with the drinks, is alarmed by the length of this plan. The vampire girl insists 7 nights is not excessive and challenges him to let them prove their feelings are real. She argues that if his concern is whether their emotions are genuine, he should give them a chance during the trip to demonstrate that sincerity. Cornered while the girls casually sip their drinks, Lim reluctantly concedes the logic of giving them that opportunity. He reflects that the arrangement functions as a temporary truce between the rivals, and that he simply has to face things a bit earlier than planned. Accepting this, he smiles faintly, readying himself for what is to come. The scene closes with Lim approaching the gathered girls on the street, all of them about to embark on this new chapter together. Time moves on into midsummer, marked by cicadas buzzing in the trees. About a week into summer vacation, the group flies abroad to the resort destination. At the foreign airport, travelers mill about as the group arrives. The unusual sight of them draws murmurs from other passengers. The girls stride through the terminal with their luggage, attracting attention. Dahi and Nari marvel that they have actually made it overseas together for a friend's trip. Nari mentions she hopes younger siblings Jae-hee and Demi can join them later, noting they are currently being watched by Hyun-ju. The idol girl notes there is less risk of being recognized here, while Dahi hints that might not be entirely true. Indeed, Yuri and another girl are already happily interacting with some foreign tourists, signing autographs or taking photos. The bystanders laugh and accept autographs as the two girls charm them. Kan Lim's bandaged friend exults that his stage is finally going global, while Young-ah admits she is nervous about her first overseas trip. Young-ah says she will likely have to rely on Dahi for guidance, which surprises Dahi, but she readily agrees. Kan Lim observes that with such a conspicuous group, they will draw attention wherever they go. Nearby strangers gush about how cute the girls look and speculate whether they are models, which another narrator-like comment calls a cliched reaction. Kan Lim jokes about understanding the foreign language and the limited role of extras, while Dahi tells him his loner persona no longer applies, so he should give it up. Kan Lim stubbornly insists he is still a loner, prompting more teasing about his new status as boss. He protests that they are misunderstanding, thinking to himself that even if he dislikes the attention, he still cannot accept the idea that someone like him could really be this popular. The purple-haired woman smugly concludes that the boy cannot accept the reality that someone like her likes him. The blonde girl calls his situation karma for his past obliviousness, while he protests that they should not be the ones criticizing him. Between the two women, the boy awkwardly notes how strangely they get along. He reflects that although they hung out in ESW, they never seemed close, and wonders if their current friendliness is actually good. The twin-tailed girl cheerfully tells everyone to head to the hotel first. Their cars arrive in front of a luxurious hotel. 3 younger girls stare up in amazement at the building. They marvel that they will stay at this seaside luxury hotel for a full week. Inside, the twin-tailed girl talks with the hotel manager who invited them. The group waits and looks around the spacious hotel lobby. The blonde catches the boy obsessively looking things up on his phone and questions him. Embarrassed, he admits he was checking the nightly room price because such a place feels beyond his imagination. The others crowd around, saying they are curious about the price too, noting it must be high in peak season. 3 of them huddle over his phone to see the rates. The shocking price makes all 3 flinch in unison. The hostess returns, thanking them for waiting and saying she was talking with the inviting manager. 2 of the girls and the butler formally greet her in maid style, calling her their miss. She and the boy tease everyone for being so materialistic about the pricey hotel. A hotel maid brings out golden keycards on a tray. The hostess explains that out of respect for the manager she will accept the suite, but since they all refused, she had regular rooms prepared for everyone else. The blonde says regular rooms are plenty and takes her keycard. The dark-haired girl and the white-haired girl realize the cards pair them two to a room. The boy checks his own room number on his card. His card shows room 2703. The girls see this and all scream in shock at the implication of who might share with him. A chibi chart shows the final room pairings for everyone. In the hallway, the blonde tells everyone to grab what they need and meet downstairs for the main summer event. Waves crash on the beach, signaling the upcoming seaside fun. The crowded beach is shown with people relaxing, including a woman sunbathing in a patriotic swimsuit. The girls excitedly arrive at the shore in swimsuits, shouting about the sea. Male beachgoers notice them, wondering if they are celebrities and envying the boys with them. The boy jokingly asks his friend if he is ready for underwater combat, and they agree to race. He declares he will not refuse a challenge and points to a buoy as their goal. Before he can start, the blonde yanks him back, demanding his attention. She reminds him he has something important to do first. She shyly presents the yellow bikini she chose and asks how she looks. He gives a bland compliment, making her angry at his robotic response. She shakes him, insisting he look carefully and give a proper answer, while he protests he cannot look straight at her. Flustered, he blurts out that it is because she is too pretty. Blushing, she bashfully accepts his honest praise. The white-haired girl interrupts, complaining that the two are disappearing into their own little world. She poses in her swimsuit and says she picked it with him in mind, asking if he can feel her affection. He struggles to say she looks cute, while she presses him to repeat how cute she is. Overwhelmed by everyone demanding reactions, he crouches in frustration. The pink-haired girl approaches worriedly and asks if he feels unwell. Misunderstanding his mood, she wonders if her swimsuit does not suit her when he asks to be left alone. He suddenly shouts that it is the opposite and that they all lack self-objectivity. Nearby, the elegant woman offers to let anyone dizzy from the long flight rest with her in the shade. She invites the maid to rest together under the parasol if she feels tired. Someone comments that the maid must be overheated too, causing her to move. The maid instantly changes into a lifeguard outfit, stunning the observer. Back at their spot, someone reaches into the patterned beach bag. Under the parasol, the black-haired girl and purple-haired woman chat about setting up sunscreen and their weak swimming abilities. The white-haired girl asks why they are still covered up instead of going into the water. The shy girl admits she is wearing her swimsuit underneath but feels embarrassed. Both land-bound girls confess they are self-conscious about their figures compared to everyone else. The blonde and pink-haired girls encourage them to enjoy the once-a-year event together. The boy says they should not force anyone if they feel uncomfortable. His comment causes the two hesitant girls to gulp nervously. Determined, they toss off their outer clothes into the sky. Their discarded hoodies flutter down. Now in swimsuits, they nervously ask how they look and whether they appear strange. With his back turned, the boy casually says their choices suit them. He looks back and sincerely tells them they look pretty. Both girls blush furiously, thanking him and giggling. The blonde and white-haired girls silently glower at the scene. The blonde remarks that the boys surprisingly have good bodies too. The two boys posture, with the Chinibyo friend bragging he is a dragon descendant while being told to relax his stomach. The purple-haired woman naively believes dragons existed, and the blonde yells at her not to fall for the nonsense. The shy girl explains the dragon story is just something she saw online, then admits she was also impressed by Kang Lim's physique. The white-haired girl suggests his improved body is from exercising and notes it is not overly bulky. She proudly states that most women prefer lean muscles like the ones she is imagining. Annoyed by all the talk of lean muscles, the boy's temper snaps. He launches into a rant that fashionable muscles are mostly illusion and that online fitness trends exaggerate appearances. The blonde and white-haired girls find his rant hard to take seriously, thinking he only browsed the internet instead of truly working out. He then stresses that proper warm-ups are vital for water activities and warns them not to skip stretching. The black-haired girl appears behind him, echoing his warning that otherwise they might get cramps, then calls him out for spacing out. Startled, he denies ogling every girl, while she teases him for acting like a pervert but decides to reward him. She takes his hand. Smiling, she pulls him toward the waves, telling him to play with her as a reward. The others spot this and shout to be included. Everyone runs toward the sea together, joining the two already in the water. The blonde and white-haired girls leap enthusiastically into the surf. Water splashes everywhere as they hit the waves. Several of the girls wade and play in the shallows. The blonde and white-haired girls splash each other competitively. The Chinibyo boy and the elegant woman relax separately on flotation devices. Underwater, the purple-haired woman gracefully swims alongside another girl on an inner tube. On the surface, the shy girl flails nervously while the elegant woman steadies her. A crowd of beachgoers gathers, murmuring as something is announced. A lively host promotes a beach volleyball tournament with free drinks as prizes. Two strong women in bikinis appear as intimidating opponents. The blonde and black-haired girl ready themselves as a team. Their friends cheer them on loudly from the sidelines. The rival team shows off their powerful serves and spikes. The black-haired girl dives to receive a spike, saving the ball before it hits the ground near the blonde. The two teammates exchange determined looks. The blonde spikes the ball back hard, overwhelming the opponents. They win the beach volleyball tournament and pose happily under the banner. Their friends clap enthusiastically from the crowd. Random onlookers notice the pink-haired girl and seem to recognize her. She handles tournament registration, smiling as players line up before her. The Chinibyo boy and white-haired girl help manage the event from a desk with the drink coupons. The shy girl advertises the free drinks stand to draw more people. Footprints in the sand show how busy the beach has been. Later, the white-haired girl and pink-haired girl rest at the counter, worn out from the event. The elegant woman suggests to Kang Lim that they go buy snacks since everyone must be getting hungry. He admits he is hungry too but worries about leaving the others alone. He explains his concern that their group attracts too much attention, especially in a foreign country. Other tourists again notice something happening near their group and remark on it. Kang Lim says that because this is not their home country he worries about unexpected trouble. He glances at their eccentric friend Young-soo, who laments that no one is approaching his station. The elegant woman reassures Kang Lim that he is overthinking things and that they will be back quickly. They head off together from the beach to buy food. Meanwhile, two muscular men walk nearby, but unknown to them, they are being watched. The elegant woman reminds Kang Lim that if an emergency arises, they have a plan. Suddenly, the blonde strides past the two men, triggering their reaction. Immediately, hidden bodyguards in suits surround and seize the suspicious men. The blonde confirms to bystanders that these are discreet bodyguards posted for their safety. The suited men drag the would-be troublemakers away as part of their heightened security. The elegant woman explains to Kang Lim that due to a corporate feud over a global energy monopoly they must stay cautious about possible attacks. At the drink stand, Kang Lim reminds her not to go overboard and to avoid excessive violence, joking that a little beach flirting is acceptable. Elsewhere, bodyguards prepare a van, assuring that they will handle matters peacefully. Another agent casually agrees while a captive's arm is seen being shoved inside the vehicle. They claim they will only educate the troublemakers through conversation as the van door slams. The van ominously rattles from whatever is happening inside. Kang Lim and the elegant woman return carrying trays of skewered snacks. Close up, skewers are shown being picked up. The girls crowd around Kang Lim, eagerly trying to feed him snacks by hand. Later at the sauna, the purple-haired and blonde women both insist that Kang Lim sit beside them. On beach mats, the black-haired and pink-haired girls lie face down asking him to help apply sunscreen to their backs. Overwhelmed and blushing, Kang Lim lets out a wordless scream. The scene shifts to the sun setting over the ocean. Their belongings rest under the parasol as the day winds down. From the bag, a cat-themed phone starts ringing. Underwater again, the blonde and pink-haired girls continue playing and swimming together. Other girls pose for a commemorative photo in the warm evening light. Two of them float peacefully on the water's surface, relaxing at the end of the day. Wet footsteps approach across the sand. Young-soo remarks that the others never get tired as someone carries the beach bag past him. Drying off, Kang tells him he would die of exhaustion if they swam twice on this week-long trip. Young-soo observes that despite the fatigue, his servant seems very happy. Kang, toweling his hair, shyly admits it is true. He reflects that he cannot help worrying because ESW issues have been on his mind continually. In a darker flashback, he thinks ESW will keep troubling him and wonders if he should have prepared more beforehand. He reflects on possible future regrets about choices not taken or actions not done. Yet one thing he is certain of begins to form in his mind. As he watches his friends playing in the golden sunset, he vows not to regret this chosen moment and to protect this peaceful scene. Remembering all the girls who have given him more affection than he feels he deserves, he realizes he can still smile even after hardships. Smiling softly, he prepares to state his resolve, implied as a decision about how he will move forward with them. A boy on the beach gets unexpectedly struck in the back of the head by a flying beach ball. A blonde girl scolds him for spacing out and tells him to come watch the game, while the ball rolls away. He protests that he was just savoring the moment, and she replies that such reflection should wait until the end of the trip. She adds that if he does not enjoy times like these as they happen, he will miss out. Posing confidently with the ball at sunset, she tells him that failing to enjoy himself now means losing out. As everyone energetically plans new volleyball teams, he walks off thinking he is getting tired while they still have energy. Night falls over the tall hotel where they are staying. Some girls in dresses return inside with a hotel staff member after an outing. After dinner, one boy boasts that the meal suited his royal tastes while Kang feels overly full. Kang suggests that he and his friend return to their rooms to bathe properly and asks the others to contact them when ready. One girl says they will hang out in the lobby until the boys are done. Two girls note that the first day is over and say it is time to decide who spends each of the next 7 days alone with Kang. Daehee and another girl wonder how to decide the order and consider using a simple game since everyone wants to go first. Serin proposes that, instead of a simple game, they settle the order through a contest in the hotel bath. The story cuts to the steamy hot spring area prepared for them. Someone dips their legs into the hot water, signaling the start of relaxing and the contest. Steam rises around a bare shoulder, emphasizing the heat of the bath. Kang and his friend Young-soo soak in the bath, enjoying how pleasant yet hot it is. Young-soo addresses Kang privately, saying now that they are alone Kang should speak his mind. He bluntly asks Kang how it feels to be a popular guy adored by elite girls, which embarrasses Kang. Kang retorts that hearing this specifically from him is strange, while Young-soo removes his glasses, realizing he forgot to take them off. With his glasses off, Young-soo calmly says it is ironic for Kang to talk about popularity when Kang himself could attract girls easily if he tried. Kang agrees only on the condition that Young-soo keeps what he is about to say completely secret, repeating the demand. He explains that he once saw Young-soo after school turning down a confession from a girl in another class. Young-soo admits he was grateful for the confession but felt he had to refuse, hinting that Kang already knows the reason. Abruptly ending the serious talk, Young-soo announces he will leave first to return to his country and tells Kang to relax and enjoy the bath. Kang, confused but accepting, responds hesitantly. Young-soo cheerfully refuses Kang offer to walk him out and instead asks Kang to relay messages to the others. Outside later, Young-soo thinks about having already contacted his sponsor for help regarding their plane's situation. He reflects that even his powerful sponsor has no obvious solution to the plane issue. Catching himself, Young-soo laughs loudly and declares he does not need human help anyway. His wild declarations disturb other bathers, forcing Kang to hurriedly apologize and tell him to quiet down. Later that night in the hotel lounge, Kang relaxes alone while playing on his phone. Noticing someone arrive, he looks up in surprise, greeting them. Several girls stagger in exhausted and overheated from the bath contest. Daehee supports the dizzy Serin and asks in shock why everyone looks so worn out. One girl explains to Kang that they held a competition in the hot spring to decide the order of exclusive days with him. Another says she received first priority because of a prior promise with him, while the others overexerted themselves. A chart shows the decided 7-day order of which girl gets time with Kang, with Park Yoon-lao placed first. Daehee complains that Serin, who ended up last, is acting the most dramatically exhausted, while Serin laments narrowly missing a better spot. Kang, at a loss for words, tells everyone they have played enough today and should rest. Young-ah agrees to rest but asks Kang where Young-soo is, prompting Kang to stall awkwardly. Night settles over Kang quiet hotel room. Lying on his bed, Kang reaffirms his resolve to proceed with his plans and stop worrying about ESW. Clenching his fist, he vows to face whatever incidents or accidents come his way. He thinks he has completed his earlier investigation and made preparations for an important matter. A knock sounds at the door of his room. Kang sits up and calls out to ask who is there. Elsewhere, an exhausted Serin gulps down a sports drink to recover from the bath contest. She thanks Nari for the drink, saying she finally feels alive again. Na-ri replies she is relieved and mentions she had almost considered calling an ambulance. Serin apologizes for causing trouble by stubbornly staying in the hot spring until she fainted because she did not want to lose. Na-ri suddenly asks Serin what she really thinks about her relationship with Kang, startling her. Na-ri says she fully understands her own feelings or she would not have joined this trip. She clarifies she wants to know how far Serin imagines a future with Kang, and to what extent Serin envisions that future. Serin, flustered, struggles to grasp what Na-ri means by imagining the future. Na-ri silently studies Serin's reaction. Blushing, Serin admits her wish is simply to do everyday things with Kang, like holding hands after school and spending days off playing games together. She says she just wants to share small joys and simple pleasures with him, insisting that is all she feels. Na-ri then asks pointedly whether it really has to be Kang specifically for Serin to feel that way. Serin is stunned by the question of whether it must be Kang. Na-ri internally concludes that except for Daehee there should be no major romantic competition, but if there is another person to watch out for, it is someone else. Back at Kang-lim's door, he opens it and asks who is outside. Serin repeats to herself in confusion what it means for it not to have to be Kang-lim. She insists aloud that of course it has to be Kang-lim, as Na-ri prepares to question how far she and Kang-lim have progressed. Na-ri instead redirects, asking whether Serin has even confessed those feelings directly to Kang-lim. Serin flinches, unable to answer. Na-ri points out that Serin's goal seems limited to just becoming a couple, yet she has hardly made any progress toward it. She suggests that if Serin truly imagined a future with Kang-lim as she does, Serin would act differently, then trails off. Realizing she has gone too far, Na-ri laughs it off and tells Serin to ignore her slip of the tongue. Na-ri announces she will sleep first, and tells Serin to wake her if she feels unwell. Serin quietly wishes her goodnight while remaining deep in thought. In the hallway, Kang-lim opens his door and is surprised to see Young-ah waiting. Recognizing her, he asks why she came, and she says she cannot sleep, possibly due to jet lag. She notes that the next day is her scheduled day with him, and says she came to discuss their plans, hoping she did not wake him. Kang-lim assures her he was awake but wonders aloud if it is okay to talk in the middle of the night. Remembering Young-ah's lack of connection to ESW, he invites her in while thinking he has only mentioned his troubles vaguely before. He reflects that her apparent romantic interest in him still feels unbelievable, even though he had sensed it. Young-ah thanks him and says there is another reason she came, hinting at something important. She confesses she had something she really wanted to say on this trip and has finally prepared herself to say it now. Kang-lim, flustered by the serious atmosphere, wonders if this is leading to a confession and thinks they should have chosen another time. Young-ah begins a statement starting with his name and that she wants something with him. She suddenly reveals she wants him to play the Game of Life board game with her, brandishing the box enthusiastically. Kang-lim stares in speechless disbelief at the board game. Young-ah cheerfully explains she brought the game specifically to play together because it suited the mood. She shyly adds that she wants to play it even if it is just the two of them and asks if that would be okay. Kang-lim laughs awkwardly, realizing he has once again misread her dramatic build-up as something romantic. He agrees to play, saying it should be fun since he has not played in a long time, while she admits she brought it almost on impulse. He suggests they sit on the floor near the table to start the game. The Game of Life board is laid out with pieces ready for play. As they play, Young-ah excitedly reacts while Kang-lim focuses on reading a card. At another turn, Kang-lim explains some game result while Young-ah looks displeased. Kang-lim looks amused, enjoying the easy conversation. Young-ah smiles back brightly, equally engaged in the game. Kang-lim lands on a board space requiring a marriage event and groans that he has hit it again. Young-ah teases that in the game he is already on his fourth marriage, joking that it oddly suits him, which unnerves him. Later she happily announces she has drawn the grand prize card worth a large sum, and Kang-lim remarks it must be her lucky day. She reaches into the prize money tray, organizing the colorful bills she has won. Kang-lim, reminded of prizes, asks how her Webtoon contest entry is progressing since she has not shown it during the vacation. Young-ah replies that the schedule is fine and she is progressing on time despite starting a bit late. She hints that this new Webtoon might have a somewhat different feel than her previous fantasy work. She clarifies that while it is still fantasy, her mindset has changed, giving the story a new tone. When Kang-lim asks when he can read it, she says he should look for it on the winners list later because she wants it to surprise him. He says her confidence makes him even more curious and asks if it truly feels that different from her earlier works. She rolls the dice, thinking that timid thoughts will not help her now. Determined, Young-ah tells herself she has resolved to fight and win, both in the game and in her larger goals. Kang-lim notices something odd and silently questions it. As Young-ah declares she has won again and reminds him of a penalty they agreed on, Kang-lim wonders if he only imagined her earlier serious expression. She calls his name, and he snaps out of his thoughts, agreeing that since they bet for snacks he will go buy some. He offers to go together since the store is nearby, but she insists he go alone so she can call her mother while he is gone. As he leaves, she says she will clean up the game board in the meantime. The scene shifts to the quiet hotel corridor outside their rooms. Someone knocks on a door, signaling another late-night visit. Daehee stands at Kang-lim's door introducing herself and asking to talk. She calls out again, explaining there is something she wants to discuss briefly. Getting no response, she presses the doorbell repeatedly, asking if he is already asleep. Receiving silence, she looks displeased and suspicious. She eventually gives up and walks away from his door in frustration. At the same time, Kang Lim returns down the hallway carrying the snacks he went to buy. He swipes his keycard to re-enter his room. Entering the dark room, he announces that he bought snacks but admits he is unsure which foreign treats are best. He then notices Yoonga sitting on the floor by the sofa, fast asleep in her pajamas. Worried, he calls her name and frets that falling asleep there is not good. He debates whether to wake her or carry her back to her room, uneasy about disturbing her. After hesitating, he stands silently trying to decide. He finally takes a blanket, resolving at least to cover her so she does not get cold. Straining, he shifts her sleeping body into a better position. He gently drapes the blanket over her as quietly as he can. Continuing carefully, he adjusts the blanket to tuck her in without waking her. As he leans in, his hand accidentally brushes against her shoulder or neck. Yoonga unconsciously snuggles closer and wraps her arms around him. Kang Lim blushes and panics as she clings to him in her sleep. He flails his arms, trying unsuccessfully to free himself from her embrace. Her grip only tightens as she squeezes him more firmly. He freezes, realizing he cannot escape without risking waking her or causing a scene. Resigning himself, he sighs deeply. The two of them end up sitting closely together on the floor, with Yoonga sleeping peacefully against his shoulder. Kang Lim sits rigidly, swallowing nervously as she continues to lean on him. A close view shows Yoonga sleeping contentedly with her face resting against him. Her lips curve in a faint, satisfied smile while she sleeps. Meanwhile, Dae-hee returns to her own room, slamming the door with a heavy mood. Serin, inside, asks why Dae-hee took so long. Serin suspiciously asks if Dae-hee had really only gone out for air or if she actually visited Kang Lim's room. Dae-hee brushes off the question, saying she is going to bed because she is tired. Lying down, Dae-hee stares sadly ahead, clearly bothered by something. An empty bed in another room is shown, implying Kang Lim never returned there for the night. Morning light reveals Yoonga starting to wake up. Sitting up on the sofa, she realizes with surprise that she really fell asleep in Kang Lim's room. She hurriedly decides she must sneak back to her own room before her roommate Mia wakes. As she moves to get up, she discovers Kang Lim asleep on the floor beside her, his hand still touching hers. In the past, Kang Lim falls asleep on the floor holding Yoonga's hand while she sits beside him fondly. Yoonga smiles warmly, clearly happy and affectionate. Later, Yoonga cheerfully says goodbye as she leaves the hotel with Kang Lim. The remaining girls tell them to be careful, while noting Kang Lim looks unwell. Kang Lim, exhausted, explains he is just tired from not sleeping well. Mia wonders if his fatigue is from sleeping in a different bed, while saying she herself slept great. Kang Lim and Yoonga quietly walk out through the hotel's revolving door. Back inside, Amy asks about her sister Dae-hee, hearing she stayed in the room feeling sick. Nari is shocked to learn her sister Dae-hee is unwell, while Amy questions why Nari seems more surprised than worried. Mia assumes that he is only tired from yesterday and suggests buying her something on the way to breakfast. When Mia asks for orders, Serin abruptly says she also feels unwell and leaves. Mia and Amy are left confused as Serin departs so suddenly. Amy's phone vibrates, and she quickly grabs it. Reading the message, Amy becomes serious and focused. Amy claims she has urgent business and hurries away, telling the others to enjoy their meal. Mia tries to salvage breakfast plans, but Eun-young apologetically says she has personal matters to discuss. Eun-young states she needs to talk